She's a modernist special forces soldier, yet upon her sedentime travel, she finds herself reduced to a laughingstock, a mere failure. Want to torment me? You shall pay dearly for that. Her cousin relentlessly pursues her for aforesaid marriage, leaving herbited br relentless whip. As scoundrel ruthlessly frames her, only to miss on other hands. Chapter 1 me. I've across the dever. Even Indiath I've outer main and tainted, never falling in toy or clutches. A thegigio for precipice, Theo girl brandishes a bladetto in their own life. Blood splatter sand gushes forth, her frail body plummeting like a severe kite towards the abyss below. Tears off sorrow and glisten like pearls, tracing brilliant arc straight he air. What happened? She jumped off so soon I hadn't finished shed my funit. Indeed, hunting a genius is such a thrill. Pa! What genius? She's nothing beauteous to know. A wasted service do you ho told her to obstruct Urian gladispathy. The malicious lackeys chasing the girl peer over the cliff's edge, each more grotesque than the last. They express no sorrow for the girl's tragic end, own lie lament their lack of entertainment. Beneath the cliff lies a vast expanse of misty white. Suddenly, Thefa grow ills violently, resembling boiling water. A figure with a swift motion soars up from the depths, landing upon the verdant grass. The lackeys reco a linshock. Up in close air inspection, the bloodied figure jeune mistakably tatoft he wasteth had just pursued. Hey, how to check him back? Haha, cold it Beshus not dead. Everyone attack. Momentarily stunned, the frenzied group quickly regains their composure, grinning wickedly as they brandish their blades. Sono isiso desisa painfully winnow awakens fromini. Asio pencheries, a blending blady descends upon her. With no time to ponder, her honed instincts as a wary orticovershine instinctively strikes, seizing the blady and spinning in affluid motion. Ah! The foremost lackey shrieks in horror, collapsing with it. Thebladine uewu hensgrisvus cleaved him in twoe. From his midsection, agri incision spill shies an arts unto the ground. Thesenkov blood fills the air. Thesini shorifique beyond measure. What? How cooled this? The remaining lackeys freeze me to tack. There's wide with terror, a siftive scenic host. Thegrel's long hair stained with blood, cascades wild lithe wound in her throat from early Araktov self-harm continues to bleed profusely. Her body is battered, hair tattered clothing burly concealing her form. Yet, Shizaliv, standing defiantly her gaziasi, she fixidis in her adversarius with a killing intensity. She resembles a vengeful spiritri sent from the depths of hell, exiting Ganorov dread. Shes has a zombie. Run for your lives. The lackeys, paralyzed by fear, turn to flee, their legs trembling as if made dovjally, making gone lie a few feeble steps before collapsing. War you? Uewa hensbraufers as headmans, her voice lay said with murderous intent. 3 T5 lackeys immediately wiltenterer. Great lady spirit vora coerced, vuorimer le following orders. Yeno have ye always respected you. What nonsense is this? What is this great lady? Uewan's braufer. She surveys her surrounding Sancian tree tower above, casting shadows over the verdant expanse. The air is filled with thunderous roars of formidable beasts, reminiscent of a primeval Jurassic wilderness. Where is this place? She had clearly deed. As Sainlight special forces soldier of Wagwa, she had sacrificed herself during a mission to save her comrades, Urba die obliterate Denane explosion. Yet, how cold she no stand her taking lives? In the land of Tiansua strengthen supreme. Every young cultivatesto become a master or a warrior. Abazar in a world entire different from earth. Thegel sharing her name Uewuhen washborn of an unknown father Andres B. Hermother, Weishilua, in the Dukov Weish household. Gifted with extraordinary talent, Shua shailed as the greatest skinniest off Chefromea Youngich. Alas, Shuffle victim to mishap 6 months ago, her Danchian destroyed, rendering Hera target of ridicule. 3 days prior, news arrived off Hermother's death demon war battlefield. Thus, bereft of Hermother's protection, Thagiro was swiftly hunted down beneath the nefarious Lakisoft Dukov Weish household. A tragic and ephemeral existence. In an instant, Uewuhan comprehends that the fantastical Talsoft novel sand film shave become her own reality. She, a formidable special forces soldier, has found herself stranded in a different time and space, transformed and totterided, pitiful girl forced to her demise. He, soyva kamita huntum? A cold, piercing smile graced her lips. Heropsidianes fixatin the grupo flacisas thofshur regazing upon the dead. A fierce glinty manites from her. This thighs was no to intention it was the ungladis command to kill you, we had no choice. Ha! You one chuckle slightly. Who said a wasted service dodi? Who said they hadn't the denafun yet? Doider claim it wasn't our intent. Heh, it seems pursuing my squitethi amusement, isn't it? You'dn't arrogant. You're Morelia waste, while weariel you on Master Senilaki stammers and retort, emboldening Theathers. Right, she's just a waste who should we fear her? Look, she's no de gostjaman. She casts a shadow. Since a shesherman we needn't fear. She didn't before let's finish the job this time. As their bravado grows with each word, the rise, brandishing their weapons, completely oblivious to how their first commertum this fate. Very well. You a onesies neuro. Even if thee hesitate, she will eliminate them. Thought they claimed to follow worders, itis they a ho direct like us at the girl stratus end. Killin for attribution is Samandarov principle. You shall pay for your lives. With a powerful push off that ground, shall launch yourself into thefray. Everything gunfolds in an instant. The sounds off clashing guiapinser syndrome be the chrysofanguish. Like a spectre, Uowahen weave struff her enemies, her hands like shadows in snarinjacumbi the neck. Crack? Crack the sound off bareaking bonesico in succession. In merriments Uowan stands alone, having deft lit a spatchet the throng without even eating or blade snaps their necks with hairberry hands. Watabunco forthless fulls dispatch in Joe ways a saffordals a breeze. Federal stand amidst heap-off bodies, a cold smell gracing her lips. The lackeys there I aswide with disbelief, slumped to the ground, the light fly a swiftly fading. From their pupils, evident lipperplen until their last breath. Uewahen disdainfully kicks to obsess away, sending them sprawling. Quatrilius thist. Heh. She, a battle-hardened finds it laughable as to dispatch the sane experienced rabble, even without their own power, even while injured, as effortlessly asslessing through vegetables. Veslo loliuan master stannichens. Sister, the fierce steepovengen sees complete. Shegazeskeward, uttering a solemn declaration. Agental breeze carries her cheek. Ajudo farewell from Therum Nant soft he original soul. Longering with an infinity fiction for life before dissipating. Chapter 2. Do you still desire the chrysanthemum? Yu Wuhan's gaze, dark as night, shimmered with an ethereal brilliance, as cold as the night sky. Her serene eyes pierced through the dense forest, looking towards the world beyond the mountains. This was Dumo Mountain, the periphery of the vast monster beast range stretching for thousands of miles. 10 miles beyond the mountains lay the bustling capital of the Chu kingdom, the eldest daughter of the Wei family. Wei Mingyu. As she softly uttered the name of her adversary, a chilling smile curved Yu Wuhan's lips. It was indeed this Wei Mingyu, her beloved cousin in this lifetime, who had sent malevolent servants to hunt her down. The enmity of murder, she certainly would not let it rest. You are formidable. Suddenly, an icy male voice pierced the air. The boiling mist below surged upwards, accompanied by a tremendous aura of death. The forest fell into an eerie silence in an instant. The cacophony of various beasts' roars and cries ceased collectively, as if a supremely powerful presence had descended, causing them all to hold their breath, daring not to provoke such authority. Even a willful spirit like Yu Wuhan could not help but tremble momentarily, a shiver emanating from her very soul. Amidst the swirling mist, a tall figure of a man gradually emerged, appearing both dreamlike and illusory. Who are you? A faint smile graced Yu Wuhan's face, beguiling yet fully alert. The young man, dressed in dark garments, his long hair dancing wildly, descended gracefully amidst the mist. His crimson eyes resembled a swirling galaxy, capable of ensnaring one's soul, leading them to eternal perdition. Curious about my identity, the man's lips parted slightly. Drawing nearer, an overwhelming aura choked Yu Wuhan's breath. His expression was as frigid as ancient glaciers, yet his gaze burned with the intensity of blooming crimson lotuses. Gliding over the girl, reveal the secret of your recovery first, and then inquire about my identity, and if I refuse to speak. Yu Wuhan's brows knitted together. Her slender back remained straight, fragile yet defiant, unwilling to yield to the immense pressure. Heat radiated from her lower abdomen, as if a searing energy was circulating within. Since the moment she awoke, her wounds had been automatically healing. Even the fatal self-inflicted scar across her throat was no exception. Such formidable regenerative power could not be disclosed so easily. Her defiant gaze locked onto the man's blood-red eyes. Not going to speak? Then, the man suddenly broke into a faint smile, delicate and subtle, resembling a fragile crack upon the surface of a frozen lake. Let me personally test your strength. With a swift motion, his palm struck towards Yu Wuhan. The force of his strike was fierce, shrouded in the breath of death that enveloped her in an instant. He was far too powerful. Yu Wuhan could almost hear her bones shifting beneath the overwhelming pressure. Gritting her teeth, she propelled herself backward, flipping Tu Zhang away. Although she evaded quickly, the man's assault was even swifter. Another strike following closely, almost brushing against her chest. Poof! Blood spurted from Yu Wuhan's mouth. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, the victor and vanquished were already determined. Her tattered clothing, already in shambles, disintegrated into dust under the immense pressure. Dissipating like fine mist, her frail body, marred with deep and shallow scars, lay exposed to the sunlight, laid bare before the man's gaze. Completely unclothed, her well-defined curves and elegant waist were striking, leading down to her pert backside and delicate legs. A figure imbued with the unique fragrance of youth. Even with scars that resembled thorns, her natural beauty could not be concealed. The man's eyes narrowed. Yet, Yu Wuhan seemed entirely unconcerned, akin to a kite severed from its string. Staggering to her feet before fiercely wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her expression grew even more defiant. Using Yuan power to crush me is no skill at all. If you have the ability, strip away your Yuan power and fight me. Very well. With the pressure suddenly alleviated, Yu Wuhan let out a cold laugh, rising into the air, unhesitatingly charging towards him. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a flurry of strikes. Trading blows in a fierce contest. Yu Wuhan unleashed all her combat skills. Every move a desperate gambit. It was her habit. Only when fighting on the brink of life and death could she maximize her potential. Throughout the struggle she remained bare, utterly indifferent to her state. Even more audacious, during yet another clash, she swiftly lifted her leg towards the MN as she kicked high. Her most intimate area was momentarily exposed. In that brief instant the man originally poised to attack her head-on, redirected his assault to the side to avoid her. Heh! At this very moment, Yu Wuhan's eyes sparkled. Seizing the opportunity, she launched a ferocious attack. Sliding beneath the man, she turned and aimed her fingers at his vulnerable spot. Do you still desire the chrysanthemum? She whispered with a gentle smile near his ear, with her fingertip poised, should he dare to retaliate. She would not hesitate to obliterate his most sacred area. What a joke! In a life-and-death struggle, this man was oblivious to the fact that a woman's entire body was a weapon. And he had unwittingly placed himself at a disadvantage by altering his strike. Ha! The man, much like her, chuckled softly, his voice deep and rich like fine wine. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged forth, propelling her away. He turned to face her, the crimson hue in his eyes having quietly faded, replaced by a brilliant light, radiant as the sun and moon in the sky, though he had just been threatened with destruction. He displayed no anger, but rather a hint of admiration. You truly are formidable, he assessed slowly. I am strong, so what? You are qualified to become this lord's subordinate. The haughty tone caught Yu Wuhan off guard. Her shoulders shrugged as she raised her hands in surrender. Her delicate palms, pale and tender, adorned with blood and bruises, exuded a breathtaking beauty. She smiled lazily. I have no intention of acknowledging a master. Since we are not foes, why not become friends? In the ruthless land of Tiansua, having more friends means more paths to choose. The man remained silent, prompting her to add, as friends, I can help you with your poison. Her body was undergoing astonishing changes. Aside from her wounds healing, her lower abdomen was ablaze with heat, and her mind was flooded with various medicinal formulas. Her vision could perceive the flow of elemental energies. Thus, she instantly recognized the toxic flow within the man's body, and her mind spontaneously conjured remedies upon hearing her words. The man's expression shifted in an instant, his handsome features radiating a murderous intent. Do you know there's poison within this lord? Yu Wuhan immediately realized she had misspoken. She had intended to use the information as leverage for friendship, yet it was clear that his affliction was a secret. Instantly she felt like prey, being scrutinized by a hidden leopard in the grass, danger looming overhead. But what was there to fear? She dared to speak, so she dared to face the consequences with a proud smile. She declared, Big brother, the toxin in your body is quite formidable. You probably won't survive more than 10 years. Chapter 3. Lying on the ground in agony. Nightshade wolfong, viper's gall, extreme cold red line flower stamen, explosive flame powder, mountain shadow demon claw fern. Yu Wuhan slowly recited a medicinal formula. Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to a mountain stream striking against stones. These ingredients could be refined into a third-grade elixir, capable of temporarily restraining the expansion of the poison within you. However, to fully detoxify, rarer raw materials and a higher-grade formula would be required. The man's tone was icy, as if he were ready to strike her down at any moment. Yu Wuhan remained unperturbed. So as long as you ensure my safety, once I cultivate and advance, I will immediately assist you in refining medicine to detoxify. The wind passed between them. The man's black robe billowed with the breeze, resembling a grand banner. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Yu Wuhan understood that her life hung by a thread. She let out a nonchalant snort. If you don't believe me, feel free to kill me with a single strike. Let us see who else in this world can detoxify you. To her surprise, the man retracted his murderous intent and smiled. If you can detoxify, this lord will protect you for a lifetime. Yu Wuhan was taken aback, not expecting such a solemn promise. She watched as he lightly gestured, and his inky robe soared into her hands. This lord awaits your success in cultivation. The air shimmered slightly, and his figure abruptly vanished like a fleeting shadow. Only the deep timbre of his voice lingered, entwined with the whispering breeze through the trees, eventually fading into the distance. Yu Wuhan was astonished to find that in his final glance at her, there was a hint of anticipation and respect, no longer the icy detachment from before. Without even exchanging names, she lamented. Where would she go to help him with the detoxification? She shrugged and sought a nearby stream to cleanse herself. Donning the man's oversized robe after sitting by the stream for half an hour, the heat in her lower abdomen finally subsided, and her shattered core miraculously healed. Both internal and external injuries were mended. Her skin as smooth as new. Even more astonishingly, she automatically advanced to a 2-star Yuan master. With light steps, she ventured beyond the mountain. Along the way, whenever she concentrated slightly and activated her Yuan power, she could keenly detect the medicinal herbs concealed within the foliage. Amidst the verdant greenery, golden glimmers beckoned her. Golden money grass. She hurried over to gather a handful. Hidden within the dense thickets were specks of red, fiery vine. She dashed forward to pluck 2 stems before long. Her arms were filled with a plethora of low-grade medicinal materials, too much to hold. Red, representing the fire element; light blue, symbolizing the water element; golden, embodying both fire and wood elements. To others, the lush green forest appeared uniform, yet to her, it was a dazzling display of elemental brilliance flickering amidst the foliage, almost blindingly bright. Incredible! Have I gained the ability to see through illusions? Yu Wuhan exclaimed joyously, humming a tune as she bounded out of the Dumo mountain range. 10 miles beyond the mountains lay the capital of the Chu kingdom, the place where the original owner had grown up since childhood. With a carefree spirit, Yu Wuhan casually made her way to a local apothecary, where she bundled up the low-grade herbs she had on hand for sale, delighting in the handful of silver coins she earned. Although the sum was modest, it marked her first earnings since arriving in this realm. The Wei State Duke's residence, one of the 3 prominent ducal households of the Chu kingdom, was renowned for producing powerful practitioners. The estate sprawled across a significant portion of the western region of the capital. Entering through a secluded back path, Yu Wuhan went unnoticed until she reached the entrance of her and her mother's dwelling. Shui Feng courtyard. Before she could step inside, she was met with a cacophony of harsh clamor from within. Hurry, take everything. Leave not a single valuable behind. An authoritative voice commanded. A boy's clear voice rang out. Stop! You cannot touch anything in this courtyard. All that belongs here is for my lady and the young miss. Get lost, you brat. Your lady and miss are both dead, came the cruel retort. Stop, do not touch anything. Beat him. Kill him if you must. This little brat deserves to die. The sounds of scuffling erupted. Infuriated, Yu Wuhan leaped into the courtyard, swiftly kicking the leading ruffian to the ground. You dare to bully me at my doorstep? You seek death before nightfall. Within the yard, shadows flickered chaotically as Yu Wuhan moved with such speed that it was nearly disorienting, toppling a multitude of foes in an instant. The ringleader was a maidservant of the eldest daughter of the Duke, Wei Mingyu, who had led a group of lackeys in rummaging through the place for valuables. With her intervention, the assailants quickly found themselves sprawled on the ground, howling in distress. Yu Wuhan rushed to assist the boy who had been beaten. A Qi, typically reticent and dedicated solely to his tasks, transformed into a fierce little wolf when provoked. Though bruised and battered, he continued to resist. Seeing the once delicate boy now bloodied, Yu Wuhan's anger surged. Without hesitation, she stomped on the moaning ruffians once more. A pack of despicable scoundrels, bullying the innocent, more contemptible than your master. Clenching her fists, she spat upon the face of the leading maidservant, Xiao Lian. Struck and bleeding, she lay unable to rise. As a practitioner at the 2-star level, she had never anticipated being bested by someone she deemed a waste. Squinting through her swollen eyes, she struggled to recognize Yu Wuhan's face. Indeed, it was the little waste, but how? Oh, it hurt so much. How could she defeat me? I am a 2-star practitioner. You are the real waste, Yu Wuhan retorted, stepping down once more. As being a 2-star practitioner so impressive? I am also a 2-star practitioner. There is no discussion about beating you. Having absorbed the memories of her predecessor, she could feel the resentment and humiliation that came with being labeled a waste. However, that was merely an indirect sentiment. When faced with the direct insult of being called a waste, Yu Wuhan's ire flared. Unable to restrain herself, she stomped down several more times, causing Xiao Lian to yowl in agony. Her insults silenced with a cold smile, Yu Wuhan remarked, "This is the fate that befalls those who prey upon the innocent at I in the courtyard." Qi stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, hardly grasping the reality before him. "Miss, you have defeated a practitioner. Could it be that your dantian has healed, and your powers restored?" Yu Wuhan winked at Qi, responding with a smile, "Do I require my powers to deal with a bunch of rabble?" Indeed, her dantian had recovered, but she preferred to keep that a secret for the time being. A mere 2-star practitioner, with powers less than half of what they once were, was insufficient for self-defense. It was wiser to remain low-key for now. Chapter 4. Swiftly finalizing the marriage arrangement in the Tiansua continent, practitioners aspiring to become Yuan Masters progressed through 7 major ranks: Yuan Master, Grand Yuan Master, Yuan Sovereign, Yuan Sect, Yuan Saint, Yuan King, and Yuan Emperor. Each rank was further divided into 9 stars. Before being deemed a waste, the original body had already reached the Grand Yuan Master rank at the tender age of 15, attaining full mastery at 9 stars, poised to break into the Yuan Sovereign level. Had she not been gravely injured by a pack of demon wolves 6 months prior, resulting in the destruction of her dantian, she might have already ascended to the rank of Yuan Sovereign. Such talent was remarkable. In the Chu Kingdom, with a population nearing 100 million, there were only a handful of Yuan Sovereigns. Many spent their lives lingering between the ranks of Yuan Master and Grand Yuan Master. Therefore, she was once the greatest prodigy of the Chu Kingdom. Yu Wuhan was confident she would swiftly restore her predecessor's cultivation level. "Yes, my lady is a genius. She can handle these lowly ones without employing her powers." Qi nodded vigorously, believing in Yu Wuhan's words. Tears glistened in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Miss, you have finally learned to resist. This brings me such joy." Previously, the lady had been overly subdued, enduring the scorn of the household servants who insulted her as a waste without a word of protest, which had been heart-wrenching to witness. Now seeing her take action filled him with exuberance. He had not wept from his injuries, but his eyes sparkled with tears at this moment. Yu Wuhan felt a pang of sympathy. This child, unaware that his true mistress had perished in a brutal pursuit, taking her own life by leaping from a cliff, approached her. She placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. We shall no longer allow others to bully us." "Yes." Qi quickly wiped his tears. Lifting his chin with newfound resolve, ignoring his own wounds, he rushed to drag the defeated ruffians to their feet, forcing them to restore the courtyard. "Get up quickly. Put everything back in order, or my lady will deal with you." The ruffians, taken aback by the demand to clean up after their beating, nearly fainted. "Why must we clean up? You came here to cause chaos, leaving a mess behind. How can we proceed without tidying up?" Qi retorted, hands on hips, his voice booming. Yu Wuhan chuckled. This child is truly amusing. Under Qi's insistence, except for the severely beaten Xiao Lian, who remained incapacitated, the other ruffians were coerced into standing and working. With Yu Wuhan overseeing, they dared not resist. Any laggards would receive a kick from her, and their plight would be even worse. "Miss, is this satisfactory?" Qi earnestly surveyed the area before seeking Yu Wuhan's approval. She nodded. "It is perfect. Even more immaculate than before. You all may leave now. I will take care of this." With a swift kick, Yu Wuhan sent Xiao Lian flying. Whoosh! Xiao Lian's body soared over the courtyard wall, crashing heavily outside. "Serves her right." Qi spat, promptly shutting the door. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Qi had shown remarkable audacity. Xiao Lian was, after all, the maidservant of Wei Mingyu, and he dared to condemn her. Yu Wuhan teased the little boy. "Qi, you are quite bold. You dared to scold her." Qi, with a serious expression, replied fiercely, "If you dare to strike her, I will dare to scold her should anyone else come to cause trouble. We shall retaliate. Indeed, we shall retaliate." Yu Wuhan laughed heartily. She appreciated having strong-willed companions. It suited her style. This body was slender yet proportionately balanced, boasting long, straight legs and a waist that could be grasped with a single hand. Her small face, delicate and flawless, bore a slightly broad forehead that hinted at her spirited nature. She was an exceptionally beautiful girl. Beneath her long eyelashes, her eyes, once filled with sorrow and grievance, now sparkled with determination, confidence and unwavering courage. In her past life, if anyone dared to provoke her, she would never let it go. In this life, she would not bow her head to anyone. What, that little waist did not perish? In a finely crafted building within the Wei State Duke's residence, Wei Mingyu's expression was exceedingly grim. How could this be possible? I must see what sort of miraculous ability that little waist possesses. Grabbing her weapon, she set out, only to be intercepted by the Duke's wife, Feng Yunrong, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Calm down. Yurat, if that little waste has indeed defeated these servants, it is likely she. Feng Yunrong's brow furrowed in concern. Could she have restored her cultivation? What of my marriage then? Wei Mingyu exclaimed in exasperation. Yu Wuhan, known for her prodigious talent from a young age, had been betrothed to the third son of the Chu emperor. The third prince's mother held a lowly status, and his own cultivation talent was unremarkable, leading the Wei state duke's residents to regard the engagement with indifference. However, not long ago, the revered saint of Xuanji sacred land had unexpectedly taken the third prince as a disciple, sending shockwaves throughout the nation. With countless nations across the Tiansua continent, the Chu kingdom was merely a small border state, while the Xuanji sacred land was a top-tier force that dominated the entire continent. Even many powerful nations bowed in submission to it, refraining from defiance. The saint of Xuanji was a terrifying figure, having reached the rank of Yuan King, one of the 7 supreme masters of the continent. The third prince's elevation to disciple status had instantly made him the most sought-after individual in the Chu kingdom. It was likely he would inherit the throne, and with the guidance of the saint, even a mediocre talent could become a top-tier powerhouse on the continent. Wei Mingyu could not tolerate a little waste usurping the title of the third prince's fiancée, the status of the third prince's consort. The future throne of the empress rightfully belonged to her, the eldest daughter of the Wei state duke, not to some illegitimate child of unknown parentage. If she could gain the insights of the Xuanji sacred land through the third prince, it would be an added bonus. Thus, she resolved to hunt down Yu Wuhan, seeking to replace the marriage contract. However, if Yu Wuhan had truly restored her cultivation, it would complicate the situation. No, not fret. Yuer, let us first ascertain her true abilities before formulating a plan. Feng Yunrong instructed a maidservant, detailing her orders. Wei Mingyu stamped her foot in frustration. Mother, we must think of a solution quickly. A month from now, the third prince will depart from the state of Chu to journey to the sacred grounds of Xuanji. We must finalize his marriage arrangements before his departure. Chapter 5. Please gracefully reveal yourself in the Chuefeng courtyard. The remnants of the setting sun bathed the small courtyard in a warm glow, elongating the shadows of the young girl and the boy. The trees swayed gently, and the evening breeze rustled the leaves with a soft whisper. Achi, do you wish to cultivate? Yu Wuhan inquired with a smile. Miss? The handsome boy looked puzzled. Has the miss forgotten? My meridians are blocked. I cannot cultivate. However, in Yu Wuhan's discerning eyes this affliction seemed trivial. With a slight focus, she discerned the injuries within Achi's meridians, and her mind automatically conjured several remedies, each capable of transforming Achi into a cultivator. Yu Wuhan patted Achi's shoulder. I can help you mend your meridians. What? The boy's eyes widened in astonishment. Achi glanced at the remedies, all comprised of rather ordinary and low-grade herbs. Can this truly restore my meridians? Yet, the miss had never deceived him, so he believed without reservation. Achi solemnly tucked the paper into his bosom, clenched his small fist, and declared, once you restore my meridians, I will diligently cultivate and strive to become strong. To protect you. Very well, I await your protection. Yu Wuhan smiled. Casting a glance over her shoulder, her gaze fell upon the chamber where the tablet of her mother, Wei Shilua, was placed. He was the elder brother of Wei Shilua, Yu Wuhan's uncle, yet he was cold-blooded to such an extent. For years, he had trampled upon the dignity of Yu Wuhan and her mother, berating Wei Shilua as a harlot and Yu Wuhan as a bastard, tarnishing the reputation of the Wei Duke's household. Had it not been for the remarkable cultivation talents of the mother and daughter, and the royal marriage contract, he would have likely expelled them from the family long ago. The original body had secretly set up a tablet in the chamber to privately honor her mother, Tachi. Tomorrow remove the tablet and tidy up the chamber, preparing it as your meditation space. Yu Wuhan instructed, but we must honor the lady mother is forever here. Yu Wuhan gently pressed her hand to her heart, then pointed to Achi's heart. She is also here. To honor and remember someone does not necessarily require external objects. The young girl's eyes sparkled with clarity, reflecting the fiery hues of the sunset. On her delicate and exquisite face lay a calmness and resolve previously unseen. Achi felt that the miss had changed. He preferred this version of her, one he wished to respect sincerely. Miss, I will always remember the lady in my heart, the boy said with seriousness, his small face resolute. When I become a powerful cultivator, I will avenge her by eradicating those demons on the battlefield. Yu Wuhan smiled and nodded, encouraging the boy to cultivate diligently. Her long lashes fluttered, and her eyes glinted with cold light. An enemy is not necessarily just the demons on the battlefield. The demon suppression battlefield, located thousands of miles away, was where the allied forces of various nations defended against the invaders from another continent. Countless lives had been lost in the war that had raged for years. Wei Shilua was suddenly conscripted to the battlefield and subsequently perished. Intriguingly, her death was known to the Wei Duke's household almost immediately, and just 3 days later, the original body was hunted down and met her demise. This entire sequence of events was laden with suspicion. Yu Wuhan was certain that someone was manipulating these occurrences from the shadows. Once she unveiled the truth, she would ensure that her enemies would not escape unscathed. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if they do, I shall not hesitate to extinguish their entire lineage. She thought to herself, indeed quite audacious. This is the demeanor befitting the heir of the Feiyue castle. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Catching Yu Wuhan off guard, she glanced around, finding no one else present, immediately entering a state of alert. Humph, what are you afraid of? The heir of Feiyue castle must never succumb to fear. What is Feiyue castle and what is an heir? Fear. I am merely perplexed and vigilant, not fearful. Who dares to play tricks? Kindly reveal yourself. Yu Wuhan spat, her disdain for those who lurked in the shadows palpable. How dare you insult me? Not only insult, but should you reveal yourself, I shall also strike you. Achi, perplexed, asked, Miss, who are you speaking to? It's nothing, go rest now and remember to buy the herbs tomorrow. Yu Wuhan dismissed Achi and closed the door behind her. She had discerned that the voice echoing in her mind was likely coming from within her own body, a rather chilling realization. Yet, she felt no fear. Rather, she was curious to see what sort of trickery was afoot. Come forth, she commanded calmly. I cannot exit. You must come in. The voice in her mind sounded exasperated, clearly irked by her previous remarks. Enter? So it is indeed within me? A spark of insight struck Yu Wuhan that if there were any peculiarity about this body, it must be the automatically repairing dantian. She promptly sat cross-legged on the bed. Directing her consciousness to the dantian with a swish, she found herself in a realm enveloped in white mist. The mist was boundless and enigmatic, shrouding everything around her. Heir, hurry and enter. You dare to insult me, and must face punishment. As the white mist abruptly parted, Yu Wuhan discovered herself standing in an opulent hall. The ceiling soared high, adorned with vibrant frescoes that were breathtakingly beautiful. The entire hall exuded luxury, spaciousness, and a brilliance of gold and jade. The floor was covered with a carpet woven from golden threads, exquisite and soft. Various paintings hung on the walls, framed in costly woods. Above, a massive crystal chandelier illuminated the grand hall. Yet, curiously, there was no furniture within the hall. Only a vast sand table stood in the center. Upon the sand table lay not the usual landscapes of hills and rivers, but an expanse of starry sky. What is this place? Yu Wuhan stepped onto the soft carpet and approached the starry sand table. Her heart jolting with astonishment, it felt as if the entire universe was rushing towards her. Immense and distant, carrying with it the weight of endless epochs. She quickly averted her gaze. If she stared any longer, it seemed she might be drawn into the sand table itself. What an enchanting sand table! Where exactly am I, and who was speaking to me just now? She surveyed her surroundings, yet found no one. Are you blind? Can't you see this young master is here? Quickly lift your foolish head and gaze upon me. An irate voice rang out, and after a moment, a swirl of light began to coalesce above the sand table, gradually taking the form of a person. Chapter 6. The boy is beautiful as a demon, to be precise. It was a youth. A remarkably, astonishingly beautiful youth, appearing to be in his teens. His eyes were a mesmerizing shade of greenish-blue, purer and more transparent than the finest gemstones. His skin was as white as snow, resembling an iceberg floating on the sea, radiating a faint, sacred glow under the crystal chandelier's illumination. His hair matched the hue of his eyes, cascading like silken threads woven by a celestial maiden. Such beauty was beyond the realm of language to describe, so exquisite it bordered on the ethereal, yet remained as pure as an elfin spirit. This boy resembled the most exquisite and valuable work of art. Upon his appearance, he would undoubtedly capture the attention of the entire world, drawing forth endless admiration and praise. His impeccably tailored attire, adorned with golden embroidery and silver trimmings, was merely a mundane accessory to his radiant beauty. No matter how dazzling, it could not overshadow his brilliance. Captivating, breathtaking. Yu Wuhan instinctively uttered 4 words. She had never imagined that one day she would apply such descriptors to a male figure. Even after their recent quarrel, she found herself unable to suppress her admiration. There was no denying it. This fellow was simply too beautiful. Yu Wuhan involuntarily recalled the black-clad man she had encountered on Doemo Mountain. If she were to compare the two, both were epitomes of unparalleled beauty, yet one was as cold as ice, while the other was mesmerizingly enchanting. What did you say? The previously furious youth's face flushed at Yu Wuhan's words. his cheeks turning as charmingly rosy as blooming peach blossoms. Yu Wuhan's irritation dissipated, overwhelmed by the boy's adorableness that I said, "You are stunningly captivating." She smiled and deliberately repeated herself in a louder tone. The youth's cheeks reddened further, resembling a delightful ice cream in the height of summer, doused in vibrant cherry syrup. Yu Wuhan found the situation amusing. She extended her hand. "I am Yu Wuhan. Let us be formally introduced. May I ask your name?" The youth turned his head awkwardly, huffing, as if still sulking from their earlier argument. Yu Wuhan gazed at his profile in admiration. "Your eyelashes are so long and thick." His rosy lips pouted. "Do not think that by flattering this young master, I will relax my demands. Humph, the inheritance of Feiyue Castle is not so easily attained. I shall ensure you are properly disciplined." Though he spoke thus, he lowered his floating height, bending slightly to shake Yu Wuhan's hand. A classic case of do as I say, not as I do. Ha. Yu Wuhan felt as if she had bullied a little girl. Resting her chin on her hand, she feigned a love-struck expression. "What exactly is the inheritance of Feiyue Castle?" "Little brother, you still haven't told me your name." The youth frowned. Please mind your language." "Oh." Yu Wuhan shrugged and inquired differently. "Dear little brother, may I ask your esteemed name? Please enlighten me about what Feiyue Castle entails. Could my visions and the remedies that appeared in my mind be related to the castle?" "Of course they are related. This is the castle of the ancient apothecary god. Do not refer to me as little brother, nor should you frivolously add dear." The youth protested with fervor, his lake green eyes ablaze with indignation. His cascading long hair danced gently, reminiscent of swaying aquatic plants. "Why?" Yu Wuhan displayed an expression of astonishment, appraising him from head to toe. He appeared to be merely in his teenage years. Should he not be called little nephew or little grandchild? With a wry smile, Yu Wuhan acknowledged her inability to respond. The boy, thoroughly incensed by her scrutinizing gaze, exclaimed loudly, "I am the guide to your inheritance, and you ought to show me respect by addressing me as your mentor." "Oh." Yu Wuhan shook her head in resignation. This child, while undeniably handsome, was evidently afflicted with a typical adolescent syndrome. Would it not be more charming for him to remain silent and simply embody the role of a beautiful youth? She decided to temporarily set him aside, wandering around the hall to observe her surroundings. Soon enough, she discovered two small doors nestled in the corner of the hall. The door on the left, its paint peeling and precariously hanging, stood in stark contrast to the right door, which was adorned with gilded carvings and a golden handle. "Do not open the left door." The youth, who had been sulking in silence, suddenly shouted. "Very well then," Yu Wuhan retorted playfully, pushing the left door wide open. "I shall heed not your words. I choose to open the left one. Ha, this will surely vex you." This is. Before she could revel in her triumph, a blinding expanse of white emerged before her eyes. Outside the left door lay an expanse of pure white. She blinked, focusing her gaze. "What in the world, my goodness? How shocking." An avalanche of expletives exploded in her mind. "Run! That white expanse is not snow, but rather a sea of bones." Among them were human and animal remains, devoid of flesh, mere skeletons. Gleaming white and blinding to the eye, countless skeletal forms blanketed the ground. And at the instant she opened the door, they all rose to their feet. A myriad of skeletons turned their hollow eye sockets towards her. Goodness gracious, how terrifying! Is this hell? Yu Wuhan pivoted on her heel and sprinted back into the hall, hastily pulling the door closed behind her, hoping to keep the bones at bay. Yet it was too late. The nearest skeletons had already extended their bony hands towards her, swiftly seizing her limbs with unyielding strength. Dragging her outward. A heavy atmosphere of death surged towards her. "Little brother, save me." Yu Wuhan realized that despite her desperate attempts to resist, pouring all her strength into the struggle, even employing her innate energy, she could not match the sheer force of the skeletal beings. In the blink of an eye, she was being pulled out the door. She cried out for assistance from the beautiful youth. Clutching the doorframe with all her might, regret washed over her. She should never have engaged with this adolescent syndrome. "Show me some respect." A chilling voice echoed from above. The boy had somehow floated above her. "Respected guide. Esteemed mentor, I beseech you to show mercy and rescue me. If these bones take my life, who will you guide? What will become of the castle's inheritance?" Though Yu Wuhan possessed a strong character, she had no qualms about displaying weakness in critical moments. She tilted her head back, offering him a radiant smile. That if only the skeletons would not grip her so tightly, she could have made her smile even more enchanting. Chapter 7. Indeed, it was I who struck. The beautiful youth nodded, evidently pleased with her display of vulnerability. "Very well, I shall come to your rescue." With a graceful wave of his fair and delicate hand, a cascade of golden flames erupted forth, enveloping a radius of 10 feet around the door. Resembling a heavenly light, the skeletons beyond this perimeter were halted, unable to pose further threat to Yu Wuhan. Impressive. My guide is truly formidable, Yu Wuhan exclaimed, lavishing him with praise like a devoted follower. The youth, lifting his exquisitely shaped chin, huffed imperiously, exuding an air of arrogance. How conceited, how tsundere, Yu Wuhan thought to herself, though she continued to shower him with admiration. Esteemed guide, revered mentor, please, could you remove these grasping limbs from me? I can scarcely endure. Her hands clinging to the doorframe felt weak and numb, nearing the point of losing sensation. Yet the skeletal hands continued to tug at her relentlessly. They were within the 10-foot radius and had not been deterred by the golden flames. The ones that had initially grasped her were still holding on, tearing at her, striving to drag her away. The suffocating aura of death loomed over her. The youth had only dealt with the outer skeletons, neglecting those in close proximity. Yu Wuhan longed for another wave of golden flames to incinerate the grasping entities. Yet to her dismay, the beautiful youth merely snorted coldly and arrogantly proclaimed, "Handle it yourself. What the do you not believe in rescuing the fallen?" Yu Wuhan lamented, on the verge of tears. "Do not pull me. Please stop. You are tearing me apart." She fought desperately against the skeletal hands, gripping the doorframe with all her might. Her fingers felt as though they might snap off, despite being a top-tier Special Forces soldier. She found herself in an utterly helpless position, which was exceedingly frustrating. Fortunately, she soon realized that perhaps due to the golden light surrounding her, the force exerted by the skeletons was swiftly diminishing. Their grip was weakening. Thank the heavens, she was drenched in sweat, gritting her teeth to endure. At last, she could sense that the skeleton's hold was feeble enough for her to make a move with a decisive kick. The bones shattered into a myriad of fragments, scattering across the ground. The beautiful youth observed her swift movements from the sand table, his eyes revealing a glimmer of astonishment. After a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the thought of assisting her. Oh dear! Just as Yu Wuhan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed that within the 10-foot radius, several more skeletons were charging towards her. Heavenly beings! I shall vanquish you! Her temper flaring, she unleashed her combat skills with reckless abandon, elbow strikes, kicks, headbutts, and grappling maneuvers, executing a flurry of attacks with a life-or-death fervor. For a full quarter of an hour, she gasped for breath, sprawled atop a heap of shattered bones, utterly exhausted. Goodness, I am spent! Her consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion. The castle had vanished, and before her lay a clean and orderly room. With her seated cross-legged upon the bed, fatigued to the core, she had no time for reflection and collapsed into a deep slumber. 2 days passed in this manner. When she awoke on the third morning, her body craved sustenance, akin to parched grass yearning for life-giving rain. Boom! The moment she opened her eyes, the ambient energy surged towards her like a flood breaking through a dam, nearly overwhelming her. How fortunate! She quickly settled into a cross-legged position, regulating her breath to control the influx of energy, desperately striving to maintain her body's stability. After half an hour, she opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling with newfound brilliance. Astonishingly, she had leveled up, from a 2-star energy master to a 3-star. The speed of her advancement was nothing short of miraculous. Yu Wuhan was utterly astonished. It was well known that the original host had taken over 2 months to achieve such a leap in rank. Yet she had accomplished it in a mere half-hour. Placing her palm gently on her lower abdomen, Yu Wuhan realized that it was undoubtedly connected to the castle hidden within her dantian. Who would have imagined that within such a small space, a castle and a vast expanse of skeletal remains lay concealed? And what of the ancient medicinal deity spoken of by the beautiful youth? However, she had no time to delve into the mysteries, for a knock echoed at the courtyard door. Yu Wuhan heard Aki's voice responding. Sister Tsaiha, my young mistress is still resting. I have already mentioned that I will inform you when she awakens. Step aside. The young mistress is resting. Bang! Immediately followed by Aki's muffled groan. Yu Wuhan furrowed her brow and sprang to her feet, flinging open the door and leaping into the courtyard. Aki lay on the ground, having just been kicked by an intruder. The young boy, still bruised and recovering from earlier blows, now lay pale and gasping for breath after a kick to the abdomen, his mouth agape like a fish stranded on dry land. Yu Wuhan rushed to assist him, gently applying pressure to his back, and Aki quickly regained his breath, inhaling deeply. Miss, I am fine. He grasped Yu Wuhan's clothing. The intruder was a maidservant beside the matriarch. Named Saiha, a 7-star energy master whose strength was not to be underestimated. Aki feared that Yu Wuhan might suffer further harm. Yu Wuhan smiled gently. Aki, I know you are fine, it was merely a brief moment of breathlessness due to the impact. Rest for a while. However, as her gaze shifted, her serene eyes turned icy as they landed on Saiha, indicating that this did not absolve her of guilt. Saiha, caught off guard by Yu Wuhan's piercing stare, instinctively took a step back, her heart racing. However, she quickly recovered, chastising herself for allowing a mere waste to intimidate her. How absurd! She straightened her posture, pointing a finger at Yu Wuhan and shouted, "The matriarch summons you for questioning. Come with me at once." "Very well, I understand." Yu Wuhan approached her with a smile. Saiha, feeling triumphant, thought to herself that the little waste was indeed cowed, so compliant. Smack! Without warning, a slap landed on Saiha's face. Ugh! She stumbled to the side, crashing to the ground, the force behind the slap having knocked her down. Stars danced before her eyes, and a ringing filled her ears. As she struggled to rise, her vision cleared, and she beheld Yu Wuhan standing before her, smiling. You hit me?" Saiha clutched the throbbing side of her face, utterly incredulous at what had just transpired. If it were someone else, she would have immediately retaliated, but the fact that she was defeated by a mere waste was utterly shocking. She could not accept it and was momentarily frozen in place. Indeed, it was I who struck. The smile of Yu Wuhan grew increasingly amiable. Slap, caught off guard, another palm struck her. Chapter 8. Even cats and dogs dare to act proudly. This time the blow landed on her other cheek. Kai-He staggered a few steps. Fortunately, she had prepared herself and did not fall directly, but the very fact that she had to brace herself filled her with dread. A mere waste, yet so swift that she could not evade even with her guard up. She was a 7-star Yuan master. You waste, have you truly resumed your cultivation? A flicker of fear crossed her mind. Before becoming a waste, Yu Wuhan was a peak Grand Yuan master. She was simply no match for her. No, Yu Wuhan replied, spreading her hands innocently. I bear no fluctuations of Yuan power. Yuan masters exude fluctuations of power with every movement. And during combat, their Yuan energy surges. Only high-level Yuan masters can conceal their energy traces. But how many high-level Yuan masters are there in the entire Chu kingdom? Thus, if a person exhibits no Yuan power fluctuations, they are typically deemed not to be a Yuan master. Upon hearing this, Kai-He immediately focused her senses, and indeed, she felt no trace of Yuan energy emanating from Yu Wuhan. A waste that has not resumed cultivation. How dare you strike me? Are you seeking death? She was instantly enraged. The Yuan power of a 7-star master surged forth, and Kai-He reached out to grab Yu Wuhan, aiming directly for her face. If that strike landed, it would surely mar Yu Wuhan's appearance. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Yu Wuhan, who had been standing before her, vanished. Kai-He was taken aback, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in her leg, causing her to crumple to the ground. Yu Wuhan's cold voice echoed behind her. The one seeking death is you, insolent servant. You waste. Kai-He was utterly horrified but could no longer utter a word. As one of her knees had been brutally broken, the excruciating pain rendering her unconscious, Yu Wuhan eased her stance, secretly sighing in relief. That was perilously close. Only by experiencing it firsthand did she realize that the higher the level of the Yuan master, the greater the oppression they exert over those of lower levels. Previously, she could easily eliminate 1-star and 2-star masters, but facing this 7-star master, even though she had advanced to 3-star, her movements were nearly restricted by the opponent's Yuan energy. Fortunately, her combat experience was exceedingly rich, and her reflexes were swift. Kai-He had mistakenly underestimated her as a waste, or else she might have suffered a great loss. Lowering her gaze to her dantian, she marveled at the peculiar effect of the Scarlet Moon Castle. It could indeed conceal her fluctuations of Yuan energy. Clearly, it was a talisman for survival. Aki, close the courtyard gate and wait for me at home. Yu Wuhan grasped Kai-He's leg and dragged her outside. Miss, where are you going? To seek an explanation. You are alone, they will bully you. They dare not. Yu Wuhan smiled faintly, her eyes as dark as ink, their gleam as bright as lightning, capable of cleaving through all. As she proceeded towards the main residence of the Wei National Duke's mansion, dragging the unconscious Kai-He, she attracted the gazes of passing servants. Some peered from a distance while others whispered as they brushed past, but not a single person dared to approach and inquire about the situation. This was due to Yu Wuhan's upright posture, sharp gaze, and cold expression that intimidated anyone from making direct eye contact. It was not until she neared the main courtyard where the lady of the house resided that a maid hurriedly approached. You waste, how dare you disrespect Sister Kai-He? Who is beside the lady? Release her at once. Do you wish to meet a fate as tragic as your mother's, leaving behind no remains? Yu Wuhan cast a cold glance at her. She did not recognize her but surmised from her attire that she was a lowly servant of the lady of the house. Even cats and dogs dare to flaunt their power. Yu Wuhan remarked lightly as she passed by the maid. The maid, feeling humiliated since Yu Wuhan had not even regarded her, was furious and seized Yu Wuhan's sleeve waist. Stop right there, with a sharp crack. Yu Wuhan swiftly twisted her arm, dislocating the maid's elbow in a flash, followed by a kick that sent her crashing against a nearby tree. The branches rustled violently, ensnaring the maid's clothing, leaving her dangling in a most undignified manner. Ah, it hurt so much, you damnable waste. What an unsettling pair of eyes she possessed, akin to a pitch-black night, dead and terrifying, as if they could devour a person at any moment. The maid hastily covered her mouth with her uninjured hand, fearing that uttering even a single word would provoke Yu Wuhan into annihilating her. This girl, who struck ruthlessly and whose gaze was so fearsome, could she truly be the waste lady of the house? Feng Yunrong, are you looking for me? Yu Wuhan dragged Kai He into the main hall of the lady of the house. Directly entering the small parlor, Feng Yunrong had already received word, even knowing that a maid was hanging from the tree. And upon seeing Yu Wuhan, she wished she could instantly eliminate her. Yet she maintained a facade of kindness, saying with feigned grievance in front of the gathered maids and servants, Wuhan, what grievances do you hold against me? You address me by name without even a word of aunt, and you have injured my most capable Kai He, dragging her here to embarrass me, child. I have watched you grow since childhood. I have treated you well, even better than my own daughter. As she spoke, she dabbed at the corner of her eye with a handkerchief. What a loving aunt, Yu Wuhan thought to herself as she unceremoniously flung the unconscious Kai He at Feng Yunrong's feet. Fixing her gaze upon her, Feng Yunrong, this servant Kai He barged into my courtyard unprovoked, kicked my servant, and pointed fingers at me in a show of power. I taught her a lesson. Am I in the wrong? Or does the Wei National Duke's mansion have a rule that allows servants to trample upon their masters? Did she come here to act brazenly on your orders? This cannot be. Feng Yunrong frowned. I merely sent her to summon you. Kai He has always been obedient and would not do such a thing. I am not here to debate right and wrong with you. I am here to inform you with facts. Anyone who dares to bully me at my doorstep will not end well. You, Feng Yunrong, with so many running errands around her, merely dispatched the highest-ranking one to summon me. Yu Wuhan discerned, perhaps you wish to test my strength. No, child, you are misunderstanding. I only. Yu Wuhan smirked. I do not care whether you are or not. Now let me tell you to your face, you need not know the depths of my strength. You only need to understand that whether it is your daughter Wei Mingyu sending someone to hunt me down, or sending people to take my belongings, or your servants speaking disrespectfully to me, my strength is enough to ensure that your schemes will backfire. With those words, Yu Wuhan turned and left, her expression calm. Feng Yunrong's mouth twitched with anger, her face contorting as she tightly gripped the handkerchief in her hand to restrain her temper. Madam, are we just letting her go like this? A maid beside her could not bear to see it. Seething, just give the word and I shall go kill her. Chapter 9. Intrusion into a woman's inner chamber. Silence. Feng Yunrong sharply reprimanded the maid who had spoken, pointing at her with anguish. My good reputation has been tarnished by you insufferable servants. Had it not been for your misconduct, how could that child misunderstand me? I have treated her better than my own daughter. The maid stood there bewildered, thinking to herself that madam, you have berated that little waste countless times, treating her harshly at every turn. Why the sudden change of heart? Unexpectedly, Feng Yunrong sternly commanded, go kneel outside and sincerely repent for your disrespect towards Miss Wuhan. The maid, feeling wronged, went outside to kneel. Her heart brimming with frustration, Feng Yunrong then ordered Kai He taken away for treatment and commanded that once she regained consciousness, she was to be put under house arrest to reflect upon her mistakes. Having arranged everything, Feng Yunrong summoned her daughter Wei Mingyu. Wei Mingyu, perplexed, asked, Mother, weren't you planning to deal with that little waste? Why have you not only refrained from acting but also punished your own people? Child, do not rush, Feng Yunrong whispered to her daughter. That damned little waste dared to speak disrespectfully to me in public. I wish I could skin her alive. Then why not take action? Of course I cannot act. Even if it causes internal injury, I must endure for now. Feng Yunrong smoothed the handkerchief, calming her emotions. Unlike her daughter, who was impetuous, she secretly rejoiced that she had sent Kai He to probe the situation first. Had the waste knocked Kai He unconscious, had she truly resumed her cultivation, or was someone secretly aiding her? After all, Yu Wuhan was still ostensibly the fiancée of the third prince. Openly killing her would mean opposing the royal family. Hearing her mother's explanation, Wei Mingyu grew increasingly anxious. Had I known it would be so troublesome, I should have sent a few stronger people to hunt her down in the mountains and resolve it more easily. Mother, what will happen to my marriage? The third prince is about to leave the Chu kingdom. Feng Yunrong lowered her head for a moment, a glimmer of cold brilliance flashing in her eyes. Gradually, she said, do not worry, my dear. We cannot act openly, but we can work in the shadows. In any case, I will ensure that you become the third prince's consort. Mother, what do you plan to do? Feng Yunrong smiled subtly, the coldness in her eyes becoming more pronounced. Yu Wuhan patted his shoulder. I told you they dare not do anything to me. Miss, how do you know? Ha, because I am the fiancée of the third prince. Yu Wuhan was acutely aware that if Feng Yunrong and Wei Mingyu wished to harm her, they would resort to covert assassination or perhaps poison her discreetly. Once a blatant confrontation arose, they would certainly not desire to bear the blame for injuring the third prince's consort. In the face of open provocation, she felt entirely secure. Qi expressed some concern, saying, Miss, what if they strike at you from the shadows? Yu Wuhan smiled. Do you think that if I do not seek out Feng Yunrong, they will refrain from making a move? Since the mask has been torn away, it is time to vent my frustrations and remain vigilant. To dither and swallow my anger is not in my nature. Moreover, I shall find an opportunity to settle the score for the attempted assassination. Qi observed that his mistress had become even more perceptive than before. He gazed at her serene smile, filled with admiration. Qi, have you procured the medicinal herbs? Indeed. Qi produced the herbs he had purchased from the apothecary the previous day. Yu Wuhan meticulously checked each item, finding them all in order, and said with a smile, now allow me to prepare a remedy for you. Closing the door, Yu Wuhan crushed, boiled, and blended the various herbs. After half an hour, the first batch of the aromatic medicinal liquid was successfully crafted. In the Tiansua continent, some medicines are refined while others are concocted. Only an alchemist can refine medicines, and one must be at least at the 7-star level with heightened perception to qualify as an alchemist. Currently, Yu Wuhan was only at the 3-star level, clearly unable to refine any elixirs. However, concocting remedies was different. Anyone could create them as long as they understood the formulas and preparation methods. Do you understand? Next time you can try concocting it yourself. Yu Wuhan smiled. Throughout the entire process, she did not shy away from Qi, who watched intently. Yes, I will give it a try next time. The young boy nodded obediently, filled with gratitude for Yu Wuhan's teachings. She instructed Qi on how to take the potion, warning him that he would need to meditate immediately after consumption, and that the process might be quite painful. As long as it can repair my meridians, I am unafraid of pain. Qi carefully drank half a bowl of the medicine and immediately sat in meditation. Before long, beads of sweat the size of soybeans emerged from his forehead, his complexion growing increasingly pale, and his body began to tremble. Yet, he gritted his teeth and focused on his breathing, occasionally emitting a suppressed groan. But he never faltered or gave up. Yu Wuhan nodded in approval. This child is commendable. While tending to Qi's injuries, she also prepared a remedy for herself. Some of the herbs she had Qi purchase were meant for her own use. Although her dantian had been restored, the stagnation in her meridians from over 6 months of being incapacitated required urgent nurturing. She boiled water and prepared a bathing tub, pouring the newly concocted warm meridian powder into the hot water. Stepping into the tub, Yu Wuhan immersed herself in the medicinal bath. The steam enveloped her, allowing the medicinal properties to seep through her pores and nourish her meridians. Her damp black hair clung to her forehead. Her half-closed eyes adorned with glistening droplets. Suddenly, the air warped, and a figure clad in an ethereal black robe appeared a few steps away from the tub, uninvited and intruding upon a woman's private chamber. How very courteous of you. Yu Wuhan exhaled slowly, opening her eyes to cast a sharp gaze upon the newcomer. The young woman reclined partially in the tub, with only her delicate, slender shoulders above the water. The rippling surface revealing her exquisite collarbone, graceful neck, and cheeks slightly flushed from the warmth. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her features were painterly. It seems you are quite unconcerned about this. The man's deep voice flowed like a night breeze brushing against a window ledge, laced with a hint of languorous charm. His chiseled features were strikingly handsome. His expression was one of extreme indifference. His gaze sweeping past Yu Wuhan's exposed shoulder without pausing, gliding away with nonchalance. Are you suggesting that my slight leg movement during our altercation signifies an invitation for you to observe my bathing? Yu Wuhan retorted, her lips curling in a cold smirk. Pray do clarify, a fight is a fight, and you have severely trespassed upon my personal space, and what of it? The man raised an eyebrow. Thus, I kindly ask you to leave. Yu Wuhan suppressed her annoyance. Were it not for the fear of disturbing Qi's meditation behind the screen, she would have leaped out and knocked him down. The audacity of entering a woman's room without invitation. Chapter 10. It is not a matter of size. While Yu Wuhan was unhappy, she was also calculating. This man was the same individual she had encountered in the mountains. They had not exchanged names then. So how did he know who she was, and how did he find his way to the Wei Duke's residence? Yu Wuhan felt quite irked, as if her privacy had been laid bare. To her dismay, the man's next words only deepened her annoyance. He disdainfully glanced at her and remarked, in broad daylight, "What are you doing bathing? You possess no aesthetic appeal. It is quite an eyesore for me. You think I am eager to remain here for your viewing pleasure?" With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and vanished into the shifting air. What? Yu Wuhan felt an urge to strike him. No aesthetic appeal? Was he implying she was unattractive? Instinctively, she looked down at herself. Indeed, her collarbone, exposed above the water, was somewhat too slender, lacking the fullness that might be expected. Thus, it followed that the rest of her figure might not offer much either. Which was true. This body was on the lean side, with a smaller chest. However, it hardly warranted the claim of being devoid of beauty. Overall, her proportions were harmonious, and her figure was quite decent. Of course, gaining a bit of weight would enhance her appearance further. Suddenly, Yu Wuhan slapped her forehead. What was she even fretting over? It was clearly not a matter of size. Was it forbidden to bathe in daylight? What difference does it make whether I bathe in the morning or at night? A wave of anger surged through her as she stepped out of the tub, donned her outer garment, and confronted him. Having intruded upon her room and seen what he should not have, he did not apologize. Instead, he criticized her appearance. What sort of man was he? Were it not for the concern of disturbing a Chi's meditation, she would have shouted in outrage. She pushed open the door and stepped into the hall, where she saw the tall figure of the man in the black robe standing there. His brows were like ink, and his hair was cut with precision, his profile so striking it took her breath away. Despite her seething anger, she could not deny that his handsome silhouette diminished her ire by half. Yet, the remaining half was sufficient for her to maintain a stern expression and roll her eyes at him. What do you want from me? Spare the pleasantries and get to the point. She approached him, raising her chin in defiance. In response, the man grasped her delicate chin. My temper is not particularly forgiving. I hope you refrain from speaking to me in such a tone next time. Oh really? As for temper, I can assure you that mine is not particularly mild either. Yu Wuhan executed a quick maneuver, seizing the man's wrist, her fingertips precisely pressing against his acupoint, and then infusing her energy into it. The man's brow furrowed slightly as he lowered his gaze to her pale fingertips. You cultivate at a rapid pace. He paused to sense for a moment, then asserted, this is the strength of a 3-star elementalist. With a subtle release of his elemental energy, he effortlessly brushed off Yu Wuhan's grip, as if it were mere dust. Yu Wuhan was taken aback. This man was indeed unfathomable. She had infused her full elemental energy into her fingertips to attack his acupoint. Confident that even a high-ranking elementalist would face some difficulty, yet he remained unfazed. Moreover, he could easily discern her star level. Yu Wuhan cast a detection spell to assess his rank. However, the light of the detection spell dissipated like mist when it neared him. Failing to penetrate even a foot around him, Yu Wuhan raised an eyebrow in astonishment. This indicated that he was at least 2 ranks above her, at minimum a Yuanzun level, which rendered her detection spell ineffective. The man's expression darkened as he frowned. Are you challenging me? In the Tiansua continent, using a detection spell without permission is akin to grossly violating someone's privacy, equivalent to initiating a challenge. Yu Wuhan smirked. You barged into my room. Is that not a challenge in and of itself? The two locked eyes, and intensity filled the air as neither was willing to yield. His gaze was as deep as a quiet night sea, capable of consuming all. In contrast, Yu Wuhan's eyes sparkled like stars on a winter night, bright and cold. The tension was palpable. After a prolonged silence, it was the man who first smirked, speaking with casual indifference. I admire your courage. Should I be overly grateful? Yu Wuhan remained defiant, unable to tolerate his condescending demeanor. I believe there is no need for us to stand on ceremony. Then kindly refrain from barging into my room next time. The man smiled lightly, offering no response, as if Yu Wuhan's request was beneath his consideration. The smile that graced his handsome features shone like sunlight breaking through the clouds after a summer storm. Brief yet dazzling. This left Yu Wuhan feeling conflicted. That he truly deserved a beating, yet he was undeniably handsome. Suddenly, the man opened his palm, abruptly halting her inner turmoil. In his broad hand lay a small, exquisite dagger of translucent emerald green. Its blade measuring only 2 inches in length, yet as thin as a cicada's wing, clearly razor-sharp. I came to present you with a small token, he said. Yu Wuhan gazed in astonishment at the emerald dagger. Possessing an exceptional vision, she immediately discerned the faint elemental traces surrounding it. This was an enchanted weapon? In the Tiansua continent, there existed an expensive category of enchanted weapons, which had special patterns inscribed upon them to endow them with unique attributes, such as adding fire damage, applying poison, or enhancing the user's speed, among others. What is this? Yu Wuhan took the dagger and attempted to infuse her energy into it. Boom! The tip of the dagger unexpectedly emitted a flame over 10 feet long, nearly burning a hole in the roof. No, the nature of your elemental power dictates the type of damage it can inflict. This is a magic weapon forged primarily from heavenly mysterious iron. A 4th tier artifact. 4th tier magic weapon. Yu Wuhan was utterly astonished. A few years ago, Wei Mingyu spent over 100,000 gold coins to secure a 1st tier enchanted steel whip at an auction, flaunting it like a precious treasure everywhere she went. The majority of magic weapons wielded by the prominent families and powerful figures in the state of Chu were generally 1st or 2nd tier, with very few 3rd tier artifacts. Even the magic weapon used by the Emperor of Chu to suppress the court was merely a 3rd tier item. Thus, for this gentleman before her to wield a 4th tier magic weapon. How extravagant! Is it a gift for me? Yu Wuhan inquired. The man with an indifferent expression replied, I promise to protect you, but time is of the essence, and the state of Chu is a remote and impoverished place. For now, this is the only trinket I could procure, so make do with it. When I find something better later, I shall present it to you. Yu Wuhan's initial anger dissipated entirely, her eyes curving into crescents as she beamed brightly. There's no need for such trouble. This is more than sufficient, thank you. Who would be angry with a dashing gentleman who offers a 4th tier magic weapon? That would be a sign of madness. The man nodded, and in a fleeting moment, he vanished like a wraith. Yu Wuhan grinned. This elder brother is truly elusive. Chapter 11. A narrow encounter. Yu Wuhan examined the dagger for a moment and discovered it to be extraordinarily sharp and effective. If not for her currently low cultivation level, she would have relished the opportunity to seek revenge on Wei Mingyu using this 4th tier magic weapon. However, being at only 3 stars, she understood the importance of biding her time. Thus, she continued to soak in medicinal baths and meditate. 3 days later. Miss, I think I can condense elemental power now. Achi, after finishing his medication, wore an incredulous expression. Although faint, he distinctly felt strands of elemental power gathering in his dantian, circulating throughout his body. How miraculous! The effects of the medicine prepared by the miss have manifested in just 3 days. Yu Wuhan focused her attention and noted that Achi's damaged meridians had been cleared. She smiled and said, You may commence your cultivation, however, your meridians are still quite fragile, so do not rush things initially. Achi's excitement flushed his cheeks as he knelt and bowed deeply to Yu Wuhan. My life was saved by the madam, and my meridians have been healed by the miss. The kindness of both I can never repay in this lifetime. I vow that regardless of what level I achieve in cultivation, I shall remain the miss's servant and never betray her. There is no need for such formality. Yu Wuhan helped the young boy to his feet, patting his shoulder and urging him to rest. After tidying up, she left the courtyard. Achi's medication required adjustments. This time, one of the herbs was rather precious and difficult to procure on the street, and its price would not be low. The original body had no savings, so Yu Wuhan planned to search the medicinal storehouse of the Wei Duke's residence. To her dismay, she encountered someone she did not wish to see along the way, Wei Mingyu. She was draped in a flowing gown, her makeup exquisite, and was elegantly accompanied by a young man, her demeanor radiating gentle warmth. Your Highness, I just perfected the new whip technique I learned yesterday. It is such a coincidence that you have come to visit today. I suppose I must showcase my skills for you to evaluate. The handsome young man beside her was none other than the 3rd prince. Helian how. He smiled warmly at Wei Mingyu. Your whip technique is unparalleled in the capital. I am eager to see the fruits of your practice. Then shall we go to the open space ahead? Indeed. As the two conversed and approached, Wei Mingyu suddenly spotted Yu Wuhan, her smile freezing on her face. What are you doing here? Wei Mingyu pressed, suppressing her fury. She thought to herself that this little waste must be doing this on purpose. Having heard that the 3rd prince was visiting and intentionally flaunting herself before him, how annoying. Yu Wuhan's gaze flicked over the pair without stopping, continuing her path forward as she replied with a nonchalant tone, just passing by. The moment Helian Hao laid eyes on Yu Wuhan, a spark of astonishment flickered in his eyes. He hadn't expected that after months of absence, she would appear as though transformed, radiating brilliance from head to toe. The former Yu Wuhan was beautiful, yet merely had pleasing features, always bowing her head and lacking any presence. Now she moved like the wind, her garments fluttering, with an air of serene pride illuminating her countenance. Completely evolving into an ethereal beauty, as Helian Hao's gaze met Yu Wuhan's, he found himself unable to look away. Beside them, Wei Mingyu noticed his daze and bit her lip. wishing she could strike Yu Wuhan down at that very moment. Little waste, why haven't you died yet? How infuriating that I didn't kill you back in the mountains. Initially intending for Yu Wuhan to leave quickly, Wei Mingyu could not help but sneer. Yu Wuhan. I heard you have been cooped up in a room with a man for several days. I wonder what kind of shenanigans you are up to. Are you trying to disgrace the third prince? Oh? Yu Wuhan halted her steps and turned her head, regarding Wei Mingyu with a meaningful look. In an instant, she smiled. A gentle breeze danced through her hair, and her radiant smile blossomed like spring flowers, illuminating the world around her. Wei Mingyu, I finally understand. Your attempts on my life were motivated by the third prince, weren't they? In that brief moment of contact, Yu Wuhan's perceptive mind unraveled the truth from Wei Mingyu's frantic demeanor. This young lady clearly cared deeply about her engagement with the third prince. With a subtle shift of her gaze, Yu Wuhan turned to Helian Hao. The seemingly handsome man before her was indeed her betrothed since childhood. Yet today, he had come to the Wei Duke's residence and made no effort to greet her, not even a word of acknowledgement, indicating that this engagement held little weight in his heart. Yu Wuhan smiled and asked, Your Highness, what are your thoughts on Wei Mingyu's claim that I have been shut up in a room with a man for several days? What if it were true? Helian Hao found himself at a loss under Yu Wuhan's bright gaze, unable to meet her keen eyes. As he pondered how to respond, Yu Wuhan's smile had already begun to cool. Your Highness, I must confess, I have indeed been shut up with a man in a room these past few days. Do you wish to annul our engagement? Wei Mingyu pointed at Yu Wuhan, exclaiming in anguish, How shameless you are, as a royal daughter-in-law, engaged to the third prince for so many years. How could you commit such a disgraceful act? What face do you have to cling to the prince? If I were to relinquish my claim on the prince, would you take my place? In any case, the third prince is a prodigy, and naturally deserves a worthy partner. You, a mere waste unable to cultivate, are utterly unqualified to accompany him. Yu Wuhan found Wei Mingyu's righteous indignation quite amusing. The corners of her mouth curled in disdain. Since you are so concerned about the prince's reputation, very well, I shall relinquish him to you. Wei Mingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated Yu Wuhan would concede so easily. The third prince, Helian Hao, felt a sudden emptiness within him when Yu Wuhan uttered the words, I shall give him to you. He realized something vital was missing from his heart. Yu Wuhan's gaze turned toward him, her expression utterly indifferent. Your Highness, hearing me say this, I presume you feel relieved? Ever since my dantian was damaged and I lost my genius status, this engagement must be an unwelcome burden for you. If that is the case, let us part ways amicably and pursue our own happiness. With those words, she turned and walked away, no longer willing to waste even a fleeting glance at Helian Hao. Helian Hao could not help but call out. The graceful silhouette of the girl was captivating, making it difficult for him to look away. He wished to rush forward and stop her from leaving. However, his sleeve was firmly gripped by Wei Mingyu. Your Highness, let us not pay her any heed. A woman so shameless should not waste your time. Chapter 12. You can still be a concubine. Helian Hao felt that Wei Mingyu was being overly aggressive. Initially invited to the Duke's residence, he had enjoyed strolling through the garden with Wei Mingyu. Yet, the moment she revealed her claws, Yu Wuhan's calm demeanor overshadowed her. Helian Hao brushed Wei Mingyu's hand aside and stepped forward to intercept the slender girl. Wuhan, what do your words mean? Are you truly considering abandoning our engagement? Yu Wuhan met Helian Hao's gaze, a slight sting in her heart, a remnant feeling from the original body. After her dantian was damaged, he had grown distant, even avoiding her during their chance encounters in the streets, as if she were a plague. This had caused the original body immense sorrow. Now, confronted by his inquiry, Yu Wuhan found it rather amusing. Third prince, the one abandoning the engagement is you. I am merely complying with your wishes. Is that not satisfactory? Helian Hao replied. I have not abandoned our engagement. Yu Wuhan's serene gaze pierced through him like a blade. This was a topic Helian Hao dreaded to address. Half a year ago, Yu Wuhan had been gravely injured by a pack of magical wolves while rescuing him. After that, she had fallen into a state of uselessness, which was the reason he had hesitated to annul their engagement. Even though he wished to shed the burden of being tied to a waist, he could not bear the shame of being seen as ungrateful, which would tarnish his reputation as a prince. Wei Mingyu interjected, scoffing, Little waist, you are no longer the so-called first genius of Chu. As an incapable cultivator, what right do you have to be the third prince's consort? To voluntarily relinquish an engagement is indeed a display of wisdom. His Highness the third prince has shown you great patience, and his benevolence has reached its limit. Helian Hao found Wei Mingyu's words to be rather crude. However, what Wei Mingyu expressed was precisely what resided in his own heart. The unfathomable Moon Wuhan, incapable of cultivation, was certainly unworthy of him. Yet, at this moment Moon Woohen shone with a radiant beauty, her ethereal elegance akin to exquisite ancient jade, making it difficult for him to sever his attachment. Woohen, you need not act out of spite and annul the engagement. Helion Hao softened his tone, speaking gently. Given your circumstances, becoming my consort may pose a challenge. But I could take you as a concubine should my father and the holy monarch object. You could still serve as a maid by my side. Your deep affection for me assures that I would never treat you poorly. What? A concubine? A maid? How dare you utter such things? Moon Woohen had never encountered such audacity. She scoffed coldly, Your Highness, I cannot aspire to such heights. Please request a decree from the Emperor to dissolve our engagement. Let us part ways from here on. A sharp pain pierced her heart, nearly stealing her breath away. The lingering affection that the original owner of this body had for Helion Hao filled Moon Woohen with a sense of pity for the girl. Once a brilliant talent, she had fallen into ruin in her efforts to save a scoundrel, who now sought to abandon her while offering her a paltry title as a concubine or maid. The girl was truly blind to have misplaced her affections on such a man. Moon Woohen no longer wished to cast him another glance and prepared to leave, only to have her sleeve caught by Helion Hao. Woohen, your rejection of me, could it be that you have taken a liking to another? Release me. A flash of emerald light darted past like lightning, like dew. Helion Hao felt a chill wash over him. And suddenly his grasp met only air, his fingers clutching nothing but a fragment of fabric. Moon Woohen had severed her sleeve with astonishing speed. She took 2 steps back, her voice icy, Let us sever our ties today. From this moment forth our bond is irrevocably broken. Should you dare to grasp me again, it would be your fingers that are severed next. Helion Hao, taken aback, was astonished, having cultivated to the level of a 1-star Grand Master. He was not weak, yet, he had not anticipated that Moon Woohen would strike with such swiftness, leaving him unable to evade. Woohen, have you? Could it be that you have regained your cultivation? Is your dantian restored? If so, taking you as a concubine would be feasible. My father or the holy monarch would likely not object. Just as he was about to convey this thought, he was startled to see that Moon Woohen had already turned away. Resolutely departing. As he gazed at Moon Woohen's determined silhouette, a surge of anger welled within him. He was no longer the inconspicuous prince of yore. He was now a disciple of the revered holy monarch. And he could not abide such disdain. Wei Mingyu, witnessing the change in Helion Hao's expression, felt a sudden impulse. She leaped into action, unsheathing the steel whip from her waist and aiming a fierce strike at Moon Woohen's vulnerable back. Even if the little waist had regained her cultivation, she certainly could not have returned to her previous level in such a short time. Thus, it was best to eliminate her entirely, preventing any future troubles. How dare you show disdain for His Highness, for the royal family? Wei Mingyu bellowed, justifying her assault with a pretentious rationale. A gust of foul wind surged forth. The steel whip, a first-grade magical weapon, was imbued with a venomous skill. As Wei Mingyu infused her energy into it, the whip glimmered with a purplish-green toxic light, aimed directly at Moon Woohen's heart. It seemed that Moon Woohen was on the verge of meeting her demise. Even Helion Hao felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet, at the critical moment, Wei Mingyu suddenly experienced a searing agony, as if a dagger had pierced her very essence. She could barely maintain her grip on the whip. She dropped the whip, clutching her severely injured arm, only to discover a deep, long wound stretching from her wrist to her upper arm, inflicted by a sharp blade. Moon Woohen stood beside her, wielding a delicate, verdant dagger, blowing lightly upon the blade. Moon Woohen smiled faintly. How splendid! This blade has not tasted blood, remaining quite pristine. Wei Mingyu was taken aback, hastily rummaging through her pouch for a hemostatic ointment, applying it to her wound. Yet to her dismay, the blood continued to pour forth unabated. Helion Hao was equally astonished with his prowess as a Grand Master. He could not discern the trajectory of Moon Woohen's strike. Woohen, you truly have regained your cultivation? What level are you at now? Whether I have or not has nothing to do with you. Moon Woohen sheathed her dagger, turning with a graceful poise to depart. Her light steps and upright figure, clad in a simple azure robe, rendered her all the more enchanting. Helion Hao, ignited by indignation at being ignored, found his gaze lingering on Moon Woohen's retreating form, unable to divert his attention. Your Highness, I am in such pain, so much pain, until Wei Mingyu's delicate, sorrowful cries of distress jolted him back to reality. Helion Hao frowned at Wei Mingyu's bleeding wound. He found it distasteful. Just then, a servant from the Wei family arrived. Responding to the commotion, Helion Hao instructed them, take your young miss to treat her injuries. With that, he departed the Wei Duke's residence, burdened with his thoughts. Wei Mingyu seethed with resentment, grinding her teeth. That little waste has ruined my clandestine meeting with His Highness. Moon Woohen, I will never let you off the hook. Never. Chapter 13. Astonishing everyone having parted ways with Wei Mingyu, Moon Wuhan swiftly arrived at the apothecary of the Wei Duke's residence. The custodian, a robust middle-aged man and a 9-star warrior named Feng Tian, beamed upon seeing her. Miss Wuhan, have you truly regained your cultivation? By the rules of the residence, those incapable of cultivation were not permitted to access the apothecary for medicinal supplies. Many within the estate were aware of the incident involving the maid Kai He being struck, and discussions had been rife about whether Moon Wuhan had indeed recovered. Moon Wuhan shook her head with a smile. Uncle Feng, I am not here to collect medicine. I have come to purchase. The herbs in the apothecary could be sold to residents at half price, which did not come with cultivation restrictions. Feng Tian felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped for Moon Wuhan's recovery, having benefited from Wei Shilua's guidance in the past. What do you wish to buy? 7 sungrass. Feng Tian consulted the inventory. There are still a dozen or so left. The market price outside is 100 gold coins per stalk, but according to the rules here, you can obtain it for 50 gold coins. Uncle Feng, I recall that this grass is priced at 60 gold coins. Moon Wuhan rummaged through her coin pouch. With just over 30 gold coins, it constituted her entire cash reserve. She had originally planned to buy it for 30 coins, but 50 was beyond her means. Feng Tian explained, recently, high-level magical beasts have invaded the area where 7 sungrass grows, making it impossible for collectors to approach, thus driving up the market price. Understanding the situation, Moon Wuhan decided to wait until she could gather enough funds before returning to purchase it. Suddenly, a voice filled with disdain broke the air, mocking her. A little waste seeking 7 sungrass? How laughable! 7 sungrass is a herb for nurturing meridians. What, do you think a waste like you can use it to restore your dantian? Moon Wuhan turned to see a woman with slanted eyes and heavy makeup. It was Wei Mingyu's half-sister, Wei Xinxin, the daughter of a concubine, who often followed Wei Mingyu around to stir up trouble. She was not particularly attractive, thus relying on heavy makeup to mask her shortcomings. Wei Xinxin, who despised any mention of her looks, was instantly enraged. Little waste, what did you say? Are you mocking my appearance? Even if you are slightly better looking than I am, what does it matter? You are still a waste incapable of cultivation. Dare to utter another word, and I shall teach you a lesson. Then come at me, Moon Wuhan replied nonchalantly. Feng Tian hastily interjected, Miss Wuhan, please do not act impulsively. Miss Xinxin just broke through to 8 stars. Wei Xinxin with a cruel grin pointed at Moon Wuhan. You have provoked me. Should any injuries occur, do not regret it. Moon Wuhan returned her words. Should any injuries occur, do not regret it. The apothecary was bustling with many young masters and ladies from the residence coming for remedies, and upon witnessing this scene, they began to murmur, are they about to fight? That little waste is likely in for a world of hurt. She is far too impulsive. Does she think she is a top-tier Grand Master? Engaging with Miss Xinxin is akin to courting death. Not necessarily. She did knock Kai He out a couple of days ago. Perhaps it was Kai He who accidentally knocked herself out. As the crowd gathered, eager for entertainment, most believed Moon Wuhan would suffer defeat. A glint of malicious glee flashed across Wei Xinxin's heavily made-up face. She knew that Wei Mingyu was eager to eliminate Moon Wuhan, and she had stumbled upon the perfect opportunity if she could kill Moon Wuhan on the spot. Her legitimate sister, Wei Mingyu, would undoubtedly reward her handsomely. Little waste, today shall be your last. Wei Xinxin drew her sword, aiming for Moon Wuhan's throat. Unexpectedly, Moon Wuhan evaded with ease as Wei Xinxin thrust again. She was again met with Moon Wuhan's nimble sidestep. Moon Wuhan did not leap or fly. She merely sidestepped a couple of paces, effortlessly avoiding Wei Xinxin's assaults. The onlookers gasped in shock, a murmur of astonishment rippling through the crowd. Wei Xinxin felt the weight of their gazes, interpreting them as mockery, and her embarrassment morphed into fury. With one hand wielding the sword, she began to channel her energy in combat. Martial skills were one aspect, but the true essence lay in the strength of one's energy. Wei Xinxin unleashed her 8-star warrior energy, preparing to release a fire-based technique she had just learned. Meteor Fire Rain. A powerful skill that summoned a barrage of fireballs to rain down on her enemies. Little waste, watch as I turn you to cinders. She cackled. Miss Xinxin, no. Miss Wuhan is the 3rd prince's fiancé. Feng Tian hastily positioned himself in front of Moon Wuhan. However, Wei Xinxin had already begun to shape her technique. Showing no intention of halting her assault, Miss Wuhan quickly evade. Feng Tian urged, pulling Moon Wuhan aside. Yet, in a moment of distraction, he found Moon Wuhan slipping free from his grasp and charging directly towards Wei Xinxin. Amidst the astonished crowd, a cold smile graced Moon Wuhan's lips as she leaped into the air, propelling herself towards Wei Xinxin like a cannonball. Moreover, in midair, She changed direction several times, making it nearly impossible to capture her silhouette. The speed was so astonishing it left one bewildered. Wei Xinxin raised her sword to stab, yet Yu Wuhan had already circled to her rear in an instant, using her legs to twist and ensnare Wei Xinxin's neck like a pair of scissors. Bang! Just as Wei Xinxin was about to unleash her elemental technique, she was forcefully brought down to the ground. Crack! Following this, Yu Wuhan delivered a powerful kick, dislocating half of Wei Xinxin's shoulder. Wei Xinxin let out a piercing scream. Unable to release the meteor shower of flame she had intended, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Onlookers were nearly left speechless. What had they just witnessed? Yu Wuhan had not employed any elemental power, yet had simply overthrown Wei Xinxin using her fists and feet. It was utterly inconceivable. What martial skill had the little waist no Miss Wuhan utilized? No, I don't know, I've never seen such a thing before. She didn't use elemental power, did she? I'm not imagining things, am I? Yes, it was all based on her physical prowess. Miss Xian is an 8-star elemental master. So, it wasn't an accident that Kai He was knocked out last time? The crowd buzzed with discussion while Yu Wuhan had already composedly retracted her stance and approached Feng Tian. Looking at the middle-aged man with a dark complexion, she sincerely bowed, thanking Uncle Feng. Earlier, when faced with Wei Xinxin's elemental technique, Feng Tian had risked his life to pull her out of harm's way. Although he hadn't been able to assist her, she was deeply grateful for his protective spirit. After becoming a waste, Feng Tian was one of the few who did not bully or ridicule her within the estate. Miss Wuhan, have you transitioned to training as a warrior? Feng Tian inquired, astonished. The absence of elemental fluctuations when she struck indicated that she must have altered her training direction. Embarking on the path of a warrior in the Tiansua continent, elemental masters are esteemed and formidable, yet not everyone can become one. Those lacking the talent for elemental mastery often choose to hone martial skills and subsequently become warriors. In the lower tiers, warriors of the same level significantly lag behind elemental masters, yet it is certainly preferable to being a waste. Approaching the fallen and wailing Wei Xinxin, she lightly issued a warning. This time, I've only dislocated one of your arms. Should there be a next time, I will take your life. Chapter 14. A lucrative venture. Wei Xinxin gazed at Yu Wuhan in terror, having long lost her previous arrogance. Initially, upon hearing that the little waist had knocked out Kai He, she assumed it was merely an oversight on Kai He's part. Little did she know, Yu Wuhan truly possessed formidable combat prowess. With her shoulder throbbing in agony, she could only lie on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, struggling to speak. Seeing her in such a pitiful state, Yu Wuhan felt a sense of boredom, exchanging farewells with Feng Tian before leaving the medicinal herb storage. A warrior. Miss Wuhan is a genius. Even if she has forsaken the path of an elemental master, she is bound to become an exceptional warrior. Feng Tian silently wished her well with excitement. That day, news of Yu Wuhan injuring Wei Mingyu and Wei Xinxin spread swiftly throughout the Duke's residence. Everyone was taken aback. Those who had bullied her during her downfall began to feel anxious. This situation illustrated a profound lesson. Never underestimate your enemies. More importantly, one should refrain from employing unfamiliar skills during a confrontation. Indeed, Aki has taken note. She concluded that the outcome of this contest was not merely due to their overwhelming strength, but rather the foolishness of their opponents. The disparity between her and Wei Xinxin was vast. When Wei Xinxin unleashed her elemental power, Aki felt an immense pressure. She had initially intended to launch a surprise attack with her magical dagger. But to her astonishment, Wei Xinxin had foolishly begun to cultivate her elemental power at a critical moment, preparing to unleash an unfamiliar ultimate move. All her time was wasted in preparation, effectively making her a stationary target. Not to strike would be an affront to her. Fighting was exhilarating. Yu Wuhan mused with interest. However, having enjoyed the thrill, she seriously contemplated her next steps. Previously, her skirmishes with Xiao Lian and Kai He had involved servants. Yet today, having injured both Wei Mingyu and Wei Xinxin, the conflict had become overt and acute. The opposing side would undoubtedly respond. Yu Wuhan was acutely aware of her current limitations and needed to secure more protective talismans. As night fell and the lights illuminated, she donned a nondescript black dress and stealthily left the estate. A black veil concealed her visage, and her long hair was tied up high, revealing only her shimmering, captivating eyes. In the enchanting lights of Chujing's night, she moved gracefully, her steps as fluid as a flowing rainbow. Although the state of Chu was not the most powerful nation on the continent, it was established near the Demon Beast mountain range, rich in resources and thriving in commerce, attracting merchants and adventurers from all corners. Nearly all industries and organizations on the continent had branches in Chujing. As night descended, the streets remained bustling with traffic and lively crowds. Even the night market offered precious items that were unavailable during the day and could not be traded openly. Yu Wuhan strolled leisurely, the smooth cobblestone road stretching before her, occasionally spotting mercenary squads, nobles or eccentrically dressed travelers, along with various uniquely shaped beast pets and mounts. His street corner, a wandering minstrel sang, his melodious tunes and enchanting voice filling the air. Everywhere was imbued with the vibrancy and prosperity of a fantastical world, signifying the flourishing and wonder of the Tiansua continent. It truly felt like a place entirely different from Earth. A slight smile graced Yu Wuhan's lips as she felt a deep yearning for life in this new world. In the night market, she paused at a herbal stall. This one. She pointed out more than a dozen types of herbs in one breath. All were low-grade materials, and the stall owner, indifferent, casually bundled them for Yu Wuhan, collecting a single gold coin in return. With the herb bundle in hand, Yu Wuhan wandered into a secluded alley, where she proceeded to process them on the spot, crushing and blending them. A quarter of an hour later, she had transformed all the herbs into several small packets of medicinal powder. One packet contained a hemostatic powder, while the others were all poisons. The formulas in her mind included not only life-saving medicines but also various deadly poison concoctions. Holding the freshly prepared hemostatic powder, she entered a pharmacy affiliated with a trading company to do you buy medicines. I have a uniquely formulated first-grade hemostatic powder, which is twice as effective as other powders on the market. Upon hearing this, the pharmacy owner was immediately taken aback. What did you say? A first-grade hemostatic powder with double the effectiveness? Indeed. Yu Wuhan produced the medicine and poured a small amount onto the counter. The owner, incredulous, asked, "Is what you say true?" It is known that first-grade hemostatic powder is one of the most widely circulated medicinal powders on the market. Practitioners frequently engage in combat, leading to injuries and bloodshed, which creates a high demand for hemostatic powders. For this reason, alchemists have meticulously researched hemostatic powders for centuries. This medicine is categorized into first, second, and third grades. Even the highest grade third-grade hemostatic powder only has an effectiveness equivalent to a first-grade powder. If Yu Wuhan's medicine were indeed genuine, it would mean that a first-grade powder boasts the efficacy of a third-grade one. It would be snatched up in a frenzy. The owner stared at Yu Wuhan. Fearing she might be trying to swindle him, Yu Wuhan frowned slightly. "Rather than standing here in a daze, you might as well test the effectiveness of the powder quickly. I do not have time to waste with you. I will give you a quarter of an hour to consider it. If your establishment does not purchase it, I shall sell it elsewhere. Please wait, dear customer. I will test it right away." The owner hurriedly took the powder and went to find a test subject. A magical rat in the back. He made a small incision on it and sprinkled the powder on the wound. An astonishing scene unfolded. While typical first-grade hemostatic powder requires a quarter of an hour to fully stop bleeding, Yu Wuhan's powder upon application not only halted the bleeding swiftly, but the speed was not merely doubled. "Dear customer, how much for your powder?" "I will buy it." The astonished owner rushed to inquire. "I do not sell the formula. This packet of medicine is 50 gold coins. A standard first-grade hemostatic powder typically sells for around 50 silver coins, making Yu Wuhan's price exceedingly high. However, should they manage to reverse-engineer the formula from the powder for mass production, the profits would be astronomical, far exceeding 50 gold coins. The owner calculated in his mind. 50 it is. He would purchase it and hasten to research the formula. "As long as you ensure not to sell the formula to others, I will pay you 50 gold coins immediately." Agreed. Yu Wuhan exchanged the goods for the coins, floating away with 50 gold coins in hand. She, an ace special forces operative skilled in stealth and tracking, found it exceedingly easy to shake off a mere shopkeeper. This night had proven to be quite fruitful, as not only had she acquired the necessary poisons for self-defense, but she had also earned enough to buy the 7-sun grass. All this was achieved at the minimal cost of a single gold coin. Hence, it can be said that alchemists truly engage in a highly lucrative profession. Yu Wuhan began to immerse herself in training, eagerly anticipating reaching the 7-star level and embarking on her alchemical journey. Chapter 15. How dare you disdain the royal family? However, the following afternoon, Yu Wuhan's training was interrupted. Someone from the palace arrived, summoning her to the palace to meet with the Empress Yungue. Empress Yungue? Yu Wuhan rifled through her memories, failing to recall any acquaintance with this individual. The palace maid delivering the message wore a haughty smile. "The emperor recently promoted the mother of the third prince to Empress Yungue. Did you not know? How unfortunate that you are still the fiancée of His Highness the third prince. It appears to be a mere title. So it's the former consort Yun. Helian Hao's mother, with her son ascending to prominence, she naturally shares in the glory. Yu Wuhan asked indifferently, "What does Empress Yungue want with me? Since the Empress has summoned you, you should simply go. Who are you to ask so many questions?" The maid's face darkened as she pointed at Yu Wuhan, reprimanding her without hesitation. "Apologies, but I am rather busy. If it were not urgent, I would not attend." "How dare you refuse to go? What is there to fear?" Yu Wuhan instructed Aki to see the maid out. The palace maid was exceedingly incensed. "Very well, if Lady Yun places the blame upon you, prepare yourself." Yet Yu Wuhan chose to disregard the commotion, continuing her cultivation as if nothing had occurred. By nightfall, however, another visitor arrived at the palace. This time it was a guard from His Majesty the Emperor. Delivering a royal reprimand, "Yu Wuhan, as a woman of the royal family, you show disdain for the royal lineage, lacking respect for your elders. To brazenly insult the prince and the noble consort is an unforgivable offense. You are to hasten to the palace and face your punishment." With a wry smile, Yu Wuhan mused over the absurdity of the situation. For merely failing to respond to Lady Yun's summons, she was accused of openly insulting the prince and the noble consort. Truly a case of fabricating charges. Since it is the emperor who speaks, I shall pay the palace a visit. Yu Wuhan donned her attire. Following the guard into the palace, she had anticipated this day would come. Today marked the monthly martial arts competition for the nobility in the capital. The palace was adorned with a stage, attracting a multitude of aristocrats. Following the evening's contests, a grand banquet would ensue. The Wei family had already entered the palace, and despite Wei Mingyu and Wei Xinxin's injuries exempting them from attendance, Feng Yunrong insisted on bringing them along, likely to lodge complaints. The royal family had long wished to rid themselves of this worthless daughter-in-law, and Feng Yunrong's grievances likely played right into their hands, providing a perfect opportunity to condemn her. While en route, Yu Wuhan discerned the unfolding narrative with clarity. Upon stepping through the palace gates, a flamboyantly dressed woman obstructed her path. Yu Wuhan rummaged through her memories and recognized the maid beside Helian Hao named Ingsa. She scrutinized Yu Wuhan with evident disdain. "If I recall correctly, you are that little waste from the Wei family, are you not? Today is a day for the nobility's martial display. What right do you have to be here? Do you fancy yourself worthy of stepping onto the stage?" "You have a good memory," Yu Wuhan replied with a smile. "Indeed, I am the little waste of the Wei family." Before her words could fully resonate, a swift punch was unleashed, sending Ingsa crashing to the ground. Regrettably, she had no time to scream before slipping into unconsciousness. "How dare you commit violence within the palace, and against someone close to the third prince?" "No less." The guard escorting Yu Wuhan was both shocked and furious as Yu Wuhan strode past the fallen Ingsa. Her demeanor remained unperturbed. Words of contempt lead only to self-inflicted humiliation. Under the glow of the palace lanterns, the young woman's exquisite face shone like jade, her icy demeanor evoking a sense of trepidation. Her obsidian eyes flickered with a glint as sharp as the peaks of icy mountains. The questioning guard immediately fell silent. Sensing an unusual pressure emanating from her, Yu Wuhan required no guidance. She walked with purpose directly into the banquet hall. The air was filled with the sounds of strings and flutes, the atmosphere of the monthly grand banquet vibrant and lively. The noble warriors who had shown on the stage earlier were basking in the admiration and adulation of the crowd. Once, such glory had belonged to her, a girl hailed as the greatest talent of the Chu kingdom, who had stunned audiences countless times on the arena, receiving toasts and accolades from all corners of the hall. Now, however, she was merely an inconsequential waste summoned at an inopportune moment, with a faint smile gracing her lips. Yu Wuhan strode into the hall, making her way toward the emperor seated at the highest position. "Look! The little waste has arrived. What on earth is she doing here? Is there still a place for her? A person incapable of cultivation has come to the palace to put on airs. Just look at her expression. Does she still think herself a genius?" Cold jeers and taunts, as sharp as knives, flew from every direction. Some spoke loudly, as if intentionally ensuring she heard every word. Yu Wuhan's expression grew increasingly frigid. How cruel these people were. The strong were celebrated, while the weak were meant to be trampled underfoot? Is weakness synonymous with wrongdoing? Did her very existence, her every action, even her breath, provoke such disdain? At last, a different note emerged from the crowd. "Look, she seems somewhat different than before. Indeed, she appears to have become more beautiful." Yet these murmurs were swiftly drowned out by louder derision. Having lost her ability to cultivate, she resorts to dressing provocatively to attract attention with her looks. How shameless! Such remarks predominantly came from women. Yu Wuhan's indifferent smile, her proud demeanor, and her ethereal beauty only served to incite their ire. Amidst this torrent of malice, Yu Wuhan advanced step by step to the emperor's table. I have been summoned by imperial decree. Might I inquire why your majesty has called for my presence? She performed a respectful bow, neither submissive nor arrogant. The emperor, a man in his 50s with a portly figure, relished in projecting his authority through a stern countenance. He glared at Yu Wuhan and demanded, Yu Wuhan, do you acknowledge your crimes? This proclamation silenced the hall. Even the court musicians ceased their playing. In the ensuing stillness, Yu Wuhan merely shook her head. Calm and composed. I do not know what crime I have committed. A collective gasp filled the room. This little waste is truly shameless, brazenly engaging in illicit affairs with men, admitting it openly. What woman of such character is fit to enter the royal family? Let her engagement be annulled at once. I say she should be expelled from the capital altogether. Her very presence sullies the land. Yes, cast her out. Banish her. The younger women clamored the loudest as they cursed Yu Wuhan. Their gazes flickered toward the third prince seated at the table. If Yu Wuhan were to be exiled from the capital, the coveted third prince would seek a new fiancée, providing everyone with an opportunity. Should your majesty wish to condemn me, then so be it. Amidst the sharp criticisms and curses, Yu Wuhan remained unfazed, not even furrowing her brow. The emperor was taken aback. This little waste was surprisingly compliant, so readily admitting her guilt. This suited his intentions perfectly. He had intended to seize the opportunity to strip Yu Wuhan of her status as a royal daughter-in-law to prevent her from burdening Helion Hao. Since she was so cooperative, the emperor thought it prudent to issue a lighter sentence, merely annulling her engagement, while sparing her from other penalties. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Yun Guifei let out a deep sigh. Wuhan, are you acting out of spite? From your tone, it seems you are blaming His Majesty for the charges against you. Her words reminded the emperor, Yu Wuhan, do you dare to accuse me? If so, the punishment would be severe. The noble consort, with her maternal inclination, displayed a compassionate smile. Wuhan, if you feel wronged, explain yourself before everyone. His Majesty is your sovereign and your elder. He would never misjudge you. As for the accusation of insulting me, I believe it unnecessary to pursue, as you are still young and it is understandable to display a bit of temper. Her demeanor was remarkably benevolent. By retreating strategically, she placed Yu Wuhan in an even more disadvantageous position as she spoke. Yun Guifei cast a glance toward the Wei family matriarch, Feng Yunrong. Understanding the cue, Feng Yunrong subtly urged Wei Mingyu and Wei Xinxin to appear even more fragile and ill, shifting their bandaged wounds into view as tangible evidence of Yu Wuhan's cruelty. Yu Wuhan observed everything with keen eyes, her gaze growing ever colder. Very well, since you conspire against me, I shall reciprocate. Your Highness, you claim I have insulted you? I do not recall such an occurrence. With a serene smile, Yu Wuhan articulated, since 6 months ago, when I was gravely injured saving the third prince, you have only visited me once. Pray tell, where could I have found the opportunity to insult you? Yun Guifei's expression faltered. She had not anticipated Yu Wuhan would publicly bring up her act of saving the third prince. Hadn't Yu Wuhan always stated that saving lives was her own willingness, never to be used as leverage for gain, nor to be publicly proclaimed? Why had she suddenly mentioned it in this context? As if to accuse them of ingratitude? How infuriating, impudent! How dare you question the noble consort? The maid standing behind Yun Guifei, unable to publicly defend her, scolded Yu Wuhan sharply. The noble consort summoned you to the palace for an audience. You defy the summons and speak arrogantly. Do you not insult the noble consort and the third prince? Yu Wuhan appeared to have an epiphany. So it is for this matter that, if I recall correctly, the one who conveyed the message to me was you? It was I. The maid declared proudly. Yu Wuhan's expression darkened. At that time, I was in the midst of crucial cultivation, and thus could not attend the palace. Yet you boldly interrupted me, hurling insults with an air of arrogance, thereby framing me with the crime of disrespecting the royal family and sowing discord between the noble consort and myself. What punishment does such a servant deserve? You speak nonsense. You lie. A waste like you cannot possibly be in a crucial cultivation phase. If what you say is true, then as a waste you could not have injured the sisters. Unless they are even more inept than you. Yu Wuhan cast a dispassionate glance toward the Wei family matriarch, who had likely informed everyone that Wei Mingyu and Wei Xinxin were injured by her hand. Then I cannot comprehend, are you the one lying, or is it the Wei family matriarch? Yu Wuhan's logic was impeccable. Leaving the maid speechless, Wei Mingyu, infuriated, stood up to interject. Of course, you are the one who injured me. Yu Wuhan, the third prince, was present. Do you dare deny it? Is your mind muddled with confusion? Which of my words did I deny? In a single breath, she rendered Wei Mingyu speechless. It appears that I am indeed not denying anything. Wei Mingyu paused for a moment, unwilling to concede defeat, and exclaimed, "That you heartless scoundrel! You injure your sisters, consort with the opposite sex, and here you are, disrupting the banquet. Do you not feel a shred of shame? How can you still stand here with such audacity? Cast her out. We shall not associate with such a person." Immediately voices of agreement echoed. "Quick, let her go. Even a glance at her vexes my heart." One after another voices arose, mostly from women. Yu Wuhan stood there, enduring the disdainful glares from all directions, listening to the nonsensical accusations hurled at her. For the first time in her life, she comprehended what it meant to be the target of 1,000 pointing fingers. A renowned Special Forces soldier, who had traversed the battlefield for half her life, drenched in blood and chaos, when had she ever borne such indignity? Silence. She seized a wine jug from a nearby table and hurled it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. The loud crash momentarily silenced the raucous hall. Yu Wuhan's cold gaze swept across the crowd, clearly discerning their vile faces. Did I in her icy eyes? Flames of contempt and disdain flickered. "You ha, I am far more ashamed to be in your company." With a proud smile gracing her exquisite features, she radiated an unparalleled beauty. Do you deem yourselves worthy of the title of nobility? Worthy of being strong? Preposterous, before the damage to my Dantian. Who among you dared to utter a word before me? How fervently you once courted my favor, and now you revile me with equal ferocity. If I am to be exiled from the capital, then it is you shameless wretches who should take your leave first. Listen closely. Today I shall explain my transgressions only once, not for your forgiveness, but for my own vindication. I struck Wei Mingyu because she first assailed me with her magical weapon, and I struck Wei Xinxin because she sought to take my life. I shared a room with a male only to tend to his injuries, and he is but a 9-year-old child. How could you speak of illicit encounters? Do you understand me clearly, Your Majesty? Yu Wuhan turned to face Emperor Chu once more, her smile growing even colder. You need not worry, although the accusations hold no weight, I shall still act according to your wishes. What do you mean by that? Emperor Chu furrowed his brow. It means that I, Yu Wuhan, shall renounce my title as the third prince's consort. A mere royal engagement, I assure you, holds no allure for me. How pitiful they must be to resort to such disgusting antics to strip me of my title. The grand hall fell into a profound silence. Time seemed to freeze as people exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom Yu Wuhan's bold declaration. Chapter 17. The first swordsman. Did I miss here? She just declared that she no longer desires the title of third prince's consort? Has she lost her mind? Haha, perhaps she knows her title is in jeopardy and is striking first. Her mother has passed. Without the title of consort, what support does she have? Surely, she will soon be eliminated. After a moment of silence, discussions began to ripple through the hall, each voice filled with skepticism, none offering a commendation. Yu Wuhan scoffed inwardly. A flock of opportunistic sycophants. Their considerations are rooted solely in self-interest. How could they possibly comprehend her actions? Some matters in this world cannot be measured by gain or loss. Some individuals cannot be understood through mundane calculations. She simply refuses to yield, scorns them, and will not be entangled with these noble families due to a betrothal. So what? Your Majesty, why do you not speak? I do not wish for the title of third prince's consort. Do you disapprove? Noticing Emperor Chu's silence, Yu Wuhan prompted him. She then shifted her gaze to the third prince, Liang Hao, who sat upright not far from Emperor Chu. Ever since her entrance into the hall, she had been the target of countless accusations and scorn from the emperor and the empress. Yet, this supposed fiancé had not uttered a single word. Third prince, I previously advised you to seek an edict from His Majesty to dissolve our engagement. It seems you have yet to do so. Haha, are you afraid? Afraid of being labeled ungrateful? In that case, allow me to take the initiative to dissolve our engagement. What do you think? Liang Hao's brow furrowed. This Yu Wuhan is far too undignified, lacking any semblance of a refined lady. Even though her smile is radiant, as enchanting as the moon and stars, he cannot allow such a woman to be his wife, lest she tarnish his status. Yu Wuhan, I have harbored deep feelings for you over the years, yet you brazenly provoke the entire royal family, being disloyal and unjust as a prince. Even if I cannot let go of you, I must uphold the dignity of the royal lineage. Liang Hao rose from his seat, a pained expression crossing his face as he approached Yu Wuhan standing on the jade steps. He looked down at her with a frigid gaze. To offend the royal family is a capital offense. If you kneel and confess your sins immediately, I may still plead for your mercy before my father, sparing you from death. Yu Wuhan raised an eyebrow, watching the man before her with keen interest. What a splendid speech. He speaks of profound affection while accusing her of disloyalty and offers her a death sentence, demanding she kneel and confess? To kneel would be to show weakness, certainly leading to her being trampled upon. To refuse would be to persist in defying the royal family, leaving her with no escape from death with just a few words. He has cornered her into a predicament. Ha! Fortunately, she only knows to advance, never to retreat. Hulianghao, you truly are ruthless. Yu Wuhan whistled at him. Tsk, I wonder which unfortunate woman will end up marrying such a heartless, merciless man. Thankfully it shall not be me. Her beautiful visage suddenly sharpened, her gaze as piercing as icy water. Her voice rang out, echoing throughout the grand hall. Your Majesty, issue the decree. From this day forth my engagement with Hulianghao is officially annulled. This splendid hall, adorned with gold and jade, this so-called imperial power and wealth, the towering crimson gates, are merely the most sordid places in the world. Beneath their glamorous facade lies a stench that is unbearable. She does not covet it. Very well, Yu Wuhan, if you seek death, I shall grant your wish. Seated upon the dragon throne, Emperor Chu was furious, slamming his palm down to inscribe a decree. The wretched Yu Wuhan, who has defied the royal family, shamelessly harmed her kin, is utterly unworthy to be the daughter-in-law of the great Chu royal family. Henceforth, I order the dissolution of the engagement. This woman shall no longer be betrothed to the third Prince Hao. Their fates shall be severed, so it is commanded. A palace maid beside the Empress Yun hurried forward to read the decree aloud, her voice dripping with delight as she cast smirking glances at Yu Wuhan. Yu Wuhan could not be bothered to even glance at her. Such a minor character was not worth her attention. After listening quietly, she coolly corrected, Your Majesty, you are mistaken. It is not you who annul the engagement, but I who renounce it. What did you say? I said I, Yu Wuhan, find no worth in Hulianghao as a man, hence I shall annul the engagement. Yu Wuhan, it seems you truly seek death. Emperor Chu nearly lost his composure. Almost descending from his throne to strike Yu Wuhan dead on the spot, he had maintained his position for many years without ever facing such an open provocation. Guards, seize this audacious little wretch and lock her in the dungeon. At the emperor's command, palace guards rushed forward, ready to apprehend Yu Wuhan on the spot. Yu Wuhan chuckled coldly, haha, it seems we are on the brink of confrontation. She had entered the palace with the determination to dissolve the engagement. Anticipating this very outcome, however, as a low-tier Yuan master, relying solely on brute force, she truly could not escape this gilded cage of a palace. Yet, she was not foolish enough to engage in a direct confrontation. With a slight movement of her fingers, she discreetly released the poison she had prepared in her sleeve into the air. The 10 directions locking Yuan powder. Anyone daring to approach her, even those of Yuan Zun's strength, would find their power sealed, unable to muster even a fraction of their strength. This was her means of escape. Surrender at once or face immediate execution. The palace guards lunged at her like wolves. Halt! A thunderous shout rang out just as Yu Wuhan was about to act. A figure clad in white darted forth like an arrow, swiftly positioning itself in front of Yu Wuhan. The foremost guard was kicked away. Yu Wuhan raised her brows in surprise, gazing at the young man who had suddenly approached, dressed in snow-white robes, adorned with a jade belt and golden crown. His handsome visage bore an expression of indifference. Save for his eyes, which sparkled mysteriously, the 3-foot-long sword strapped to his back, though still sheathed, emitted a chilling sound, brimming with a palpable intent to kill. A name suddenly surfaced in her mind from her inherited memories. Xuezongjian, is that you? A gentle smile graced Yu Wuhan's lips. Little did she expect that amidst this perilous situation, he would step forward to defend her. In her memories, the original owner of her body had only met him once. During an encounter in the mountains where they both sought a rare herb known as snowfrost grass, he had been in a weakened state due to a failed breakthrough, facing the risk of losing his cultivation. And the kind-hearted girl had selflessly offered him the herb to save his life. Xuezongjian, heir to the Duke of Shui, traversing a path of warriors weaker than Yuan masters, yet he had already cultivated to the 3rd-tier battle general level, ranking among the top experts of the Chu kingdom. It is at the white robes billowed as Zongjian unsheathed his sword from his back, standing tall and resolute before Yu Wuhan. Unrestrained killing intent surged forth. Directed at the palace guards, the guards halted in their tracks, fear etched on their faces, no longer daring to advance. After all, this was the renowned first swordsman of the capital. It was common knowledge that he was devoted to the sword and indifferent to worldly affairs. Should they engage him, even the emperor himself would not be spared. Chapter 18 Rebellion at a whim. Xuezongjian, what do you think you are doing? On the jade steps, 3rd Prince Hulianghao's complexion changed as he shouted. His anger was palpable, not solely due to Zongjian's brazen act of toppling the palace guards, but also because the sight of him brandishing a sword to protect Yu Wuhan stirred an unsettling discomfort within him. The engagement had only recently been annulled. Yu Wuhan was still, in every sense, his woman, and no one else possessed the right to approach her. Song Jian, however, remained impassive, casting a disdainful glance at the third prince. The most coveted figure in the Chu kingdom, he simply uttered 6 words. If you wish to kill her, first kill me. With his sword drawn, he stood resolutely before Yu Wuhan to guard, to disdain. To share life and death. A warmth blossomed in Yu Wuhan's heart. After her arrival in this foreign realm, this was the first time she felt the presence of a companion by her side. What if the masses pointed fingers? With a friend like this, life was indeed a joyous affair. Thank you, Song Jian. No need for that. In this moment of simplicity, the two had forged an unbreakable bond of trust. Young Master Shui, do you truly intend to defy the imperial decree and draw weapons in the presence of the emperor? He Lianhao's face was ashen, and he warned, consider well. Should you draw your sword for her, you shall share her fate. Song Jian remained silent, merely holding his ground with his sword drawn. Seize them both, He Lianhao commanded sharply. The palace guards, steeling themselves, dared not hesitate again as they lunged forward with their blades. A flash, the chilling gleam of the sword flickered. Song Jian did not move, yet with a swift motion, he unsheathed and resheathed his sword, the movement so rapid it resembled a streak of lightning. A line of blood arced into the air, and with a thud, a severed head rolled several feet away, still frozen in a grimace of aggression. A collective gasp echoed through the hall, though all present were cultivators accustomed to bloodshed. This horrifying spectacle was beyond the experience of most. It was truly terrifying. In a single stroke, Song Jian had decapitated one of the palace guards, who likely had no inkling of his demise. The speed of the attack was astonishing. Yu Wuhan, so close, could hardly discern Song Jian's movements. Her heart filled with awe. The reputation of the capital's foremost swordsman was indeed well deserved. The guards hesitated, intimidated by Song Jian's murderous aura. Reluctant to advance. At that moment, the poison released by Yu Wuhan began to take effect, and one by one, the guards collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way. He Lianhao's face turned a deep shade of green. Mistakenly believing it to be Song Jian's doing, young Master Shui, are you truly inciting rebellion? If not for the fear of being outmatched, he would have longed to strike. He silently vowed that once he secured his position in the sacred land of Xuanxi, he would send someone to eliminate Song Jian. Those who dared to humiliate him would not die peacefully. Third prince, what do you mean by that? Just as He Lianhao's thoughts turned dark, a hoarse voice rang out from within the hall. A tall figure rose from his seat, a man nearing 50 yet still as robust as a youth, his eyes blazing with intensity. He glared at He Lianhao and questioned, my son is merely protecting a friend. How does that equate to rebellion? Are you attempting to label the Shui family with treason? Fine, then we shall rebel right now. If you have the gall, arrest me and bring me to justice. Yu Wuhan could not suppress a laugh. This old man was quite audacious. He was Song Jian's father, Duke Shuiyi, aptly named for his brash demeanor and straightforward manner of speech. If you accuse me of rebellion, then I shall indeed show you what rebellion looks like. Yu Wuhan harbored a deep-seated resentment toward the Shui father and son, yet she had no choice but to endure. Even the emperor had to tread carefully around their sharp edges. He could only descend from the precarious heights granted by the emperor. The duke's household was formidable, filled with powerful individuals not to be trifled with. Should Duke Shui genuinely instigate rebellion, the situation would become untenable. In the Tiansua continent, imperial authority was not the pinnacle of power. Before absolute strength, even the crown bowed. The Chu emperor, with an air of authority, spoke gravely. Yu Wuhan, the engagement has been dissolved. What purpose do you serve here? In light of the duke's intercession on your behalf, I shall pardon your offenses. I advise you to conduct yourself wisely and avoid further transgressions. Yu Wuhan was taken aback. This. Was it truly over? The duke had interceded for her? What nonsense. He had merely been confronting He Lianhao. There was not a single word of plea from him. The emperor's talent for fabricating reality was indeed remarkable. Let us go. Song Jian, holding his sword, led the way towards the palace doors, his demeanor one of protection. Yu Wuhan had not anticipated that matters would conclude in such a manner. She had braced herself for a fierce battle. No conflict ensued and she could withdraw with ease. This was quite satisfactory. She then turned to the Chu emperor and smiled. I am well aware of my own innocence. There is no need for your majesty's pardon. With a whistle, she pivoted to follow Song Jian. As she passed by the seating area of Feng Yunrong's family, she raised an eyebrow at Wei Mingyu. I've cleared the path for He Lianhao. If you possess any merit, do ensure he marries you. Among the many women in the hall vying for the third prince's favor, Wei Mingyu, be cautious not to be outmaneuvered before you even reach him. Wishing you all the best. We shall settle the score for the attempted assassination later. Upon exiting the grand hall, Yu Wuhan was escorted by Song Jian to the gates of the palace. When they reached the entrance, she halted, beaming at him. Thank you for today. I shall walk the rest of the way alone. The night was deep. A half-moon hung in the sky, casting a misty, ethereal glow. Song Jian walked ahead in silence, his white attire billowing, his figure more upright than the sword upon his back. Yu Wuhan had no choice but to follow. Midway, he suddenly recalled something and paused to say, "It's dangerous. Come to my home." Yu Wuhan was momentarily taken aback, then comprehended his implication. He was warning her of potential enemies at the Wei Duke's residence and inviting her to stay at the Shui Duke's household? No need. I'm quite aware of my surroundings. Should real danger arise, I will seek you out. Song Jian nodded in acknowledgement. Offering no further persuasion, he escorted Yu Wuhan to the entrance of the Wei Duke's residence. Saying little, his expression stoic as he turned to leave. This temperament was quite intriguing. Yu Wuhan stood at the entrance, watching him depart. His figure clad in white left a lasting impression on her. This evening's encounter at the palace had imparted a profound lesson. In this world, only those who possess sufficient strength can truly live comfortably. She had endured scorn from the entire assembly. Yet when Song Jian intervened, silence fell upon them all. For he and his family were formidable enough to command respect. Dear mentor, I'm here to seek your guidance again. Having savored the sweetness of her rapid advancement last time, she re-entered the Scarlet Moon Castle within her dantian. The beautiful youth with lake green blue eyes wore an expression of anger. Why have you only come now? I've been calling you to practice for days. Why have you been so disobedient? Is it a joke that you expect me to come simply because you beckon? I too have my principles. Yu Wuhan rolled her eyes internally, yet her face radiated a bright smile as she waved at the beautiful youth. Good evening, little brother. Refer to me as mentor. Oh dear, you may not realize that only a young, handsome boy, dazzling enough to blind others and adored by all, can be called little brother. I don't bestow such a title on just anyone. Humph! The beautiful youth's initial anger dissipated at Yu Wuhan's unabashed flattery. A charming blush spread across his exquisite face. Though he relished the compliments, he feigned seriousness, glaring with mock severity, while his lips betrayed a hint of a smile. Quite adorably proud after reveling in her amusement, Yu Wuhan approached earnestly to explain. The reason I haven't practiced recently is that my last rapid advancement was perilous. I wish to stabilize my realm before taking further risks. Upon discussing serious matters, the beautiful youth shed his haughty demeanor. Adopting a more earnest expression, he nodded, saying, Indeed, your caution is warranted. I am very pleased with your progress. However, do not fret. Your initial encounter with the castle's power was simply your body adjusting to its intensity, which led to the near collapse. Future attempts shall be safe. May I ask for your name? Upon hearing this question, the beautiful youth's face flushed suspiciously. After a moment of hesitation, he straightened his expression and replied, You need not inquire about my name. Simply call me young master or mentor. Oh, I am quite curious about your name. Yu Wuhan found his bashfulness amusing. Was his name too difficult to pronounce? However, she was here to train today and refrained from teasing him further. She got straight to the point. So, mentor, how can I better harness the powers of the castle for my cultivation? Without hesitation, the beautiful youth pointed to a small, dilapidated door in the corner of the grand hall. Go outside and fight skeletons, defeat 10 each time with no upper limit. What? Do you wish for my demise? Yu Wuhan rolled her eyes. The skeletons lurking just outside were as fierce as wolves. One was already a formidable challenge. Let alone is there no better method? There is none. There are no shortcuts in cultivation. If you fear death, you are unworthy to be the heir of the Scarlet Moon Castle. Yu Wuhan gritted her teeth. Very well, I shall give it my all. Last time, battling the skeletons had left her utterly exhausted. But she had swiftly leveled up afterward. Perhaps this time would yield similar results. Clenching her fists, she strode towards the small door in the corner. Murmuring, the wind howls coldly. I shall return shortly. She grasped the doorknob. 1, 2, 3. Open. Prepare to perish, you skeletal fiends. With a flying kick, she charged out. However, contrary to her expectations, she was met not with a horde of skeletons but rather found a few skeletons at a distance, regarding her with hollow eye sockets before returning to their own affairs, either wandering or standing still. None approached her. This was different from last time. What was going on? Yu Wuhan, on high alert, assumed a defensive posture. They wouldn't be plotting something, would they? Were they merely biding their time? He cowered. Why fear them? A disdainful voice echoed above, belonging to a handsome youth. Those are the skeletons you scattered last time. After reassembling, they no longer pose a threat to you. How marvelous! Yu Wuhan instantly found the skeletons endearing. Not attacking means they are good little ones. The handsome youth continued, explaining that by gazing into their eye sockets and establishing a contract in her mind, she could transform these skeletons into her loyal servants. Not only would they refrain from attacking her, but they could also assist her in her endeavors. However, her current level was insufficient, limiting her to a contract with only 2 skeletons. 2 indeed. Yu Wuhan stroked her chin, casting her gaze toward the distance. There, several enormous skeletal beasts were moving about. Since she could only contract 2, she resolved to choose the mightiest. She decided to reserve her slots for those formidable beasts. Wait for me, my little beasties. I shall reach you soon. Without further ado, Yu Wuhan circumvented the non-aggressive skeletons and dashed out, ready to engage. Whoosh! Nearby skeletons sensed her presence, immediately turning their hollow eye sockets toward her. Swiftly lunging one after another, goodness, that was close. In a split second, Yu Wuhan narrowly avoided being impaled by a long finger bone from one of the skeletons. This group possessed immense strength and remarkable agility. Even with all her energy, she found it challenging to contend with them. Bang! Crash! The first skeleton was shattered. Yu Wuhan rubbed her aching fist, gritting her teeth, and charged toward the second pane. She was unafraid. Danger? She did not fear. Being flung away? She remained resolute. Injuries? She scoffed at them. The resilience and determination forged during her time as a special forces soldier propelled her to fight on relentlessly. The handsome youth, who had been watching her battle, gradually wore a serious expression. His gaze softened as he observed her, eventually revealing traces of admiration and concern. Her combat prowess and tenacity exceeded his expectations. 1, 2, 3. Silently, the handsome youth counted in his heart for Yu Wuhan. By the time she had shattered 7 skeletons, she had endured numerous fierce assaults, her body swaying precariously, on the verge of collapse. Yet she persisted. The 8th skeleton broke her left arm. The 9th skeleton sent her sprawling, blood spraying from her mouth. The 10th? She lunged forward, using her entire body weight to smash down on the opponent's pelvis, completely obliterating it. Sweat had long soaked her clothes, her complexion was pale, and her limbs trembled in agony, yet her dark eyes shone ever brighter, glimmering like cold stars, filled with fighting spirit. Shielded by the non-aggressive skeletons, she rested only briefly before fixing her fierce gaze on the 11th skeleton charging at her. 10 had already fallen. That was enough. The handsome youth couldn't help but remind her that he truly could not bear to see her bloodied appearance, limping with her left arm hanging weakly, looking as if she were about to perish. I don't believe I can endure a little longer. Yu Wuhan gasped for breath, staggering a few steps to regain her balance. Her body bent like a drawn bow. She propelled herself toward the 11th skeleton. 11, 12, 13. She took down 3 more. At this point, sister can't go on. As the 14th skeleton lunged at her, her vision blurred before she could retreat into the hall. She collapsed unconscious. She fell asleep in her clothes, oblivious to the world around her. Meanwhile, the handsome youth in the Scarlet Moon Castle was rendered speechless for a long while. Yu Wuhan had truly surpassed his expectations. At this rate, the castle's legacy would soon be unlocked by her. Wouldn't it? Chapter 20. Rumors and whispers. After this bout of unconsciousness, Yu Wuhan did not slumber for long. Upon awakening and glancing at the sky, she noted it was morning. It seemed the handsome youth had been correct. Her body was gradually acclimating to the power of the Scarlet Moon Castle, allowing her to recover from exhaustion with a single deep sleep. Seizing the moment, Yu Wuhan sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. She felt her 3-star realm had become quite stable, with faint signs of a breakthrough to 4 stars. What an astonishingly rapid cultivation speed. Uncle Feng, I wish to purchase some 7 sun grass. She returned to the herbal repository within the estate, clutching the 50 gold coins she had earned from selling hemostatic powder at the apothecary last time. Miss Wuhan, please accept this. Feng Tian, without needing assistance from the young servants below, personally received the payment, selecting the most robust 7 sun grass and meticulously preparing it for her. However, he hesitated. His expression somewhat conflicted. Yu Wuhan scanned her surroundings and noticed the other young heirs of the estate casting her peculiar glances, whispering amongst themselves. Had last night's events spread? Uncle Feng, have you heard about the matters in the palace? Yu Wuhan smiled nonchalantly. Miss Wuhan. Feng Tian pulled her aside, speaking in a hushed tone. I worry for your safety. Without Madame Shilua to protect you if you lack the status of a princess consort. Thank you, Uncle Feng. I will be cautious. Yu Wuhan appreciated the concern of this elder, but she did not wish to delve into lengthy explanations. Miss Wuhan, why not borrow some men from young Master Xue's guards? Feng Tian had heard that Xuezongjin had acted openly last night, believing Yu Wuhan to be in a precarious situation and should tightly align herself with the powerful Xue family. Yu Wuhan shook her head. Songjin assists me. That is the bond of friendship. Yet, I must tread my own path. In the face of adversity, I will manage as best I can. Adding trouble to others is hardly heroic. She bid farewell to Feng Tian, but sensing his expression she felt he had more to say. Uncle Feng, is there something else? Feng Tian paused, finally unable to restrain himself. Many people in the capital have been discussing you these past few days. There are some rumors floating about. While they are nonsensical, the sheer volume of gossip can tarnish your reputation. Perhaps you should seek an opportunity to clarify. Yu Wuhan raised an eyebrow. Rumors? After her fall from grace, she had endured countless jeers and mockery in the capital. She had heard all sorts of vile remarks. What more could they possibly say? Yet Feng Tian was not one to speak lightly. His serious tone piqued her curiosity. The boy's youthful face was filled with indignation. Miss, it's my fault for being too eager to cultivate. I haven't been out on the streets these days. Otherwise, I would have explained things to those spreading lies long ago. Yu Wuhan remained unperturbed. She viewed the opinions and discussions of others with indifference, purely intrigued by the content of the rumors. Go on. Pour me a glass of water, and speak slowly. What have you heard? Miss, it has been circulating outside for several days now that you, like the madam, are involved with some man of unknown origin and are even planning to have a child out of wedlock. Moreover, they claim you were injured by the mountain wolves 6 months ago due to being pregnant, which affected your strength. They say the rules of the Wei Duke's mansion are strict. And since you dare not misbehave within, you often find excuses to sneak out, mingling with mercenaries, and Chi could not continue, clenching his fists in anger. Yu Wuhan chuckled. Speak freely, such nonsense will not trouble me. They say that you do not know how many mercenaries you've slept with. The filthy words felt too revolting for Chi to articulate. Yet, Yu Wuhan had already guessed the implication. Her gentle smile transformed into a mocking sneer. Ah, the enemy truly is scheming and diligent, concocting every sort of vile tale. Chi, how long have these rumors been circulating? About several days, however. I have questioned many people and could not uncover where it all began. Where else could it have originated but the Wei Duke's mansion? After a moment's thought, Yu Wuhan identified the source. Perhaps it was other women infatuated with Helian Hao. If they sought to sully her reputation, they would not emphasize the strict rules of the Wei Duke's mansion. Clearly, they aimed to tarnish her name while distancing themselves from her, fearing the world would mistake the Wei Duke's mansion for a den of vice. Thus, it could only be orchestrated by someone within the estate. Considering the timeline, it likely coincided with the incident where she had dealt with a few maids. So, they dare not strike openly but resort to underhanded tactics? Miss, they also say the royal family annulled your engagement upon discovering your misdeeds. Oh, what a convenient excuse for causation. Yu Wuhan replied with a faint smile. The annulment incident from last night conveniently corroborated their claims of her moral decay. As if the royal family could no longer tolerate her. Whether she had initiated the annulment or been compelled into it mattered little to those gossiping. They merely sought fodder for conversation. Miss, I shall cease my cultivation for now and head to the streets to explain to everyone. Chi vowed to clear his mistress's name should they refuse to listen. He was prepared to use force. Even if he lacked strength, even if he were killed, he would protect his mistress's reputation. No need for that. As Yu Wuhan spoke, she had already prepared a new potion. From today onward, I shall be using this new medicine. It will aid in nourishing and repairing your meridians. Mississippi, how can you remain so calm? Chi frowned, struggling to comprehend Yu Wuhan's words. Chi, remember this. Others' perceptions of you will always depend on your strength. If you are weak, anyone can bully and disparage you. If you are strong, even if you kill and commit arson, people will still flock to you. The rules of strength and weakness in Tiansua continent are indeed harsh. After dismissing the young boy, Yu Wuhan immersed herself in her cultivation. She had no desire to waste time addressing rumors. Once she grew stronger, she would deal with her adversaries directly. Engrossed in the smooth flow of her energy, she lost track of time until evening fell. The room darkened, devoid of light, shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently before her. Chapter 21. What do you mean, brother? Scaring someone to death is no trivial matter. The moment the dark figure approached, Yu Wuhan opened her eyes. The man in the black robe curved his thin lips into a faint smile, his otherworldly visage resembling an ice sculpture. You are quite perceptive. It is rare for someone to notice my arrival. His deep voice was melodious and resonant, imbued with an aura of mystery, and his tone bore an unmasked admiration. In the dim light, Yu Wuhan gazed at him, observing the sculpted contours of his tall figure emerging from the shadows, his bottomless eyes akin to the deep sea. The ebony hairpin held back his 3,000 strands of hair, cascading down like satin. This was not their first encounter, yet she remained captivated by his stunning presence. What brings you here this time? She asked, assuming a calm demeanor as she sat cross-legged. Her fair, luminous skin glowed radiantly in the obscurity. I have come to inform you that the medicinal herbs are prepared, the man in black stated. Yu Wuhan was taken aback. Among the rare and precious herbs listed in the prescription she had previously given him, some were exceedingly difficult to procure, even in the imperial pharmacy of the state of Chu. She had not anticipated that he would gather them so swiftly. What exactly is your background? She inquired. Adding, if it is inconvenient to disclose, you need not feel obliged. Powerful individuals often harbor reservations and concerns. To her surprise, he responded with candor. My name is Mo Yen and my given name is Zhou. Mo Yen Zhou? An unusual name indeed. Few are aware of my surname, he replied. To divulge a name so seldom spoken. As Yu Wuhan met his profound gaze, it felt as though she glimpsed an immense world within his eyes, rabbits leaping, mountains trembling and myriad brilliant lights dancing within. She could not decipher the emotion swirling in his depths. Even in the brief moment of eye contact, she felt a formidable pressure, akin to gazing at the starry sand table of the Scarlet Moon Castle, leaving her as awed as a minuscule human contemplating the cosmic whirlpool. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a slight disquiet, her cheeks betraying her with a subtle flush. She had even resorted to polite formalities with him, which left her feeling somewhat foolish. Mo Yen Zhou, however, merely smiled gently, like the soft spring rained at it matters not. While I am not yet able to concoct the medicine, I can make preparations in advance. The Wind Whisper auction house has recently acquired a batch of items, among which is a small alchemical furnace that might be worth inspecting. Yu Wuhan's brows twitched. Given his formidable prowess, the items he mentioned must surely be of exceptional quality. After all, he had casually gifted her a 4th-tier magical weapon last time. Claiming that only such a treasure could be found in the impoverished outskirts of Chu, Yu Wuhan promptly resolved to visit the auction house. When is the auction? Tomorrow evening. Suddenly, Mo Yen Zhou's expression shifted subtly as he frowned. Someone is approaching. The air shimmered and distorted, and he vanished from her sight. Yu Wuhan stood in astonishment for a moment before hearing footsteps drawing near the courtyard. She marveled at Mo Yen Zhou's acute senses. The courtyard door, bolted shut, was rudely flung open from outside, the latch snapping off in the process. Hearing the commotion, Yu Wuhan felt quite displeased and promptly exited her room. Bathed in moonlight, she encountered her uncle, Duke Wei Peng of the Wei Kingdom, striding toward her, flanked by 2 burly guards. Have you come to pick a fight? She asked, crossing her arms defiantly as she stood atop the steps. Her expression far from welcoming. What is this attitude? Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders? Wei Peng's brows knitted in displeasure. Though he was over 40, his fair complexion and refined features made him appear as if he were in his 30s. Yet his expression of disdain was most unappealing. Yu Wuhan gestured toward the broken latch on the ground. I am uncertain whose elder would break down the door of a junior. Moreover, given our gender differences, should you not exercise caution? What is your intention in barging into my courtyard at this hour? You insolent wretch. You are indeed a base-born child. Wei Peng retorted vehemently. How dare you speak of gender differences? When you cavort with others day in and day out, did you ever consider such propriety? This conversation is futile. Yu Wuhan remained silent, watching him with a calm demeanor. Flames ignited in her eyes. A signal of her latent combativeness, Wei Peng faltered, surprised that this audacious little wastrel could intimidate him, prompting his anger to flare even more. Yu Wuhan, still wordless, felt the magical dagger concealed within her sleeve poised for action. The poison powder hidden on her person was also primed for UI. In dealing with shameless individuals, there was no need for debate. Action was the only recourse. Just then, a Qi emerged from her room. Having apparently heard the commotion, Miss, are you all right? He rushed toward her anxiously, but was abruptly struck by one of Wei Peng's guards. A Qi. Yu Wuhan's fury ignited. She dashed to intervene, but the distance was too great for her to reach in time. As she watched helplessly, a Qi was about to be struck in the back. Yu Wuhan wished fervently to transform into a bullet and shoot to his side. However, just as she feared for a Qi's safety, she was astonished to see a faint gray light emanating from behind him. Minute specks of light coalesced instantly, forming a small shield that absorbed the guard's blow. The shield was fragile and shattered with a single strike. Yet a Qi seized the fleeting moment to dash to Yu Wuhan's side. What is happening? Not only was Yu Wuhan shocked, but Wei Peng and his guards were equally astonished, staring at a Qi in disbelief. Momentarily forgetting to attack, Miss, what was that? A Qi asked, confused as he waved his hands behind him, utterly perplexed by the appearance of the shield and an innate shield. After a prolonged silence, Wei Peng's voice emerged. Filled with incredulity, he reached out with a large hand, intending to seize a Qi. You little servant, come with me to test your elemental affinity. I must see what kind of monstrous talent you possess. I will not go. Achi leaped away. You come to me. As Wei Peng lunged again, his expression turned savage. Yu Wuhan unleashed a swift kick. Wei Peng, do not overstep your bounds. Simultaneously, she discreetly released the poison powder. While she could not contend with Wei Peng, a master of the grand elemental realm, she had her own methods to incapacitate her adversaries. Chapter 22. A new marriage proposal. Wei Peng dodged Yu Wuhan's kick with ease. As a 5-star grand elemental master, he towered over her by 11 ranks. Thus, it was not difficult for him to evade her attack. However, he soon felt something amiss. He intended to retaliate with a strike to topple Yu Wuhan. But as he swung his hand, an unexpected tightness gripped his chest. Wah! He spewed a mouthful of blood. Yu Wuhan gracefully stepped back, avoiding the droplets of blood that fell from him. Duke? What is happening to you? The 2 burly guards rushed to support him. Yu Wuhan pulled Achi aside, raising an eyebrow lightly. The 10 directions locking yuan technique served to obstruct the flow of elemental energy, and when she had used it previously in the palace, it had taken a while to take effect. Yet this time, its potency had manifested far too quickly. She must have used too much, enough to render Wei Peng incapacitated for a spell. She crossed her arms, watching the spectacle unfold. Dear uncle, if your health is poor, it would be wise not to provoke your anger. Look at you. You are so worked up that you are spitting blood. Wei Peng was oblivious to the fact that he was expelling blood due to poisoning. He assumed it was a health issue. The more he exerted his elemental energy, the more discomfort he felt in his chest, and he coughed up another mouthful. In a panic, his chi became chaotic, causing his stomach to convulse violently, expelling a night's worth of uneaten food. Duke? Duke! Quickly summon the physician. The 2 guards were flustered, abandoning their intention to confront Yu Wuhan, and Achi. One carried Wei Peng away while the other hastily sought the household physician. What is the meaning of this? Yu Wuhan mused with a cold smile. Duke, you can hardly speak without wheezing, yet you still seek to assert authority. You dare to defy me? Wei Peng gasped, only to cough up more blood. Yu Wuhan thought to herself, goodness, did I use too much this time? I hope I haven't caused this Duke to meet his end. Little wastrel, you are simply ungrateful, opposing me at every turn. I have your best interests at heart. After all, I am your uncle. Since the royal family has annulled your engagement, I have taken it upon myself to arrange a new marriage for you. You are to meet the suitor tomorrow at my residence. Do you understand? Arrange a new marriage? Yu Wuhan sneered inwardly. What ulterior motives are you plotting? Upon hearing his words, she chuckled coldly. So you have come to seek me out at this late hour for that reason? Well, thank you very much. Might I inquire as to who this suitor is? He is a young talent, one I have meticulously selected from among the household. Who exactly is he? He is the one. Wei Peng was suddenly so incapacitated that he could hardly catch his breath, spewing forth more blood. His guards, fearing further delay, hoisted him away and leapt out of the courtyard. Yu Wuhan instructed Achi to replace the broken latch and secure the courtyard door, her expression icy. She could clearly see that Wei Peng's chi was now stagnant and chaotic, likely to take 10 days to recover. Serves him right. Miss, who is the Duke intending to marry you off to? Should I go find out? Achi asked anxiously. There's no need. I care not whom he chooses. Let him marry whomever he pleases. Yu Wuhan felt exceedingly displeased. The Wei family, comprising Wei Peng and Feng Yunrong, was a constant source of trouble. Having just coerced her into breaking off her engagement, they now sought to marry her off again. The debts she owed them were mounting at an alarming rate. Were it not for unfinished business, she would have no desire to remain in the Wei Duke's residence. Repulsed by the antics of the Wei family, summoning Achi to her chamber and securing the door, Yu Wuhan softly murmured to the air, come forth and assist me in examining Achi's condition. Miss, to whom are you speaking? Achi inquired, puzzled, only to suddenly notice the presence of a shadow within the room. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow around the figure clad in a dark robe, creating an ethereal atmosphere. The figure turned, revealing a face partially obscured by a mask, the mysterious silver mask. With its sharply defined chin and deep, ocean-like eyes. Achi's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he had laid eyes on such an exquisite man. As the young lady stepped closer to stand face to face with him, Achi felt the scene was extraordinarily beautiful. The miss was so lovely, and the man so enigmatic and noble. They seemed a perfect pair. Yet, Yu Wuhan was taken aback. Mo Yenjo had never donned a mask in her previous encounters with him. And now, with Achi present, could it be he disliked having his visage seen by others? It must be said that he looked incredibly handsome in that mask. A natural shield-bearer. He belonged to the Mingfei family. Mo Yenjo cast a casual glance at Achi and then declared, the Mingfei family? Yu Wuhan searched through the memories of her original self for a lengthy while but found no relevant information. She was aware of the natural shield bearers in this land. Shields used in battle can be weapons or techniques employed by elemental masters. Ice element techniques, rock element techniques, and others all possess skills that condense elemental power into shields. But these require training to utilize. However, there exists a rare breed of individuals who, without any need for training in elemental skills, can automatically transform their inner elemental energy into a shield upon being attacked. It is an exceptionally formidable gift. Yenjo regarded Qi with keen interest. The Mingfei family's roots lie in the Huali kingdom, where all direct descendants are natural shield bearers. It is quite intriguing that this child has ended up in the distant Chu kingdom. Yu Wuhan gasped in astonishment. A single natural shield bearer was already a rarity, yet this Mingfei family that all direct descendants were natural shield bearers. How powerful! But if Qi were truly a direct descendant of Mingfei, why had he become a street urchin in a foreign land, having even suffered a severed main meridian? There must be a very special reason behind this. Tonight, Wei Peng was already aware of Qi's abnormality. Even if he refrained from seizing Qi, other formidable individuals, upon hearing the news, would surely come seeking trouble. With her current capabilities, she could not protect such a precious natural shield bearer. 10 times. Mo Yenjo's lips curled slightly. What if I find it beneath me? Then you may set the terms. Mo Yenjo let out a short, low laugh, infused with a hint of significance. He reached out, lifting Yu Wuhan's chin. His slightly calloused fingertips gently stroked her rosy lips, which appeared as tender and vivid as berries under the moonlight. Regardless of the terms I propose, would you be willing to comply? Chapter 23. Not suitable for children. Brother, what is this attitude of yours? Yu Wuhan glared at Mo Yenjo's gaze pierced through her like an X-ray, as if he could see straight through to her core, making her feel as though she stood bare before him, though she had experienced nudity before. The ambience in this dimly lit chamber felt exceedingly suggestive. Yu Wuhan, feigning ferocity, let out a roar, though her heart raced. Internally she cursed, this fellow possesses a face that could incite chaos, and now he dares to pinch my chin and flirt? Such a menace to society. Such a charming rogue ought to be confined, never to plague the outside world again. Perhaps just confined to torment her alone. To ensure he behaves, she would need to bind him from head to toe. If he remained unruly, she would apply a small whip. If that proved ineffective, well, she would resort to more extreme measures, such as tearing open his collar to expose his chest and dripping molten wax from a flickering candle onto his firm muscles. Wow, how thrilling! Just the thought of it sent shivers down her spine, and she could almost taste the excitement. Yu Wuhan secretly licked her lips, her mind racing with a series of inappropriate images. Mo Yenjo's expression darkened. His unparalleled beauty was now tinged with an icy chill, as if a bone-chilling wind had swept across 1,000 miles of frozen tundra. He sensed something was amiss with Yu Wuhan. The expression on her face appeared rather peculiar, which made him exceedingly uncomfortable. What are you thinking? He asked, his tone heavy. The fingers pinching Yu Wuhan's chin tightened slightly. Ouch! Yu Wuhan abruptly shook her head, freeing herself from his grasp. Why so rough? It hurts. She rubbed her aching chin, grimacing. How dare you bully my lady? Qi charged at Mo Yenjo, his delicate face etched with anger. Watch out, child, this brother is quite formidable. Neither of us could hope to contend with him, she cautioned, and besides we are merely engaged in playful banter. Do not take it to heart. Mo Yenjo's expression turned glacial as he fixed his gaze on Yu Wuhan and inquired once more. Speak. What were you just contemplating? I shan't divulge my thoughts to you, Yu Wuhan huffed. What business is it of yours to touch and prod? Do you fancy yourself a domineering CEO? Alas, I am not a naive damsel in distress. So your charms will not work on me. A domineering CEO? What manner of creature is that? Mo Yenjo asked, taken aback given his stature and strength. He had never encountered such a term, just as he was about to inquire further. Yu Wuhan shouted, will you set the terms or not? If you refuse, I shall consider your services to be complimentary. In any case, you must assist me in watching over this child for a while. Thank you, she nonchalantly patted Mo Yenjo's shoulder, adopting a brotherly demeanor, exaggerating her gestures to mask her earlier tantalizing thoughts. Mo Yenjo's brows furrowed slightly, and he replied coldly, a complimentary service is out of the question. The terms I propose shall not be disclosed for now. You will learn of them in due time. His gaze turned intense once more, tinged with a hint of danger, as if a spotlight illuminated every nuance of Yu Wuhan's expression. Tomorrow night, I shall attend the auction to inspect that alchemical furnace. Yu Wuhan felt a pang of anxiety and swiftly diverted the conversation. I can retrieve it for you at any time. Thank you, but that will not be necessary. I shall see for myself first. The foundation of their connection lay in the transaction of the antidote. Until she fully understood his true nature, Yu Wuhan wished to avoid incurring too great a debt to Mo Yanzhou. Suddenly, the air warped and twisted, and without a word, Mo Yanzhou vanished, taking a qi with him. Yu Wuhan stared at the empty room, momentarily stunned. What kind of stealth technique was that? She truly wished to learn it. As night deepened, the moon hung high, casting shadows over the furnishings within the room. Yu Wuhan donned her attire, gently pushed open the door, and slipped into the boundless night. The sprawling estate of the Wei Duke was ablaze with lights. With light-footed steps, she leaped and darted, swift as a leopard and as nimble as a cat, silently traversing the darkness beneath the shadows of trees and eaves. Along her path, she encountered several groups of people and even patrolling guards. Yet none detected her presence before long. She arrived at the main residence. Quickly, bring hot water. What of the elixirs? Did no one hear the lady's command for the elixirs? Bind all the servants who attended to the Duke during his meal and ascertain the truth. The main residence was in chaos, servants bustling about frantically. Wei Peng was violently retching, spewing blood, causing turmoil among the servants. Seizing the opportunity amidst the commotion, Yu Wuhan stealthily ascended to the rooftop and deftly maneuvered to the top of the bedroom. Gently prying open the roof tiles, she gained a clear view of the scene within. Wei Peng, pale as a ghost, lay weakly upon the bed. His freshly changed clothes soiled once more. His wife, Feng Yunrong, was barking orders at the maidservants, occasionally lashing out in anger. Their daughter, Wei Mingyu, was stamping her foot, exclaiming, "Why does father feel unwell the moment he visits that little waste? In my opinion, there's no need to bind the servants for questioning. They are surely innocent. It must be that little waste who is scheming against father." Her words struck a chord with Feng Yunrong. Whether or not the Duke's ailment was caused by the little waste remained uncertain. But this could serve as an opportunity to pin the blame on her. Bring forth the guards. Feng Yunrong commanded. Hurry to the palace and report that the Duke has been poisoned by Yu Wuhan. His life hanging by a thread. Request that the Emperor dispatch skilled imperial physicians to save him. Mother, requesting imperial physicians would be less effective than summoning the Alchemist Guild. Perhaps a single elixir could cure father, suggested Wei Mingyu. Feng Yunrong smirked cunningly. Of course the Alchemist Guild would be contacted, but that was not the only destination. Subsequently, Feng Yunrong sent forth several groups, including one to beseech alchemists from the guild, another to procure medicines from renowned apothecaries, and yet another to the mercenary hall to post tasks seeking rare antidotes. And so on. These individuals were not merely tasked with saving Wei Peng's life. After all, whether or not Wei Peng was truly poisoned, or what poison he had suffered from, remained uncertain. The alleged quest for medicines was merely a pretext to spread the word throughout the palace and the capital, ensuring the world knew Yu Wuhan had harmed her uncle. This would surely lead to Yu Wuhan's disgrace and contempt from all. Feng Yunrong believed her scheme to be exceedingly clever. Wei Mingyu was particularly thrilled. Mother is truly brilliant. There is no one smarter than my dear mother. Wei Peng lay on the bed, his head spinning from vomiting, and upon hearing the mother and daughter plotting against others, he shouted, "Aren't you both concerned about the Duke of our nation?" Only then did the pair approach, offering apologies and reassurances. Meanwhile, on the roof, Yu Wuhan observed everything, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Dear aunt, since you are so generous towards me, I truly feel ashamed if I do not firmly establish the blame for the poisoning." With a slight flick of her finger, she scattered a half packet of colorless, tasteless powder. Chapter 24. Surprising and unexpected. Yu Wuhan's method of scattering the powder was remarkably skillful, neither hurried nor slow. Covering all angles, the fine powder floated down like dust, unnoticed amidst the bustling chaos inside the room. After the powder was dispersed, Yu Wuhan leisurely lay on the roof, waiting. A quarter of an hour later. "Ah, how itchy truly." Wei Mingyu scratched her face in annoyance. "What is there to fuss about with a mere itch? Quickly, come and serve your father." Feng Yunrong, just reprimanded by Wei Peng, was at the bedside attending to him. Thinking her daughter was making a mountain out of a molehill, however, as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt an intense itch at the back of her neck. "It itches so unbearably." Feng Yunrong gasped, scratching at her neck. When she lowered her hand, she was startled to see blood beneath her nails. Looking up at her daughter, she found Wei Mingyu clawing at her own face, blood streaking across her skin, a truly horrifying sight, while she herself remained blissfully unaware. "Where? Stop scratching!" Feng Yunrong exclaimed, her face pale, rushing to tightly grasp her daughter's hands. "If you keep this up, you will ruin your appearance." At this moment, Feng Yunrong was even more terrified to discover that several maidservants were frantically scratching themselves, blood staining every exposed inch of skin. "What on earth is happening?" Wei Peng cried out. He had not yet recovered from his earlier vomiting when he suddenly felt an unbearable itch all over his body, having just changed his clothes, with half of his upper body exposed. His back was now itching terribly, a true torment. He enjoy it well. Yu Wuhan smiled faintly from her perch on the roof. This family had repeatedly attempted to take her life and ruin her reputation. Now it was their turn to taste the flavor of victimhood. Even the maids were not innocent. They had bullied the original owner of this body in the past. Evil deeds must be repaid. Relaxing on the roof, she calculated the time, and after another quarter of an hour past .321 began as the countdown ended, chaos erupted in the room once more. It hurt so much. I'm dying of pain. Mother, save me. The wounds on Wei Mingyu's face began to throb painfully, tears streaming down her cheeks as she struggled. Feng Yunrong desperately held her daughter down. Yuer, don't cry. Woe is me, I'm in pain too. The wound inflicted by her own scratching on the back of her neck suddenly became agonizingly unbearable. Almost immediately, everyone in the room began to feel the same agony, crying out for their parents in a cacophony. When the days finally subsided, they returned to the initial unbearable itch, a tormenting cycle worse than death itself. This was one of the low-grade, peculiar poisons that danced in Yu Wuhan's mind, Fushou Jihuan San. A dose of this super-perverse poison bore such an ironically auspicious name. She coldly watched the group below twist and writhe, resembling a chaotic dance of demons. After observing for a while, she gracefully leaped down from the roof, landing softly, and pushed open the door to enter the room directly. By this time, all the medical officers in the residence had gathered, yet they were utterly helpless, only able to ascertain that the group inside had been poisoned, without any clue as to what poison it was or how to cure it. Wei Peng, tears streaming down his face, shouted furiously to have the doctors executed. You worthless fools! What use is it for the Duke of our nation to keep you? Suddenly seeing Yu Wuhan enter, Wei Peng's eyes widened. You little waste, what are you doing here? You bastard, even at this moment. You cannot see the oddity and dare to call her a little waste? Then you deserve to suffer. Yu Wuhan coldly curled her lips. I came to pay a visit to my dear uncle and see how you are experiencing such a divine, prolonged life. Feng Yunrong was the first to react. Yu Wuhan. You. Could it be that all this is your doing? Yu Wuhan crossed her arms, smiling as she asked, surprised? Unexpected? Wei Mingyu roared. Seize this little waste. Throw her into the dungeons and torture her. Kill her, kill her. Oh, if you kill her, who will give you the antidote, idiot? Yu Wuhan watched as the servants charged at her, not bothering to evade. Sure enough, Feng Yunrong commanded sharply. Stop! Do not touch her. The benevolent and amiable lady of the Wei family stepped forward, forcing a gentle smile as she softly urged, Wuhan, dear child, you are just joking with your uncle and aunt, aren't you? What poison have you used on us? Is there an antidote? This joke has gone a bit too far. Dear child, please could you bring forth the antidote? Feng Yunrong, your child-rearing skills are lacking. Yu Wuhan shrugged. Did you not send many people to spread rumors that I poisoned my dear uncle? To prove you did not lie, I must refrain from providing the antidote. Finishing her statement, she added with a smile. If you feel discomfort, just express it. Your forced smile is truly unconvincing, little waste. Damned beast. Feng Yunrong cursed Yu Wuhan 1,000 times in her heart. Filled with hatred, she began to ponder whether to capture Yu Wuhan for interrogation, torturing her until she revealed the antidote. Ironically, Yu Wuhan reminded her, you have half a quarter of an hour left to regain your senses. After that, everyone poisoned will become fools. If I were to add another auxiliary drug now, none of you would ever awaken again. What? Feng Yunrong gasped. Are you fooling us? Fooling you? I have no such time, I am quite busy. Yu Wuhan whistled. Let us see if you are willing to concede. If you want to gamble, want to play, I shall accompany you to the end. A cold glimmer danced in her eyes as she smiled at Feng Yunrong. Feng Yunrong's next action took Yu Wuhan by surprise. With a thud, she unexpectedly knelt before Yu Wuhan in front of everyone present. Wuhan, please save us. It was all our fault. We were wrong. Please bring forth the antidote. As she spoke, she sent someone to chase after those who had gone to report to the palace in the capital, instructing them to clarify the truth, that it was not Wuhan who poisoned her uncle, but rather a servant in the residence who had framed her, urging them to explain clearly to the outside world and restore Wuhan's name. Oh my! What a flexible and formidable woman! Yu Wuhan was utterly astonished by Feng Yunrong's shamelessness. However, this person was truly clever, understanding how to salvage the situation. Yu Wuhan smiled faintly, thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 25. Your wife is much smarter than you in truth. This family of black-hearted individuals, though Yu Wuhan's level was not exceptionally high, could be eradicated with the poison she possessed. Yet, she could not act so hastily. She needed stronger evidence to prove their wickedness and the persecution they had inflicted upon her. Otherwise, she would bear the blame of fratricide. Would she allow herself to be hunted down worldwide? She was not that foolish. For these worthless beings it was not worth it. Moreover, sometimes it was quite interesting to let enemies live. Watching them suffer was simply delightful. Yu Wuhan pursed her lips. Yes, I am indeed this ruthless. Feng Yunrong, please rise. Kneeling before me makes it seem as though I am bullying you. All right, I will stand. Feng Yunrong quickly agreed. Rising swiftly, and due to the intense discomfort she was experiencing, her facial expression was a ghastly sight, making her stance utterly beautiful. Not bad, this makes me feel much better. Yu Wuhan stroked her chin. Seeing the other party so accommodating, she began to leisurely state her conditions. If it were not for so many servants provoking me, I believe I would feel even more comfortable. There will definitely be no more. Who would dare to provoke you in the entire residence? I will kill whoever dares. If you could explain to outsiders why I struck Wei Mingyu. Absolutely, I will explain. And the rumors circulating on the streets about me. Which shameless bastard fabricated those? They truly deserve divine retribution. At this, I am not too clear about. Feng Yunrong dared not admit that it was indeed her doing, swearing to the heavens that she did not know which bastard was responsible. But she would certainly help clarify the misunderstanding. You will follow through on your promise? I will. Child. Is the time not drawing near? Feng Yunrong was frantic, seeing that the quarter-hour limit was fast approaching. She did not wish to become a fool. Yu Wuhan cleared her throat. Very well, let us proceed as such. I shall provide you with the antidote. Quickly. Please, I beg you, hurry and give us the antidote. This time it was Wei Peng who could no longer contain himself, his exposed skin suffering the most. In excruciating pain, Yu Wuhan pulled out a small bottle from her pocket, containing the antidote she had casually prepared beforehand. Each person needed a drop, diluted in tenfold water for consumption. Feng Yunrong lunged forward, snatching the bottle from her hands. Without allowing the maidservants to intervene, she hastily found a cup to mix the medicine with water. Then gulped it down. Wei Mingyu anxiously exclaimed, Mother, I haven't had mine yet." In the face of dire circumstances, the mother forbade her from drinking the antidote first, leaving her heart chilled. The maternal figure feared the poison and wished to test it herself first. Feng Yunrong truly did not anticipate her daughter's reaction and hurriedly sought an excuse. On the other side, Wei Peng grew increasingly anxious, weakly calling out for the antidote from his wife and daughter. Yu Wuhan stood nearby, smiling at the amusing family dynamics. Time was slipping away, yet the trio remained preoccupied with themselves, still not having consumed the antidote. While the poisoned maidservants were nearing despair, Yu Wuhan produced another small vial and tossed it to a maid. Distribute this quickly. Delay it, and I cannot guarantee its efficacy. This maid, showing some integrity, did not selfishly take the antidote for herself but swiftly divided it among everyone, diluting it with water. The group hurriedly consumed the remedy. But soon, each of them cast resentful glances at their master. Although the poison had been inflicted by Yu Wuhan, the little waste was ultimately an enemy. Yet, their devoted master was one of their own. In this life and death moment, it was the indifference of their master that cut the deepest. Surround her. Wei Peng commanded fiercely. After taking the antidote, his suffering quickly subsided, and he secretly mocked Yu Wuhan for her foolishness. Without the antidote, they had feared her even slightly. Now that he was healed, this little waste had only one path left: death. Instantly, Wei Peng's personal guards encircled Yu Wuhan, each one channeling their elemental power, waiting for the Duke's command to unleash their skills, ensuring she had no time to poison them further. Ready to slay her on the spot, Wei Peng, supported by others, half sat up from his bed. You little beast. This Duke had intended to marry you off to a talented youth to spare your life, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Cough, cough. Tonight, you shall die here. Yu Wuhan raised an eyebrow. Do not forget that you are still coughing up blood. Having resolved the previous poison, do you not wish to remedy the original affliction? Killing you would make finding the antidote on your body quite easy. Duke, you mustn't. Feng Yunrong swiftly intervened. Yu Wuhan laughed. Wei Peng, your wife is far more astute than you. She dares not kill me to seize the antidote. How do you know I have the antidote you require? What if I have hidden it away? What if that poison has no antidote at all? Wei Peng was taken aback. He truly had not considered so much. His face turned pale with fear. Where have you hidden the antidote? No comment. Those who dared threaten her had better reflect on their own fates. Suffering was well deserved. Her dark eyes suddenly flashed with coldness as she pushed aside a blocking guard and strode out of the room. Wei Peng intended to instruct his guards to stop her, but Feng Yunrong firmly restrained him. Duke, do not provoke her further. Think of a way to earn her favor for the antidote. A chilling voice drifted in from outside. Duke, I hope you will keep your lips sealed regarding what you witnessed in my courtyard tonight. Should word reach others, heh? Enraged, Wei Peng spat blood once more. He could not even address the matter of that little servant possessing a natural immunity. How suffocating. It seemed the news of a cheese condition would remain contained for the time being. But prolonged silence would not guarantee safety. She needed to grow stronger swiftly. In the palace of the Chu kingdom, the noble consort received news. Your Highness, it has just been reported that the Wei Duke's household has come to the palace at night seeking an antidote. Claiming that the little waste poisoned the Duke, however, not long after, they stated it was a misunderstanding, quite peculiar. The noble consort, engaged in conversation with her son Helian Hao, pondered. Surely that little waste has stirred up trouble again. She ought to have been eliminated long ago to prevent her from causing further chaos. Moreover, as long as she lives, she tarnishes my son's reputation behind her facade of maternal affection. The noble consort's true thoughts were laced with malice. Helian Hao, who had once felt a lingering attachment to Yu Wuhan, now harbored intense disdain following the public annulment of their engagement. He promptly declared, "Send a few people to discreetly eliminate her." His tone was chillingly callous, showing no regard for the fact that she had once been his fiancée, one who had risked her life to save him. Chapter 26. The Worthless Life. The noble consort smiled. This little waste must be dealt with promptly, but it cannot be by your hand. Helian Hao scoffed. Killing a worthless being is trivial. With my current status, who would dare seek retribution? How you are the most precious person in the Chu kingdom. You must cherish your reputation. Such trivial matters should be handled by your mother. Do not sully your hands with the blood of a little waste. The noble consort summoned a trusted aide and whispered her orders. Helian Hao frowned. Mother, what are you planning? Why not send someone to kill Yu Wuhan and instead instruct your subordinates to spread tales of your bond with her? The noble consort's eyes flickered with disdain. The fact that she saved you makes me feel nauseous. Her saving you is indeed a stroke of bad luck. However, the events have transpired, and it is unavoidable for the world to mention it. Now that the engagement is nullified, those who lack understanding may blame you for being ungrateful. Let us silence their tongues and demonstrate your depth of feeling. Helian Hao dismissed the matter, too preoccupied with thoughts of the Xuanji sacred land to concern himself with such trivialities. The Emperor of Chu strode in. However, I have arranged for your belongings to be packed, and half of the treasures I have cherished for years will accompany you to help you establish yourself in the Xuanji sacred land. Thank you, father, Helian Hao replied coldly. I have heard that the saintess of the Xuanji sacred land is a beauty of unparalleled grace. Should I take a wife, she must be the finest woman in the world. The emperor laughed heartily. Excellent, such ambition. If you truly manage to wed the Xuanji saintess, I shall immediately declare you the crown prince. The noble consort's eyes sparkled at the prospect. The Xuanji saintess, renowned for her beauty across the continent, was also a top-tier expert. Only such a woman was worthy of her son. As for that little waste, Yu Wuhan, her premature demise would be for the best. Though. Early in the morning, Yu Wuhan sneezed as she rose. Rubbing her nose, she muttered, "Is someone cursing me?" She intended to practice some martial arts to stretch her limbs, but upon stepping into the courtyard, she sensed someone outside. A heavy yet restrained breath echoed clearly even through the courtyard door, as though someone was struggling to suppress their rage. Who is out there? Wuhan, it's me. I'm here to apologize. Came Wei Xinxin's voice from outside. Yu Wuhan was taken aback, opening the courtyard door to find Wei Xinxin kneeling at the entrance, her hair disheveled, devoid of makeup, revealing a rather plain face as she smiled at her. TSK, that smile was as false as could be. Wuhan, I was impulsive and inconsiderate before. I have come specifically to apologize. You see, quarrels among sisters are common, aren't they? Siblings inevitably have their disagreements. Please forgive me. One to you? Wei Xinxin gestured to her own face to show my sincerity. I didn't even wear makeup and have been kneeling here since dawn. And? Yu Wuhan replied, smiling. However, her smile did not reach her eyes. Her gaze was icy. Your sincerity is so overwhelming that if I do not forgive you, it would surely defy the heavens, wouldn't it? I have never seen such a heartfelt apology. Previously, Wei Xinxin had harbored intentions of murder against her. And yet now she casually reduced their life and death struggle to mere sisterly squabbles? Disputes? How delightful it would be to have such disputes more often. Wuhan, are you still angry with me? Aunt Shilua often said one should be magnanimous. Bang! Yu Wuhan kicked Wei Xinxin away. If you dare act so hypocritically again, I will take your life. With her dark, piercing gaze, Yu Wuhan struck with ruthless precision. Wei Xinxin crashed heavily into a nearby thicket, the sharp thorns scratching her cheek, and she shrieked in terror. Oh no, I will be disfigured. With that ugly face of yours, what difference does it make if you are disfigured? What did you say? How dare you? Under the pressure of Yu Wuhan's gaze, she cowered in the bushes, unable to stand. They had long since harbored deep-seated animosity. As the saying goes, if apologies were effective, why would we need police? The door slammed shut as Yu Wuhan returned to the courtyard. Wei Xinxin, trembling with fear, waited for a moment, confirming that Yu Wuhan truly meant to let her go, before hurriedly scrambling to report back to Feng Yunrong. Feng Yunrong scolded her harshly for her incompetence. The unfortunate illegitimate daughter, Wei Xinxin, endured the scolding and then cautiously approached Yu Wuhan, tasked with delivering a message. Sister Wuhan, the lady says not to worry. She will certainly handle matters swiftly. Moreover, to silence the servants and prevent them from spreading rumors of your poisoning, the Duke has killed all the maidservants, nannies, and guards present last night. There will be no word of last night's incident leaking out. Sister, are you pleased? Wei Xinxin looked at Yu Wuhan with a fawning expression. What? Yu Wuhan was astonished. There were countless ways to silence tongues, so why resort to murder? And truly, was it for her sake? More likely, it was to protect Wei Peng's image from being tarnished by the revelation of his disgraceful predicament. Wei Xinxin, how pitiful you are. Yu Wuhan regarded her with the disdain one might reserve for an aunt. I am currently in a foul mood. I could easily kill you to relieve my frustration. You have groveled before Feng Yunrong for so long, yet she sends you to deliver a message, disregarding your life. Heh. Wei Xinxin's face was ashen, her lips trembling as she pleaded with Yu Wuhan not to kill her. Get lost that I disdain to lay a hand on you, Sister Wuhan. There is also. Father has been spitting blood. Please let me ask you for the antidote. Yu Wuhan replied coldly. Let him continue to bleed. With a wave, she dismissed Wei Xinxin and swiftly departed from the Chuifeng courtyard. She loathed the Wei Guogong mansion, a den of iniquity, and sought fresh air on the streets. Little did she expect that all the servants present in Wei Peng's chamber last night had perished by today. The laws of the Chu kingdom placed no restrictions on masters killing their servants. Those poor souls had no recourse for justice in death. Damn it! Miss Wuhan, just a short distance from the mansion, a low voice called out repeatedly from a secluded alley adjacent to the main road. Following the sound, Yu Wuhan came upon a man and a woman. Miss Wuhan. I was the physician present last night. I implore you to save my daughter. The man knelt, dragging a young girl with him. Do I know you? Yu Wuhan inquired. She had indeed seen this man in Wei Peng's room the previous night, but in her memory, he had no connection with the original owner of her body. The man bowed his head and said, My name is Cheng Da. I have served in the Wei Guogong mansion for over a decade, but I never had the chance to attend to you. However, you are the only one who can save my daughter now. You did have the chance to serve me. Yu Wuhan smiled faintly. There were plenty of opportunities, but every time my mother and I needed a physician, you and your colleagues chose to avoid us. That was the command of the Wei Guogong and his wife, forbidding the physicians from attending to you and Madame Shilu. Cheng Da's face flushed with shame. Since you follow the commands of the Wei couple so faithfully, you should seek their help in times of trouble. Why come to me? Yu Wuhan was not one to play the benevolent savior. No amount of bowing would change that. They were hardly friends, and one could even say their relationship was quite strained. What reason had she to save them? It wasn't he, as if she had nothing better to do. Cheng Da's shame deepened and he spoke softly. It is precisely because the Duke wishes to kill my daughter that I cannot turn to him for help. Why? All the servants present last night have been killed. And my daughter is on the list for extermination. That I heard the wind and took her away from the mansion early, barely allowing her to escape. But one can evade danger for a moment. Yet not for a lifetime. If the Duke sends someone to find her, she may die an even more tragic death. That I beg you, Miss Wuhan, save her. You are the only one who can rescue her from the Duke's hands. He fears you. At this moment, the young girl kneeling beside him timidly raised her head. Miss Wuhan, my name is Xiao Kansas. I implore you to save me. Upon recognizing Cheng Xiaokan's face, Yu Wuhan raised an eyebrow in surprise. She had not anticipated that a survivor from the extermination would turn out to be an acquaintance. Last time, when she had dragged Kai He to confront Feng Yunrong, a maid had obstructed them, hurling insults and even striking out, only to be kicked and left hanging from a tree. This girl was that very maid. Yu Wuhan chuckled. You two, one treating my mother and me with indifference, and the other one's cursing me, now come seeking my aid? We were foolish in the past. We acknowledge our mistakes. That we plead for your mercy. Cheng Da prostrated himself, striking his forehead until it bled, producing a dagger for self-defense, offering it with both hands. That if you wish to vent your anger, feel free to kill me. Just save my daughter. She is only 17. And oh, not speak of 17. In the Tiansua continent. Countless lives do not even reach 7 years. I have no interest in killing you, nor in saving your daughter. Yu Wuhan turned to leave. In truth, she had already decided to intervene, not out of compassion, but due to her disdain for Wei Peng's callous disregard for life. However, if she acquiesced too readily, they would only perceive her as a soft target. Help! Changda is here. Suddenly, a person rushed past in the street, glancing into the alley, and immediately began shouting. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, swiftly blocking the alley's exit and trapping Yu Wuhan within. Changda, how dare you privately bring a convict here? Hand over the criminal! A group surged past Yu Wuhan, encircling Changda and his daughter. Changda sprang to his feet, eyes reddened, gripping his dagger tightly. No one is allowed to harm my daughter. Chang Xiaoqian, crying, clutched her father. Father, let it go. If this continues, they will kill you too. I will go with them. You take care to know. Changda roared. The leader of the pursuers grinned viciously. The Duke has ordered that if there is any resistance, we are to kill on the spot. Attack, kill them. A group of men lunged forward, brandishing their blades. Changda, possessing only the strength of a 4-star Yuan master, was quickly slashed several times, blood pouring from him. Yet he continued to fight desperately. The leader seized the opportunity to kick him to the ground, raising his blade to behead him. Father! Chang Xiaoqian screamed in terror. Ding! A sharp sound rang out as metal clashed. A flash of green light streaked past like lightning, so fast it seemed an illusion. In an instant, the blade in the pursuer's hand was reduced to a mere handle staring at the empty hilt. He stood frozen as if he had seen a ghost. To the alley's entrance, Yu Wuhan approached, a smile gracing her lips, taking deliberate steps forward. The moment to save had arrived. The green light shimmered at her fingertips, revealing a delicate cicada-winged dagger. The morning sun illuminated her shadow, casting it long and slender, exuding a sense of formidable sharpness. Tio, kill in my presence. You possess audacity indeed. She fixed her gaze on the leader of the pursuers. Do you not recognize me? The man clutched the empty hilt, trembling as he glanced at Yu Wuhan's dagger, realizing that the emerald light that had severed his weapon was emanating from this small object. If it were to be aimed at his neck. A shiver coursed through him. Miss Wuhan, I certainly recognize you. You are the greatest genius of the Chu Kingdom. Thud. Yu Wuhan stepped forward, delivering a punch to his face that sent blood gushing from his nose. I am no longer a genius. Are you mocking me with such words? No, I dare not. That was not my intention. Miss Wuhan, please spare me. You recognize me, yet you dare to block my path, ignoring my presence as you pass by. And even dare to kill before me without my permission. Listen closely, get lost. Yes. The man scrambled to his feet, not daring to utter another word, and fled with his companions. Changda, bloodied, clung to his daughter and bowed deeply. Thank you, Miss Wuhan. We cannot repay your great kindness. From now on we are willing to serve you like cattle and horses. Yu Wuhan replied coldly, I do not require cattle or horses. Saving you was merely out of pity for your father-daughter bond. You will likely not be able to remain in the Wei Guogong mansion. Find your own path. She sheathed her dagger and prepared to leave. Changda bowed again, pleading, Miss Wuhan, grant me a chance to repay your kindness. I will give you all my possessions and share my medical knowledge with you if you would allow it. I am also the brother of the alchemist Chang Tu, who works in the Alchemist Guild. You can seek him for anything you need. The Alchemist Guild. Yu Wuhan had long wished to visit. This guild was the professional alliance of all alchemists in the Tiansua continent, with branches in various regions, wielding immense power. That if she were to become an alchemist, she would inevitably need to engage with them. Bind your wounds and take me to find your brother. Yu Wuhan tossed Changda a small pouch of hemostatic powder. Having taken some medicinal herbs from Wei Peng's chamber the previous night, she had prepared a few healing potions, and this was one of them. Changda received the hemostatic powder, applying it to his wounds, and was astonished to see them healing rapidly. Miss Wuhan, this is a 3rd-grade hemostatic powder? 1st grade. 1st grade. How could Miss Wuhan possess such a miraculous substance? Changda dared not ask further, hastily bandaging his wounds before leading the way to the Alchemist Guild in the capital. The Chu Capital Alchemist Guild, with its towering walls and grand architecture, was unmistakably a stronghold of the highest order. Changda guided Yu Wuhan up the high steps at the entrance, where they encountered a group emerging from within. Oh, isn't this the Chu Kingdom's #1 waste? What bad luck to run into you. The leader, a young woman in a crimson dress, looked at her with disdain. Yu Wuhan had already crossed the threshold of the guild hall when she suddenly halted her steps. A faint smile gradually emerged on her previously indifferent face. You all seem to be enjoying yourselves, she remarked, turning her head to reflect the grotesque smiles of the group of young men and women in her dark pupils. The subtle smile at the corners of her lips transformed her elegant and beautiful silhouette into something vibrant, resembling a painting from the Rococo era, infused with intoxicating fragrance, revealing a delicate and mysterious allure against the backdrop of the guild's towering architecture. The leading woman in the red dress momentarily froze, taken aback by Yu Wuhen's stunning presence. She had never anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant individual could evolve into someone of striking poise. Someone utterly captivating. The innate jealousy within her as a woman intensified her resentment towards Yu Wuhen exponentially. So what if we're having fun, little waste? She scoffed. Let me warn you. If you dare to upset me, I will have you ripped apart. With a sharp whistle, she summoned a crimson-hued magic leopard, which sprang forth from the nearby beast stabling area, swiftly positioning itself before the crowd, its sharp fangs bared and bloodthirsty eyes fixated on Yu Wuhen. Following the direction of its mistress's finger, a fierce roar erupted from the beast as it arched its back, its front paws thudding against the ground, poised to leap and sever Yu Wuhen's throat. Even those flanking the woman in red recoiled in fear, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Miss Wuhen quickly evaded Changde, drenched in cold sweat, tightly shielded his already paralyzed daughter behind him. In the Tiansu continent, many powerful individuals or nobles favored taming magical beasts as companions. The magic leopard was notorious for its ferocity, devouring its prey without leaving bones behind. As a second-tier magical beast, its combat prowess was formidable, making it impossible for ordinary cultivators to contend with. It was safe to say that having such a magical beast by one's side would grant one a sense of invincibility in Chujing. Changde never expected that after narrowly escaping the pursuers from the Wei Duke's residence, they would encounter a vicious magical beast. Could it be that they were fated for disaster today? The hot breath from the beast's roar tousled Yu Wuhen's hair, causing her long locks to dance wildly as if caught in a tempest. You little wild beast, you possess quite the charm, she quipped, maintaining her smile under the fierce gaze of the leopard, which astonished many present. This composure was beyond what ordinary individuals could muster. Stop pretending. Scream if you're afraid. It's perfectly normal to tremble and kneel. After all, you are merely a waste. The woman in red, filled with self-satisfaction, patted the leopard's back, dismissing Yu Wuhen's fearlessness as mere bravado. Indeed, Yu Wuhen shrugged, one should not mock the inept. We are all civilized individuals here. After all, the woman in red became increasingly smug. Oh, it's good to see you know your place. Little waste, you have no right to be arrogant before me. Just obey my commands, let me tell you. Keep your distance from my brother Jian in the future, understood? Yu Wuhen nodded, still smiling at her, but suddenly, the mirth in her eyes vanished, replaced by a fierce glare. Did your mother not teach you? Those who flaunt themselves invite calamity. It would be wise not to act recklessly when you step outside, lest you crash into a wall and become a pig's head. You seek death, the woman in red gasped. Startled by Yu Wuhen's outburst, which quickly turned into rage, with a swift slap to the magic leopard's head, she commanded, bite her. Just don't kill her. I want to enjoy this slowly. The beast, long restrained, let out a ferocious roar, its bloodlust unleashed as it dug its hind legs into the ground and lunged at Yu Wuhen with its gaping maw. Miss Wuhen, run! Changde cried out in despair. Closing his eyes and shielding his daughter's gaze, he understood that Yu Wuhen could not possibly survive the direct assault of the magic leopard. The street echoed with gasps of horror as passers-by were startled by the sudden appearance of the magical beast, all realizing that Yu Wuhen was bound for either death or severe injury this time. Yet, to the astonishment of those watching in despair, Yu Wuhen miraculously sidestepped the leopard's attack. The woman in red tumbled to the ground, and before she could rise, Yu Wuhen had already leaped past her, gesturing at the charging magic leopard once more. Puff, puff, puff! A series of pale blue ice spikes shot forth like bullets, hurtling towards the beast's eyes. Simultaneously, she soared into the air, matching the speed of the ice spikes as she dove towards the leopard, kneeling and sliding as she approached, seizing the moment as the leopard twisted midair to evade the ice spikes. She thrust her dagger upward with force, slicing open a gash over half a foot long at the beast's navel. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly in mere seconds. Blood splattered as Yu Wuhen was doused in the beast's warm, fresh blood, leaping back a yard away. The path before the alchemist guild, paved with white jade stones, was soon stained crimson instantly. It seemed as though all the blood within the massive leopard had been expelled from its wound, creating a wide pool of gore. The woman in red, struggling to rise while clutching her swollen face, slipped once more on the blood of her own magical beast, crashing back down with a thud. Ah, she cried out, collapsing in the bloodied mess, nearly breaking down. How could this happen? How could it? Yu Wuhen too felt a tinge of surprise, looking at her pristine dagger, untainted even after the disembowelment. She slightly raised her delicate brows. To her astonishment, as she had activated her elemental energy moments ago, this dagger had not emitted flames as it had previously. Instead, it produced a series of ice spikes. Hadn't Mo Yanzhou mentioned that the dagger's elemental output was contingent upon its master's energy attribute? The original body, like many in the Wei Duke's residence, specialized in fire elemental energy, hence the dagger's previous fiery display. What could this unexpected ice attribute attack signify? "Hey, can you still get up?" Yu Wuhan inquired. Putting away her dagger and suppressing her doubts, preparing to address the matter at hand, the woman in red remained sprawled in the pool of blood, her piercing screams echoing with increasing volume. "Akin to a madwoman, you killed my magical beast. You killed it." Her shrieks grew louder, bordering on hysteria. Yu Wuhan, exasperated, cupped her ears and glanced over at the group of young men and women beside her. "Please, can someone make her shut up?" Even as she cast a sidelong glance, one young man plopped down onto the ground, mistakenly believing Yu Wuhan was about to attack him. "Fool!" Yu Wuhan rolled her eyes. No longer counting on them. In a few quick strides, she stepped through the blood, seizing the woman in red and forcibly dragging her to the side of the magic leopard sister. "Open your eyes and see clearly. It's not dead yet, but if you continue to scream, and do not hurry to staunch its bleeding and provide aid, it may very well be on the brink of death." The magic leopard lay weakly on the ground. More feeble than a newborn lamb, its prior ferocity entirely diminished. It gazed up at its master with pleading, pitiable eyes, yet the woman in red paid it no heed, only continuing her frantic shouting. "Little waste, you dare to kill my magical beast. Do you know how valuable it is? You could never afford to compensate for it. But you must pay, you must pay. It was a gift from my grandfather. If you don't compensate, my grandfather will kill you." "Oh, how brazen you are at this moment." Yu Wuhan's eyes narrowed as she took a step forward. Crack! She stomped down, breaking the leopard's neck. It was pitiful that the fierce beast did not even emit a cry. Its head drooping limply as it succumbed. "Since you claim I have killed it, then I shall oblige you." "What a farce! You foolish girl, you brought your special equipment to a fight, only to lose and demand recompense for your tools? How utterly shameless! You actually." The woman in red gazed at Yu Wuhan as if she were a ghost. Her screams finally ceased, shock washing over her at the death of her magical beast. She felt she was facing a cruel and ruthless demon, not a mere mortal. Yu Wuhan smiled and queried, "Who is this brother Jian you mentioned? Do I know him? Why should I keep my distance from him?" Upon hearing the name Brother Jian, the woman's stunned expression transformed, revealing a hint of jealousy. "His Shuet Songjian. We are childhood friends. Do not even think about trying to seduce him, or I will make sure you suffer to the bitter end." "Oh, so it is he," Yu Wuhan mused, the image of the young man in white flashing through her mind. In the resplendent palace hall, surrounded by blades and swords, he stood alone, silently guarding her. What a fine individual he was. How could he be associated with such a childhood friend as you? Yu Wuhan cast a regretful glance at her. The woman looked familiar, yet she could not recall her identity at that moment. The woman in red retorted indignantly, "I am the heir of the Duke of Shui, and I am the princess of the East Town King's residence. I have known him since I was 3. How could I not be his childhood companion? I am the only suitable choice for him in the entire nation. I warn you, do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about him. You are not worthy of him." Yu Wuhan suddenly recalled, "Ah, so you are the renowned princess of the East Town King's residence. People say you are always pestering Songjian, yet he doesn't even recognize you. The rumors in the capital state that the princess of the East Town King's residence is infatuated with the duke's heir, often attempting to engineer encounters wherever he appears. After a dozen such encounters, she thought he must have a lasting impression of her, so she approached him, only for him to frown in confusion for a long moment before finally asking, 'Have we met before?' Thus, she became the laughingstock of the capital. For someone like Shuet Songjian, who is solely devoted to the sword path, it is only natural that he would not recognize a lady. Yu Wuhan felt a deep sense of pity for the princess standing before her. "Jian Gij knows me, knows who I am," the girl insisted, clenching her fists. "I, Su Qingxi, am destined to be with Jian Gij. No one shall come between us." "Very well, you are indeed a perfect match," she retorted dismissively. "But I have no time to engage in this trivial argument. Hey, who among you just insulted me? Come forth and apologize, and I shall graciously let you off the hook." Yu Wuhan gestured towards the young men and women nearby. The group was momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, yet none dared to speak. They had long ceased to provoke Yu Wuhan, but as members of the noble class in the capital, they could not bring themselves to publicly apologize. "Are you deaf?" Yu Wuhan's expression darkened. Instantly, two individuals trembled in fear and blurted out, I think I may have said something inappropriate. I'm sorry. My apologies. It was not intentional. The remaining few mumbled their apologies. Their faces flushed as if uttering the words was a great burden. Yu Wuhan chose not to pursue the matter further. Her objective had been achieved. Her body was smeared with beast blood, yet her eyes shone with an intense brilliance as she casually surveyed the crowd and the street beyond. Her slender form stood erect like a javelin in front of all. She proclaimed, "Today, the name of Yu Wuhan as a useless person shall be consigned to history, should anyone dare to call Melittle useless again. I shall take it as a challenge to a duel with that." She flicked her sleeve and strode confidently into the Alchemist Guild Hall. The patches of beast blood only served to enhance her aura, radiating a sense of glory that would be etched into the minds of all witnesses. In that moment, her slight silhouette appeared remarkably grand from a distance. Those who had witnessed the scene erupted into a flurry of astonished chatter. The golden money leopard. A second-tier magical beast. She took it down with a single blow. That leopard must be worth a fortune, possibly several million gold coins. What a shame, with such combat prowess could she have already advanced to the Yuanzun level? But I heard she switched to being a warrior. The street became a cacophony, akin to a bustling market. Regardless of the discussions, nearly everyone agreed that the moment Yu Wuhan vanquished the magical leopard was nothing short of spectacular. Miss Yu is truly formidable. No wonder the third prince is infatuated with her. Suddenly, someone interjected with an utterly discordant remark, "Calm down, everyone. Yu Wuhan has already been rejected by the royal family. An imperial decree has been issued. How can you still speak of the third prince's affections for her?" A rebuttal arose against the speaker, yet he continued, "But you do not understand. The annulment was due to circumstances beyond her control, and it was because Miss Yu has found a new love, betraying the third prince's deep feelings. In truth, His Highness is still very much enamored with her." The crowd's curiosity piqued. "So you mean Miss Yu dumped the third prince?" "Well, it cannot be said quite so." He waved his hand dismissively. "Miss Yu bore the initial fault. Our emperor, wishing to punish her and uphold the royal family's reputation, naturally decreed the dissolution of their engagement." "How do you know this?" "I have a friend who is a guard in the palace. He witnessed the annulment process that very night." The man spoke with conviction, causing some bystanders to shake their heads in dismay. Who would have thought Miss Yu was such a person? Poor third prince, so deeply devoted. It appears the rumors about her are true. She indeed leads a disreputable life, otherwise the royal family would not have annulled her engagement. The third prince becoming the disciple of the Xuanji Saint Monarch should be a joyous affair. Yet she has sullied it with her actions. Alas! So it seems the rumors of Miss Yu cavorting with mercenaries are indeed accurate? Before long the crowd, still reeling from Yu Wuhan's defeat of the magical leopard, largely accepted the man's assertions and began to scorn her character. Occasionally, there were skeptics, but the chorus of condemnation drowned them out. While people admired the strong, they were quick to denounce any blemish on their reputation, even in the absence of evidence. The truth mattered little to many. "Miss Wuhan, this way, please." Inside the Alchemist Guild, Changde led Yu Wuhan forward. Unbeknownst to her, she was oblivious to the street's gossip. Even if she were aware, she would not expend her energy on it. At that moment, she was entranced by the fragrant aroma of herbs permeating the guild hall. "It smells divine." A medley of herbs and elixirs blended together, creating a subtle yet invigorating scent. Her gaze fell upon the potions displayed at the counter, all gleaming with brilliance. Regardless of how deeply the medicinal properties were concealed or what elements they contained, nothing escaped her discerning eye. Navigating through the hall and taking various turns, they arrived at the area designated for the guild's personnel, where the scent of herbs intensified. "Miss Wuhan, my brother is right here." Changde paused before a small room at the end of a corridor. Upon opening the door, a thick aroma of herbs assaulted their senses, mingled with a faint burnt smell, as if something had been scorched. A disheveled middle-aged man stood before the alchemical furnace, lost in thought. He was tall and stout, resembling a mountain, blocking the only small window in the room from letting in any light. In the dimness, the furnace emitted thick clouds of white smoke, creating a rather eerie scene. "Brother? Uncle?" Changde and Chang Shaoqan called out several times, but the man remained unresponsive, standing there with a sullen expression akin to a zombie. Changde smiled awkwardly at Yu Wuhan. "This is my brother, Chang too. He always reacts this way after a failed alchemical attempt. It usually lasts several days without a word. Perhaps we should come back in a few days?" Yu Wuhan leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, a smile playing on her lips, exuding an air of casual elegance. Her bright eyes scanned Changtu's furnace and workbench, and with a moment's focus she comprehended the situation. "You may have added the tonkin ko too late. Try adding it before the concoction reaches a boil. as its properties can suppress the potency of the fire dragon fern root. Her voice was soft and gentle. As if struck by lightning, Chang Tu jolted awake, grabbing several pieces of tonkin ko and holding them up to his eyes. Oh! I should have added it sooner. He seemed almost frenzied as he reignited the flame beneath the cauldron. Channeling his yuan force for a new round of alchemical refinement, completely oblivious to Yu Wuhan and the others, Yu Wuhan entered the room, closed the door, and stepped closer to observe. Although she had yet to formally study alchemy, every movement and every exertion of yuan force from Chang Tu was invaluable hands-on teaching for her. Yu Wuhan became engrossed, holding her breath as she watched intently from start to finish. When Chang Tu finally lifted the lid of the furnace with a triumphant shout, a full hour had elapsed. Heavens! It worked! I finally succeeded in improving the first-grade hemostatic powder. Chang Tu exclaimed, his excitement causing him to leap about. The ground shook with each of his exuberant jumps, a testament to his considerable weight. Quick, let me see the results. After a moment of bouncing, Chang Tu suddenly remembered he had yet to test the efficacy of the potion. Hurriedly, he fetched a magical rat, made a small incision to draw blood, and sprinkled the freshly concocted hemostatic powder onto the wound. After approximately 15 minutes, the wound on the magical beast began to clot and heal in small areas. Incredible! The hemostatic effect is nearly comparable to that of a second-grade hemostatic powder. Chang Tu exclaimed once more, elated. Yu Wuhan smiled faintly, having already noticed a small sample of powder on the workbench. It was the first-grade hemostatic powder she had sold to a pharmacy previously, somehow finding its way here. Chang Tu had evidently improved upon the ordinary formulation by studying her sample. Was it you? Did you just remind me to add the tonkin ko sooner? Chang Tu suddenly bounded up to Yu Wuhan, enveloping her in a hug and exclaiming, you are my benefactor. Oh my heavens, I owe it all to you. Who would have thought the tonkin ko needed to be added earlier? Typically, it's added only once the liquid is boiling. Yu Wuhan nearly gasped for breath as he squeezed her. Quickly, she jabbed his elbow point. And in that fleeting moment of distraction she wriggled free, stepping back a few paces. Brother, cough, cough, please calm down. Chengde hastily interposed. This is Miss Wuhan from the Wei Duke's residence. Kindly refrain from being disrespectful. Yu Wuhan sighed, realizing that the jovial spectacle had finally come to life in front of her eyes. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. Chang Shaoqan answered it, revealing a tall, thin elder who hurriedly entered. Chang Tu, your shouting could be heard all the way down the corridor. Will you not silence yourself? Upon seeing the elder, Chang Tu's vibrant energy drained away, as if an electric toy had lost its power. Teacher, that he muttered. The elder's countenance was stern as he inquired briefly about the hemostatic powder's progress. Gradually, a satisfied smile crept across his face. Well done, Chang Tu, though you may be slow-witted, you have finally managed to implement the improvements to the hemostatic powder under my guidance. Yu Wuhan listened in bewilderment. The sample was hers, the suggestion to add the tonkin ko sooner was also hers. What was this old man doing, claiming all the credit for himself? How shameless! Chang Tu's lips twitched slightly. But he maintained his composure, bowing to the elder. Thank you very much for your guidance. Without you, I would not have achieved anything. Young man, do not become complacent. Continue to work hard. The elderly man kindly patted his shoulder, remarking that this modest achievement was not solely his own doing, urging him to tread carefully and speak with caution. Indeed, your admonition is well-founded. Teacher, that it was the students who erred regarding the improvement of the hemostatic powder. All credit belongs to you, he replied. The old man nodded with a smile, instructing, prepare a detailed record of the modifications and deliver it to me in half an hour. After offering a few encouraging words to Chang Tu, the old man ambled away, his demeanor radiating a proud arrogance. Having barely glanced at Yu Wuhan and her companions, Chengde was incensed. Brother, this is all your merit. How dare he claim it for himself? This is unprecedented. It's an enhancement of the hemostatic powder, something that hasn't been done across the continent for decades. You will be immortalized in the annals of alchemy. How can we allow him to benefit without consequence? Chang Tu shook his head with a bitter smile. Let it be. I have a clear conscience. I know what I have accomplished. He began to tidy up the alchemical furnace and workbench, his previous excitement now replaced by a sense of despondency. Yu Wuhan, arms crossed, observed the unfolding drama and casually inquired, who is that old man? Chengde replied with indignation, he is the alchemy master of the guild, Li Dai. Ever since my brother joined the guild over a decade ago. He has worked under him. Though he is ostensibly a teacher, he refuses to impart any knowledge and has always envied my brother's talents, constantly suppressing him. All of my brother's achievements over the years have been seized by him. And now he dares to take more. It's outrageous. Why doesn't your brother resist? Yu Wuhan asked. Li Dai has the backing of the Yun family, purportedly a distant cousin of Yun Guifei. He has ample means to expel my brother from the Alchemist Guild, rendering him unable to stand in the alchemical world again. I see. Yu Wuhan raised an eyebrow. Such bullying, undermining subordinates, and appropriating the accomplishments of others. This sort of shameless individual exists everywhere. It is no surprise that Li Dai is related to Yun Guifei. They clearly share a penchant for treachery. If I don't find a way to undermine him, it would be an affront to the benevolent care of Yun Guifei. Yu Wuhan began to plot in her mind. Enough of that. I've grown accustomed to it for over a decade. Chang Tu interrupted his brother's tirade. What brings you here today? Miss Wuhan wished to see, Chang Tu replied. Chang Tu then asked Yu Wuhan, is there something you need? At that moment, he no longer resembled the exuberant child but rather a weary elder, devoid of expectations for life. The contrast was stark, as he bore the heavy burden of suppressed effort. Wearing a seemingly calm yet deeply numb expression as he faced the world, Yu Wuhan shrugged. Nothing of significance, merely a curiosity about the Alchemist Guild. Are there many like Li Dai here? Chang Tu shook his head with a wry smile. Saying nothing, Yu Wuhan understood. The guild was likely rife with toxicity and a poor atmosphere in a place meant for alchemists to hone their skills and progress together. It seemed they were instead preoccupied with intrigue and strife. Therefore, if she were to pursue the path of an alchemist, it would be unnecessary to rely on the guild's influence, as she looked down upon associating with the likes of Li Dai. Approaching the workbench, she picked up a small sample of the hemostatic powder and remarked, in truth, this powder is not a product of alchemy but rather a formulation, and the recipe differs from the conventional hemostatic powder available on the market. Chang Tu, puzzled, asked, is that so? Yu Wuhan rummaged through the medicinal cabinet, selecting some ordinary herbs, and promptly crushed them, proportioning them together. Moments later, she had concocted a new powder. Give it a try, she instructed Chang Tu, urging him to catch a magic rat. Chang Tu's previously vacant expression began to brighten as he quickly captured another experimental magic rat, and inflicted a wound to test the efficacy of the potion. An astonishing scene unfolded before them. The blood from the rat's wound began to coagulate at a visibly rapid pace, and in an instant it was completely staunched. Chang Tu stared awestruck at the powder Yu Wuhan had prepared. Then at the sample, that is not a product of alchemy but a formulation. How could I have been so foolish? Yu Wuhan chuckled lightly. To improve upon existing alchemical recipes through the study of samples is no small feat. Li Dai's claim that you are foolish is merely an attempt to undermine you. In truth, you possess remarkable talent. Chang Tu, now invigorated, grasped Yu Wuhan's hand tightly. How do you know the formulation method? How do you know? This sample originates from my own sect. May I inquire which sect you belong to? Apologies, but that is confidential. I beg your pardon. I was too forward. Chang Tu speculated that Yu Wuhan's sect must possess an extraordinary alchemical legacy. Perhaps even a hidden power. It was only natural for her to keep her identity concealed. Little did he know, Yu Wuhan had merely fabricated a fictional sect to obscure her true identity. Not wishing to reveal her cards too readily, Chang Tu, how much do you think this formulation would fetch if sold on the market? It's hard to say. If various factions were to compete for it, it could easily sell for hundreds of thousands of gold coins. This is an upgrade to the hemostatic powder for the entire continent. Yu Wuhan declared, I will write the recipe for you. The Wind Whisper auction house opens tonight. Take it there for auction. We'll split the profits evenly. Chang Tu was taken aback, while Chang De and his daughter stood in astonishment. Miss Wuhan, this is too much. It is akin to handing them money for nothing. Yu Wuhan smiled. Do not be hasty. I have another request of you. By the mandate of my sect, I require certain recipes to be publicly mass-produced across the continent. This task is quite troublesome, and I seek some assistance. Would you be willing? Chang Tu was stunned that he had never imagined he would encounter such an opportunity. How can I assist you? I need someone to help me test the modified recipes and a large number of alchemical apprentices to mass-produce the potions. Can you manage that? Chang Tu was rendered speechless, nearly unable to believe this was real. Did spend his days at the workbench researching recipes and overseeing a multitude of apprentices in the alchemical process? Just the thought sent his blood boiling with excitement. That was the career he had always dreamed of. Of course, every potion released for sale will bear the name of my sect, along with your personal mark. Your contributions will never be overlooked, Yu Wuhan added. Chang Tu's face flushed with excitement. Miss Wuhan. I will follow you. I swear I will never betray you. Oaths are unnecessary. We are merely partners, Yu Wuhan replied with a smile. She resided in the ancient alchemist's castle, the Scarlet Moon Castle, with an abundance of rare recipes in her mind. It would be foolish not to leverage them for profit. She had no intention of performing the tedious work of alchemy and selling the potions herself. Instead, she aimed to establish a large-scale processing plant, continuously mass-producing and marketing throughout the continent. She intended to amass wealth from all corners of the world, and if she could simultaneously vex her enemies, that would be even better. Chapter 32. Is that feasible? After leaving the Alchemist Guild, Yu Wuhan casually sought out a clothing store to purchase new garments, her attire marred by stains of beast blood. Presenting an unkempt appearance, she glanced at the sign of the Battle 8 Directions armor shop and couldn't help but chuckle at its grandiose yet somewhat juvenile name and the Tianzhou continent. Where everyone practiced martial arts, many clothing stores also sold armor, offering not only garments but various protective gear. "Miss, are you here to purchase armor?" A staff member approached her eagerly upon her entrance. Given her bloodied appearance, one might assume she had just emerged from battle, leading them to believe she required formidable protection. Yu Wuhan smiled and shook her head that I only need a set of simple clothing. The staff member's enthusiasm waned, and they pointed to a rack in the corner where ordinary clothing hung, indicating that Yu Wuhan could help herself. She selected a suitably sized blue outfit and changed in the fitting room. Wrapping her bloodstained hair in a cloth, she paid with a single silver coin. As she surveyed the armor available in the shop, even the most basic cowhide armor was priced at 30 silver coins, while the more expensive pieces soared to hundreds of silver coins or even gold. And no wonder the staff had shown little enthusiasm for her single silver coin purchase. Prominently displayed in the shop was an enchanted breastplate made from the hide of a volcanic mountain pig, adorned with intricate patterns, both sturdy and visually appealing. The price tag read, 3,500 gold coins. How exorbitant, Yu Wuhan remarked, tapping her empty pocket. The staff member followed her gaze and exclaimed, "That is the masterpiece of the renowned enchanter, Chan Huan. How could it not be expensive? Go ask around in the mercenary circles. Who doesn't know of Chan Huan's name? Our owner is friends with him. Which is why we have the good fortune to sell his creations. It is difficult for ordinary folk to even meet Chan Huan. So this is your shop's treasure?" "Absolutely. This breastplate can withstand direct attacks from second-tier magical beasts," the staff member boasted, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Other customers in the store expressed envious admiration upon hearing this. Yu Wuhan merely smiled faintly. Her vision was different. With a slight focus, she could discern that among the intricate patterns on the breastplate, several lines flickered with a faint brownish light. Those must be the enchanting patterns, the primary source of the breastplate's defensive capabilities. However, the lines appeared jagged, and the glow was intermittent, clearly indicating it was not a perfect product. In comparison to the fourth-grade enchanted dagger she possessed, it was akin to comparing a toy castle built by a 2-year-old with a soaring skyscraper. There was no basis for comparison. Having grown accustomed to the elegant, flowing elemental light of her emerald dagger, she naturally looked down upon this breastplate that was nearly equivalent to a defective product. However, such a shabby item can be sold for over 3,000 gold coins. TSK, it appears that being an enchanter is quite lucrative. Yu Wuhan stroked her chin, pondering whether to pursue a side job. "Hey! Post this at the door." Suddenly someone rushed in, shouting loudly while holding a large beast skin. The shop assistant hurried over. "Captain Longqi, what brings you here personally? Is there some sort of trouble?" "No time for idle chatter, quickly put it up. The team is in urgent need of manpower, and if anyone wishes to enlist, let me know immediately." All right, I'll put it up right away." The shop assistant took the beast skin and swiftly pinned it to the notice board at the entrance. It turned out that the beast skin contained a recruitment notice. The man, known as Captain Longqi, was robustly built, tall, and had piercing eyes. His voice boomed with authority. "To all patrons who care for our business, is there anyone willing to temporarily join the Zhanbafang mercenary team? You may sign up with me now. Tomorrow you'll accompany the team into the mountains for a mission, and the remuneration will be the same as for official members, with an additional 200 silver coins upon completion." His loud proclamation captured the attention of all the customers. The Zhanbafang mercenary team is seeking temporary members? This was unheard of. Their team is powerful and well-staffed. Why would they require temporary members? 200 silver coins is a generous reward. Could it be that they are facing a particularly challenging task? What kind of task could possibly trouble the Zhanbafang mercenary team? Yu Wuhan quietly listened to the discussions, rummaging through her memories to piece together the situation. It turned out that this armor shop was operated by the Zhanbafang mercenary team, which held a modest reputation in the capital as a branch of the renowned Zhanga mercenary corps. Boasting formidable strength, however, recently there was a challenging task in the Dumo Mountains, prompting all branches of the Zhanga corps to seek additional personnel. Is there anyone willing to sign up? We require at least a 3-star elemental master or a 7-star warrior. Captain Longqi asked once more. The crowd gasped. The requirements were too high. Even if one wanted to join, it seemed impossible. Amidst a chorus of regretful sighs, Yu Wuhan, standing in the corner, softly smiled and declared, I volunteer. Instantly, all eyes turned to her. Longqi turned his head, frowning as he scrutinized Yu Wuhan from head to toe. Are you strong enough? Not everyone recognized the first genius of the Chu kingdom or the so-called Little Waste. Most ordinary citizens had never seen Yu Wuhan's face. All Longqi and the others saw was a slender young girl clad in the most ordinary green cloth, unarmed and devoid of any sturdy armor for protection. Apart from her strikingly beautiful features and bright, spirited eyes, there seemed to be no credible evidence of her combat prowess. Such a girl wishes to enlist as a temporary member of the Zhan Bafang mercenary team? Is this a jest? If I have the strength, won't I just have to prove it? Yu Wuhan smiled as she leisurely approached Longqi. Her steps were casual and her smile languid, as if she were merely greeting an old friend. When she was a foot away from Longqi, her smile remained radiant and bright. But then Longqi suddenly sensed danger. His tall physique lunged to the side as he swiftly dodged, employing the speed he used to deal with magical beasts in the mountains. However, it was too late. In a fleeting moment, Yu Wuhan somehow pressed herself against his back. Her fair fingers gently grazed his lower back. With a slight smile, she glided away to stand a yard distant. By the time Longqi came to a halt, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He understood all too well that if Yu Wuhan had been wielding a weapon just now, that light stroke dot would have left him severely injured, perhaps even fatally so. What star warrior are you? He asked in shock. The moment Yu Wuhan made her move, he felt no fluctuations of elemental power and naturally categorized her among the warriors. Longqi chose not to inquire further. Not everyone was inclined to reveal their level, and he respected Yu Wuhan's choice. I sincerely invite you to join my team. He stepped forward, extending his hand toward Yu Wuhan. She nodded and reached out to shake his hand. Ling Jiu, pleased to meet you. She temporarily bestowed upon herself a pseudonym. Jiu, welcome. Longqi replied earnestly. Chapter 33. The failed show-off. The other patrons in the shop erupted in astonishment. Is it really that easy to become a temporary member? Captain Longqi, I want to enlist too. A burly man shouted, raising his hand. Longqi asked, what is your strength? If I have the strength, won't I just have to prove it? The man echoed Yu Wuhan's words, slowly making his way toward Longqi. Yu Wuhan secretly chuckled and stepped aside. The man halted before Longqi, smiled, and suddenly struck out with a palm. Whoosh! Bang! Ouch! The sound of impact was accompanied by a cry of pain. Longqi did not dodge but directly met the man's palm with his own. The man was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing against the wall 2 yards away, almost causing the various armors hanging there to fall. The man, baring his teeth in pain as he got up, wore an expression of embarrassment at his failed show-off, and amidst the laughter of onlookers, he fled the shop, his face covered in dust. Consequently, the gazes directed at Yu Wuhan were now tinged with respect. It seems that gaining Captain Longqi's recognition is not easily achieved. It appears this girl possesses remarkable abilities. Previously dismissive shop assistants now approached her with smiles, saying, esteemed guest, as a temporary member, you will enjoy internal benefits. You may purchase anything in the shop at a discount. Thank you, but I do not require anything for now. Yu Wuhan politely declined. The armor in this shop leaned toward a heavy style, which did not align with her agile combat techniques. Wearing it would only hinder her movements. After inquiring about the assembly time and place from Longqi, who was busy recruiting elsewhere, Yu Wuhan left the shop. What pleased her was that in several tea houses and taverns where people gathered, servants in disguise from the Wei royal household were already working diligently to restore her name. They were tirelessly explaining the slander she had previously faced, their mouths running dry. It was likely all arranged under Feng Yunrong's coercion. Night had fallen. The streets were ablaze with lights, shining brightly enough to rival the starry sky. The Fengyu Auction House, part of the renowned Fengyu Chamber of Commerce, held a highly regarded auction every so often. At this moment, there was still an hour until the auction began, yet the area was already teeming with people. Carriages congested, and various guests flocking to the venue. Upon arriving at the entrance of the auction house, Yu Wuhan discovered that not just anyone could enter freely. Please present your invitation, the courteous and composed usher requested with a smile. Yu Wuhan shook her head, indicating that she did not possess one. The usher whispered, if you do not have an invitation, a temporary fee of 20 gold coins will suffice. Yu Wuhan pinched her empty pockets. She had not brought that much money. 20 gold coins equated to 200 silver coins. Longqi was recruiting for a challenging task, and the additional payment was merely 200 silver coins. One would need to survive the task to receive it. The meager earnings of low-ranking mercenaries, earned through life-threatening endeavors, amounted to no more than the entry fee for the auction house. The stark disparity between rich and poor in the Tiansua continent was evident. Unable to enter the auction house, Yu Wuhan found the usher unfazed, likely accustomed to such situations, and maintaining his smile. However, the other guests were less polite. Get out of the way if you have no invitation or money. Look at her rags, she must have bought them from a street vendor. What is a pauper doing at an auction house? You can't afford even the cheapest item inside. Just scram. The disdain, mockery, and dismissal were palpable. What are you staring at? Hurry up and move aside. Don't block the way for everyone else. A woman glared and scolded, glancing at her attire. Yu Wuhan recognized her as a maid from some affluent household, likely clearing the path for her master. She couldn't recall which household it was and didn't care to think further. With a faint smile, Yu Wuhan retorted, "There are many who dislike me. Who do you think you are? If no invitation or entry fee is required, you may use the owner's passage. We have professional appraisers and auctioneers ready to assist you." The usher smiled and gestured for Yu Wuhan to take another door. This beggar's appearance could never possess an item for auction. Don't be fooled. The wealthy maid shouted angrily behind her. Infuriated by Yu Wuhan's scorn, she was on the verge of striking out, but restrained by the auction house's decorum. Who dares call me a pauper? Repeat that. An elderly man with a face lined with wrinkles and an air of authority emerged from within the auction house. His sweeping gaze caused a stir among the strong at the entrance, sending shivers down their spines. The clamor gradually subsided as everyone felt the overwhelming pressure. Nearby, a few magical beasts began to stir restlessly, low growls escaping their throats. Lord Shuchi. The usher bowed respectfully. The crowd buzzed with excitement. It turned out that this old man was the resident powerhouse of the Chu capital's Fengyu auction house, the legendary Lord Shuchi. He was a Yuanzun-level expert, rarely making appearances. Even the regular patrons of the auction house seldom encountered him. Given his esteemed status and strength, why would he come to the entrance? Amidst the crowd's astonishment, they witnessed Lord Shuchi stride directly toward Yu Wuhan. "Esteemed guest, please follow me." "What?" A collective gasp echoed as the crowd nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. How could this be? Lord Shuchi, rarely seen before an auction begins, was here to welcome a guest. And it was a seemingly impoverished young girl who couldn't even afford the entry fee. "My lord, you must be mistaken, she is no esteemed guest." The maid who had just insulted Yu Wuhan could not help but exclaim, "Umph?" Suchi let out a heavy, cold snort to show everyone's astonishment. The maid suddenly collapsed to her knees, blood gushing from her mouth and nose, clearly suffering from internal injuries. Suchi furiously declared, "Dare to speak insolently again, and you shall pay with your life." Yu Wuhan was secretly astonished. This elder's strength was not to be underestimated. His ability to unleash his elemental force with such precision, accurately locking onto the maid for a strike, was indeed a stark contrast to lower-tier elemental masters. "Esteemed guest, please." Suchi gestured to Yu Wuhan, leading the way into the auction house amidst the astonishment and envy of the onlookers outside. Yu Wuhan shrugged and followed the elder with a light and buoyant step. She was unsure how she had become an esteemed guest. But why bother with such trivialities? The maid who had just taunted her not only suffered, but her master did not even dare to show his face. There was a certain exhilaration in overpowering others. She would revel in it for now. Chapter 34. I am a serious person. The interior decor of the Fengyu auction house was exceedingly opulent. Even the entrance was embedded with countless gemstones, their myriad colors dazzling to the eye. How extravagant! Yu Wuhan thought to herself. The Chu kingdom's royal palace was indeed resplendent, yet compared to this it felt like a mere trifle walking on the soft carpet. Enveloped in the sweet and gentle fragrance of incense, every few steps offered a new sight, as if strolling through a celestial paradise, evoking an indescribable sense of pleasure and comfort. And every ounce of that delight was built upon a mountain of gold, reflecting the immense wealth of the Fengyu Chamber of Commerce. "Esteemed guest, this way please." Suchi guided Yu Wuhan through a corridor reserved for ordinary guests, leading her deeper into the lavishly adorned interior. Yu Wuhan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her smile growing ever wider. She relished dealing with the wealthy. "Thank you, Lord Suchi." In a buoyant mood, her tone was sweet as honey. Suchi's aged yet dignified visage broke into a faint smile. "You are too kind." He held a favorable impression of the smiling young lady before him. Her calm demeanor in the face of scorn was far beyond the ordinary. He had injured the insolent maid out of duty, but also in genuine desire to vindicate Yu Wuhan. "Esteemed guest, please enter." Upon arriving at a tranquil room on the top floor, Suchi personally pushed the door open, bowing his head in utmost humility and respect. Yu Wuhan raised an eyebrow. Who could be inside that warranted such caution from a powerful elemental sovereign like Su Qi? She hesitated for a moment, realizing Su Qi had no intention of entering alongside her. Boldly, she stepped forward into the room thinking whoever it may be, I shall find out upon meeting behind her. Su Qi gently closed the door as she passed the intricately woven screen at the entrance. Her gaze fell upon a room furnished with exquisite elegance. The night was hazy and outside the half-open window, a delicate yellow moon hung among the treetops, exuding a languorous and vibrant aura. On a long table by the window sat a candle holder, casting a soft yellow glow. The moonlight intertwined with the candlelight, flowing and spilling throughout the room, creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere. Not long after, on a bamboo couch beside the tea table, a long-haired man knelt, turning his head slightly in her direction. His deep, resonant voice stirred the heartstrings like moonlight. His profoundly dark eyes narrowed slightly, clearly reflecting Yu Wuhan's slender figure. That it is indeed you, she mused. It seems it is thanks to you that Su Qi regards me as an esteemed guest. Yu Wuhan took a couple of steps forward and smiled at him. Even if she mistook his face, she could never misidentify his robe. As dark as the night sky at Mo Yenjo, this man never failed to leave her in awe. As if each encounter was their first. I happen to be thirsty. Would you be so kind as to offer me a cup of tea? Yu Wuhan approached the tea table. Mo Yenjo's sharp brows suddenly furrowed. And he halted. You smell foul. Go bathe and change. Without awaiting Yu Wuhan's consent, he clapped his hands, instructing the attendant who promptly entered to prepare hot water and fragrant bath materials. The hot water arrived swiftly. Along with bathing supplies, the steaming tub was adorned with delicate, dewy flower petals. Yu Wuhan noticed that as the attendants entered, Mo Yenjo donned a mask, only removing it once they departed. Clearly, he truly disliked having his face seen. Well then, let her savor this handsome visage alone. She lowered her head and caught a whiff of herself. Indeed, there was a faint scent of blood, the residue from slaying the golden money magic leopard. Covered in beastly blood was quite uncomfortable, so a bath would be most welcome. However, there was no partition in the room, and with just the two of them present, she certainly could not strip before him and plunge into the tub. Mo Yenjo waved his hand, and a few feet away, the window automatically closed. He then turned his back to Yu Wuhan with a scoff. He remarked, I disdain to look. Yu Wuhan silently raised a middle finger at his back. The enticing aroma of hot water was too tempting. She decided to forego modesty, swiftly shedding her garments and plunging into the tub with a splash. She loved bathing. Her skin felt marvelous. The joy of a cleansing bath. Humming a tune, she indulged in a refreshing soak. After about 10 minutes, she kept an eye on Mo Yenjo, who remained seated, drinking tea, showing no inclination to glance her way. How slightly disappointing. Yu Wuhan picked up the freshly prepared attire and emerged from the bath. The high-quality black dress fit her perfectly, accentuating the youthful curves of her form. Adorned with blooming lotus flowers that seemed to sway with abandon, it was ethereal and dreamlike. Just as she tied her belt, Mo Yenjo seemed to sense something. Turning his gaze toward her, acceptable, he stated nonchalantly, casting a glance her way before elegantly finishing his tea and setting the cup down. Yu Wuhan, with damp hair still glistening, approached him. Acceptable? With my looks and fresh from the bath, you deem it merely acceptable? Dear brother, are you blind? As she spoke, her hair, dripping wet, dried instantly. Her 3,000 strands fell like satin, further contrasting with her snow-white skin. Rosy lips and delicate brows. Impressive, a human hairdryer. Yu Wuhan gave a thumbs dash up. Mo Yenjo withdrew his elemental force, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Dear brother, aside from drying hair, what else can you do? Yu Wuhan poured herself a cup of tea, gulping it down thirstily. Mo Yenjo replied, I possess many skills, but you might find them overwhelming. For example? Mo Yenjo's gaze deepened significantly with a gentle motion of his palm. Yu Wuhan was enveloped in a surge of elemental force, soaring across the table and landing in his embrace. For instance, he held her with one arm while the other gently brushed his thumb against her lips. His deep-set eyes seemed to harbor a brewing storm. Oh my! How ambiguous! Yu Wuhan's face flushed. This isn't a kindergarten vehicle. Stop the car. I want to get off. Calm down, dear brother. It seems the auction is about to commence. She unleashed her elemental force, swiftly breaking free from Mo Yenjo's embrace and landing on her feet. Clearing her throat, she composed herself and walked toward the exit with utmost seriousness. Wait. Mo Yenjo said. What is it? Yu Wuhan's heart raced slightly. I am a serious person. Be careful or I shall strike you. Chapter 35. Guess what? Yu Wuhan remained vigilant, yet to her surprise Mo Yenjo made no further advances. Simply tossing out a black handkerchief made of light gauze, adorned with alluring lotus patterns that seamlessly matched her attire. Cover your face and follow me. Mo Yenjo donned a silver mask, striding toward the door with an air of composure. Without need for words or gestures, a subtle aura emanated from him, extending several meters around him. Yu Wuhan took the handkerchief and covered her face, trailing after Mo Yanzhou, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. Alas, once again she had been misled. She had thought he might push further. If she had overthought the situation. She felt a twinge of annoyance. "Esteemed sir, please follow me." Su Qi's respectful voice interrupted Yu Wuhan's musings as he awaited outside the door. The elder bowed deeply to Mo Yanzhou, then cautiously led the way, keeping close to the wall, exhibiting a demeanor of utter humility in contrast to his earlier display of authority. Yu Wuhan silently marveled at this. It appeared that Mo Yanzhou was indeed a person of considerable stature. Following Su Qi into a spacious room, Yu Wuhan noted its peculiar design. The entire wall was empty, embedded with transparent pale blue crystals. Resembling a massive floor-to-ceiling window, looking through the crystals, she discovered they were situated above the auction hall, where hundreds of seats were nearly filled with attendees, their heads forming a sea of black. On the brightly lit auction stage, several enchanting dancers were performing lively songs and dances, their supple waists swaying like water plants. "Please take a seat, esteemed guest. The auction will commence shortly. Should you have any requests, feel free to summon me," Su Qi offered, presenting fragrant tea before pressing a button on the wall as he departed. 2 Suspended glass lanterns outside the crystal window flickered to life with a whoosh. The guests below instinctively turned their gazes toward the room. Su Qi smiled and reassured, "Esteemed guest, do not worry. The crystal window is specially designed. While we can see outside, they cannot see us." After pressing another button, the sounds of the bustling hall were instantly transmitted in. Once Su Qi completed these tasks, he stepped outside to await further instructions. Yu Wuhan could not help but silently marvel at the abundance of high-tech gadgets surrounding her. The technology for controlling lighting and sound through a mere button here is certainly on par with that of Earth. Look! The lights in the supreme private room on the top floor have illuminated. This indicates that someone has entered. It is said that only guests of the utmost nobility are permitted to access the supreme private room. Indeed, during our last visit, even His Majesty the Emperor of Dechu could only occupy a top-tier private room on the second floor. There is a significant distance in prestige between the top-tier and supreme private rooms. It is rumored that only individuals recognized as exceptionally noble across the continent are granted entry to the supreme private room. Exaggerated gasps of astonishment and fervent discussions erupted among the guests in the lower hall, creating a lively buzz that filled Yu Wuhan's ears. It dawned on her that the room she occupied held considerable significance. A person recognized as noble throughout the continent, a supreme private room that even the Emperor of Chu is not qualified to enter. "Oh dear brother, who exactly are you?" Yu Wuhan could not resist inquiring once more. Mo Yanzhou reclined lazily in his comfortable chair, casting a nonchalant glance out the crystal window at the auction hall below. "Do you wish to know who I am?" "You do. Take a guess." "Guess what?" Yu Wuhan felt an overwhelming urge to flip him off in person. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, she decided to step to the window to watch the performances. Her gaze occasionally flitted to the entrance of the hall when, unexpectedly, she spotted a face she did not wish to see. Feng Yunrong, the dignified lady of the Duke of Wei, was surrounded by a throng of servants, making her way through the crowd directly to the second floor. Once she entered a private room, the interior became obscured from view, yet the lantern outside lit up, revealing the character for Wei. This served as a symbol of status. Those who qualified for entry to the second-floor private rooms held significant power. What was Feng Yunrong doing at the auction? Wasn't her husband, Wei Peng, still suffering from the effects of poison and spitting blood? Shouldn't she be attending to him? Yu Wuhan picked up the auction catalog on the coffee table and, upon glancing through it, couldn't he help but chuckle. The Ningyu Revitalizing Pill, a third-tier elixir crafted by the renowned alchemist Lan Zhilu, is reputed for its miraculous effects in removing blemishes and scars. Starting at a bid price of 10,000 gold coins, the entire Wei family seemed to be in dire need of such a precious remedy to remedy the bloodied marks on their faces and bodies. Likely resulting from frantic scratching, Yu Wuhan stroked her chin, concocting mischievous schemes. She planned to stir up a little trouble for her dear aunt. Ding! The clear sound of a gavel echoed through the air. The auction had officially commenced. The dancers on stage withdrew, and a stunningly beautiful young woman gracefully ascended the steps, walking elegantly to the center of the platform with a single glance. Her enchanting smile radiated warmth throughout every corner of the hall. "Welcome, esteemed guests. I am Qiao, the chief auctioneer of the Fengyu Auction House's Chujing branch. Tonight we have prepared various rare and extraordinary items for your enjoyment, and I hope you have a delightful evening." Qiao's soft and melodious voice resonated throughout the hall, swiftly quelling the previous clamor. All attention was captivated by her, and with a charming smile she announced, "I am honored to inform you that tonight, in addition to the mysterious items listed in the catalog, our Fengyu auction house has unexpectedly received an exceedingly rare item that can be said to rival the value of tonight's mystery item." "What is it?" "There is an unexpected item." "How surprising!" The crowd instantly stirred with excitement. Fengyu auction house is a leader in the industry, holding auctions every fortnight with a plethora of exquisite offerings that garner immense popularity. Most attendees tonight were drawn by the allure of the mysterious item, even if they could not bid on it, merely catching a glimpse would suffice. Yet, Qiao claimed that there was an unexpected item tonight that could compare to the mystery item? Such an opportunity was indeed rare. What is this unexpected item? Hurry and tell us, don't keep us in suspense. Yes, do tell. Amidst the impatient calls from the crowd, Qiao smiled leisurely and replied, "Tonight's unexpected item is an improved formula for the first-rank hemostatic powder." Wow! The entire hall fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into a cacophony of astonishment. Is it true? The first-rank hemostatic powder has not been improved for decades. Moreover, how could such a precious item be hastily brought to the auction? Qiao reassured the crowd, "I guarantee with my personal integrity and the reputation of Fengyu Auction House that this improved formula is entirely authentic and not a fabrication. Furthermore, its hemostatic effectiveness has been doubled." Wow! The hall erupted once more. Yu Wuhan stood by the crystal window, leisurely crossing her arms as she observed the crowd's excitement. She was primarily concerned with one matter. How much profit could this formula potentially yield? Would it make her fabulously wealthy overnight? Ah, how exhilarating! Dear folks, wave your money bags. Bid generously for me later. Chapter 36. The Black Crystal Card. As Yu Wuhan was engrossed in watching the crowd's reaction to the improved formula, she suddenly realized she could no longer hear anything. Turning around, she saw Mo Yanzhou pressing a button beside his recliner, silencing the voices from the hall below. It had become quite noisy. He half closed his eyes, casually plucking a fruit from the crystal platter and consuming it, his expression revealing an unabashed indifference towards the auction taking place. "Brother, if you are uninterested in the discussions of the crowd, then what excitement remains?" Yu Wuhan lamented. She was relishing the crowd's admiration for the formula, and suddenly silencing it was akin to losing a live stream due to a sudden signal failure. How vexing! Implicitly, he conveyed that others' bidding was of no concern to him. "Thank you. But brother, the essence of an auction lies in the thrill that if you seek excitement, go to the hall." Yu Wuhan shrugged, conceding that she would venture below. Although the prestige of this superior private room was undeniable, it was rather lonely. The joy of an auction lies in the shared competitive spirit of bidding among many. "Brother, could I borrow some money?" She smiled sweetly, extending her hand forward. Without inquiring about the reasons or the amount, Mo Yanzhou tossed her a black card. "What is this?" Yu Wuhan examined the card closely. It resembled an ordinary bank card from Earth, but it was entirely black, devoid of any markings or indications. The Black Crystal Card. What on earth? Yu Wuhan was taken aback. After rummaging through the memories of the original owner, she finally located information regarding the various types of cards. In the realm of Tiansuo, the currency system is as follows. 10 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, and 10 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. For everyday transactions, copper and silver coins suffice. While gold coins are commonly used for purchasing cultivation items, however, carrying large quantities of gold coins is cumbersome, leading to the creation of gold cards, bank card-like items used predominantly by the nobility of the Chu kingdom. As for the elite of Tiansuo, it is said they disdain even gold cards. They utilize diamond cards. Diamond cards are a superior form of expenditure card. A red diamond card equals 100 gold coins. But what about a black diamond card? What in the world? I have never heard of it. Ahem, brother, what is a black diamond? Mo Yanzhou raised an eyebrow, seemingly puzzled by Yu Wuhan's ignorance. His half-closed eyes finally opened, revealing a lazy gaze that passed over Yu Wuhan's curious face before he smirked. "1 black diamond can be exchanged for 100 red diamonds. Wow." Yu Wuhan's eyes sparkled as she gripped the black crystal card even tighter. Yes, Mo Yanzhou looked quite handsome when he smiled, but it paled in comparison to this card. 1 black diamond equaled 100 red diamonds, translating to a staggering 10,000 gold coins. "May I ask how much black diamond is in this card? Is it several tens of thousands or more?" Mo Yanzhou furrowed his brow in thought before ultimately responding, "I can't recall. Holy cow! You are a walking money tree. Even a single leaf you drop is worth a fortune. Take it. Consider it a gift." Mo Yanzhou once again half closed his eyes to rest, as if casually giving away several tens of thousands of black diamonds was of no consequence to him. Yu Wuhan gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you truly embody the essence of a tycoon. So cool. With the card in hand, she felt emboldened as she strode out of the supreme private room. Of course, she wouldn't take advantage of Mo Yenjo's card without a second thought. However, even borrowing it for a moment felt immensely exhilarating. What a display of wealth. Esteemed guest, may I inquire where you wish to go? Su Qi, waiting at the entrance, greeted Yu Wuhan with a smile. I would like to take a seat in the private room on the second floor as the one adjacent to the Lady of the Duke of Wei available for me? Su Qi replied with a smile. Of course. The room to her left is occupied, while the one to her right is vacant. Which would you prefer? If you favor the left, we can arrange for the guests inside to be relocated. Ah, such treatment? I can simply displace others. Yu Wuhan did not wish to be a tyrant by abusing her influence, so she opted for the empty room on the right. Su Qi summoned 2 attendants to accompany Yu Wuhan to the second floor, while he remained outside to attend to Mo Yenjo. Look at this treatment. A Yuanzun expert acting as a doorman, Yu Wuhan mused as she made her way to the second floor. She entered through the internal passage and accessed the private room from the back door, avoiding drawing the attention of Feng Yunrong or anyone else nearby. Through the light blue crystal glass, she could see that the auction had already commenced. The initial items being auctioned were minor trinkets, which did not pique Yu Wuhan's interest. She pushed open the small door embedded in the glass window and stepped onto the balcony overlooking the hall. The lively atmosphere of the auction enveloped her. How bustling, my lady, we must secure the Ningyu revitalizing pill this time to restore the young lady's appearance. Indeed, I will keep a close watch. We absolutely cannot allow anyone to snatch the Ningyu revitalizing pill away. Not only does the young lady need it for her face, but your neck and the Duke's back also require it. Do not forget that the lantern outside our room bears the character Wei. Ah, your ladyship is quite astute. It seems I have been overly concerned at as long as we place a bid for the Ningyu repairing elixir. Who in this entire hall would dare compete with us? The Wei Duke's household. That is indeed the case. Oh, how fortuitous. The door to Feng Yunrong's chamber next door is ajar. Yu Wuhan, standing on the open corridor outside the floor-to-ceiling window, can clearly hear the conversation within. From the sound of it, Feng Yunrong is conversing with her maid. Kai-he-sk, this Kai-he, having recently suffered a broken leg, still lacks the wisdom to temper her arrogance, believing that no one in the hall would dare to challenge them. One can catch a glimpse of half of Feng Yunrong's figure. The esteemed Wei Duke's lady is adorned in resplendent jewels, her collar exceedingly high, presumably to conceal the wounds on her neck. Who is that? What are you staring at? Do you not recognize the Wei character above? Kai-he, noticing Yu Wuhan peering into the room, immediately scolds her in a loud voice, with her face veiled and dressed in an unusual black lotus gown. Yu Wuhan is unrecognizable to Kai-he. Not bothering to engage, Yu Wuhan turns her head away, leisurely leaning against the railing, observing the auction below. Kai-he assumes Yu Wuhan is intimidated and continues to flatter her mistress with pride. Feng Yunrong rebukes Yuer merely has a few scratches on her face. How dare you speak of disfigurement? Such words are utterly distasteful. Yes, madam, forgive me. I misspoke. Yu Wuhan chuckles quietly to herself outside. Disfigure her? I shall see just how capable you truly are. Chapter 37. Wealthy and overbearing esteemed guest, may I offer you refreshments and snacks? A courteous attendant from the auction house approaches Yu Wuhan with a polite inquiry. Shaking her head, Yu Wuhan signals for the 2 attendants to step back. Standing by in readiness, this piques the interest of some onlookers. Other guests on the second floor are accompanied by only one attendant dressed in a light green uniform, while Yu Wuhan has 2 by her side. Clad in deep green, indicating a higher status within the Fengyu auction house. Curiosity arises among the crowd, wondering who this individual is to warrant 2 senior attendants. Feng Yunrong's expression grows dark. Even the guests in the top-tier private rooms are one thing. But to think there is someone on the second floor more distinguished than she, and a young woman at that, how vexing. The maid Kai-he fumes on behalf of her mistress, glaring at Yu Wuhan's retreating figure with disdain. Who knows what kind of esteemed guest she is, so poor that she only dares to bid a few thousand gold coins, and yet has the audacity to bring 2 attendants along. Humph, she probably has less money than we do. Yu Wuhan observes the auction, casually participating in a few ordinary items, raising bids of 1,000 or 2, yet failing to secure any. It is not that she lacks funds. She merely seeks amusement, not necessarily to acquire items. However, to Kai-he, this appears as stinginess and poverty. Hearing this, Feng Yunrong feels a sense of relief, proudly proclaiming, some people possess status but lack wealth. Indeed, the madam is far superior to her. They concur. The attendant beside Yu Wuhan, sharp of ear and eye, darkens at hearing such nonsense spoken in the presence of an esteemed guest. Without waiting for Yu Wuhan to respond, one attendant steps directly into Feng Yunrong's private room. Sternly warning, maid, please mind your words. Should you offend our esteemed guest, it will be your ladyship who must leave the auction. What? Feng Yunrong is taken aback. She is the Wei Duke's lady. The Wei Duke's household is among the most powerful in the land. How could they ask her to leave? Kai He retorts angrily, open your eyes and see clearly. Our lantern bears the Wei character. The attendant replies, even if it bore the He Lian character, you ought to consider the feelings of the esteemed guest. Some matters do not require me to elaborate, do they? With that, the attendant turns and returns to stand beside Yu Wuhan. Madam. Kai He, infuriated, wishes to confront the auction house manager. However, Feng Yunrong swiftly regains her composure. Urging Kai He to silence, even if it bore the He Lian character, one must yield to the esteemed guest. Does that not imply that even the Emperor of Chu cannot compare to that woman in the black gown? Such an esteemed guest she dares not provoke, for the sake of Yuer she must endure. The Ningyu repairing elixir must be secured. The auction proceeds rapidly and soon the coveted item is presented. Xiao smiles as she unveils the silk covering the item. Esteemed guests. We present the Ningyu repairing elixir from the renowned alchemist, Master Lan Zelv. The starting bid is 10,000 gold coins, with each increment not less than 100 gold coins. Please commence bidding. 15,000 gold coins. 20,000 coins. 23,000 coins. 30,000 coins. A wave of excitement sweeps through the hall. 50,000. Feng Yunrong takes a deep breath, pressing the bidding button, finally making her move. While others increase their bids by thousands. She raises hers by 20,000. Instantly, the pale blue glass of her private room lights up with the dazzling figure of 50,000 gold coins. This not only showcases the financial might of the Wei Duke's household but also conveys their determination to secure the item, prompting others to withdraw. Indeed, the hall falls momentarily silent at 51,000 gold coins. Someone weakly raises the bid, increasing it by merely 1,000. Feng Yunrong smiles, raising the bid. 60,000, she crushes the competition with her wealth. Seeing Feng Yunrong's determination, no one else dares to bid. After all, no matter how precious the Ningyu repairing elixir may be, it is not worth 60,000 gold coins. Aside from Feng Yunrong, no one else urgently requires such a potion. 60,000, first call. 60,000, second call. Qiao confirms the final price. 60,000, third call. 60,500 gold coins. Yu Wuhan lightly presses the bidding button. The bright bid amount displayed on the glass behind her instantly captures the attention of everyone present. Feng Yunrong frowns. 70,000, she raises her bid by another 10,000, competing with Yu Wuhan. Yu Wuhan responds 70,500. Is this deliberate? Very well, let us see how long you can contend with me. Feng Yunrong sneers and declares, 90,000. If a direct confrontation is not to be pursued, then a fair auction means you deserve to lose. 90,500. Yu Wuhan continues, incrementing by 500. A clear provocation. 100,000. 100,500. Kai He begins to worry. Madam, that price seems too high. No matter. Feng Yunrong presses the button again. 120,000 gold coins. She is determined to acquire the elixir. But even she feels the price is exorbitant. However, this is not the time to quibble over costs. She cannot allow a clearly provocative woman to gain the upper hand, even if that woman is of higher status. Otherwise, the Wei Duke's household would lose face. Yu Wuhan, appearing indifferent, raises her bid once more. 120,100. Feng Yunrong's lips twitch. Her opponent only increased by 100 this time. Unable to afford 500, indicating financial strain, thus she raises her bid with a triumphant air. 130,000. The hall falls into silence. Everyone awaits Yu Wuhan's response. Yet, Yu Wuhan stands quietly, no longer raising her bid. The auctioneer Qiao slowly announces 130,000 gold coins. First call. 130,000 gold coins. Second call. 130,000 gold coins. Third call. She speaks slowly, fearing that Yu Wuhan, this esteemed guest, may reconsider and hopes to leave an opportunity for her to bid. However, Yu Wuhan remains silent throughout. Sold. Qiao strikes the gavel, congratulating Feng Yunrong for acquiring the Ningyu repairing elixir. The final price is 130,000. Let us all congratulate her. A highly successful auction. The final price surpassed the auction house's initial expectations by double, which can be deemed outstanding. This is all thanks to the competitive bidding between Yu Wuhan and Feng Yunrong. Qiao, maintaining her composure, glances once more towards Yu Wuhan's position. Congratulations, madam. Kai He flatters. Feng Yunrong smiles, gazing at Yu Wuhan's retreating figure. What of having 2 senior attendants? You have still been surpassed by me, and with absolute financial superiority. To this lady, I hold no interest in that Ningyu elixir of yours. Feng Yunrong pauses, her smile freezing in place. She realizes the 500 increments were intentional, yet hearing Yu Wuhan state this directly stings her deeply. The feeling of being played intensifies. That woman deliberately made her spend more, and heavens, how many gold coins has she lost? A Ningyu repairing elixir that could have been secured for merely a few tens of thousands ended up costing her 130,000. Chapter 38. The ancient treasure emerges. Madam, do you not find that person's voice somewhat peculiar? Kai He, taken aback upon hearing Yu Wuhan speak. Feng Yunrong, still caught up in her anger over being deceived, casually inquires, which person? That woman competing with you in bidding. What about her? Kai He, unable to suppress her doubts, finally leans in to whisper in a very low voice. Her voice seems reminiscent of that little waste. What? Impossible, Feng Yunrong instinctively rebuts. How could a little waste be such an esteemed individual? She refuses to entertain the thought, impulsively striking Kai He across the face. It's all your fault for constantly chattering in my ear, hindering my ability to think clearly. What use is a servant like you? Madam? Kai He, stunned, covers her swollen cheek, feeling both frightened and aggrieved. She has always been a trusted aid to her mistress. Other servants may be beaten, scolded, or even killed, yet the madam has never laid a finger on her. Think this time. She has diligently served her, yet has been struck publicly. Madam, I have not been chattering. I merely wish to assist you with. Slap. Feng Yunrong retaliated with another resounding slap, daring to retort. This strike was even more vicious than the last, as Feng Yunrong had resorted to Yuan technique. Specializing in wind-based Yuan arts, she had attained the rank of 2-star Grandmaster. And one of her most formidable skills was the bone-eroding wind. The powerful gale, infused with miasma, could invade the body through the orifices and pores upon contact. This unique wind technique was a hallmark of her family. The Feng general's residence, renowned for its formidable prowess. Poor Kai He was caught off guard, and was sent sprawling out of the private room, colliding heavily against the corridor's railing. Had it not been for the railing's obstruction, she would have been sent crashing to the grand hall below. What is the meaning of this? Came the stern inquiry from a senior attendant. Preceding Kai He's wails. 2 senior attendants swiftly positioned themselves in front of Yu Wuhan, creating a barrier between her and the crumpled Kai He on the ground. Soon, the guards from the auction house stationed at the corridor's end rushed forward, dutifully shielding Yu Wuhan. The ongoing auction was abruptly interrupted, and all eyes in the grand hall turned upward. The chief auctioneer, Qi Yao, smiled gracefully, her voice soft as she inquired, "Is there a special request from our esteemed guests above?" It was as if she had completely overlooked Kai He's injured visage. In a short span, Kai He's face had transformed into a ghastly sight. The miasma had seeped into her skin, turning half of her face a dreadful shade of ashen black, and the discoloration was rapidly spreading. Practitioners generally possessed keen eyesight, and at this moment most attendees, both above and below, had witnessed Kai He's dire condition. Recognizing it as the work of the Duchess of Wei, the Feng general's poison techniques were indeed tyrannical. No, their family specializes in wind arts. Ha! What's the difference between toxic winds and poison techniques? Murmured many, their discussions rife with discontent. Poison-based Yuan techniques had long been frowned upon by many practitioners. Hence the Feng family's toxic winds were subject to much private disdain. Standing close by, Yu Wuhan bore witness to Kai He's harrowing transformation and could not help but feel a surge of relief. Thankfully, Feng Yunrong had not chosen to target her directly, otherwise the danger would have been dire. This lady is merely disciplining her servant. Must you also intervene? Feng Yunrong's expression was frigid as she questioned the senior attendant who had barged into the room. The attendant replied, "We would not dare. However, this private room is designed to withstand typical Yuan attacks. If you wish to chastise your servant, please do so behind closed doors, and it would be prudent to refrain from employing overly potent Yuan techniques to avoid damaging the doors and disturbing our esteemed guests. We appreciate your understanding, madam." After this, the attendant left, closing the door with care. Feng Yunrong was incensed. She had visited the Fengyu auction house multiple times, yet this was the first instance she had been so blatantly disregarded by an attendant. It was utterly intolerable. Gritting her teeth in anger, she declared, "If our esteemed guests above have no further requests for our service, let the auction continue." Qi Yao, maintaining her cheerful demeanor, rapped her gavel, resuming the auction while completely ignoring Feng Yunrong's sentiments. Although the other guests had not overheard the attendant's words within the private room, it was evident even to the dullest observer that Feng Yunrong was venting her frustrations through violence. While the auction house chose to uphold Yu Wuhan's dignity amidst the discord, Consequently, more and more attendees began to focus their attention on Yu Wuhan's figure. After all, they had already profited, so they might as well wait to reap further rewards. Before long, the auction reached its climactic finale. The mysterious item of the evening was about to be revealed. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to unveil the enigmatic treasure, the Tianfeng three-beast cauldron. Unearthed from the recently discovered ancient ruins in Qinzhou, this powerful alchemical apparatus is in pristine condition. The starting bid is set at 100,000 gold coins. As soon as Qi Yao's words left her lips, a wave of excited chatter erupted in the auction hall. The revelation of an artifact from the ancient ruins of Qinzhou was astonishing. Situated on the borders of Chu, Qinzhou was a rather inconspicuous little state. Yet months prior, following a seismic event, a fissure in the earth revealed an ancient city buried 1,000 fathoms beneath. This discovery had created a massive stir. Experts from across the nation, and even the entire continent, hastened to Qinzhou, eager to unearth ancient treasures within the ruins. This frenzy had led to several fierce conflicts, resulting in the complete annihilation of several minor families amid the chaos. Over the past few months, more than a dozen incredible treasures had emerged from the ruins, but aside from a few that clearly fell into the hands of top-tier powers, most remained unaccounted for following the skirmishes. Today, word had it that one such treasure had been acquired by an individual, only for that individual to meet a grim fate the very next day. The Tianfeng three-beast cauldron was among these artifacts. Who would have thought it would make an appearance at an auction? 200,000 gold coins, 300,000, 600,000, 1 million. The bidding was fierce, and unlike previous items, the guests began to raise their bids in increments of hundreds of thousands. Yu Wuhan, caught off guard, thought to herself, "My dear compatriots, you are far too ruthless. This is gold, not mere copper coins." Patting the black crystal card in her possession, she felt a slight sense of reassurance. Thankfully, she had borrowed money. Just as she was about to press the bidding button and input her offer, the bidding outside had already escalated to 1,500,000 gold coins. With a sense of disbelief, she input 2 million as her bid. But before she could submit it, Qi Yao's voice rang out. "The esteemed guest in the top-level private room bids 1,501,000. The fervent bidding halted momentarily. A supreme guest had made a bid. Should they dare to compete? Would they provoke a powerful figure? However, rational thought only lingered for a fleeting moment before the bidding surged once more. 1,600,000. 1,605,000. 1,700,000. Yu Wuhan thought to herself, "This is happening far too quickly." The 2 million she had input was on the verge of being submitted. "Mo Yanzhou, why do you only increase the bid by 10,000 at a time? Are we even going to win this?" 3 million. Suddenly, a dazzling figure appeared on the glass of the private room opposite her, displaying the exorbitant bid. Who was it? 3 million was indeed bold. Chapter 39. Congratulations, Your Highness. The entire hall was stunned into silence by the 3 million bid, and after a brief pause, no one dared to continue bidding. Ancient treasures were indeed valuable, yet this alchemical furnace had not undergone professional appraisal, and most attendees were essentially gambling on its ancient worth. The question of whether 3 million gold coins was a worthy gamble weighed heavily in their minds. Amidst the silence, Qi Yao's gentle voice broke through. 3 million gold coins, first called at that moment. The door to the private room that had made the bid swung open, and a figure emerged, adorned in resplendent palace garments. A graceful and slender palace maid. The realization dawned upon everyone. The bidder was of royal descent. But who was it? As one palace maid after another stepped out, standing elegantly along the corridor, the principal figure finally emerged. Clad in a jade belt and golden crown, exuding charisma and spirit, none other than the third prince of Dechu. Helian How. He surveyed the room with an air of authority, uttering no words. Yet his expression clearly inquired, "Who dares to contest my bid?" Silence. The entire hall fell into silence, and no further bids were placed, prompting Qi Yao's voice to rise once more, soft and melodious. 3 million gold coins. Second call. Many attendees lifted their gazes towards the top-level private room. For now, only those in the upper echelons could potentially rival the third Prince Helian How in status. However, the esteemed guest in the top-level room had not made any further bids since raising the price by 10,000. Leaving everyone perplexed about their intentions, time passed swiftly, and Qi Yao was poised to call for the third time. Yet the top-level room remained unmoved. "Big brother, what do you mean?" Yu Wuhan pondered silently. As her thoughts raced, she swiftly reached a decision. She would not bid. Relaxing in her chair, she set aside the bidding button. 3 million. Third called. Qi Yao raised her gavel high, signaling the deal. The Tianfeng three-beast cauldron. An ancient alchemical artifact from Qinzhou was successfully bid upon by Prince Helian Hao. Congratulations, Your Highness. All the palace maids surrounding Helian Hao knelt in reverence, congratulating him on his acquisition of the precious treasure. Helian Hao, filled with satisfaction, smiled faintly and then cast his gaze towards the pale blue crystal windows of the top-level room. What did it matter if the esteemed guests above were present? They could not hope to compete for treasures against him. Once he reached the sacred land of Xuanqi and became a top-tier powerhouse, he too would occupy a seat in the upper-level room. Bring the cauldron, we shall depart. Helian Hao commanded. Leaving even before the final item of the auction was presented, he held no interest in the so-called first-rate hemostatic powder, considering it beneath his notice. The back door of Yu Wuhan's private room opened, and Su Qi stepped inside. Esteemed guest, the Lord requests your presence. Yanzhou is looking for me. Yu Wuhan followed Su Qi, who led her to the auction house's side entrance. Unbeknownst to her, Yanzhou had already vacated the top-level room and awaited her arrival. Let us go. With a single word, he took her hand and swiftly moved forward. Where to? Yu Wuhan, sensing something, felt her eyes brighten momentarily. Yanzhou extended his hand to retrieve the alchemical furnace. His warm palm clasped her wrist, propelling her forward at great speed. The hem of his dark robe billowed in the night wind, resembling a falcon soaring beneath a starry sky. As they turned the corner, leaving Su Qi's respectful gaze behind, he enveloped her in shadows, vanishing from the reach of light without a trace. How is it, Qi? Yu Wuhan felt as if she were soaring through a dark fog. This lord has arranged for someone to assist him in cultivating his shield body. Thank you. Despite the encompassing darkness, the warmth radiating from her wrist brought her comfort. Soon Yanzhou brought her to a halt. The surrounding darkness dissipated, revealing that they stood on a street not far from the royal palace. This is not a bustling district. The night is profoundly tranquil, with only the occasional passing of patrolling soldiers at the street corner. Asked that how you encountered him? Inquired Yanzhou, his tone languid. Yu Wuhan immediately realized her guess had been correct. This fellow was indeed here to steal something. I should reveal my true face to him, she thought, as she removed the black scarf that concealed her features. Yanzhou waved his hand, and a dense black mist enveloped Yu Wuhan completely. With a soft thud, a bundle of cloth was tossed into the fog. When Yu Wuhan looked closely, she was astonished to find it was her previously discarded clothing, now cleaned and looking as good as new. Not bad at all, she mused. This black dress can serve to temporarily conceal my identity. Gradually, a carriage approached down the street. Who goes there? Stand aside, shouted the palace guards driving the carriage. Yanzhou, cloaked in a long black robe, his silver mask reflecting a faint glimmer in the night, stood quietly in the middle of the road. He spoke. Leave the Tianfeng San Shou Ding. With a whoosh, a fireball was hurled towards him by the guards, and without hesitation, they sprang into action. A cacophony of clanging ensued as the other guards drew their weapons, aggressively advancing to execute an on-the-spot execution. What an absurdity! In the capital near the palace, there were those audacious enough to attempt to rob the third prince. Wasn't he this tantamount to courting death? Yanzhou raised his hand ever so slightly. Unhurried, this singular motion caused all the guards' assaults to abruptly freeze. They bizarrely halted in various poses, as if the play had been paused. The palace maids trailing the carriage, their startled cries stifled, were similarly ensnared. The desolate street was left with only the curtain of the carriage billowing in the wind. Everything transpired so swiftly that it failed to alert the night patrol soldiers. What manner of fool dares to assault the prince's retinue? Do you not realize you are provoking the sacred land of Xuanji? Came the voice of Helian Hao from within the carriage. He believed that since the madman dared to act near the palace, he must not fear the imperial family, and that the name of the sacred land would surely intimidate him. To his astonishment, he heard the familiar light laughter of a woman. Helian Hao, cloaked in the prestige of the sacred land. You are quite brazen. Helian Hao could not restrain himself and abruptly tore back the curtain of the carriage, his gaze locking onto the young woman emerging from the shadows by the street. His fury boiling over. Is Yu Wuhan. It is I desire the Tianfeng San Shou Ding. Will you grant it to me? Presumptuous. You shall not have it. Helian Hao, do not forget, I once saved your life. How can a life debt compare to a mere medicine furnace? Even without you, I would have managed to escape unscathed. The disdain in Helian Hao's tone was palpable. You repay kindness with malice. Your intentions are nefarious. Should you not step aside, I shall take it upon myself to punish you in the name of the sacred land. Were it not for the bizarre scene of the guards frozen in place and his concern for the silver-masked man beside him, he would have already taught Yu Wuhan a lesson. Your Highness, have you ever seen what the sacred land of Xuanji looks like? Yu Wuhan retorted, her silence deafening. You intend to punish me in the name of the sacred land? I might as well represent the moon to eliminate you. He Lianhao, how do you intend to punish me? Inflict 3 wounds upon yourself, and this prince shall overlook your transgressions tonight. Inflict upon yourself? How absurd! Yu Wu Hen's smile morphed into a cold smirk. Chapter 40. The Heist Third Prince, may I inquire what transgressions I have committed this night? You conspired with a madman to intercept this prince's carriage and brazenly attacked the palace guards. Such acts are tantamount to treason, and you dare to question it? Yu Wu Hen scoffed. I intended to ask you a few questions. As for the assault on your guards, they were the ones who attacked first. Should I simply stand by and allow you to slay me? Futile arguments. Tessie, Your Highness, I perceive a murderous intent in your eyes. I find myself curious. For how long have you wished to kill me? For quite some time. I in the absence of anyone else. He Lianhao did not bother to mask his true feelings. Yu Wu Hen breathed a sigh of relief. Now I can rest easy. What do you mean by that? It means I can boldly rob you without fear of retribution. You wish to kill me, yet I only intend to rob you while sparing your life. How benevolent of me. With a beaming smile, she shared a glance with Mo Yanzhou. His deep-set eyes were as inscrutable as the ocean, betraying no emotion, merely raising his hand once more. Suddenly, He Lianhao realized he too was rendered immobile. He could not even speak or shout, his only ability remaining to move his eyes. Then, before his very gaze, Yu Wu Hen nonchalantly approached the carriage and slung the box containing the Tianfeng Sanshou Ding over her shoulder. He Lianhao's expression darkened to the point of resembling a storm. That medicinal cauldron had cost him a fortune. He had intended it as a gift for the holy monarch upon reaching the sacred land. An ancient treasure, it would have secured his standing there. Yet, it was now in Yu Wu Hen's possession. Such a grave offense. What infuriated him further was that he had never anticipated that someone would dare to rob the illustrious third prince in the streets of the capital, leaving him utterly unprepared and defenseless. Useless fool. As Yu Wu Hen and Mo Yanzhou's figures vanished at the end of the street, He Lianhao gradually regained his ability to move. For the first time in his life, he uttered Yu Wu Hen's derogatory title with disdain. How dare you steal from this prince? I shall absolutely, unequivocally, not let this slide. Capture Yu Wu Hen alive. As He Lianhao's fury escalated, Yu Wu Hen was already far away, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Mo Yanzhou. Do you know my relationship with He Lianhao? She inquired. Yu Wu Hen ceased her questioning. With a person like Mo Yanzhou, one could easily believe he was all-knowing and all-powerful. The more she interacted with him, the more she felt his formidable presence. She patted the box containing the cauldron. This item is rather cumbersome to carry. It's difficult to conceal and makes me vulnerable to ambush. Might I store it with you until I can refine medicine once more? Mo Yanzhou removed a ring from his finger and handed it to her. Use this to store it. Yu Wu Hen's eyebrows shot up. A spatial ring? Indeed. Wow, a legendary spatial ring. With a mere thought, she could store items within its space, making it incredibly convenient for travel, truly an essential item for any home or journey. What a pity it was so expensive. Even the most basic spatial rings on the market cost at least 10,000 gold coins, far beyond the means of an average person. As for those used by the powerful and nobility, their prices were even more exorbitant. Mo Yanzhou possessed more than one ring. The one he offered appeared simple in design, crafted from some unpolished wood, devoid of any sheen or ornamentation. It seemed ordinary. But Yu Wu Hen understood that appearances could be deceiving. This man regarded even fourth-grade magical weapons with disdain and merely deemed the ancient medicinal cauldron acceptable. A ring he carried would undoubtedly be of considerable worth. Brother, I cannot accept this. I haven't even returned your previous item yet, she said. Pulling out the black crystal card, Mo Yanzhou did not take it back and flicked the ring into the palm of Yu Wu Hen's hand. What I give you, accept it. Were these items not valuable, I would not offer them to you. Oh dear, such an imperious tone. Yu Wu Hen remarked, rolling her eyes. She whistled and nonchalantly pocketed both the diamond card and the ring. There's a saying that money can solve problems. Why should she haggle over these trivial items when they could easily be exchanged? It would only make her appear petty. Back in her days as a special forces operative on missions in Africa, she had dealt in diamonds, illicit drugs and arms, amassing wealth and spending lavishly. Known as the most affluent female mercenary in the industry, I've seen the world. With the ring in hand, she concentrated, and the Tianfeng Sanshou Ding vanished. Exploring the ring's interior, she gasped. It contained a spacious area, perhaps several hundred square meters, perfectly accommodating the small cauldron. Thank you. This is incredibly useful. She flashed a sincere smile at Mo Yanzhou, though their relationship was merely transactional. He had treated her generously. The magical dagger, the spatial ring, the black crystal card, and his care for she wished to avoid entanglement, yet unbeknownst to her, the connections were deepening. No need for thanks. He Lianhao will undoubtedly pursue you. Taking care of your life is the best form of gratitude you can offer me, Mo Yanzhou replied. Tomorrow I shall enter the mountains with the Zhan Bafang mercenary group. He won't be able to find me, Yu Wuhen replied with a playful smile. Today's heist was exhilarating. Watching He Lianhao waste 3 million gold coins fills me with delight. Mo Yanzhou, his silver mask still in place, displayed no emotion, merely nodding faintly. Then, he vanished into thin air. Yu Wuhen waved goodbye to the spot where he had disappeared. Farewell, brother. You always vanish so mysteriously without a word. TSK. Clutching the black crystal card and the spatial ring, she merrily headed to the Fengyu auction house. In her excitement over the heist, she had completely forgotten how much her medicinal formula had sold for. Has the auction concluded? Yu Wuhen asked, covering her face with a handkerchief, as she stood in the shadows of the street nearby. Today was truly worth it. I witnessed 2 massive bidding wars. There was also a smaller bidding war that was quite thrilling. That unknown noblewoman caused the wife of the Duke of Wei to suffer greatly. Ha ha ha. But if you ask me, the auction for the blood-stanching powder recipe was the most captivating. A mere recipe sold for 5 million gold coins, surpassing even ancient treasures. Upon hearing the excited chatter of the guests leaving the auction house, Yu Wuhen's heart skipped a beat, nearly stopping altogether. Wow, could she have misheard? 500,000 gold coins? 500,000? Chapter 41. What is she even doing? Yu Wuhen felt a twinge of regret. She should have been there to witness it. At a single prescription sold for 500,000 gold coins. How thrilling it was that she missed such an exhilarating event. Was it possible she had misunderstood? Or perhaps those people had made an error? She restrained her excitement and stood still for a moment, only to overhear several other groups of people discussing the same matter. They truly sold it for 500,000 gold coins. How exhilarating! She wondered where Chang Tu was at that moment. After the auction concluded, it was time to settle accounts with the item owners. And Yu Wuhen was eager to observe Chang Tu's ecstatic reaction upon receiving the money. However, upon closer inspection, she noticed several individuals loitering around the auction house who appeared to be spies. Having been well acquainted with the art of stalking in her past life, she recognized them at once. A few of them looked somewhat familiar. Rifling through her memories, she identified them as disguised subordinates of the third prince. Lianhao, they must have discovered that she had been at the auction house entrance tonight, and these individuals were lying in wait. How amusing! The others she did not recognize, perhaps they belonged to different factions. The items auctioned off tonight were precious, and it was common for many to trace the flow of valuable treasures, hoping to seize the opportunity to rob or collaborate with the successful bidders. Yu Wuhen quietly left the street, opting not to reveal herself. Being tracked by spies was hardly a good omen. Approaching the vicinity of the Alchemist Guild, she spent a few gold coins and managed to glean Chang Tu's address from the Guild's night watchman. He resided in a small house on the back street of the guild. Yu Wuhen stealthily entered the room and waited for a while before Chang Tu finally returned home. What on earth? The moment the lights illuminated the room, Chang Tu was startled to find someone seated at the table, and he instinctively launched a fireball spell. Yu Wuhen chuckled, "Do not be afraid, it is I." She then removed her face-covering cloth. "Miss Wuhen, it is you. How did you know my address? If I cannot even uncover such trivial matters, what qualification do I have to collaborate with you?" Yu Wuhen smiled. After a moment of astonishment, Chang Tu began to bubble with excitement. "Let us not speak of anything else, Miss Wuhen, the prescription." He rushed over, his stout form resembling a large cannonball, excitedly grasping Yu Wuhen's hands tightly. "Miss Wuhen, do you know how much that prescription sold for?" "My goodness, it sold. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Chang Tu struggled to articulate the staggering sum. 500,000. "I am aware." Yu Wuhen gently exerted her energy, freeing herself from Chang Tu's grip. Chang Tu's excitement abruptly halted, and he stared at Yu Wuhen in bewilderment. You just used energy? My brother mentioned you have switched to training as a warrior? Without energy, how could I possibly navigate within the ranks of alchemists?" Yu Wuhen replied with a soft smile. Chang Tu was greatly astonished. "But your Dantian Guild secrets, I am not at liberty to disclose. As for my ability to utilize energy, please keep it confidential." "Certainly. Miss Wuhen, I swear I will not reveal your secret. Not even to my brother." Chang Tu's astonishment was akin to that of discovering the 500,000 gold coins. For Yu Wuhen had entrusted him with the life-altering secret of her ability to wield energy, indicating that she considered him one of her own. "Miss, this is the gold earned from the auction." The Wind and Rain auction house specifically issued me a gold card. And the money is all within it. 500,000, not a penny less. He produced a glimmering gold card from his pocket. Chang Tu immediately grew serious. No, when I signed the consignment agreement with the Wind and Rain auction house, it stipulated that they must keep my identity confidential. Otherwise, I shall never cooperate with them again. And I will publicly expose their breach of confidentiality across the continent, tarnishing their reputation and causing them severe losses. Understood. Furthermore, when I left, I used a secret passage in the auction house and no one noticed who I was. The only person aware that I took the prescription is Miss Chiao. Even Lord Shuqi is unaware. Yu Wuhan nodded. Chang Tu handled this matter exceptionally well, demonstrating great prudence. Thus, she could entrust him with even more responsibilities. You keep the gold card. Expedite the establishment of the alchemy factory and the recruitment of apprentices. You may freely allocate the remaining funds. My share of profits is also at your disposal. Currently, my ability to protect you is limited, so you must decide how to proceed. Yu Wuhan wrote a note, drawing a snow frost herb at the bottom. In the event of danger, your first priority is to preserve your life. Should you encounter an insurmountable adversary, take this note to the Duke of Shui's residence to find Shuet Songjian. He will ensure your safety. The moment Songjian sees the snow frost herb, he will understand it is her request. Chang Tu accepted the note and gold card, suddenly feeling the weight of responsibility. If he could execute Yu Wuhan's instructions well, it would signify a new pinnacle in his career. He bowed deeply, solemnly stating, I understand, Miss Wuhan. Rest assured, this is your matter, but it is also mine. Since I joined the Wind and Rain auction house, the Alchemist Guild has left me no retreat. This must succeed. Failure is not an option. Haha, do not be so serious. Let us have fun while we're at it. Yu Wuhan attempted to pat his shoulder to ease his tension, but halfway through she realized he was too tall to reach. Oh well, after parting from Chang Tu, Yu Wuhan donned her disguise and slipped into the night, randomly seeking out a secluded alley where she slept in a tree for half the night. Camping outdoors was a common occurrence in her past life, and she found no discomfort in it. Upon waking, the sky had lightened, the sun yet to rise, and a rosy dawn painted the eastern horizon. She descended from the tree and made her way to the assembly point of the Zhanbafang mercenary team. Along the way, she casually purchased a few essential items for the wilderness, storing them in her spatial ring, and soon arrived at the gathering place. Welcome, come this way. Captain Longqi immediately recognized the masked Yu Wuhan and beckoned her over without hesitation as Yu Wuhan approached. She surveyed the scene. This was a training ground for the Zhanbafang mercenary team, and a large plaza was already filled with many people. Most were members of the Zhanbafang, organized into small squads according to their affiliations, alongside temporary recruits gathering around Longqi, much like Yu Wuhan. There were about dozens of them. Please wait a moment. Once everyone arrives, I will assign the teams. The mission is extremely dangerous, so everyone must obey orders. The burly man pointed at Yu Wuhan. Chapter 42. Let me give you 3 moves. Yu Wuhan stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, modest and unassuming, clad in simple clothing, devoid of any special weapons or armor. To all appearances, she seemed like an ordinary girl, at most a pretty young lady, far removed from the notion of a formidable warrior. Thus, it was reasonable for the burly man to have singled her out. The man addressed Longqi, since the mission is perilous, let us not bring anyone inexperienced along for training. Everyone in the team must be capable, especially in critical moments. His viewpoint was immediately echoed by many, who cast suspicious glances at Yu Wuhan. Some families or factions often sent their young members into the mercenary teams for experience, and many assumed Yu Wuhan was one of those. Yu Wuhan remained silent, choosing to ignore the murmurs around her. Captain Longqi smiled at the burly man. Zhu Dezue, cease your clamor. The selection of temporary members has strict criteria. This young lady is not merely an inexperienced recruit. Oh? So she is a qualified warrior then? The burly man, named Zhu Dezue, gaped at Yu Wuhan, disbelief etched across his face. With her petite frame, could she possibly be a master of energy? Yet I sense no energy fluctuations around her. Most temporary recruits were warriors, emphasizing physical training, and the majority were muscular, appearing formidable. Yu Wuhan, however, looked slender and delicate, akin to a quail amidst a flock of geese, her physique entirely outmatched by theirs. Just as the assembly time arrived, the remaining temporary recruits trickled in, and Longqi instructed everyone to line up for team assignments. Wait! Zhu Dezue interrupted, what level is this girl? Captain Long, please clarify for everyone so we know what to expect. Longqi replied, Zhu Dezue, you jest. Many people prefer not to disclose their levels, in any case, I assure you that everyone present has been properly selected. Zhu Dezue scratched his head. Still feeling unconvinced, as Yu Wuhan appeared to him as nothing more than a defenseless girl, Yu Wuhan raised her gaze, casually scanning the crowd and noticing that more than half were watching her. Among those gazes, skepticism was rife. Captain Longqi, thank you for coming to my aid, Yu Wuhan smiled, narrowing her eyes as she stepped into the center of the crowd to ask the leader. Longqi had already spoken on her behalf. Now it was her turn to address the situation and a newly formed team. Wavering morale was the last thing they needed, and it was essential to dispel any doubts before they embarked. Skeptical of me, are you? If you possess the ability, come forth and fight. Defeat me, and then we shall talk. She beckoned Zhu Dazue with a finger. What are you doing? The burly man was taken aback. Let me give you a piece of advice. Keep your mouth shut, it makes you look foolish. And as a warrior, do you really intend to toss aside your weapon? Are you seeking death? Zhu Dazue was instantly incensed. You little girl, do not provoke me. Who are you calling foolish? Beware or I shall strike you. Indeed, he has set aside his trusty weapon, the great hammer, but it is rather cumbersome. Why would one carry it without engaging in combat? Yu Wuhan stood unfazed. Come, strike me if you dare. Are you not contesting my strength? Ho ho! Let this young lady witness the might of the great hammer. Surely, you do not lack the courage, do you? Ha ha! Step aside, everyone, and grant them the arena for their duel. Zhu Dazhong had yet to express his stance. But the crowd began to stir, retreating to the sidelines with laughter, clearing the center for the spectacle. They were not only eager for entertainment but also genuinely curious about Yu Wuhan's prowess. Entering the demon-fighting mountain for perilous missions requires one to keep their wits about them. No one wishes to have a defenseless girl at their side. Even Captain Longqi's gravitas cannot compel everyone to recklessly risk their lives. Muscles bulging with tension, Zhu Dazhong readied himself for the confrontation. Yu Wuhan stood with her arms crossed, remaining tranquil, showing no signs of preparation beneath her mask. Only her bright, compelling eyes gleamed with a hint of mirth. The gentle breeze stirred the fabric of her azure attire, and a few strands of her long hair danced in the wind, the youthful vigor of the girl bringing delight to the spectators. You may strike first. I shall allow you 3 attempts to hit me. If you succeed, I shall concede defeat, she said with a soft laugh. You are truly asking for a beating, Zhu Dazhong roared. Incensed. This was a complete affront to his dignity. How could a renowned 8-star warrior endure such humiliation? With a swift motion, he launched a powerful punch towards Yu Wuhan's head. His massive fist sliced through the air with ferocity. The sound akin to a roaring tiger or a dragon's roar. A technique he had honed over years of training, having faced few opponents in the treacherous depths of demon-fighting mountain. Those who knew him were taken aback. They never expected him to unleash his ultimate move with such ferocity. It seemed he was genuinely enraged. That girl would surely struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Let this be a lesson in humility. Zhu Dazhong vowed to teach Yu Wuhan a lesson without mercy. However, Yu Wuhan merely chuckled to herself. It was astonishing to witness such a disparity in strength between a warrior and a mage at this level. As Zhu Dazhong's fist charged towards her, she felt little pressure. With a delicate slide of her foot, her figure suddenly vanished from sight. Huh? He quickly lowered his stance to stabilize himself and swiftly adjusted his move. Yu Wuhan reappeared beside him, and as he withdrew his fist to kick, he aimed a flying kick at her slender form. This kick, more forceful than his fist, was launched with precision. Too slow, Yu Wuhan laughed. Effortlessly evading the attack once more, she glided back a meter and called out, That's 2 attempts without a hit. I suggest you retrieve that old hammer and use a weapon against me. Zhu Dazhong's face flushed with embarrassment. Failing to land a single blow on a mere girl in front of so many was indeed humiliating. In a fit of frustration, he actually picked up the hammer he had set aside. Warning: be cautious, for this is a magic weapon. Not wanting to accidentally harm Yu Wuhan, he instructed Captain Longqi, please keep an eye out. If this girl cannot evade, save her. It's merely a spar, and I have no desire to take her life. Longqi, arms crossed, watched with a smile. He thought to himself, if she cannot evade, I would be powerless to save her anyway. After all, I cannot contend with her. Yet, how could she possibly fail to evade? Zhu Dazhong was about to stumble. Is this truly a magic weapon? Yu Wuhan inquired, scrutinizing the weapon in Zhu Dazhong's grasp with a dismissive shrug. That hammer was inferior to the breastplate from the Battle 8 Directions armor shop. Its elemental glow was feeble, and the enchantment patterns were severely faded, hardly worthy of her attention. Come now, Yu Wuhan beckoned, pointing to her head. Strike here. Chapter 43. The face of the director with a mighty shout. Zhu Dazhong swung the hammer towards Yu Wuhan. His technique was one he had mastered, showcasing both speed and brute force. Be careful. Rather than aiming for her head, he targeted her legs. This strike was swift and fierce. Should Yu Wuhan fail to dodge, her legs would be rendered useless. The most alarming aspect was that as the hammer descended, Yu Wuhan felt an overwhelming force drawing her toward it, an invisible pull that seemed to latch onto her. What is this strange phenomenon, she wondered, focusing her energy. She noticed the hammer's twisted patterns glowing with light. Though its form was battered, the luminous designs formed several interlocking triangles, creating a peculiar aura that magnetically drew her in. She could not resist its pull without channeling her energy. Instantly, Yu Wuhan activated her inner energy, executing the classic ghostly shadow sidestep technique. With a gentle push from her toes, she angled her body and evaded the hammer's descent. Mid-air, she twisted, her toes landing on Zhu Dazhong's shoulder. Using his momentum to leap behind him, a swift strike followed, crashing down onto the ground. The stone slab fractured, debris flying. The hammer, heavy as it was, fell with a resounding thud. Thanks to Yu Wuhan's precise strike on Zhu Dazhong's pressure point, he lost his grip on the weapon. I concede. Zhu Dazhong, weaponless and flushed, turned to Yu Wuhan, bowing his head in submission. Yu Wuhan smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Zhu Dage, your willingness to concede is commendable. She stepped forward and picked up the hammer. Oh, how heavy! I couldn't lift it on my first attempt. The weight of the hammer nearly toppled her, but steadying herself with a surge of energy, she successfully hoisted it. Here Yu Wuhan handed the hammer back to Zhu Dazhong, praising what a hefty object. Few could lift it, yet you wield it with such vigor. Zhu Dazhong felt a bit of pride swell within him as he accepted the hammer. Sincerely apologizing, I was mistaken to doubt your abilities. Those present could hardly question her prowess. You stood up for everyone, and that makes you a true hero. Yu Wuhan's gaze swept across the crowd. Where her eyes fell, many avoided her gaze. Indeed, just moments ago, they had silently doubted her. But witnessing her effortlessly subdue Zhu Dazhong left them in shock. Zhu Dazhong was somewhat renowned in the mercenary circles, known for his valor and dominance, yet Yu Wuhan had surpassed him. From this moment on, the crowd fully accepted Yu Wuhan, though many speculated about her origins. Yet, with her mask obscuring her identity and lacking any distinctive weapons or adornments, her true nature remained a mystery. Very well, time is of the essence. Let's organize ourselves for distribution. Longqi timely interjected, bringing an end to the skirmish. With a smile, he cast a knowing look at Yu Wuhan. Confident that her presence would greatly enhance their mission, half an hour later, all teams were assembled, and the Battle 8 Directions mercenary group, nearly 200 strong, set forth towards the demon-fighting mountain, filling 10 large carts. Yu Wuhan and Zhu Dazhong were placed in the same team, sharing a cart with 8 others. I am Lingjiu Zhu Dage, pleased to make your acquaintance, Yu Wuhan initiated, extending her hand to Zhu Dazhong. Despite their earlier skirmish, she appreciated his straightforward nature. Moreover, he had refrained from retaliating in anger during their duel, even cautioning her to be careful, indicating he was not ill-natured. Zhu Dazhong sheepishly scratched his head, grinning broadly, eventually shaking Yu Wuhan's hand. Lingjiu, you are indeed formidable. Zhu Dage is quite impressive as well. As they exchanged pleasantries, a derisive snort echoed from the back of the cart, seemingly filled with disdain. Yu Wuhan turned to see a woman clad in a blue cloak, perhaps in her 30s or 40s, her expression stern. Her hair was meticulously styled into a bun, her lips tightly pressed, and her eyebrows arched sharply, giving her a rather formidable appearance. While her looks were not striking, her face was undeniably memorable. One might say she bore the countenance of a school principal, perpetually poised to reprimand. Yu Wuhan glanced at her but quickly turned away. Disinterested in engaging, however, when Yu Wuhan ignored her, the woman huffed again. Just a girl with some minor martial skills. What is so impressive? Clearly, she's never seen the world. Such unkind words. Yet, it seemed unnecessary to engage in a verbal spar. Yu Wuhan half closed her eyes, leaning back against the cart to rest. Ignoring her, Zhu Dazhong, feeling somewhat indignant, took a few deep breaths and shot the woman a glare but ultimately remained silent after a moment. He quietly informed Yu Wuhan that woman is a disciple of Lord Chenhuan, an enchantment apprentice. Moreover, she excels in water-based elemental techniques. We will rely on her in our team, so let us endure any unpleasantness. Yu Wuhan pondered for a moment. Lord Chenhuan, he is the creator of that treasured breastplate from the Battle 8 Directions armor shop, isn't he? It seemed Lord Chenhuan was quite renowned in mercenary circles. Indeed, Zhu Dazhong replied, touching his weapon. This hammer of mine is an early magical creation of Lord Chenhuan, a second-hand piece I purchased from an old mercenary for 200 gold coins. Yu Wuhan scrutinized the hammer's patterns closely. Many were purely decorative, but only a few faintly glowed with elemental energy, their brilliance dulled with time. Doesn't this hammer need repairs? She inquired. Zhu Dazhong shook his head. Alas, I cannot afford it. The cost to restore its enchantments is nearly the same as buying a new magical weapon, close to 1,000 gold coins. If I had that much money, I wouldn't have had to save for so long just to buy a second-hand magical weapon. The mercenaries at the lower rungs of society often find themselves devoid of savings. Individuals like him, who manage to accumulate enough funds to purchase weapons and martial arts manuals, are exceedingly rare. The prospect of amassing 1,000 gold coins seems insurmountable for them. Yu Wuhan chose to remain silent. And once the caravan exited the city and settled at the Battle 8 Directions camp outside Dumo Mountain, she discreetly called Ji Dazhua aside. "Bring the hammer to my tent tonight." "What?" he exclaimed. "I've told you before, don't open your mouth so wide. How could I possibly get tricked?" Without further explanation, Yu Wuhan turned and walked away. Come nighttime, Ji Dazhua, looking bewildered, entered her tent with the hammer in hand. "Get out, come back tomorrow morning to collect it," Yu Wuhan shooed him away. Hey, the 09, this hammer is quite valuable. Don't break it." Ji Dazhua left with lingering concern. Yu Wuhan chuckled to herself, thinking perhaps it will be worth even more by morning. In the still of the night, she utilized the moonlight to its fullest, grinding the blue star fern root she had brought into a paste, with a twig dipped in the viscous substance. She meticulously traced over the elemental patterns on the hammer, reinforcing and enhancing them. Chapter 44. Chaotic scribbles. With each stroke, the elemental energy enveloped the paste, allowing the elemental components to adhere to the hammer. Yu Wuhan executed her task with utmost precision and focus, so engrossed that she lost track of time until the early hours had slipped away unnoticed. Before dawn, Ji Dazhua could hardly contain his excitement and rushed to her tent. The moment he stepped inside and laid eyes on the hammer, he froze in astonishment. Yu Wuhan, still groggy from sleep, climbed up and drowsily noticed Ji Dazhua's mouth. "Agape. Brother Zhu, your mouth is so wide it could fit a chicken egg. Perhaps even a dragon egg." With her hair in disarray, she rubbed her eyes vigorously, yet remained far from fully awake. The previous night had been mentally taxing. Once she finished, she collapsed into bed, feeling an unprecedented level of exhaustion, akin to having not slept for 10 days and nights. Yet Ji Dazhua approached her, vigorously shaking her shoulders in a manner both rough and unkind, nearly rendering her dizzy. 09 Wake up. What have you done to my precious hammer? My heavens, my heavens. I doubt what have I done? Yu Wuhan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it merely a matter of repairing the damaged and uneven enchantment patterns? It wasn't as if she had ruined the hammer. "Oh, my hammer, my hammer!" Ji Dazhua exclaimed, his emotions running high suddenly. He leaned in and planted several loud kisses atop her head, the sound echoing. Then, like a gust of wind, he snatched up the hammer and dashed out of the tent. Once Yu Wuhan had finished grooming and stepped outside, she found Ji Dazhua enthusiastically swinging the hammer in an open space not far away. Surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, she squeezed her way through the gathering mercenaries. With a resounding thud, Ji Dazhua struck the ground with the hammer, creating a crater reminiscent of an explosive shell. Scattered on the ground nearby were several burly men, unfortunate victims of his impromptu testing of the hammer's capabilities. Having been knocked over by a single blow that I doubt even an equally ranked elemental master could best him, someone remarked, "Just look at how exquisite that hammer is. The patterns are as pristine as if it were brand new. Which esteemed enchanter's handiwork is this?" The surrounding mercenaries engaged in lively discussion. The lower-ranking mercenaries were generally impoverished, and few could afford enchanted weapons, thus they gazed at Ji Dazhua with envious admiration. 09. Come and see. Ji Dazhua called out, waving her over with a beaming smile. Without waiting for her response, he rushed over and pulled her into the spotlight. 09. Look, you've repaired my hammer splendidly. Not only does it look more beautiful, but it's also more effective. He excitedly swung the hammer again, and if Yu Wuhan hadn't reacted quickly, she would have been knocked down. "What? She repaired Ji Dazhua's hammer? This can't be true." Someone gasped. "Wasn't she the girl who fought with him yesterday? I can't sense any elemental energy from her. She is not an enchanter. How could she possibly draw enchantment patterns?" The crowd erupted into murmurs, their gazes fixed upon Yu Wuhan with intense scrutiny. Yu Wuhan sighed. Feeling a bit helpless today, her mind felt clouded, and she had momentarily forgotten to caution Ji Dazhua against boasting about her involvement. Now, in front of so many people, he had revealed her role in the matter. This could lead to complications later on. Thankfully, she hadn't forgotten to wear a mask to conceal her face. "That was my teacher's work. How could she have repaired it?" "Nonsense," she reassured herself. Suddenly, an unsettling voice interjected amidst the crowd's chatter. Unbeknownst to them, the head instructor had also appeared among the spectators. She fixed a frosty gaze upon the hammer in Ji Dazhua's hands. Her expression harsh and unyielding, draped in a blue cloak, she resembled an ornate inverted bell. Lady Bingling has arrived. The mercenaries regarded her with great respect, parting to create a path for her. The instructor Bingling approached Jidajwa. Examining the hammer closely after a brief glance, she let out a cold laugh. What ridiculous scribbles! You have utterly ruined the original beauty of my teacher's masterpiece. This hammer is now rendered useless. My lady? Jidajwa stammered, taken aback. How could the hammer be useless? He had just tested it and found it far superior to before. The suction generated while swinging it was several times stronger than it had ever been. Capable of dispatching foes in moments. Who are you to recklessly scrawl on my teacher's creation? Bingling turned her piercing gaze upon Yu Wuhan. Yu Wuhan crossed her arms defiantly. The enchantment patterns were worn. I merely repaired them. How can that be considered reckless scribbling? Repaired. Do you have the qualifications to repair them? Have you ever studied enchantment drawing? Look at what you've drawn. Bingling erupted in fury. Damaging a hammer is inconsequential, but to insult my teacher's work in the art of enchantment is a grave offense. You are openly challenging the entire profession of enchantment. Such a weighty accusation. It was merely a repair of the hammer, akin to mending a pot or a bowl, yet she claimed it was an affront to Arto. Not let me catch you scribbling again. Otherwise, I will impose severe punishment. With that, Bingling stormed off, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. 09. Is the hammer really ruined? Jidajwa inquired anxiously, edging closer. Yu Wuhan shrugged. What do you think? I feel that it's much better than before. He admitted, scratching his head. Then that's all that matters. Don't worry. If it's broken, I'll replace it for you, but I have enough for a new hammer. Yu Wuhan reassured him, patting his shoulder as she turned to leave. At this moment, the gazes of those around her had shifted from ardent admiration to skeptical scrutiny. Just moments ago, many were contemplating enlisting her for enchanted weapons, but with Bingling's outburst, they all momentarily shelved those thoughts. Mission assembly. The call of a horn echoed through the camp, signaling an early departure into the mountains. This time, the task was to drive away several high-level magical beasts encroaching upon the outskirts of Dumo Mountain, preventing them from destroying the supply stations and medicinal herb bases painstakingly established by humanity. The mission was perilous, and many mercenaries had already lost their lives in the endeavor. Brother Zhu, let us fight side by side, Yu Wuhan said as she approached Jidajwa. Her team was positioned at the center of the main force, likely to encounter magical beasts first. Yu Wuhan excelled in agile footwork, while Jidajwa's style was more brute force, making them a complementary pair. Working together should prove enjoyable. Bingling, protected by the crowd, scoffed at Yu Wuhan and said, You've rendered his hammer useless and still wish to fight alongside him. If he were to meet his demise due to weapon issues, would you dare to take responsibility? Chapter 45. One-eyed bloodbat take responsibility? What do you mean by that? I've repaired the hammer better than it was, perhaps even better than your teacher's original product. If you cannot appreciate it, please refrain from prattling on. Yu Wuhan rolled her eyes internally, moving to the back of the line. It wasn't so much a display of magnanimity as it was a reluctance to engage in a debate with the head instructor. Bingling's expression darkened as she noticed Yu Wuhan's disregard. Her words grew sharper. What? Are you too cowardly to speak? Can't handle the responsibility of endangering lives? Had I known this would happen, why did you carelessly scribble on his weapon? He serves as the main attacker in this squad. If anything goes amiss, the entire team will suffer. Do you understand that you're jeopardizing the lives of 10 people? Oh dear, Yu Wuhan thought, rolling her eyes again as she walked and casually collected herbs under her keen sight. No herb containing elemental properties could escape her grasp. She gathered them along the way. Her purpose for entering the mountains was not to earn commissions but to familiarize herself with the terrain for future exploration and training in Dumo Mountain. So her mindset was relaxed, allowing her to disregard Bingling's incessant nagging. Will you ever stop? Enough already. Suddenly, a loud voice cut through the air. To her surprise, it wasn't Yu Wuhan who had reached her limit, but someone else. It was rather unfortunate that Bingling had been rambling on for nearly a quarter of an hour. The voice belonged to another primary attacker of the small team, a tall and robust female mercenary named Cher. With a swift motion, she drew her twin blades from her waist, glaring fiercely at Bingling. Bingling was taken aback. Are you yelling at me? I'm merely emphasizing the safety of the team that you've been blathering on. It's unbearable. With all your noise, we can't hear the slightest rustle around us. Safety my foot. If you keep this up, I'll have you thrown out of the team. You. Bingling's face flushed red with anger. I am the only elemental master in the team. You want me to leave? And so what if you're an elemental master? We warriors can still slay magical beasts. Cher showed no concern for Bingling's identity or profession. Clearly prepared for a confrontation, Zhu Dachui, assuming the role of the temporary captain of the small squad, hastily intervened to quell the rising tension, urging everyone to quiet down and hasten their pace. Chier, lead the way and keep an eye on Funfin as she scouts ahead. Chier, begrudgingly acknowledging his authority with a huffy snort, unsheathed her dual blades, producing a shower of sparks as she strode purposefully to the front of the group. With a defiant voice she muttered loudly, "Is the Yuan master truly impressive? Is mastering enchantments truly remarkable? Once we enter the mountains, it all comes down to strength. First, ensure your own survival before attempting to teach others a lesson." Bingling's expression darkened considerably. She muttered incessantly about the irrationality of it all and, in a fit of anger, withdrew from the argument. Her expression bore the unmistakable mark of someone who felt owed 200 yuan. Casting a pall over the entire squad's morale, Yu Wuhan shrugged and smiled at Chier's retreating figure. Being among the rough-and-tumble mercenaries reminded her of her past life. There was a certain comfort in mingling with fighters, far preferable to the scheming and backstabbing of the royal aristocracy. As the group advanced for about half an hour, a sharp, piercing whistle suddenly pierced the air, a signal of alarm from the front teams. Zhu Dachui immediately tightened his grip on his weapon, shouting, "Alert! We are under attack!" With the sound of his mechanical crossbow firing, bursts of crimson erupted in the air, marking the demise of several bats. Yet these were but a few. A greater number of bats surged through the trees behind her, shrieking as they charged toward the small squad. How could a swarm of one-eyed bloodbats be out during the day? The entire team was taken aback. One-eyed bloodbats were common first-level magical beasts in Dumo Mountain. Individually, they were not particularly fearsome, but in swarms they became terrifying, capable of devouring flesh and blood in mere seconds. They were nocturnal creatures. How had they come to attack in daylight? Zhu Dachui swung his hammer, creating a whirlwind of motion, shouting, "Form a triangle! Protect the Yuan master!" The others swiftly rearranged their formation, shielding Bingling at the center of the group. During combat, the Yuan master needed to channel their elemental energy to perform Yuan arts, making them less swift than the fighters, thus necessitating protection. Although Bingling was known for her sharp tongue, her prowess was undeniable. She began to gather her elemental energy soon. A torrent of water-based Yuan art cascaded down, akin to a waterfall crashing from the sky, instantly obliterating a cluster of bats. The one-eyed blood bats, now enraged, emitted a high-pitched chorus of cries. "Defend yourselves!" Zhu Dachui sensed impending danger. The bats suddenly ascended to the treetops, regrouping before diving down en masse. There were easily over 100. Thankfully, Zhu Dachui had foreseen this. 2 shield bearers in the team had already raised their shields above the others. A cacophony of dull thuds echoed as dozens of bats collided with the shields, leaving a gruesome mess. Yet, many more bats continued their descent. "Another area attack?" Zhu Dachui shouted, swinging his hammer with all his might. However, Bingling had just exhausted her water cascade, depleting much of her elemental energy, and was not yet ready to unleash another. She resorted to a simpler single-target attack, firing water arrows, each capable of downing only one bat, with occasional misses. The efficiency was dismally low. "Fool! Don't waste your elemental energy, accumulate it for a group attack." Chier yelled frantically. The most effective strategy when pairing a Yuan master with a fighter was to use area attacks to eliminate numerous foes at once, rather than picking them off one by one. But Bingling's single-target approach was exasperatingly ineffective. In mere moments, bats rained down, and many were overwhelmed, with several individuals sustaining bites. The saliva of one-eyed bloodbats was toxic, leading to blurred vision, sluggishness, and a dramatic decrease in combat ability. Soon victims would be incapacitated. Except for Yu Wuhan, everyone was in a state of panic. The swarm was relentless, and with Bingling unable to deploy her area attack, another dive from the bats could spell disaster for the entire group. Chier Funfin Zhu Dachui called out to 4 individuals, "You must protect Lady Bingling and retreat quickly. If we cannot win, we should flee while we can." Cursed be the day to encounter a swarm of one-eyed bloodbats in broad daylight. Zhu Dachui silently cursed his fate. In the midst of the melee, he realized that his hammer was indeed effective, but facing death, even the best tools were of little consolation. Bingling stood her ground defiantly, declaring, "I will not retreat. If we are to perish, let us do so together." With a swift motion, several water arrows were loosed. One particularly large bat, provoked by her efforts, screeched and lunged at her. Zhu Dachui, unable to react in time, watched in horror as the giant bat aimed for Bingling's neck. Just then a brilliant spark erupted, exploding on the large beat. It was torn apart, falling lifelessly. "Who did that?" The group was taken aback. Having regained her energy, This was the first time Bingling had successfully used a yuan art to slay a magical beast. What a triumph! Chapter 46. A momentous turn. The fireball technique used by Yu Wuhan earlier was inherited from her original body. Like many from the Wei Duke's estate, her original body had mastered fire-based yuan arts to a remarkable degree, making casting the basic fireball as effortless as drinking water. However, she had not anticipated that her casual fireball would be so powerful. Nearly double the size of a standard one, capable of annihilating a large bat in one fell swoop. Even at the peak of her original body's prowess, such power had been unattainable. Did this have something to do with the Scarlet Moon Castle? Leaping into the fray, she dispatched a series of bats with swift strikes. Upon landing, she glanced at her abdomen and no anomalies were detected. Truly strange. However, there was no time for contemplation. The swarm of one-eyed bloodbats rained down, necessitating continuous slashing. Yu Wuhan had concealed her magical dagger in her sleeve, and now wielded a simple blade purchased from a street vendor, wielding it with impressive ferocity. "Well done, 09th chair," frequently shouted. Praising Yu Wuhan for her effective bat-slaying as a dual wielder, she felt an innate kinship with Yu Wuhan, who wielded a single blade. "Let's fight together." Yu Wuhan leapt to Chair's side, their backs pressed together as they cleared the remaining bats behind Zhu Dachui. "Yes, together." Zhu Dachui felt a swell of excitement as he and Chair struggled. The arrival of Yu Wuhan alleviated their burden. The trio formed a small task force, effortlessly reaping the lives of the one-eyed bloodbats, leaving a shower of blood in their wake. Before long, the attacking bats had suffered significant losses. Suddenly, after a shrill and piercing cry, the entire swarm ceased their assault, soaring into the air, prepare for defense. Zhu Dachui felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Were they about to dive again? With 5 members already bitten, the group faced the daunting task of fighting off the remaining bats while protecting the injured. Another charge could prove disastrous with unimaginable consequences. Yet, Yu Wuhan nudged his shoulder, whispering, "Relax. It seems they mean no further harm." She keenly sensed that the bats had no intention of continuing their attack. They circled in the air, screeching erratically, their formation far more chaotic than before. 09. "Are you a seer? It truly seems that we are safe." Zhu Dachui marveled at the retreating bats. Yu Wuhan, however, remained unfazed, her gaze cold and fixed on a dark crimson figure amidst the bats. While the others were blood red, this one was a dark crimson and larger in size. The high-pitched calls emanating from it clearly indicated it was the leader of the swarm. "Thinking you can escape after wreaking havoc? You vile creature, stay." Yu Wuhan cursed under her breath, her hand concealed within her sleeve as she formed a hand seal for a yuan arti. In an instant, a sea of flames erupted without warning among the bats. The fire-based area attack, ocean of flames, caught the retreating bats completely off guard, engulfing 30 or more in flames, causing them to screech in agony as they writhed and fell from the sky. There was only one yuan master among the group, and she wielded water-based arts. Everyone else looked around in confusion, not seeing any external help, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Only Yu Wuhan remained focused on the airborne chaos. When she saw the dark crimson bat succumb to the flames, she charged forward, launching herself into the air for a spectacular downward strike. The large bat was cleaved into 3 pieces by her swift blade. Yu Wuhan sheathed her blade, landing gracefully. Her hair danced in the fiery winds, cascading in a beautiful arc. "Well done," Chair exclaimed, her excitement palpable, as if she had achieved the feat herself. "Sister, you are incredible. Your name is 09. Right? From now on we are sisters." Yu Wuhan exchanged a high five with her, smiling modestly. Zhu Dachui led the 2 in pursuit, rallying as they dispatched over 10 more bats. With that, the initial 100-bat swarm was reduced to a mere dozen. Retreating in disarray into the dense forest as the battle concluded, the wounded were treated on site. Zhu Dachui was astonished by how the situation had unfolded. What a narrow escape! With a surge of relief, he released a signal arrow to inform the nearby squads. My elemental energy has recovered significantly. I can unleash a group attack. Suddenly, Bingling exclaimed. However, upon speaking, she realized the absurdity of her statement. The battle was over. What use was a group attack now? She lowered her head in embarrassment, avoiding eye contact with anyone. Her previously haughty demeanor diminished. Yu Wuhan continued to ignore her, not intending to reveal that she was the one who had saved her. Instead, focusing on treating the injured, distributing a packet of powder to the injured. "Use this, it can neutralize the poison of the one-eyed bloodbat." Really? The wounded were skeptical. They were seasoned mercenaries, well versed in the dangers of the mountains, and all knew that the toxin of the one-eyed bloodbat was notoriously potent and difficult to manage. Antidotes were exceedingly rare and prohibitively expensive. Not typically found among the standard supplies of mercenaries, The fact that Yu Wuhan nonchalantly produced a packet was simply astonishing. Tentatively, they sprinkled the powder onto their wounds, and after a quarter of an hour, they were astounded to discover that their eyes no longer throbbed, their heads were no longer dizzy, and apart from a lingering weakness, they exhibited no other anomalies. 09. You are incredible. Not only was it miraculous, but also impressive. The way you dispatched those bats was truly fierce. The crowd showered Yu Wuhan with praise, rushing forward to express their gratitude. Zhu Dezue repeatedly clapped Yu Wuhan on the shoulder, grinning widely. Not bad, not bad. Having you in the team is truly a blessing. If he were to learn that it was also Yu Wuhan who cast the fireball and flame sea spells, his smile would surely widen even further. Aisling, observing the adoration directed at Yu Wuhan, begrudgingly inquired, "Is your hammer truly in working order?" "Absolutely. It's even more effective than before." It seemed that Lord Aisling had misjudged. 09 had not ruined the hammer. Zhu Dezue vowed he was now thoroughly convinced of Yu Wuhan's capabilities. Not only could she fight, but she could also repair magical weapons and provide antidotes. She was practically the backbone of the entire team. Aisling furrowed her brow tightly. Even if she hasn't destroyed the hammer, isn't it curious how she knew we would encounter a swarm of blood bats and prepared an antidote in advance? What do you mean? 09 helped Zhu Dezue repair his weapon and aided us in counteracting the poison. How is that a hindrance to you? Are you trying to slander her? Are you suggesting she colluded with the bats and knew they were coming? Cher was the first to erupt in anger. Although the other team members hesitated to confront Aisling directly due to her status, their glares were far from friendly. She had contributed little during the recent battle and was now whining, which did not sit well with the mercenaries. Yu Wuhan replied calmly, "The antidote I carry is not specifically for the blood bats, but rather it can counteract various simple bat and snake venoms. Is there a problem with me keeping it on hand?" Chapter 47. Something is amiss. An antidote that can counteract both snake venom and bat poison? How could such a remedy exist? Aisling scoffed at Yu Wuhan's words, expressing her disbelief. Yu Wuhan paid her no mind, offering no explanation. There was no need to justify such doubts. Once again, Cher stepped forward to defend Yu Wuhan, pointing an accusing finger at Aisling. "Do you truly believe that just because you haven't seen it, such an antidote doesn't exist? There are countless types of elixirs in this world. How much do you really know? You haven't even mastered the basics of enchanting yet, so why concern yourself with others' antidotes?" Aisling's expression soured. "Even if I haven't perfected the art of enchanting, that does not warrant your judgment," Cher retorted. "If you don't want others to question you, why do you frequently question others? You're merely an untrained enchanting apprentice. Do you expect everyone to defer to you?" Aisling was left speechless, feeling somewhat ashamed. After all, during the recent skirmish, her contributions had been minimal, instead drawing the team's focus to protect her. Thus, she lacked the confidence to argue with Cher, the team's primary offensive force. Ultimately, she shot Yu Wuhan a glare and fell silent as the team set off again. Aisling kept her head down, feeling as though Yu Wuhan was mocking her. In truth, Yu Wuhan had no interest in her at all. "Brother Zhu, be cautious. Something feels amiss." Yu Wuhan's concern was for the surrounding environment. It was already peculiar for a swarm of one-eyed bloodbats to be active during the day, and even more so that they appeared to be coordinating their attacks on humans. This was highly unusual. Zhu Dezue nodded. "I feel something is off as well." The small squad had been battling bats for quite some time, yet no other teams had come to their aid. What were they doing? Were they also ensnared by magical beasts? The team quickened their pace, and under the guidance of the scout Funfin, they soon arrived at the location where another squad had encountered the bloodbats. The entire team was stunned. On the ground, in the trees, and among the branches of shrubs, lay numerous corpses, some with their bodies and heads separated, others eviscerated, and some merely half-formed, the other halves untraceable. One individual had a gaping wound in their abdomen, their intestines grotesquely trailing across the ground. Another skull was fractured, brain matter mingling with dark blood, splattering around in a foul mess. The scene was horrifically gruesome. A few team members could not contain their nausea and retched. How did they all become corpses? The entire small squad of 10, neither more nor less, had perished here. Zhu Dezue recognized a few among them and exclaimed in disbelief, "They were formidable. It's impossible they could die so tragically. Even if surrounded by numerous bloodbats, they should have had a chance to escape." Yu Wuhan quickly inspected the bodies, furrowing her brow. Not all of them were slain by the one-eyed bloodbats. "Look at the wounds on those over there. It's evident they were bitten by gnawing-type magical beasts." The pressing question now was, what were those beasts and where were they? Why had they slaughtered a small squad and not continued their assault on the team present? "This place is not safe," There's another small squad ahead that let's go investigate, Yu Wuhan suggested. The others readily agreed, and the team advanced swiftly. Yu Wuhan gripped her single knife tightly, moving like a specter through the dense forest. Faster and more agile than the scout Funfin, she had an ominous premonition that this journey into the mountains would be fraught with peril. In the capital, at General Feng's residence today, however, her situation was rather uncomfortable. Having been ordered by her father, Feng Chuanqiu, to kneel outside the study, enduring the scorching sun for over half an hour before being allowed to enter the Dio, you understand where you went wrong? Feng Chuanqiu, with his white hair and deeply etched wrinkles, still held an imposing presence. Feng Yunrong, who was usually harsh and cruel to her servants, dared not breathe loudly in front of her father. Her complexion pale as she lowered her head and admitted, I noted I should not have lost my temper at the Wind Language Auction House and offended their esteemed guests. Feng Chuanqiu sneered. If it could bring immense benefits, not only would you not mind offending Wind Language's guests, but you could even confront the sacred monarch of Xuani. Yet what foolish actions have you committed? You've utterly tarnished the Feng family's reputation at the auction. Someone deliberately set me up at the auction that if you weren't foolish, how could you be deceived? You didn't even know who was behind it. You merely resorted to showing off your wealth, which is exceedingly foolish. Father, that I am foolish, but please don't press me on this now. Just save our family. That little waste poisoned us and Yuer's face is ruined. Even the bidding elixirs have not helped. Feng Chuanqiu wore a stern expression, scribbling a letter to request their clan uncle to go to the Wei Duke's residence for treatment. This clan uncle, over 100 years old, was a master alchemist and skilled in medicine. A vital asset for the Feng family standing in Chujing. With him around, the poison afflicting their family could be cured. Thank you, father. Please also help me deal with that little waste. I am currently unable to act myself. Feng Yunrong gritted her teeth in request. Once I am cured of the poison, I will personally turn her into meat paste to feed the magical beasts. The longer the night, the more dreams. Killing Yu Wuhan should be done swiftly. Feng Yunrong could hardly wait to ACT.do. You know where she is. Where will you go to kill her? Feng Chuanqiu sneered again. Feng Yunrong truly did not know Yu Wuhan's whereabouts. She is in Dumo Mountain. How do you know, father? Feng Chuanqiu snorted. I am not foolish like you. I have my ways of discovering her whereabouts, he continued. Not only do I know her location, but I also know she will not survive beyond 3 days. Unless what? Thank you, father. Feng Yunrong was filled with excitement. Little waste, this time you are finished. She knew her father's abilities well. If he wished for someone to die at midnight, none would survive past dawn. After Feng Yunrong left, Feng Chuanqiu sent word to one of the third Prince Helian House subordinates, revealing Yu Wuhan's whereabouts in Dumo Mountain. What? She has entered the mountains. Hearing this report, Helian Hao coldly smiled. In the mountains? Excellent. This way, I can capture her without anyone knowing. Chapter 48. Such cruelty. Helian Hao was so preoccupied with fantasizing about how to torment Yu Wuhan after capturing her that he overlooked a crucial question. Why did Feng Chuanqiu deliberately disclose Yu Wuhan's whereabouts to him? Or perhaps, with his current status, he no longer deemed it necessary to consider Feng Chuanqiu's motives. Feng Chuanqiu was a rather unique figure in the noble circles of Chugua's capital. He did not hold a title of prince or duke, nor did he possess a large family estate. He was merely one of the many generals of Chugua, not particularly distinguished by status, and in terms of personal combat prowess, he was even somewhat weaker than many of his peers. However, he possessed one significant trait. He was exceptionally wealthy. Nearly half the nobility in Chujing had borrowed money from him, and some families even relied on his funds for their livelihoods. Few knew the source of his vast wealth. And those who attempted to uncover its origins, or those who borrowed money and defaulted, or those who sought to rob him, all met dire fates. Early demise was a mere trifle. Ruin and destruction of family were commonplace. Thus, Feng Chuanqiu and his residence stood uniquely among the nobility of Dechu, even compelling the highest-ranking noble, the Wei Duke's family, to bow and wed his daughter. Yet this time, as wealthy and mysterious as he was, he singularly focused on Yu Wuhan. It has come to my attention that Helian Hao has already dispatched individuals into the mountains. Feng Chuanqiu, seated comfortably at home, smiled faintly. He summoned his trusted aide and instructed, ensure that those operating within the mountains remain vigilant. They must leave no trace. The presence of the third prince's men is fortuitous, as it will conveniently allow us to deflect blame onto them. Yes, General. The aide stood at attention before reporting. Today within the palace, Consort Yuan has sent additional personnel to disseminate rumors about Yu Wuhan, while the Wei Duke's household is tirelessly working to vindicate her. Such trifles are hardly worth our concern. Feng Chuanqiu scoffed. He believed in the fortitude of the strong. Rumors and reputations are matters that only the weak concern themselves with. The Hellion clan, once notorious for their murderous plundering, had conveniently cleansed their image upon ascending the throne of Dechu, and accolades had swiftly followed. Feng Chuanxiu was acutely aware that Yu Wuhan would remain unfazed by such slander, for she possessed something far more valuable than any reputation or status. This was something he must acquire. The midday sun streamed through the window, casting a shadow on the slightly downturned corners of Feng Chuanxiu's mouth, which appeared rather gloomy. "I feel a bit cold," murmured the scout Funfin. Shivering slightly despite the sun shining brightly overhead, the heat was forgotten as they beheld the dire situation of the small squad ahead. They had suffered total annihilation, their fates even more tragic than before. In addition to the telltale bite marks of bats and the gnawing of monstrous beasts, there were signs of gruesome dismemberment. Initially thought to be the work of formidable beasts, it now appeared to be an act of treachery. Zhu Daju's fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. "There is another small squad 2 miles to the south. Shall we investigate?" At this moment an ominous premonition loomed over them. Had every nearby squad encountered an ambush? Funfin swiftly loaded her crossbow, declaring, "I shall scout ahead." "I will accompany you." Yu Wuhan stepped forward. Though Funfin was an experienced scout of the Qixing warriors, fatigue was etched upon her face due to the fierce battle and relentless travel. She clearly required assistance. "Do not worry." Yu Wuhan and Funfin exchanged a knowing glance, flanking one another as they plunged into the dense thicket. Though they maintained a distance, they supported each other. Funfin stealthily navigated through the underbrush, while Yu Wuhan gracefully leaped amongst the treetops, as agile as a swallow's darting through the forest, leaving Funfin thoroughly astonished. Having been a scout for nearly a decade, she had rarely encountered a peer as formidable as Yu Wuhan. After this mission, she must recommend Lingzhou to Captain Longqi, advocating for her recruitment into the Qixing warriors. Funfin pondered silently. "Be cautious, Funfin." Suddenly, Yu Wuhan noticed a flickering green light not far from Funfin. It was the hue of elemental energy, yet amidst the verdant jungle, this glow was rather inconspicuous. From Yu Wuhan's vantage point, she could not discern the wielder of the energy, but she recognized it as an entwined manifestation of wood-based elemental magic. If the swift Funfin were ensnared by those tendrils, it could result in grave injury. A shout of warning would reveal their location, and there was no time for that. In a critical moment, Yu Wuhan swiftly drew her magical dagger, directing a surge of elemental force towards the threat. Even she was taken aback by her own actions, much like when she had confronted the princess of the Eastern King's manor before the Alchemist Guild. A volley of sharp icicles erupted forth, swiftly targeting the green glow of the wood-based magic. The ice momentarily encapsulated the green light, causing it to shatter and dissipate, thus nullifying the elemental spell. This commotion startled Funfin. The experienced scout promptly pivoted and unleashed a volley of arrows before swiftly concealing herself within another thicket. A cry of anguish erupted nearby behind a large tree. A figure cloaked in green fell, pierced by an arrow. Meanwhile, Yu Wuhan unleashed a fireball spell, striking true upon the figure's head. The cries intensified, a cacophony of agony as the individual writhed in torment upon the ground, scorched by flames. Yet neither Yu Wuhan nor Funfin approached to investigate. They remained hidden, biding their time. It was clear that the enemy could not be comprised of only this one individual. The first to reveal themselves would likely be attacked. And patience was the name of the game. However, as moments passed, the enemy did not rush to aid their compatriot, who continued to writhe in despair, the cries growing fainter. Suddenly, a spike of earth erupted from the ground like a sword, piercing through the person's chest with chilling finality. The individual hung suspended in the air for a brief moment, coughing up blood before convulsing a few times and succumbing. "How ruthless!" Yu Wuhan silently cursed. Her vigilance heightened as she concealed herself even more carefully among the branches. It was evident that the enemy had turned on their own. The earth spike was a manifestation of earth-based elemental magic, indicating that the enemy possessed more than just the fallen wood-based elemental mage. Frustratingly, she could not discern the color of the elemental energy, preventing her from pinpointing the enemy's location. The unseen foe was the most terrifying of all. A beast that would turn on its own allies could not be underestimated. Time ticked by, and the silent jungle remained still as if both sides had vanished. Even 2 small magical deer ambled nearby, grazing peacefully. Yet Yu Wuhan's brow furrowed deeper. She sensed the presence of murderous intent. This was a finely honed instinct developed over years of combat. The enemy was certainly nearby and likely aware of their position, preparing to strike, yet she could not see them. Suddenly, Funfin's hiding place erupted into flames. Just as Yu Wuhan had surmised, the enemy had detected Funfin's concealment. A sweeping inferno spread forth, a fiery sea of elemental magic. It appeared the enemy had a fire-based elemental mage among their ranks. Funfin leaped from her hiding spot, but as she soared through the air, a tendril of elemental energy materialized from thin air. Ensnaring her legs in a desperate bid, Funfin drew her knife to sever the tendril, but as her movements faltered, she was singed by the flames and fell to the ground. Damn it, another wood-based mage has perished. Yet there remains another. Yu Wuhan brandished her magical dagger, unleashing a flurry of icicles that extinguished the flames surrounding Funfin. Yet, in doing so, her own position was compromised. The branches of the large tree contorted, forming a dense net in an attempt to ensnare her. To hell with this. Yu Wuhan unleashed a barrage of fireballs, creating a large hole in the net, allowing her to leap through it in midair. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the grotesque transformation of the tree into a monstrous, man-eating entity under the control of the wood-based mage. Funfin, regroup, retreat. Yu Wuhan called as she dashed towards Funfin's direction. The ground beneath her erupted with spikes, while trees morphed into nets, and fireballs continued to rain down around her. It was evident that the enemy mages were coordinating their attacks. I see you. Yu Wuhan focused her gaze, identifying the flickering points of elemental energy amidst the chaos. Fiery sea. Fiery. Fiery sea. She unleashed 3 fire-based area of effect spells, igniting the trees surrounding the 3 enemy mages. The inferno surged skyward, enveloping the forest in thick smoke. Yu Wuhan, astonished, thought to herself, good heavens, how ruthless. Her reserves as a 3-star elemental mage should have been minimal, sufficient only for 1 area of effect spell. How was she able to unleash 3 without exhausting her power? Moreover, she felt she could unleash many more. Chapter 49. Are we to perish here? Where did this peak elemental mage come from? The enemy was momentarily stunned. Being able to cast 3 fiery sea area of effect spells in the blink of an eye was beyond the capacity of a mere elemental mage. As no one possessed such extensive reserves of elemental energy, even a 9-star elemental mage could only execute 2 fiery sea spells at most. Those with sufficient energy and the ability to compress the interval between casts to such a degree would have to be at the pinnacle of their craft. Thus, the enemy mages were filled with trepidation, desperately fleeing from the fiery sea while searching for new places to hide, fearing they might attract the attention of a powerful mage. In truth, there was no peak elemental mage. This was all the work of Yu Wuhan. How could a mere 3-star elemental mage accomplish feats akin to those of a peak master? Even she was perplexed. Funfin, you go on ahead. I will hold them off. A towering wall of flames erupted, separating the 2 from their pursuers. Now it was time to flee. 09. There is something I may not have the right to ask, but after running a considerable distance, Funfin hesitated but ultimately could not contain her curiosity. It was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal the truth. Are you truly an elemental mage? A fire-based elemental mage, no less. Funfin was astounded that if that were the case, then it had indeed been 09 who had unleashed the flames against the one-eyed bloodbat swarm earlier. Yes, but please keep this a secret. Yu Wuhan winked conspiratorially. It seemed that Funfin remained somewhat incredulous. Just now you also employed ice-based magic. I believe I saw the ice spikes. Is that so? Did I? Yu Wuhan feigned ignorance, appearing puzzled. The ability to cast ice magic was a mystery even to her, so she chose to deflect the inquiry. Consequently, Funfin convinced herself that she must have misseen things, failing to consider that Yu Wuhan could wield 2 types of elemental magic. As such individuals were exceedingly rare in the world, they soon rejoined the small squad at the rear. The 10 individuals immediately formed a defensive formation, hastening back along their path. After traveling several miles, they encountered another small squad, where only 3 of the original 10 remained alive, struggling under the assault of a swarm of bloodbats. Yu Wuhan's team swiftly intervened to rescue the 3, and together they retreated urgently toward their camp. As they neared the camp, still a few miles away, they passed through a valley. The moment Yu Wuhan stepped into the valley, an unsettling feeling washed over her. The surroundings were eerily silent and a strong rancid odor wafted through the air. Good heavens! Yu Wuhan concentrated her elemental energy in her eyes, and upon closer inspection, she immediately spied a series of pulsating red dots amid the tall grass. These were the beating hearts of some monstrous beast. A multitude, perhaps numbering in the hundreds, lay in ambush, sprawled across the valley and the surrounding hills. The situation was dire. Retreat. Change direction. Yu Wuhan, acting as the scout, immediately signaled to move back upon sensing danger, her lips forming silent words of urgency. Funfin and another scout quickly conveyed the message, and soon, the rear guard began to alter their course. Suddenly, an ominous slip on a stone echoed through the air, followed by a startled cry. Instantly, the horde of magical beasts in the valley was stirred into action. With a resounding roar, one beast after another leaped from the underbrush, charging towards the group. Run for your lives. It's a pack of wolf demons. Yu Wuhan gasped in shock upon recognizing the beast's form, abandoning any pretense of stealth as she fled. She was no match for such a formidable number of magical wolves. These ferocious creatures were adept at employing tactical teamwork. It was a pack of wolf demons that had left the original owner of her body gravely injured and crippled 6 months prior. The entire team fled for their lives, pursued relentlessly by the wolf pack. In less than 15 minutes, 9 out of the 13 had been surrounded by the wolves, with only 4 managing to escape. Damn it, we're done for! Jidaju, realizing there was no escape, swung his hammer into action. Yu Wuhan took the lead, plunging into the fray to slash at the wolves, while stealthily unleashing several fiery barriers, creating a swirling wall of flames not far away. A significant number of the magical wolves were successfully blocked off. Only about 40 howled around the 9 remaining members. Iceling unleashed a water-based area attack, injuring 4 beasts. Fanfan, being a crossbowman, was ill-suited for close combat, so Yu Wuhan and Cher protected her in the center, the 2 women wielding their blades with fierce determination while Fanfan shot arrows at opportune moments, their small team displaying remarkable synergy. Just as it seemed they could fight while retreating, a sudden downpour of water cascaded from the heavens, extinguishing the flames Yu Wuhan had conjured. The obstructed wolf pack surged forward. The situation took a turn for the worse and their defenses crumbled. There's a large rock on the hillside. Iceling, having exhausted her area attack, appeared like a mere shadow but finally spotted a beneficial terrain. The group immediately pushed towards the hillside, ultimately managing to reach the shelter of a massive rock at the cost of 1 life and 3 severe injuries. The stone formed a natural crescent shape, its top extending far enough to serve as a protective backing. Yu Wuhan and the others shielded Iceling and the injured, engaging in a fierce standoff against the wolf pack. Flame Sea. Flame Sea. Yu Wuhan discreetly unleashed several fire spells, yet they were swiftly extinguished by unseen foes employing water-based techniques. Before long, both Cher and Fanfan were injured, the situation becoming increasingly perilous. Only Yu Wuhan and Jidaju continued to fight with all their might. Lingjiu, break through. Don't worry about us. Jidaju, having received a bite from a wolf demon, finally admitted that escape was futile. He felt that Yu Wuhan was their only hope for survival. Yu Wuhan shook her head, a resigned smile gracing her lips. I cannot escape either. She had already realized that this pack of wolf demons was twice as powerful as the ordinary ones, with her flame spells countered by the enemy. How could she break free? Was she to perish here? That would be utterly frustrating. The woman with the single blade, hand over your treasure, and I might spare your life. A chilling voice drifted through the air. Resonating clearly, the enemy had a wind elemental master. Their equipment was quite comprehensive. Yu Wuhan could not pinpoint the enemy's location, as their words were clearly conveyed through wind magic, elusive and untraceable. Are they referring to me? Yu Wuhan glanced at her team. She was the only one wielding a single blade, and she burst into laughter. Sister, I possess a treasure, but I have no time to spare for you while battling these wolf demons. Either you come before me or you drive the wolf pack away. Humph, so brazen even in the face of death. A cold snort came from the wind. From the opposing hill emerged more than a dozen figures. Men and women alike, one of whom was cloaked entirely in black, their hood hiding a pair of chilling eyes that locked onto Yu Wuhan's Chapter 50. Surrender or die. Who is that scoundrel? Yu Wuhan did not recognize the cloaked figure. However, she refused to back down. From a distance she glared fiercely. Hey! That fellow clad in black, where did you crawl out from? Are you the one demanding my treasure? Yu Wuhan called out, her voice carried on the wind, clear for both sides to hear. As she spoke, she continued to fight alongside Jidaju, cutting down another wolf demon. The sunlight shone brightly, illuminating the furious expressions on the faces of the enemy. They were thoroughly incensed by Yu Wuhan's audacity. I've never encountered such an arrogant and foul-mouthed individual. The cloaked figure let out a sinister laugh, pointing at Yu Wuhan. Kill the rest, but leave that woman alive. Understood. A middle-aged man wielding dual hooks brazenly extended his hand. Give us some of that medicine. We need to clear out the multitude of wolf demons below before we can deal with you. The cloaked figure scoffed, tossing a large bag of powdered medicine onto the ground. The man glared. What kind of attitude is that? Don't forget we have a cooperative arrangement. Don't act like a temperamental noble in front of me. Huang Xia, you'd better act quickly. If we waste any more time, that woman will be killed by the wolf demons, and you won't earn a single copper coin in bounty. Damn it! Huang Xia spat on the ground, his dual hooks slicing through the air as he darkly led his men down the hill. His subordinates collected the bag of medicine, distributing it among themselves. The group scattered the powdered medicine along their path. And with a flick of the cloaked figure's wrist, a powerful gust of wind arose, Sending the powder into the wolf pack where the powder passed, the wolf demons retreated as though faced with a natural enemy. Those that inhaled it bled from their mouths and noses, collapsing dead in an instant. The previously relentless horde of magical wolves soon retreated like a receding tide, disappearing from the valley. Hold your breath. Jidaju quickly warned the team, observing the strange nature of the medicine. It's all right, Yu Wuhan replied calmly. She detected a hint of the powder's scent, and her mind instantly identified its primary components. Though she wasn't aware of the specific details, she could roughly ascertain that it posed no harm to humans and merely suppressed the wolf demons. Yu Wuhan found the powder intriguing. If it could drive the wolves away, then perhaps the earlier wolf attacks and even the previous bloodbat swarm were all orchestrated by the enemy using different powders. She should acquire some of this powder for further study. However, even as the magical wolves retreated, the group could not relax, for more than 10 enemies were already rushing towards them. The enemy archers drew their bows from a distance, launching 3 sharp arrows directly at the injured. Huang Xia, you piece of trash! Jidaju recognized the leader among the attackers and cursed loudly. His hammer whirred through the air, intercepting the arrows and saving the injured. Clang, clang, clang. Each arrow lodged itself onto the hammer as Jidaju attempted to brush them off. Don't touch them, they're poisoned, Yu Wuhan warned. The arrows appeared unremarkable, but to Yu Wuhan's keen eyes, a luminous toxin shimmered ominously. Jidaju used the sole of his boot to kick the poisoned arrows away. Just as the enemy closed in, Brother Daju, who are they? Yu Wuhan inquired, noticing Jidaju seemed to recognize them. Those are the scoundrels from the Zhanxi High mercenary group. Their leader is Huang Xia. We're all part of the Zhangge mercenary corps, but they always seem to be at odds with us. Fumfan interjected angrily. Zhanxi High mercenary group? Like the Zhanbafang mercenary group, a branch of the Zhangge mercenary corps? Are they engaging in infighting? Yu Wuhan frowned. Such deadly conflict was excessive. Jidaju had a bit of a reputation. Huang Xia approached, dual hooks in hand, pointing at Jidaju's face. Today, all Zhanbafang members will die. As for you, temporary team member, I might spare your life. How about joining us in Zhanxi High? I assure you, you won't be mistreated at Tio Hell with your mother. Jidaju swung his hammer in response. You want to drink wine without offering it first? Huang Xia's face darkened as he swiftly dodged the hammer, grimly stating, kill them all except for that woman. A dozen figures surged forward. Wait. I'm not with Zhanbafang. I'm just a temporary member they hired. Suddenly, an injured individual cried out. Temporary members still share the same fate. How could you betray us in the face of danger? To everyone's surprise, Aisling was the first to reprimand him. Yu Wuhan had anticipated Aisling would be the first to distance herself, using her title to intimidate Huang Xia and escape, but to her surprise, Aisling displayed commendable loyalty. Huang Xia laughed heartily. Who else wants to beg for mercy? I'll let you go right now if you leave. I'll count to 10 and anyone who remains will die. The injured man scrambled to his feet and fled. Huang Xia's men did not stop him. Seeing this, another followed suit, but their injuries prevented them from escaping far. Huang Xia counted to 10, chuckling. The rest of you shall die together. Then? Excellent, with a hand gesture. The archers released 2 swift arrows. The 2 fleeing individuals were struck, one dying instantly from a shot to the chest. Huang Xia had never intended to let anyone go. It was all a cruel game. Yu Wuhan quickly rifled through her spatial ring for poisons, but alas, none were suitable for the current situation. Any choice would endanger Jidaju and the others, and on the opposing hill, the cloaked figure and 2 elemental masters were watching intently. As more than a dozen foes approached like wolves, it seemed certain doom awaited the remaining injured. Wait! You don't intend to kill me, do you? You wish to keep me alive, right? If they die, I will kill myself immediately. Let's see how you explain that to your cloaked companion. First, I shall render you unconscious and observe how you take your own life. Huang Xia approached with a cold laugh. Yu Wuhan hurled a fireball at his face, which exploded, leaving him with a charred, disheveled appearance. Master Yuan, act quickly. Are you dead? Huang Xia exclaimed in exasperation. Suddenly, a torrent cascaded from the sky, aimed directly at Yu Wuhan's head. Oh dear. Yu Wuhan concentrated, unleashing her elemental energy, and astonishingly cast a basic freezing spell, solidifying the waterfall into ice. An ice wall now hung in the air, reflecting the sunlight with a crystalline sheen, leaving both allies and foes in stunned silence. Seizing the moment of the enemy's bewilderment, Yu Wuhan swiftly launched 3 fiery seas into their ranks. Boom! The inferno erupted. The opposing water element warriors were a moment too late, failing to extinguish the flames in time. Huang Xia and over a dozen warriors were instantly set ablaze, rolling on the ground in a frantic attempt to douse the fire. Up, Finish them off. Yu Wuhan brandished her saber and plunged into the flames. Aisling promptly unleashed several water arrows, drenching Zhu Dazhong and his companions, enabling them to enter the fiery battlefield with composure. You are indeed a formidable opponent. On the mountaintop, the cloaked figure cast a chilling smile at Yu Wuhan. Suddenly, she felt an intensifying pressure. Though the enemy had yet to arrive, a formidable aura of elemental energy already bore down upon her, at least the strength of a mid-level Grand Master. Yu Wuhan cursed silently. Hastily instructing Zhu Dazhong and the others to retreat, protect the injured and stand behind me, she could not allow her comrades to confront the cloaked figure directly. Given the opponent's power, a single area attack could wipe out a swath of warriors. Just as Zhu Dazhong and the others positioned themselves, the cloaked figure drifted forward with his subordinates. One of his minions, a water element master, extinguished the flames on Huang Xia and the others with a flick of his hand. Kneel before me. That if you kneel gracefully, I might consider your request. Yu Wuhan smiled at the cloaked figure. She remained alert, yet her demeanor was relaxed, maintaining composure in the face of danger, her eyes curving into a beautiful smile. The cloaked figure sneered. Your lack of cooperation will only lead to a cruel death. Little do you know, it is not you who will suffer a cruel fate, Yu Wuhan retorted, gripping her saber. Humph, it seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. The cloaked figure raised a hand, and suddenly a tempest arose, whipping up dust and debris, nearly toppling them. A wall of water surged up, shielding Yu Wuhan from the fierce wind. It was Aisling who had intervened. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Wuhan discreetly flicked her fingers, sending a fiery sea toward the enemy, with the wind amplifying the flames, causing them to soar high. The elemental masters remained unharmed, as the cloaked figure swiftly redirected the wind away from himself, but Huang Xia and his group, having just been scorched, were now caught off guard by the flames once more after being drenched. Ha ha ha, ice and fire in tandem, how delightful! Yu Wuhan laughed, inciting furious curses from Huang Xia and his companions. The opposing water element master scrambled to extinguish the flames, a rather embarrassing situation. Enraged, the cloaked figure raised both hands, summoning another fierce gale. This time it even uprooted a few nearby trees. As the hurricane bore down upon Yu Wuhan and her companions, Aisling's water wall had no time to rise. The force of the whirlwind was upon them. Yu Wuhan was the first to be struck, lifted off the ground. She quickly grabbed Aisling with one hand and a severely injured comrade with the other, carrying them along as she soared. In this life and death moment, she meticulously controlled their flight, using the wind to propel herself while deftly dodging trees, narrowly avoiding a fatal collision. When the storm finally abated, she found herself over a mile away. Damned wind element Grandmaster. Yu Wuhan stumbled to the ground, looking back to see the cloaked figure a mile away. With all the trees between them uprooted by the tempest, Zhu Dazhong and the others had already collapsed on the ground, suffering internal injuries, and no matter how robust a warrior's physique, they could not withstand the might of a Grandmaster's assault. Only Yu Wuhan and Aisling remained to fight. We shall fight to the end. Aisling's eyes turned red as she began to gather her elemental energy in her palms. In the name of Lord Qinhuan, you should leave, Yu Wuhan urged her. Though Aisling had been a thorn in her side, Yu Wuhan admired her resolve to stand and fight in a crisis. They bore no deep-seated enmity, and Yu Wuhan naturally hoped for Aisling's safety. However, Aisling snorted disdainfully. To flee in battle is cowardly and shameful. Do you wish for me to be scorned for eternity? The expression on the instructor's face reflected a tragic yet radiant determination. Yu Wuhan nodded, deciding not to dissuade her further, respecting her choice. Very well. Do not rush. Gather your energy for a powerful strike. Having said that, Yu Wuhan advanced along a path cleared by the fallen trees, confronting the cloaked figure head-on. Her right hand gripped the saber while her left concealed a magical dagger. Poised for action, she was uncertain of Aisling's ultimate move, but she aimed to keep the instructor steady and alive for as long as possible, eliminate them to avoid further hindrance. The cloaked figure commanded Huang Xia to kill Zhu Dazhong and the others. Wait! Yu Wuhan interjected, should you harm my companions, do not expect to obtain my treasure. You dare to threaten me? It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. Even if I kill you, I can still acquire your treasure. The cloaked figure replied with a sinister smile, raising his hand once more. A killing intent. Yu Wuhan felt the weight of impending doom. She sensed escape was futile. This cloaked figure was not particularly high in rank. Certainly not a Yuan Zun, yet the pressure he exerted was overwhelming. I shall poison you. From within her sleeve, Yu Wuhan swiftly drew forth a vial of poison, launching it alongside her elemental flames. It struck the cloaked figure directly, but he merely flicked his cloak. Unfazed, Yu Wuhan tried several more poisons, one after another, until she stood merely 3 paces away from the cloaked figure. yet none proved effective. Is that all you have? The cloaked figure chuckled darkly. It is my turn to strike? Boom! The wind surged, targeting only Yu Wuhan. A veritable tornado erupted from beneath her feet. Oh no, I am doomed! Yu Wuhan felt powerless. All her elemental energy channeled to her feet, desperately trying to withstand the raging wind that threatened to tear her apart. Yet mere seconds later, she could no longer hold out. The hurricane sliced through her barrier like a knife. Perhaps if I endure for another 2 or 3 seconds, it will all be over. Yu Wuhan's body was drenched in cold sweat. She made one final effort. Since arriving in Tianxua continent, it was the first time she felt the shadow of death drawing near. Lingjiu! Lingjiu! Ice Ling and Zhu Dazhong cried out in despair. They were powerless to assist. What has happened here? The once serene forest, the trees, now lay in utter disarray. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed from above. It was a man's voice. Even on the brink of death, Yu Wuhan found this voice exceptionally melodious. She looked up and saw a pair of enormous snow-white wings soaring overhead, creating a fierce wind as they passed. The magnificent feathers, pure white in color, dazzled and shone brilliantly. Goodness, to glimpse such a stunning bird in my final moments and hear such a beautiful voice, that makes it worthwhile. Yu Wuhan thought dreamily as the pressure on her body suddenly lifted. The ferocious wind that had threatened to rip her apart vanished in an instant, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Was it you who ravaged this forest? The same melodious voice responded. Deep and pleasant, Yu Wuhan followed the sound, but only saw the white bird descending gracefully. No human figure in sight. After landing, the great bird let out a triumphant cry directed at the cloaked figure. And with it came a palpable aura of murderous intent. Yu Wuhan was not its target, yet she felt a shiver from the intensity of that killing intent. What a powerful creature! Who are you? The cloaked figure's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety. He could not help but feel nervous. The bird was colossal, resembling a prehistoric dinosaur, stunning yet fearsome, its beak adorned with menacing fangs. Who am I? You have yet to earn the right to ask. The bird lowered its head, and from its back slid down a man clad in a long snow-white robe, his hair as silver as the moon. Yu Wuhan instinctively held her breath. This man was strikingly handsome. Chapter 52. A face of unparalleled ugliness. A gentle breeze rustled the silver-haired man's white robe and the bird's feathers, soft as freshly fallen snow in winter. Yu Wuhan could not see the man's face as his flowing silver hair fell past his chest, obscuring his profile. However, his graceful stride as he approached was nothing short of exquisite. If such a man were not handsome, who in the world could be? Yu Wuhan's gaze became transfixed, completely unperturbed by the cloaked figure's presence. She was wholly absorbed in admiration of the silver-haired man. Brother, I shall bestow upon you a name. Let us call you Handsome Snow. Yu Wuhan plopped onto the ground, unable to rise, lost in infatuation. He was as white as snow, rode a bird as white as snow, and was undeniably handsome. The name was truly fitting. She reveled in her own naming prowess. Entirely oblivious to how cheesy her choice was, the silver-haired man had initially been heading towards the cloaked figure, but upon hearing Yu Wuhan's words, he turned to face her. Are you speaking to me? He inquired. Indeed, Goodness, she gaped, nearly transforming into one of those grinning fools like Zhu Dazhong. This man, that he wasn't handsome at all. In fact, he was quite ugly. A massive cross-shaped scar marred his face, twisted and grotesque. Stretching from forehead to chin, a deep purple-black hue, the flesh surrounding the scar was taut, distorting his features entirely. His face resembled a Western abstract oil painting, requiring a vivid imagination to discern it as human. At first glance, one could barely make out the positions of his nose and mouth. One could only ascertain that the slanting line on his cheek was his mouth when he spoke. His eyes were asymmetrical, one larger than the other, positioned at odd angles. Yes, I am indeed speaking with you. How can someone so stunning in appearance have such a countenance? It defies logic. The man's silver hair danced in the breeze. And in a melodious voice he inquired, have you given me a name? What is it? I did not quite catch that. It is, Yu Wuhan. He paused, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. Given his appearance, what sort of handsome name could one possibly bestow upon him? It was truly absurd. Upon hearing this, the man did not display anger. Instead, he chuckled, his laughter resonating like a melodious mountain spring. You think I am handsome, do you? Ah, what a gentle tone and delightful voice. Yu Wuhan could not help but lament the unfortunate circumstances. Alas, yes, you are indeed handsome. Judging by your facial features, you must have been an extraordinarily handsome man before your injury, but that scar is rather unsightly. The moment those words escaped her lips, even the boisterous Zhu Dazue felt that Yu Wuhan had overstepped. How could she publicly expose someone's shortcomings? Even if the man was not offended, it was still quite hurtful. Unexpectedly, Yu Wuhan continued, I believe your scar can be healed. It is not a matter of poisoning but rather an external injury. A skin graft would suffice. The silver-haired man was momentarily taken aback. His astonishment was not due to the prospect of healing but rather to Yu Wuhan's candor. She not only observed and identified but also sincerely offered him advice. What is your name? He asked gently. Lingjiu. The man nodded slightly. My surname is Zhang, and my given name is Zhongka Zhang Zhongka. It is a pleasure to meet you. After the initial shock, Yu Wuhan dismissed the terrifying visage before her and exchanged names as one would with a friend. Nodding and smiling, believing this to be the natural course of acquaintance, however, onlookers stood stupefied. Zhang Zhongka. While there may be others with the same name in this world, the enormous white bird steed, the pristine white attire, and the disfigurement all confirmed that the man before them was indeed the genuine Zhang family scion. The Zhang family, hailing from Kaishanshan, is a prestigious clan of the Tiansua continent, a family that can rival the Xianchi sanctum, possessing a historical legacy that is even more profound and enduring. Yet, how could the esteemed Zhang Zhongka suddenly appear in the remote land of Chu? Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Zhongka had arrived, and they were remiss. The cloaked figure hastily approached Zhang Zhongka, stating, "We, the Deceitful mercenary group, are merely clearing our territory and inadvertently disturbed you. My apologies." He frivolously shifted all the blame onto Huang Xia and others. Huang Xia chimed in eagerly, "Zhang Gongzi, once we finish our business, we shall properly pay our respects." They all hoped Zhang Zhongka would quickly step aside, allowing them to continue their pursuit of Yu Wuhan and the others. However, such wishes were naive. As reality proved harsh, Zhang Zhongka turned his gaze towards them. His tone no longer gentle. "I am conversing with Lingjiu. Do you have permission to interject?" The white bird seemed to sense its master's fury. Emitting a resounding cry and arching its long neck, baring its fangs at the cloaked figures. "Young Master Jiang, please calm your anger." The cloaked figure nearly bent into a right angle. Thoroughly terrified, Zhang Zhongka possessed the power to obliterate them all with a mere gesture. And no one in Chu would dare stand up for them. Zhang Zhongka then queried the cloaked man, "Did you destroy the forest?" It was she who intended to set the forest ablaze. The cloaked man pointed at Yu Wuhan, twisting the narrative. "I had no choice but to act in self-defense. I care not for your reasons," Zhang Zhongka replied, his tone indifferent. "The other day my steed enjoyed some fruit nearby and returned for more today. Only to find you had destroyed the orchard. You would do well to vacate immediately, lest my steed in its wrath decide to sate its hunger with you." I would be powerless to intervene. Whoosh. Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure fell silent and fled on the wind, his speed reaching a staggering 50 or 60 miles per hour, disappearing in the blink of an eye, revealing his sheer terror. "My lord, wait for us." His two subordinates desperately chased after him, utterly disoriented. Huang Xia and the others, however, believed the cloaked man was overreacting. Why flee so hastily? Regardless of the Zhang family's might, as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. In this territory of Dumo Mountain, the Deceitful mercenary group was a formidable name, and Zhang Zhongka should have shown them some respect. Thus, when Zhang Zhongka asked, "Are you not leaving?" Huang Xia replied, "Young master, please wait, we will depart once we finish our business." He raised his dual hooks to strike at Judazu. Zhang Zhongka elegantly flicked his snow-white sleeve and turned away. The white bird let out a cry. Yu Wuhan's pupils constricted sharply. She witnessed Huang Xia and over a dozen others simultaneously impaled by ice spikes spewed forth from the bird's beak. Zhang Zhongka required no personal involvement in the act of killing. Chapter 53. Ruthless enough, Yu Wuhan never anticipated that Zhang Zhongka would so swiftly condemn Huang Xia and his companions to death. Indeed, those individuals deserved their fate, yet the speed and rationale behind the killings were utterly astonishing. All this due to his steed not obtaining fruit because they interrupted his conversation. Well, that was quite ruthless. "Thank you, without you our team would have perished here." Yu Wuhan rose to express her gratitude. Zhu Dezue, who had narrowly escaped death, grimaced internally. "Sister Lingjiu, could you not show a bit more respect? He is a scion of the Zhang family." Zhang Zhongka, however, did not mind Yu Wuhan's casual tone. He gently raised a hand to calm his steed and spoke with unwavering composure. "My slaying of them was not to save you. No need for thanks." The white bird, with its claws stained crimson, took 2 strides forward, and the gust from its wings blew down the fallen trees. This wind was far more potent than that wielded by the cloaked man. Nearly sweeping Yu Wuhan off her feet, Zhang Zhongka unfurled his white sleeve, unleashing a barrier of elemental power that enveloped everyone, thereby sparing them from disaster. He ascended gracefully and mounted the bird's back. "Your weapon is quite impressive." He glanced at Yu Wuhan's concealed dagger and said warmly, "Until we meet again." With a powerful flap of its wings, the magnificent bird soared into the sky, its snowy feathers shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Yu Wuhan watched Zhang Zhongka depart, his silver hair dancing in the wind. his silhouette undeniably captivating. How perfect he would be if he could restore his former appearance. As for the debt of gratitude, Yu Wuhan pondered perhaps she could repay him by aiding in his cosmetic restoration. Wake up! Suddenly Zhu Dezue exclaimed at it turned out that a seriously injured member of their team had fainted. A few rushed back towards the camp. The sun dipped low, casting a bloody and perilous day to a close as Yu Wuhan's thoughts swirled. She felt utterly powerless, so weak. Had it not been for the stroke of luck in encountering Jiang Zhongke, she would surely have met her demise today, and no amount of poison could compensate for her status as merely a 3-star elemental master. She needed to cultivate diligently. As for the mission's failure, the lives lost and the grudges between the Bafong and Do Sihai teams, she paid them no mind. Mentor, where are you? She sat in meditation, her consciousness delving into her Dantian space, only to find a misty expanse devoid of even a trace of the Scarlet Moon Castle. What has happened? Where was that adorable yet proud beautiful youth? She stood in the white mist, feeling bewildered, as the exhaustion from an entire day's battle washed over her like a tidal wave, causing her eyelids to droop. Whoosh, she was suddenly ejected from her Dantian space. You have gone too far. You actually exhausted your mentor to the point of collapse, leaving me in a deep slumber. In the dead of night, she was jolted awake by the beautiful youth's shout echoing in her mind. Yu Wuhan was perplexed. It should be her who was too exhausted to wake, so why was this little brother shouting? Entering her Dantian space once more, she found it devoid of mist, finally revealing the resplendent hall of Scarlet Moon Castle. The beautiful youth's eyes were red, his stunning features marred by fatigue upon seeing her. He erupted in fury. Who allowed you to deplete your spiritual energy? Do you not realize that the castle relies on your spiritual energy to thrive? You have caused me to sleep until now. If this continues, the castle will be destroyed. What is happening? Yu Wuhan's expression was one of confusion. After a lengthy period of placating the beautiful youth with a smile, he finally elucidated the matter. It turned out that last night, when she had repaired Zhu Dezue's magical weapon, she had expended too much spiritual energy, which led to the castle's closure, forcing the beautiful youth into a deep slumber. You are but a 3-star master and dared to repair a magical weapon. Are you seeking death? The beautiful youth raged. Exhausting your spiritual energy can lead to madness or even death. Do you not realize you nearly caused your own demise? He was furious. If you die, the castle would be obliterated along with you. Can you bear that responsibility? So it was that severe to exhaust one's spiritual energy? Yu Wuhan stroked her chin, and no wonder she had felt dizzy and drowsy after fixing the hammer. Had it not been for the fierce battle during the day, she would have likely suffered from a severe headache. Respected mentor, why did you not remind me at the time? Yu Wuhan's words rendered the beautiful youth speechless. How could he admit that he had been so astonished by her repairing the magical weapon that he had momentarily forgotten to remind her? What a remarkable phenomenon! How could a mere 3-star master engage in enchantment? Even an enchantment apprentice would need to be at least 5 stars. He had been so engrossed in observing her inscribing the enchantment patterns that he had failed to notice the depletion of her spiritual energy until it was too late, forcing him into slumber. In any case, you must not touch enchantment again. The beautiful youth issued a strict decree. Scarlet Moon Castle is the legacy of the medicine god. You must learn alchemy and become a great alchemist. Do not scatter your focus on enchantment. Do you understand? I understand. Yu Wuhan shrugged. Of course she understood. As for whether she would comply, that was another matter altogether. She quite enjoyed drawing enchantment patterns and intended to pursue it as a side profession. With one hand engaged in alchemy and the other in enchantment, one must grasp both firmly, for both are essential bone babies. Your sister has arrived. Yu Wuhan cast aside the handsome youth and plunged directly into the ocean of skeletons outside the door. 1, 2, 3. This time defeating the skeletons seemed to be remarkably easier. She discovered that her strength had inexplicably increased. If she exerted herself fully with a kick, she could actually break bones. This was something impossible during her previous training sessions. The handsome youth let out a heavy snort, his apple-like delicate face flushed with anger. It's all because of your reckless meddling, forcibly enhancing your mental power, which consequently elevated your combat prowess. You must understand that this pertains to your consciousness here. Yu Wuhan was pleasantly surprised that it turned out that after perfecting a hammer, she had inadvertently strengthened her mental power. How delightful! One must recognize that the professions of alchemist and enchanter rely heavily on mental power. Those with inadequate mental faculties cannot even enter the profession. Moreover, the stronger the mental power, the greater the potential for development. Hey, don't even think about trying that again. Your level is insufficient. Forcibly exceeding your limits and consuming mental power is perilous. It became apparent that with just a thought, she could seamlessly switch between the castle and reality. The night was deep, and dawn had yet to break, yet within the camp, footsteps were hurried, and flames flickered brightly. With many people bustling about, after inquiring with a few individuals, Yu Wuhan learned that the Battle of 8 Directions mercenary team had suffered the loss of 6 small squads during a mission yesterday. With over 70 casualties, 09 you are awake? Captain Longqi requests your presence. Fanfan hurried over with the news. Yu Wuhan entered Captain Longqi's tent, which was considerably spacious, resembling a command center that a few individuals were seated at the long table, one of whom was draped in a black cloak with a low-hanging hood, unmistakably the damned figure from the mountains. Captain Longqi, what does this mean? Yu Wuhan's tone was somewhat frosty. To treat an enemy as a guest and summon her forth. Does this mean you intend to assist the cloaked individual in seizing my treasured possession? Chapter 54. No time for idle chit-chat. Captain Longqi rose and nodded to Yu Wuhan. Please. Take a seat. His expression revealed no additional emotions, only a cold, businesslike demeanor. Aside from the cloaked figure, there were 2 men and a woman present. One man wore an expression of fury, his face unkempt, clearly a mercenary. The other man was well dressed, appearing to be both a scholar and a businessman, leaving his identity ambiguous. The most striking figure was a woman seated at the head of the table. Her back to the others, her long black hair shimmered like satin, radiating a gentle glow, and her pure white garments were as pristine as snow. She sat quietly, motionless and silent, resembling a goddess meant only to be admired from a distance. Yu Wuhan crossed her arms at the entrance. Captain Longqi, there's no need for me to sit. I have other matters to attend to. If you summoned me, please state your purpose directly. Captain Longqi gestured towards the cloaked figure. This esteemed individual has come seeking you, claiming that you have stolen a precious item from them. If you do not return it, our Battle of 8 Directions mercenary team will be held accountable. They have requested your presence to clarify the truth of the matter. Yu Wuhan raised an eyebrow. How shameless, to turn the tables. Clearly, this black crow had colluded with the yellow scorpion to attack the Battle of 8 Directions squad, and now they dared to come here to fabricate accusations. Stolen their precious item? What I desire to seize is their life. Just as Yu Wuhan was about to speak, the cloaked figure interjected with a huff. Captain Longqi, what more truth is there to ascertain? Is my word not the truth? Are you questioning my integrity? Captain Longqi replied solemnly. I would not dare, however. All matters must be heard from both sides. I trust that you can understand this. My lord, the cloaked figure scoffed. I see you are attempting to cover for them. Nevertheless, my matter is minor and can be addressed later. You would do well to prioritize the inquiries of this esteemed individual. Do you not comprehend which matter holds greater importance? They cast a glance at the woman's back. Even though she did not turn, Captain Longqi still bowed respectfully to her, signifying his deference. Only then did he address the cloaked figure. Since you are willing to yield, I shall first attend to the concerns of this esteemed individual. Are you implying that I am to prioritize the inquiries of this esteemed individual? Captain Longqi, you truly excel at evading responsibility. The cloaked figure's tone dripped with sarcasm. Yu Wuhan was incensed, glaring at the cloaked figure. Hey, from which filthy corner did you crawl out? Your shadowy presence is rather repulsive. Captain Longqi graciously addresses you as my lord, and you genuinely consider yourself of any significance. If you have anything to say, kindly express it swiftly. If not, I shall take my leave. Who has the time to engage in idle chatter with you? Having discerned Captain Longqi's apprehension towards the cloaked figure, Yu Wuhan realized that after Fanfan and the others returned to the team, they must have reported the situation. Captain Longqi could not possibly be unaware of the cloaked figure's collusion with the Yellow Scorpion against the Battle of 8 Directions. Yet he refrained from openly confronting them, maintaining an air of professionalism instead. This only served to highlight the depth of his trepidation after her tirade. She caught a fleeting glimmer of resentment in Captain Longqi's eyes, further confirming her suspicions regarding his helplessness. That it seemed that trouble was once again brewing. The cloaked figure, enraged by the insult, reached out to unleash their elemental technique. However, before the power could coalesce, they cast a glance at the white-clad woman's back and quickly subdued their intent. Shrinking back. Oh, how intriguing! Yu Wuhan noted. Captain Longqi was wary of the cloaked figure, while the cloaked figure was apprehensive of that woman. So just who was she? Captain Longqi rapped the table to restore order. 09, I would like to pose a question on behalf of this esteemed individual. It has come to my attention that you encountered young Master Zhang in the mountains and spoke with him for a time. Do you know which direction young Master Zhang proceeded afterward? I saw him riding a great bird flying northward, quickly disappearing from sight, but I cannot say if he changed direction thereafter. Yu Wuhan was curious as to why Captain Longqi inquired about Zhang Zhongke. That was no mere bird, it was a snow crane dragon. His steed. Suddenly, the previously silent white-clad woman spoke. Her voice, like her presence, was ethereal and melodious, yet imbued with an air of unattainable nobility. She finally turned, revealing a face as delicate as smoke and mist, with gentle, unassuming beauty. Though not extraordinarily stunning, her subtly smiling lips added to her allure. Her autumn-like eyes sparkled with life as she regarded Yu Wuhan. Do you know of the snow crane dragon? It is a descendant of an ancient divine beast, with no more than 10 remaining across the continent. Our Zhang family possesses 3, so she is also from the Zhang family. No wonder Captain Longqi and the others regard her with such trepidation and respect. Yu Wuhan locked eyes with her, momentarily uncertain of her intentions. The moment the white-clad woman spoke, all others fell silent, be it Captain Longqi or the cloaked figure. None dared to interrupt her. In that instant, the tent was filled solely with her voice, flowing like a mountain spring. 3 snow crane dragons, one of which is a pet kept in my grandfather's rear garden. 7 years ago, it gave birth to 2 younglings, which my grandfather bestowed upon my brother and me. My brother's is named Fushue, which you have encountered. The name of my own, also bestowed by my brother, is Dianya. Oh, she is Zhang Zhongke's sister. Yu Wuhan thought, I have no interest in your family's great birds or their names. Yet, the woman seemed oblivious to Yu Wuhan's disinterest and continued to engage her in conversation. When you saw my brother, were you startled by his appearance? Yu Wuhan shook her head. It would be no matter if you were startled. We would not hold it against you. The woman displayed a compassionate expression, stating that ever since her brother's injury, the girls who once flocked around him had scattered. Some feared him, others turned up their noses. They had become accustomed to it. Thankfully, her brother would not marry outside the family, so it mattered little how the world viewed him. What is the point of all this? Does it concern me? Yu Wuhan shrugged, glancing at Captain Longqi. Is there anything else? I am rather busy. The white-clad woman smiled at Yu Wuhan, unperturbed by her disregard. Without further ado, Yu Wuhan turned to leave. The cloaked figure appeared dissatisfied. But as the white-clad woman did not stop him, he dared not voice his objections. Yu Wuhan had only taken a few steps outside the tent when the main tent's door swung wide open, and the white-clad woman emerged. Captain Longqi and the others respectfully followed behind her, yet she did not even cast them a glance. She gently raised her hand to her lips and whistled towards the sky. With a piercing cry, a massive white bird soared up from the dense forest, its wings causing the trees to sway violently as it approached. The gale it generated toppled tents in the camp, sending mercenaries sprawling in disarray. This is my Dianya. The white-clad woman paid no heed to the chaos within the camp, gracefully leaping onto the bird's back. As she ascended, she flashed a smile at Yu Wuhan from a distance. Yu Wuhan felt rather speechless. At long last, she realized that this woman was showing off. But why? She was merely a temporary mercenary, while the white-clad woman was a lady of the Zhang family. Why was she targeting her specifically? Chapter 55. Ants colliding with a train. The white-clad woman rode her great bird, swiftly disappearing beyond the horizon. The mercenaries of the Battle of 8 Directions camp found themselves in a dire predicament. Having already suffered heavy casualties on their mission, they were now occupied with the aftermath, only to be inexplicably set upon by the bird. Some injured individuals resting within their tents were suddenly crushed beneath the collapsed canvas, crying out in pain, "What the hell? Which bastard did this?" A cacophony of curses erupted. Once they ascertained that it was the Zhang family's rider responsible, some dared not speak further, fearing the Zhang family's reputation, while others cursed even more vehemently. Damn it, what is so great about the Zhang family, coming here to flaunt their power? I fear no one. They will bully us. If they have the ability, let them confront the Murong family. Indeed, the Murong family has killed the head of the Zhang family, yet the Zhang family members do not dare to utter a word. Yu Wuhan particularly appreciates the reckless nature of mercenaries. Even the Heavenly King dares to scold them. After returning to his tent, Yu Wuhan organized the herbs he had collected along the way, and various prescriptions sprang to mind. He carefully noted the useful ones in his memory. Suddenly, an uncomfortable aura enveloped him. Abruptly, a distant voice echoed in his mind. It was the voice of the handsome youth from the Scarlet Moon Castle. What aura? Yu Wuhan inquired mentally. A bloodline aura that I find exceedingly distasteful. Did you encounter someone just now? I saw a few strangers. Did you not notice? Nonsense. How could I see outside while in the castle? Only when you deliberately depict what you saw for me can I grasp the situation outside. Oh, I see. Yu Wuhan painted the image of the cloaked figure and his abilities in his mind. This ominous character made him quite uncomfortable. To his surprise, the handsome youth exclaimed, "What a worthless being! Such a minor character is not worthy of my attention." Yu Wuhan proceeded to depict the unfamiliar individuals in the main tent until he reached the white-clad woman, at which point the handsome youth suddenly exclaimed, "It's her! What an utterly annoying sensation! Ah, this infuriates me. I never expected that after awakening, Scarlet Moon Castle would encounter the descendants of those fools. Oh, it sounds like there's a story there, master. Do you hold a grudge against the Jiang family?" Yu Wuhan inquired, his tone exceedingly respectful to extract information. The handsome youth retorted indignantly, "What are they? Do they even deserve to be my enemies? A group of despicable and shameless scoundrels, a disgrace to the entire continent. I shall make them pay dearly without fail. Yu Wuhan, you must train diligently and grow stronger swiftly to eliminate that bunch of losers." He ranted incessantly, causing Yu Wuhan's head to throb. "Master, are you suggesting I eradicate the entire Jiang family? That would be akin to an ant trying to ram a train." The handsome youth scoffed. "Are you afraid? What nonsense! As long as you accept the castle's inheritance, I assure you that not just one Jiang family, but even 10 could be easily eliminated. Is that so?" Yu Wuhan expressed skepticism. However, someone called from outside the tent, leaving her no time for further inquiries. "What is it?" Upon stepping out of the tent, she saw the eastern sky beginning to brighten, that a new day was dawning. Funfin stood at the entrance, stating 09. "The captain requests your presence once more. Has that cloaked crow departed?" "Yes." Mentioning that individual, Funfin's expression turned grim. 09. "Do not blame Captain Longqi. He must ensure the safety of the entire team and cannot avoid confrontation with the enemy. That damned crow possesses a palace token. People from the palace?" Yu Wuhan nodded, understanding Longqi's predicament. If they were indeed palace personnel, not only the 8 Directions mercenary team, but even the Battle Song mercenary corps above them would be unworthy adversaries, and no matter how formidable a mercenary group may be, they are but ants in the presence of royalty, easily crushed. Only if the entire mercenary guild intervenes could they have a say before the nobility. When Yu Wuhan returned to the main tent, aside from Longqi, there was only the earlier scholar-like man left. "Have you come to seek justice?" Vice Captain Ping Sen hesitated. "I am here to investigate the truth." Upon seeing his expression, Yu Wuhan understood that the truth would likely be difficult to uncover. Ping San remained silent. Longqi slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "Infuriating! The truth is evident. Whether from the survivors' testimonies or the traces left at the scene of various teams' annihilation, all evidence points to Huang Scorpion and his associates. Yet, the Battle 4C's team promptly erased all traces, and Huang Scorpion's group has left no witnesses. Most crucially, the cloaked individual wielding the palace token testified that he did not see Huang Scorpion commit any crimes. Rather, Huang Scorpion was assisting those from the 8 Directions in evading magical beasts, and tragically perished while trying to save others. The true culprit has been lauded as a hero. Not only is Longqi unable to seek justice, but he must also publicly thank Huang Scorpion's group. Vice Captain Ping Sen relayed this situation to Yu Wuhan, emphasizing the need to discredit that noble's testimony. However, with the palace token in hand, his words carry significant weight. "Without solid evidence, we cannot question him for now." 09. "Do you know his identity?" "How would I know?" Yu Wuhan shrugged. He pressured Captain Longqi to hand you over, but Longqi refused. Standing firm against the pressure, however, before leaving, he boldly proclaimed that if this matter isn't resolved within 2 days, he would report to the palace, claiming that the 8 Directions mercenary team attempted to seize his treasure. Ping San gazed at Yu Wuhan, hoping for a response. Yu Wuhan smirked. "Are they threatening me with the entire team? Then I shall leave the 8 Directions camp." "No." Longqi's expression turned serious. "Once you exit this camp, he will undoubtedly take action against you. It is absolutely out of the question. The 8 Directions mercenary team has never betrayed its members, not even temporary ones." Ping San remarked, "If someone from the palace truly holds us accountable." "Accountable for whom?" Suddenly, an individual entered from outside the tent. Longqi's expression changed. How could someone get past the guards at the entrance so easily? As the tent flap swung wide open, Funfin's astonished face appeared. She had failed at her post. For the moment the newcomer stepped nearby, a tremendous force of elemental energy suppressed her, rendering her immobile, unable to even speak or send a warning. Dressed in a luxurious purple robe that shimmered with brilliance, the figure stepped into view. As the morning sun began to rise, the golden dawn illuminated the figure, momentarily obscuring his features. Only a clear voice rang out, casually laughing. "Who are we holding accountable? Could it be this masked maiden? She is my friend, and I would like to see which individual from the Chu royal family wishes to hold my friend accountable." Oh, such audacity! To disregard even the Chu royal family. Chapter 56. This burden is too heavy to bear. Yu Wuhan wondered to herself, aside from Mo Yanzhou and Xuezong Jian, who could possibly be so audacious as to scorn royalty and even claim to be her friend? The term friend is precious and not to be used lightly. 09 I apologize for arriving late and causing you some minor grievances. The newcomer strolled leisurely, smiling amiably as he entered the tent, his splendid purple robe, adorned with a circle of dark purple embroidered phoenixes, seemed to dance with each step he took, exuding a vibrant yet enchanting beauty. This was a bird unique to the Dumo Mountains, a one-star magical beast, and while it bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary red magpie, anyone who carelessly approached would instantly be attacked by dozens of sharp, poisonous wooden darts hidden beneath its feathers. Yu Wuhan finally discerned his face, a youthful and handsome visage, eyes filled with mirth. Evoking a refreshing spring breeze with just a glance good morning, Yu Wuhan did not recognize him, offering a vague greeting, neither confirming nor denying their acquaintance. She chose to observe the situation and discern friend from foe. Good morning. The young man in the purple robe smiled even more warmly, his demeanor exceptionally amiable. Young Master Sikong. Suddenly Vice Captain Ping San gasped in astonishment. He had remained composed, appearing steady, yet at this moment he stared incredulously at the young man in the purple robe, his gaze almost impolite. Longqi queried, which young Master Sikong? Which else could it be? Vice Captain Ping San approached the newcomer with respect. If I am not mistaken, you are young Master Sikong Yu, the helmsman of the Wind Whisper merchants in the capital. Your presence here is truly unexpected. While Ping San's gesture was polite, his attitude was exceedingly respectful, akin to that of a subordinate addressing a superior. Sikong Yu smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement. He appeared somewhat aloof, yet no one would consider him impolite, though the Battle Song Mercenary Corps held some renown in Chu capital and had occasional trade interactions with the Wind Whisper merchants. Their leaders were of equal standing, however. No one would genuinely believe that the Battle Song Mercenary Corps could rival the Wind Whisper merchants. The Wind Whisper merchants were not confined to Chu Kingdom but had branches spread across the entire continent, constituting a significant top-tier power. Even the Jiang family would have to show some deference. Behind Sikong Yu stood the entire Sikong family, which governed the Wind Whisper merchants. What brings you here? Yu Wuhan casually inquired. As if they were longtime friends, she seized the opportunity, neither confirming nor denying their friendship, but allowing Ping San to sense her equal standing with Sikong Yu. After all, Sikong Yu's reputation was resounding, and he had taken the initiative to extend goodwill towards her. It was prudent to leverage his presence to bolster her standing. Sikong Yu chuckled, responding, I initially came to find you for a matter. But upon arriving at the camp, I heard that you were being bullied. How unexpected. Which fool dares to lay their hands on you? Their exchange left Ping San astounded nearby. Previously, 09's identity was merely that of a formidable mercenary, a powerful temporary recruit in the team, with the cloaked individual wielding a palace token threatening them. The Battle Song Mercenary Corps had to consider whether to surrender her in exchange for the safety of the entire team. After all, no matter how powerful a mercenary might be, they were still of the lower class, unable to provoke nobles, let alone royalty. Yet with Sikong Yu's arrival, everything changed. Who would have guessed that 09 possessed such a formidable background? Ping San silently rejoiced that he had not pressured 09 too much earlier. Otherwise, the Battle Song Mercenary Corps will have to face the wrath of Sikong Yu. Longqi, unlike Ping San who harbored numerous thoughts, was simply delighted for Yu Wuhan. Lingzhou, how wonderful! I never expected you to be friends with young Master Sikong. With that said, we need not fear that damned figure cloaked in black anymore. If he dares to come again, I shall ensure he pays dearly for it. He has slain so many of our brothers. Sikong Yu chuckled. Who is that man behind the scenes? I am quite curious. Among the royal Hellion clan, who might wish to deliberately target the Wind Whisper Chamber of Commerce? Yu Wuhan stroked her chin, pondering Sikong Yu's intentions. Why was he so brazenly escalating her personal grievances with the cloaked man into a conflict between the Hellion family and the Wind Whisper Chamber? No member of the Hellion clan could bear such a burden. Even His Majesty the Chu Emperor would not dare to publicly declare his intent to oppose the Wind Whisper Chamber and the Sikong family. It would be akin to a tribal chief in Africa proclaiming a vendetta against America. Hardly a jest, one would be swiftly dealt with. Longqi remarked, we have yet to ascertain who that man is. Do not trouble yourself. Leave this matter to me. Sikong Yu readily took on the responsibility, adding, as for the internal disputes within your Battle Song team, they concern my friend not at all. You shall resolve them yourselves. Ping San quickly affirmed, of course such internal trifles should not trouble young Master Sikong. No worries. Disputes abound everywhere. Battle Song ranks among the foremost in the mercenary circles of Chu Jing. With a larger team comes more affairs. However, they are ultimately inconsequential. Our wind whisper business still relies heavily on the support of Battle's song. That I hope Vice Captain Ping's son will resolve this matter swiftly so that we may prosper together. Tsk Yu Wuhan thought to herself, what a charming businessman. This fellow, whose status far eclipsed that of Ping-san, spoke as if he needed Ping-san's backing. Observe how even the composed Ping-san's face turned crimson, as he fervently assured, absolutely, absolutely. What do you need from me? Let us converse in my tent. Yu Wuhan invited Sikong-yu for a private discussion. It is rather crowded here. Perhaps we should move to my camp? Sikong-yu suggested. Agreed. Yu Wuhan stepped out of the main tent first, showing no concern for Sikong-yu's esteemed status. Sikong-yu prevented Ping-san and Longqi from seeing them off, leaving the Battle 8 Directions camp with ease. As Ping-san watched Sikong-yu follow closely behind Yu Wuhan, his reverence for her grew deeper. Once the two had departed, he quietly inquired of Longqi, where did you recruit Lingjiu from? Her background must be extraordinary, Longqi replied. I just picked her up off the street. Ping-san was left dumbfounded. What incredible luck! Judging by young Master Sikong's attitude towards her, her status must be at least equal to his. Perhaps she was a scion of a prominent family sent to train discreetly. Battle Song was fortunate to have established a connection with her, and we must maintain it. Captain Longqi, I entrust this task to you. Longqi felt somewhat uncomfortable. His admiration for Lingjiu stemmed from her abilities and her selfless rescue of comrades in peril. If she were to form relationships purely based on status, it would be rather utilitarian. Meanwhile, as Yu Wuhan and Sikong-yu left the Battle 8 Directions, they soon arrived at the Wind Whisper Chamber of Commerce's camp at Dumo Mountain. Truly, the premier business association of the continent. Quite lavish. Yu Wuhan exclaimed upon entering. Sikong-yu's camp was far more impressive than that of the mercenaries, much more opulent. The encampment of the Battle 8 Directions consisted solely of tents, primarily for cost-saving purposes. Whereas the Wind Whisper Chamber's camp was different, part tents, part buildings. There were thatched cottages, wooden houses and stone structures, each crafted from various materials, yet all shared a singular beauty. To construct such lovely edifices at the foot of Dumo Mountain signified both wealth and military prowess. Wealth allowed for the unfettered transportation of building materials, while strength ensured the protection of these structures amidst the lurking magical beasts. Typically, only smaller families or factions would neglect investing in camp infrastructure. This way, please, Sikong-yu gestured. He casually pointed out various areas. That is the auction house's camp, over there is the supply depot, that area is the trading center, and there is the reception area for distinguished guests. And there are the various merchant caravans. The Wind Whisper Chamber engaged in numerous businesses and had many branches, thus the camp at Dumo Mountain was categorized accordingly, with people stationed throughout for the smooth flow of goods. However, Sikong-yu did not lead Yu Wuhan to the reception area for distinguished guests but rather directly to his own quarters. This was a privilege reserved for individuals even more esteemed than distinguished guests. A modest thatched cottage stood before them, adorned with a charming little bridge and flowing water, exuding natural charm. 4 graceful maidens stood at the entrance, bowing in unison. You have come to meet a distinguished guest. Sikong-yu indicated. The 4 maidens knelt before Yu Wuhan, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Once inside, the maidens brewed tea and replenished water, serving with great attentiveness. 1 even held a people-like instrument, delicately plucking it in the corner, producing a melodious and serene tune. Sitting by the window, the magnificent Dumo Mountain and the verdant scenery of the mountainside were visible. Yu Wuhan smiled. Young Master Sikong certainly knows how to enjoy life. After Yu Wuhan settled herself, Sikong-yu did not take a seat but bowed slightly, saying, It is my honor to receive praise from a distinguished guest. Yu Wuhan chuckled. There is no need for such pleasantries. What makes me a distinguished guest? In your eyes, who am I? I believe you should clarify that for me. She was still uncertain of Sikong-yu's intentions. He had seemingly descended from the heavens, proactively offering goodwill and seeking to extricate her from her predicament. But what was his ulterior motive? As the saying goes, there is no love or hatred without reason. Being a businessman, would Sikong-yu engage in transactions without profit? Now that they were in a private residence, it was best to lay their cards on the table. Sikong-yu gestured towards the chair opposite Yu Wuhan. May I take a seat? Yu Wuhan remained silent. Whether one could sit depended on the disparity in their statuses. This answer, he surely understood better than she did. Sikong-yu's smile grew increasingly amiable as he calmly seated himself, indicating his desire for an equal exchange. Miss Lingjiu, or should I refer to you as Miss Yu? Sikong-yu sipped his fragrant tea and continued. If you prefer to be addressed as a distinguished guest of the Wind Whisper Auction House, I shall call you my lord. Yu Wuhan secretly smiled. This fellow was quite well informed. She casually removed her mask and replied, "Call me as you wish." Since he was aware of her background, there was no need for pretense. Sikong-yu laughed heartily. "You are indeed quite clever. It seems we may very well collaborate harmoniously. Rest assured, I have not divulged your identity to anyone. However, besides me, there are also others who know that Ling Jiu is Yu Wuhan." "Who?" "Feng Chuanxiu and Helian Hao." Yu Wuhan pondered for a while before recalling that Feng Chuanxiu was the name of Feng Yunrong's father. Yet again it was related to that insufferable woman. She smirked. "I did not wear a mask at the armor shop or outside the auction house. If someone were inclined to investigate, it would be quite possible to uncover it." She did not necessarily feel the need to hide her identity. Using an alias was merely to distance herself from being known as the daughter of the Duke of Wei, allowing her to act freely. If others discovered her identity, so be it. What was there to fear? Sooner or later, the truth would come to light. Her demeanor remained calm, which only heightened Sikong-yu's respect for her. "To be frank, I came to the mountain to seek you out for a business proposition," Sikong-yu stated candidly. "What kind of business?" "So, aside from the first-grade hemostatic powder, do you possess any new formulas for other medicinal pills? I would like to establish a long-term partnership with you. How shall we collaborate?" "You may set the terms." Yu Wuhan held Sikong-yu in high regard. He was well-informed, discerning, and decisive. With the emergence of the new first-grade hemostatic powder, it was only a matter of time before others sought to uncover the source of the formula for greater profit. A scenario Yu Wuhan had anticipated. She had long wondered who would be the first to realize she was the true owner of the medicinal powder. To her surprise, Sikong-yu, with his advantageous position as the helmsman of the Wind Whisper, had approached her first. While establishing a pharmaceutical factory for mass production of the medicine was feasible, managing the commercial operations required expertise beyond her capabilities, especially considering the need for robust security to prevent her enterprise from being coveted and seized. Yu Wuhan believed Sikong-yu to be a fitting partner, capable in business and possessing strength. Truly, fortune had favored her with an unexpected ally. She smiled. "It seems I, too, am in search of a collaborator. However, whether that person is you remains to be seen." Sikong-yu also smiled. "I shall present the most generous terms. I trust they will satisfy you." He dismissed the maidens, closed the door, and engaged in an extensive conversation with Yu Wuhan. The discussion was exceedingly pleasant. Upon their conclusion, Sikong-yu invited Yu Wuhan to stay at the Wind Whisper camp. Yu Wuhan remarked, "Then, I would trouble you to send someone to the Battle 8 Directions camp to fetch Zhu Dazue. I have matters to discuss with him." Sikong-yu promptly dispatched 2 maidens, and shortly thereafter Zhu Dazue arrived, followed by Qi Er, Bing Ling, and others. "Ling Jiu, you truly are remarkable. Ha ha ha. You managed to have young Master Sikong's maidens come to summon me. I am basking in your glory. How many people in the camp are envious of me right now? It is said that young Master Sikong's beautiful maidens, like him, rarely make public appearances," Zhu Dazue exclaimed. His mouth agape in astonishment as soon as they met. His gaze upon Yu Wuhan was filled with a deep reverence, akin to that of worship. Upon hearing this, his 2 handmaidens stifled their laughter and retreated behind Sikong-yu. Yu Wuhan led the group to the residence prepared for her by the Fengyu Chamber of Commerce, where Zhu Dazue began to exclaim, "Oh, this place is truly splendid. There is fine wine and delightful snacks on the table." Yu Wuhan smiled and inquired, "Do you like it? You can move in next door to me." "But Sikong-yu hasn't invited me. How could I possibly be qualified to stay?" Zhu Dazue replied, "If you choose to associate with me, then of course you would be qualified." "What?" Zhu Dazue was taken aback. Yu Wuhan crossed her arms and chuckled, "I intend to establish a mercenary group. Are you interested in joining?" This revelation left not only Zhu Dazue but everyone else in stunned silence. Chapter 58. The Discreet Mercenary Group 09. "Did you just say you want to form a mercenary group?" "Surely not." Cheer exclaimed, her eyes widening. "You are friends with Sikong-yu. Why not engage in business with him to amass wealth instead of starting a mercenary group?" Zhu Dazue shook his head vigorously. Being a mercenary is arduous, exhausting, and perilous. One could easily meet their demise. Even if one survives for decades, it would be dismal to grow old without sufficient funds for retirement. Look at how splendidly Sikong-yu lives, never worrying about food or clothing. You should work with him. Bing Ling scoffed, "Do not fret over her. Her friendship with young Master Sikong is surely not with those of us in the same league. She must be a noble lady of distinguished lineage." Merely toying with the idea of forming a mercenary group, Zhu Dazue and Cheer exchanged glances, finding merit in Bing Ling's reasoning that if 09 were not of noble birth or a scion of a powerful family, how could she possess such skills at such a young age? She must have been meticulously nurtured by her family. Yu Wuhan shook her head, smiling helplessly. "Why do none of you believe me? I genuinely wish to form a mercenary group, however you have misjudged me. I am not a noble lady, nor do I have a powerful family backing me. In fact, I have a multitude of enemies. So, are you afraid? If you wish to follow me, you cannot be timid. Is that true? You truly wish to establish a mercenary group? Zhu Dazue asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. You mustn't be deceiving me. Don't start and then abandon it after a few days. I, Zhu Dazue, have turned down numerous invitations from other mercenary groups and am accustomed to going solo, but if you form a group, I will certainly join. Cheer added, if Dazue joins, I shall join as well. We are old partners. Yu Wuhan ceased her smile and stated seriously, then I welcome you both as my companions. Lady Bingling, may I borrow your magic drawing pen? Bingling frowned. For what purpose? To pay my team members, Yu Wuhan replied, looking directly at her with unwavering resolve. Bingling surmised that Yu Wuhan intended to inscribe enchanting patterns, though she initially disapproved of such actions. The successful battles they had fought along the way, with Zhu Dazue's weapon performing flawlessly, made her ponder whether 09 truly understood the art of enchantment. Hesitant, Bingling produced her drawing pen. Yu Wuhan immediately noticed the flowing elemental radiance within the pen. It was a commendable tool. After borrowing a hammer from Zhu Dazue, Yu Wuhan began to draw upon it under the watchful eyes of the group. Zhu Dazue was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Previously 09 had revitalized the hammer, and now they wondered what she would create next. Please do not ruin my master's work, Bingling said. Her tone firm but her gaze intensely focused. Yu Wuhan smiled. Offering no explanations, she recalled the warning from the handsome youth of the Scarlet Moon Castle, and refrained from extensive drawings that would deplete her mental energy. She merely added a few strokes to a couple of enchanting patterns. After half an hour, she returned the hammer to Zhu Dazue. Eagerly, he dashed outside to test it. With a mighty swing, a deep pit appeared in the rocky ground. 2 feet deep. It's truly 2 feet. Zhu Dazue exclaimed with exhilaration. He was intimately familiar with his hammer. Previously, he could only strike half a foot into solid rock, yet now it had almost tripled in power. To think that an old second-hand hammer could be rejuvenated. Cheer was filled with envy. 09. You must make me an enchanted weapon. Oh my, this is incredible. I would work for you for free. For a lifetime just to wield a fine weapon. Bingling's expression darkened, fixating on the patterns on the hammer. 09. What have you drawn? I have never seen such enchanting patterns before. They do not adhere to the regulations. Enchanters must strictly follow the pattern manuals, or severe consequences may arise. Ha ha ha. The severe consequence is that my hammer has become even more formidable. Zhu Dazue laughed heartily. Yu Wuhan stroked her chin, remaining silent. What pattern manual? She had never seen one. All her drawings were based on instinct. When she repaired the hammer, she had noticed where the elemental lines were weak and had merely reinforced them, adhering to the hammer's inherent pattern structure. This time, however, her approach was entirely whimsical. Within the basic wind elemental technique, there was a particularly simple wind-sending technique. She merely replicated the elemental flow structure onto the hammer. It was akin to Zhu Dazue wielding the weapon with an automatic wind force assisting him, thereby enhancing his striking power. In truth, she was testing her own hypothesis with the hammer that if it were to break, she would simply replace it with a new one. After all, she was quite wealthy at the moment, Yu Wuhan thought to herself, rather immodestly, and now that the hammer had not broken, it signified that she would be even wealthier. She could enchant weapons, and with this skill, she could earn a handsome profit. To think she had aspired to be an apothecary and had yet to achieve it, yet by mere chance, she had stumbled into the realm of enchantment. Life was indeed unpredictable. Yu Wuhan patted Cheer on the shoulder. Do not fret. Once you join my mercenary group, I assure you will not be disappointed. There will be gold and enchanted weapons aplenty. Today has been tiring. So another day, I shall craft you a fine weapon. That settles it. Cheer exclaimed, brimming with excitement. She then mused, alas, it is a pity Fanfan is a formal member of the Battle 8 Directions team. Unlike us who can simply leave after completing tasks, yesterday's collaboration was so enjoyable. If only she could join us as a scout. Yu Wuhan nodded in agreement. She too held Fanfan in high regard. However, they could not poach Captain Longqi's member. They would take their time. The mercenary group was just beginning, and counting herself, they were merely 3. In due course, they would solidify their personnel that a small spark can ignite a prairie fire. She would commence building her armed force from this modest trio. 09. What shall we name our mercenary group? Zhu Dazue pondered, clutching his hammer. You are the captain and can craft enchanted weapons. So let us call it the Enchanted Mercenary Group. In the future, every member shall possess a dazzling magical weapon. How splendid that would be. Yu Wuhan rubbed her forehead. Brother Zhu, let us keep a low profile. We can be quietly formidable without drawing attention. Alright, then what shall we call it? How about? Yu Wuhan, not particularly skilled in naming, thought for a moment and then smacked her thigh. Let us call it the discreet mercenary group. We shall embody a low-key style in all our endeavors. Agreed? Zhu Dazue looked at Yu Wuhan as if she were a reborn parent. Whatever she said was la. Cheer clicked her tongue. That name seems a bit unappealing. Then what do you suggest? I. Cheer pondered for a long while but could not come up with anything. Let us go with this. Bing Ling, overhearing, furrowed her brows repeatedly, her expression darkening further. What kind of nonsense is this? Is it so casual? Suddenly forming a mercenary group and arbitrarily naming it. Lady Bing Ling, would you like to join? Absolutely not. Bing Ling rejected without hesitation. She had no desire to associate with these three unreliable individuals. Of course, she could not foresee that in the near future, the discreet mercenary group would accomplish many remarkably high-profile feats, becoming quite the spectacle. Chapter 59. No personal attacks, General. The news just delivered from Dumo Mountain stated that Mercenary 09 had been received by Xikongyu at the Fengyu Chamber of Commerce camp. At General Feng's residence, a servant rushed in to report. Feng Chuanqiu frowned. What? General, the news is absolutely true. Feng Yunrong was in her father's study, expressing her gratitude for inviting a clan master to assist her family with detoxification. Indeed, the alchemical master had worked wonders. Within merely a day, the skin ailments of her family had begun to heal, and Wei Peng's symptoms of blood vomiting had alleviated considerably. She was in the midst of heartfelt thanks when she suddenly heard this news. And her expression shifted immediately. Father, this mercenary 09, did you not say was that little waste's alias? Indeed. How could she know Xikongyu? Feng Yunrong sprang to her feet. Xikongyu had been dispatched by the Xikong family to oversee the Chujing Chamber of Commerce and had rarely appeared in public for many years. As the esteemed wife of the Duke of Wei, she had never had close encounters with Xikongyu. That little waste, what right did she have to such fortune? Feng Yunrong was filled with resentment. Rubbing her hands together, Feng Chuanqiu glared at his daughter with furrowed brows. Sit down. Father. Sit down. What is so grave that you act so restlessly and inappropriately? Do you even deserve to be my daughter? Reluctantly, Feng Yunrong took her seat. Feng Chuanqiu continued, do you know why she is acquainted with Xikongyu? At the auction that day, she was personally escorted into the venue by Su Qi. Are you unaware of this tidbit? Feng Yunrong nearly leapt up in disbelief. How could she endure such treatment? She was no longer the third prince's consort, for she had been jilted. Feng Chuanqiu regarded his daughter with disdainful eyes. Finding her utterly foolish, how could he have sired such a simpleton? Not to mention the third prince's consort, even the third Prince Helion Hao himself would not be afforded the honor of being personally welcomed by Su Qi. The special treatment extended to Yu Wuhan was evidently due to other reasons. Now not only Su Qi, but even Xikongyu treated her with deference. What could possibly be the cause? The servants departed to carry out their orders. Feng Yunrong, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, Father, you previously asserted that the useless one would surely meet his demise within 3 days. Claiming you would handle this matter, circumstances had shifted, and one must adapt accordingly. Rather than panicking, it would be wiser to contemplate how to ensure Wei Mingyu's marriage to the third prince. This indeed should be your primary concern. Feng Chuanqiu impatiently dismissed his daughter. He then closed the study door tightly. Retreating to a corner where he activated a hidden switch concealed behind a bookshelf, silently, the wall behind the cabinet slid open. Feng Chuanqiu slipped inside, traversing a dimly lit narrow passageway that descended nearly 100 meters into a sealed chamber. The room was devoid of furnishings save for a faintly glowing orb of light, about the size of a baby's fist. Hovering in the center, Feng Chuanqiu approached the crimson glow and bowed in reverence. The light abruptly shifted from a soft red to a bloody hue, and a vague human visage emerged within the radiance, issuing a deep, resonant voice. What? You have not been diligent in your tasks. You are disloyal that I dare not. Feng Chuanqiu bent lower still. The visage emitted a muffled snort, declaring, we can wait no longer. That if you cannot fulfill this, I shall seek another servant master. Please temper your wrath. I assure you I will acquire that item swiftly. To present before you. How long? Within a month. Too long. You have half a month and no more. Yes. Kneel. Feng Chuanqiu knelt on one knee, gazing up at the glowing orb. The light gently extended a slender beam, touching the center of his forehead. Instantly, several wrinkles on his face vanished, and he appeared to have regained several years of youth. Thank you, master. Feng Chuanqiu felt a faint surge of vitality coursing through him. I shall see you off, master. That I will not fail in my mission. Please await my return. Feng Chuanqiu bowed deeply, daring to rise only a quarter of an hour later. The underground chamber held his most private secrets and constituted the foundation of his success in Chujing. The mysterious master was omnipotent, capable of granting him everything or obliterating it all. He was determined to secure the treasured item from Yu Wuhan, for should the master's fury descend, it would herald his own ruin. Meanwhile, Yu Wuhan stood in the grand hall of the Scarlet Moon Castle, conversing with a handsome youth when she suddenly felt the hall gently tremble at an earthquake. The mild dizziness persisted for nearly half a minute before gradually stabilizing. The beautiful youth floating above the sand table widened his eyes in alertness, his lake green-blue irises sparkling with fragments of light. It was apparent that he was both angry and somewhat anxious. "Hey, Master Mentor, what is happening? Is this decrepit castle about to collapse?" Yu Wuhan mused, wondering if it would damage her dantian once more. After a long pause, he slowly rose from the sand table, his cherubic face marked by fatigue. "I sense that a most detestable enemy has discovered us." The earlier tremor was the castle's warning signal. His expression turned grave. Yu Wuhan gasped, "What enemy? Are they formidable? Can we defeat them?" "Certainly not," he replied. "In the past, I could have effortlessly vanquished those bothersome foes, but the castle has only recently awakened, and its power is still insufficient, particularly since you are exceedingly weak, merely a pitiful chick. How could you possibly stand a chance?" Hey, if we can't defeat them, then we can't. No need for personal attacks. You're the one who's a weakling." Yu Wuhan rolled her eyes. The handsome youth frowned deeply, his delicate brows knitting into a tight knot. "I have informed you before, this is the castle of the ancient medicine god. Long ago, a group of vile individuals conspired to harm the medicine god, among them the ancestor of the Jiang family and the very enemy I just sensed. Before the medicine god entered seclusion for cultivation, he deposited his entire life's knowledge within this castle, awaiting a fated individual." Yu Wuhan blinked, pointing at herself. "Am I that fated individual? Of course, I never imagined that it would be you. This weakling who would inherit such a legacy." The handsome youth expressed indignation. "Now that the castle has awakened within you, you lack the ability to protect it. Who could have anticipated that enemies would discover the castle's aura so soon? The castle was at risk of being ruined because of you." Chapter 60. 100 Skeletons. Yu Wuhan stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Am I really that problematic? I feel quite accomplished, actually." Calculating, she noted that although she had experienced numerous events, it had only been about half a month since she traversed to the Qiansua continent. From a complete novice devoid of any elemental power to her current status, she had indeed made remarkable progress. "I say, Master Mentor, before you continue to fume, let us devise a plan to resolve this predicament." Embracing her charming demeanor, she added, "Look at your eyes. They are so beautiful, sparkling like jewels. How could they be filled with anger? Your countenance is of unparalleled beauty. If you frown, even mountains and rivers would pale in comparison. Oh my, that sounded almost poetic. I must be a genius." Yu Wuhan sighed, lost in admiration indeed. As soon as the words left her lips, she noticed the handsome youth's face flush with a rosy hue, becoming shy. "Humph, do not speak nonsense. I am discussing serious matters." All right, we are indeed discussing serious matters. Please, Master Mentor, instruct me on how to address the current crisis." Since her journey began, the castle's protection had granted her various abilities. Her cultivation advanced rapidly, her elemental fluctuations could be concealed, and she possessed an extraordinary perception. The castle was her formidable asset, and she could not allow it to fall under enemy attack. With an eager expression, she looked up at the handsome youth, embodying the image of a diligent student seeking wisdom. The handsome youth, softened by her demeanor, ceased his ire and even began to advocate for her. Yu Wuhan was taken aback. "Oh dear, this handsome youth actually realizes that I am not the real Miss Yu Master." Yu Wuhan spoke softly, her tone barely above a whisper. "There's no need for you to feel guilty. I do not mind your occupying another's body. Only those who can accept the castle's legacy are worthy of being my esteemed students." Time was of the essence, since the detestable enemies had discovered the castle's existence. She must accelerate her cultivation. "Today you shall venture outside and defeat 100 skeletons." Huh! Yu Wuhan calculated silently. She had only vanquished a little over 30 skeletons in her previous attempts, and now she was to face 100? "Hurry, I shall protect you. I will not let you perish." "All right, I'll give it my all." Gritting her teeth, Yu Wuhan stepped outside. Not only was this for dealing with the castle's enemies, but for her own sake. She needed to enhance her strength quickly. Otherwise, the Wei and Feng families, along with those in the palace, would not grant her any mercy. Entering the mountains was fraught with peril, and her desire to advance had intensified. Outside the grand hall, an ocean of bones stretched endlessly. The world appeared chaotic, filled solely with an unending expanse of skeletons wandering about. Step by step, Yu Wuhan entered this hellish environment. Over 30 conquered skeletons stood at the entrance, welcoming her arrival like comrades. Today, I shall rely on you. She grasped one of the skeletons and led them forward. These skeletons would not attack her. She intended to use them as a shield in battle. Not far ahead, the countless bones sensed her presence, turning their skulls one by one like waves swaying in the wind. Their hollow eye sockets were chillingly sinister. Suddenly, the nearest skeleton lunged at her. Go! Yu Wuhan flung her skeletal companion forward, meeting the adversary head-on. The two skeletons, of similar height, collided mid-air with a resounding crash of bones. After a cacophony of noise, both fell to the ground without waiting for the enemy to rise. Yu Wuhan pounced, delivering a swift kick that shattered the opponent's neck. The skeleton crumpled, losing its strength, and would soon reassemble, rising once more as her ally, no longer a threat. You can do it. The observing handsome youth floated in the air. Yu Wuhan, shielded by her skeletal companions, turned her head and quickly whistled at the handsome youth. Thank you, handsome. The handsome youth's face flushed. You annoying pest. You are disrespecting me again, humph? Winded and panting, Yu Wuhan had dispatched 3 skeletons, her body slick with sweat and her breath quickening. Even with the aid of her skeletal allies, overcoming a single foe required significant energy. Suddenly 3 skeletons charged at her simultaneously. Oh no! Yu Wuhan managed to fend off one, blocking another with a skeleton, but the last one was beyond her reach. Bang! A skeletal hand struck her shoulder, causing sharp pain. You son of a leg! Yu Wuhan rolled away to evade, clutching her injury and grimacing. Yet there was no time to rest, for more enemies were approaching. Minutes turned into a quarter of an hour. Then too, the tally of foes she had defeated increased, as did the wounds upon her body. Though her consciousness takes form here, she remains vulnerable to injury and bleeding. Countless wounds mar her body, crimson droplets staining the dim, chaotic ground beneath her. Hold on! The handsome youth cries out, whenever Yu Wuhan nears the brink of collapse. He casts a timely beam of golden light upon her, rejuvenating her strength. Half an hour later, nearly 100 wounds mar Yu Wuhan's body, excruciating pain tormenting her from head to toe. Yet, bolstered by the youth's support, she finds herself unable to rest or succumb to slumber, forced to endure the agony and continue fighting. I shall not fall. Heh, I will fight to the end with you all covered in blood. She wipes her eyes, stained with her own life force, and seizes a broken bone from the ground to wield as a weapon, plunging once more into the sea of bones. Keep going, just a little more. That's 63. The handsome youth continues to count. 37 remain. Observing Yu Wuhan, who is teetering on the brink of collapse, unable to leap and reduced to struggling on the ground, worry fills the youth's heart. Even though he tirelessly aids her in maintaining consciousness and strength, can she truly persevere? The agony from her wounds threatens to shatter her resolve, leaving her paralyzed on the ground. He cannot fathom how Yu Wuhan has endured thus far. 71. Yu Wuhan has lost an arm, her body a canvas of blood. Utilizing the skeleton's blocking and the debris of shattered bones, she crawls away from the fray towards the entrance of the hall. Let me rest at just a moment. A vivid trail of blood marks the ground where she has crawled. Are you all right? The handsome youth's heart clenches. Yu Wuhan spits out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva. Grinning at him, her teeth are stained crimson. Of course I'm fine. This is nothing. Back in Africa when all my limbs were broken I still fought on. Ha ha ha, do you know how I killed? I smashed the remote with my shoulder to ignite the explosives. Impressive, right? Clang! Before her words could settle, a skeleton struck away, hurtles back and crashes onto Yu Wuhan. Instantly she collapses to the ground. Chapter 61. What on earth is happening, brother skeleton? You are too heavy. Yu Wuhan mumbles, her consciousness on the verge of fading. The impact from the skeleton exacerbates her multitude of wounds, tearing at her with heart-wrenching pain, and no matter how resilient her will, she is still human. The unbearable agony transcends human limits, rendering her unconscious. Fortunately, the handsome youth timely casts another beam of golden light, reviving her spirit. Ouch, that hurts. The benefit of regaining consciousness is that, lo and behold, the pain has intensified. Yu Wuhan curses inwardly, yet her body remains unyielding. Inching away from the weight of the skeleton, thankfully, it is merely a skeletal ally. Had it been an enemy, she would have been obliterated without a chance to escape. Her mindset remains remarkably positive. Silently praising her own fortune with every movement, the handsome youth in midair winces. He knows all too well the agony inflicted by skeletons. Unlike ordinary blade wounds, their attacks carry a psychic assault that magnifies the pain tenfold. Thus, the suffering Yu Wuhan endures surpasses the visible wounds on her body by a factor of 10. Her endurance has completely eclipsed his understanding. Although she seems weak, she possesses an extraordinary quality, justifying why the Scarlet Moon Castle chose her as its heir. The handsome youth has come to recognize half of Yu Wuhan's worth. The other half will depend on her future progression. Babies, I'm back. To the handsome youth's astonishment, Yu Wuhan, having rested only briefly in a safe zone, promptly turns back to plunge into the ocean of skeletons. Her unwavering will leaves the youth in awe once more. Each time he believes she has reached her limit, she defies expectations and pushes beyond it, leaving him speechless, bathed in blood. She appears as an unyielding machine, seemingly on the verge of collapse, yet perpetually fighting on. What remarkable willpower! Is she still human? Keep going, you're close to completing the task. The handsome youth cannot restrain himself from shouting. He forgets to uphold the dignity of his mentor role, genuinely wishing to encourage Yu Wuhan. 80.90 to just 10 more, you're almost there. He bellows, his voice straining. Counting is of course a simple task. From 70 to 100 takes barely half a minute, however. Facing each skeleton and absorbing their relentless assaults while enduring excruciating pain second by second is a formidable challenge. Yu Wuhan's vision has blurred, each enemy appearing as 2 or 3 phantoms. She has reached her limits, both in fatigue and injury. Everything hinges upon the handsome youth's golden light to keep her breathing. Suddenly, an exceptionally large and robust skeleton stands before her. Its hollow eye sockets resemble 2 profound caverns, and Yu Wuhan cannot discern if it is her imagination, but she seems to see 2 flickering flames deep within those caverns. Damn it, have you become sentient? She spits out a mouthful of blood and lunges forward with the broken bone in hand. Retreat! You can't handle it! The handsome youth shouts urgently, wishing he could personally dismantle the massive skeleton. The fiery glow in the skeleton's eyes signals its impending ascension. Even uninjured, Yu Wuhan would struggle to defeat it. Fool! Weakling! Idiot! Run! The handsome youth is exasperated. If he intervenes now, it would undermine the trial Yu Wuhan has endured alone, rendering all her previous suffering futile. Frustrated and anxious, he watches as Yu Wuhan seems oblivious to his distress. She enters a peculiar state of mind as she locks eyes with the colossal skeleton. Gazing into the depths of its eye sockets, an inexplicable sense of kinship arises. It feels as though she has found her kindred spirit in this vast alien realm. She is no longer a solitary traveler but has discovered a fellow soul. Who are you? She unconsciously yearns to draw closer to the flickering flames. The broken bone strikes true, piercing the skeleton's eye socket as she seeks to extract that flame and converse with it. The handsome youth watches in disbelief. He never expected Yu Wuhan to identify the skeleton's weakness so directly, comprehending that attacking the flame would incapacitate it. Most astonishingly, despite her myriad injuries and sluggish movements, the massive skeleton, after merely locking eyes with her, appears momentarily dazed, incapable of resistance. What is happening? This defies reason. How can she exert control over the skeleton's actions? She perceives the flame as possessing consciousness, longing to communicate, yet as the bone penetrates, the flame extinguishes, sending her a message of rejection. The colossal skeleton thrashes violently, sending her flying. That hurts. Yu Wuhan seethes. You wouldn't listen to reason, would you? Time for a beating. Fueled by rage, she rises, driving the broken bone into the other eye socket of the massive skeleton. The second flame is snuffed out. The robust skeleton crumbles, fragments scattering across the ground as the colossal skeleton falls. Yu Wuhan notices the number of surrounding skeletons dwindling. She glances around in confusion, realizing that the previously aggressive white figures hesitate, seemingly contemplating retreat. Oh, is this big guy your leader? Why aren't you avenging him? Yu Wuhan scornfully gestures at the surrounding skeletons, accusing them of lacking loyalty. You spineless cowards, watch as I teach you a lesson for your leader. Stumbling forward, she brandishes her makeshift weapon and charges once more. The handsome youth watches, furrowing his brow. Idiot, it's not their leader. It's merely a strong adversary. Of course, they would hesitate upon witnessing a strong one fall. Before he can finish his thought, he sees Yu Wuhan springing forward. Swiftly toppling several skeletons, her speed has multiplied exponentially, and she appears remarkably at ease. 543. The handsome youth hastily assists her in counting down. Only 3 more to complete the 100. This cannot be a joke. Why has it become so easy? Moreover, the pain within her body is gradually diminishing. 3.2.1. 100 completed. Yu Wuhan gasps for breath, wiping her face with her hand. Heavens! I did it! I am a goddess! She bellows triumphantly at the distant army of skeletons. Releasing her pent-up pain and fatigue. Boom! A resounding thunderclap erupts from the sky. A bolt of lightning, thicker than a bowl, descends from the heavens. Following it are countless crashes and flashes of lightning of varying thickness. The entire sky is engulfed. What the hell? Yu Wuhan is taken aback. She merely shouted, so how could she attract a lightning strike? Chapter 62. Unbelievable advancement. Speed. The sky, the earth, the vast ocean of bones. Everything is shrouded in a tempest of thunder and lightning. The world grows increasingly chaotic, yet it neither rains nor snows. Only the flickering light of lightning intertwines with dense fog. The entire realm seems to plunge into a demonic abyss. As if about to be utterly annihilated, with overwhelming power raging throughout the space, Yu Wuhan finds herself amidst it all, exposed to the relentless thunder. Yet she feels no fear. Instead, a subtle smile graces her lips. How delightful! With each bolt of lightning that strikes, a surge of energy flows into her body. The pain from her wounds rapidly diminishes, her severed arm begins to mend, and she feels an infinite power surging within her. So this is the ecstasy of being struck by lightning, she muses whimsically. The duration of this situation remains unknown, yet she revels in it until the thunder and lightning gradually diminish, and the surrounding chaos transforms into clarity. Yu Wuhan is astonished to discover that the sky has turned blue. It resembles the finest sapphire, crystalline and transparent, untouched by a speck of dust. The once bleak expanse outside the castle hall now reveals a breathtaking array of colors for the first time. A beautiful youth floats in midair, his countenance brimming with excitement, tears glimmering in his lake green eyes. After waiting for eons, in a time span that seemed utterly desolate, the realm of Feiyue Castle has finally regained its true visage. He solemnly calls out Yu Wuhan's name, declaring with gravity, from this moment forth, the legacy of Feiyue Castle is officially entrusted to you. The doors to the world of alchemy have swung open for you. He turns and glides into the hall, beckoning Yu Wuhan to follow. Upon glancing down, Yu Wuhan realizes that the ground has transformed as well. Lush green grass unfurls beneath her feet, a pure shade of green that harmonizes beautifully with the sky. An indescribable beauty. The areas where she had once fought are filled with azure skies and verdant fields, while in the places yet to be conquered, skeletal remains linger nearby, though they do not tread upon the grass. Merely hovering outside its bounds, the black and gray stony ground beneath the skeleton seems to await her to cultivate and conquer it. This marks the first step into the realm of alchemy. Go forth and memorize all the knowledge you must acquire. Inside lies an enormous library. The towering dome reaches nearly 100 meters high, with spiral staircases ascending in layers, surrounded by shelves brimming with books. An ocean of categorized literature awaits, half dedicated to alchemical knowledge, the other half to various world information. To unlock the legacy, is it merely to memorize texts? Yu Wuhan is undeniably awestruck by the scale of the library. Yet after battling countless skeletons, this is the reward? How disappointing. The beautiful youth's expression turns stern. You have much to gain, so savor it. The night is profound and tranquil. Since noon, Yu Wuhan has been meditating in her chamber. Having spent the better part of the day within the castle, as the moonlight gently spills through the window, she finally opens her eyes. The benefits spoken of by the beautiful youth surge into her body without hesitation. The primordial energy of the universe. It rushes into her with fervor. Instantly, she advances to a 4-star elemental master. A quarter of an hour later, she ascends to a 5-star elemental master. In yet another quarter of an hour, she becomes a 6-star elemental master. To her astonishment, she leaps directly from 3 stars to 6, her body accommodating the transformation effortlessly, leaving her feeling invigorated and utterly comfortable. This is utterly extraordinary. Yu Wuhan stands in awe. What an astonishing pace of advancement, defying the heavens. How delightful! All her struggles against the skeletons were worth it. She attempts to condense a fireball in her palm, and with a whoosh, a watermelon-sized fireball materializes, nearly igniting herself. My goodness, it's too large, too large. The fireball technique is a basic skill for fire elemental masters, varying in size depending on the master's ability. Small ones akin to dumplings, and the largest no more than the size of an apple, yet she has conjured a fireball the size of a watermelon. How terrifying! Suddenly recalling her inexplicably conjured ice spike, she tries to form an icicle in her palm. Poof! A rolling pin-sized icicle appears, equally monstrous in size. Since she can produce ice, then, with a thought, Yu Wuhan experimentally conjures elemental techniques of wind, wood, and other types. Wind sending techniques, success. Binding, success. Earth spikes, success. Each basic elemental technique succeeds with remarkable results. I'm truly amazing. Given that each elemental technique requires different attributes of energy, casting cross-elemental techniques is typically impossible. In the continent, Rare geniuses who can simultaneously practice 2 or 3 elemental techniques are already held in high regard. Yet, she effortlessly wields elemental techniques of all types. Moreover, she transitions without needing to change energy attributes. As easy as playing a game. Humph! Why get so excited? Your energy lacks attributes. After unlocking the legacy, you can seamlessly wield any elemental technique. This is the power of Feiyue Castle. The beautiful youth's voice resonates in her mind. Yu Wuhan feels exhilarated. Ah, Feiyue Castle, how I adore you! After her excitement subsides, Yu Wuhan steps outside her room to request a bucket of hot water. Closing the door behind her to indulge in a refreshing bath during her advancement, her body expelled much waste, leaving her feeling rather foul once she cleanses herself and dons fresh attire, stepping outside to inhale the crisp air. She notices Sikong Yu waiting not far away. He is strikingly handsome. Standing in the moonlight, his charming visage smiles gently, offering warm compliments. Yu Wuhan glances at herself, clad in a pale blue embroidered outfit. Black sheepskin boots and a silver-trimmed dark blue belt cinched at her waist, looking neat and refreshing. This new attire had been prepared in advance by Sikong Yu, who has truly attended to her needs. You look quite beautiful as well, Yu Wuhan replies with a smile. Sikong Yu, in his opulent purple attire, exudes an innate aristocratic charm. Appearing especially dashing in the night, shall we take a stroll outside? Sikong Yu suggests. Yu Wuhan readily agrees. The pair, without attendants, walk side by side out of the Wind Whisper Merchant Association's encampment. The demon battle mountain looms ominously in the night, the wind rustling through the trees, creating an eerie atmosphere. I sit here. Yu Wuhan suddenly halts. Sikong Yu smiles. The choice is yours. These individuals have lingered outside the encampment for quite some time, drawn here because of you, so I thought it best to let you see. Thank you that I will handle my own enemies. Yu Wuhan cracks her knuckles, eager to test her newfound strength against this group of adversaries. After her advancement, her perception has sharpened considerably, and she sensed the presence of enemies from quite a distance. Indeed, it is the 2 elemental masters from the cloaked figure's entourage lying in ambush nearby. It would be a simple task for the Wind Whisper members to deal with them, and Sikong Yu is truly considerate. Leaving these trifling foes for her amusement with a whoosh, Yu Wuhan strikes from the shadows, a brilliant fireball exploding among the bushes several paces away. Chapter 63. You may roast for now. Meanwhile, behind the cover of the night's brush, the 2 elemental masters and their few subordinates lie in wait, utterly disinterested. They do not perceive capturing a lowly mercenary as a formidable task. Even with the mercenary named Lingjiu previously demonstrating extraordinary prowess, and despite their master's numerous warnings, they remain confident in their ability to succeed that night. Thus, since taking their positions, they have grown lethargic. Yawning continuously. In this desolate wilderness, our esteemed elemental masters are reduced to laying ambush, a task befitting only lowly mercenaries. How unfortunate, remarks one elemental master. If it weren't for that woman's looks, I wouldn't even bother hiding. Another adds, she is always veiled. How do you know she is attractive? By her figure. Haha, you don't understand, the first master retorts, his tone turning suggestive, which piques the interest of the others, leading the conversation astray. If it weren't for that young master of the Jiang family interrupting us during the day, we would have already captured her and unveiled her face. Haha, perhaps the Jiang family's young master has taken a fancy to her, which is why he intervened. Now she's come to the Wind Whisper Merchant Association's encampment. Could it be that Sikong Gongzi has taken an interest in her too? Clearly, she is a rare beauty. Once we capture her, let us not hand her over to the master just yet. We should, they whisper conspiratorially, their laughter laced with malice. As Yu Wuhan and Sikong Yu step into their ambush range, the group falls silent, reluctantly preparing to strike. Their master had instructed them that even with Sikong Yu present, they must act without hesitation. Let us go. They exchange signals. The countdown begins, ready to launch their surprise attack. However, before they can move, boom! A blinding flash of fire suddenly erupts beside one of them. Aya! The man screams as if slaughtered, bolting from his hiding place. Flames engulf his clothing and hair, and he frantically attempts to extinguish the blaze. Water, water! He cries out to his companions, a water elemental master. A torrent of water descends from above, yet before it reaches him, a gust of wind diverts it away. Bang! The water splashes harmlessly to the ground a few feet away, failing to douse the flames. It was Yu Wuhan's powerful wind-sending technique that had blown the water off course. An elemental master is here. Stay alert. The burning man rolls on the ground to smother the flames. Emerging charred and blackened, the fireball and wind-sending technique's power are far beyond that of an ordinary elemental master, leaving him terrified. suspecting that a high-level master has intervened. Even if they all joined forces, they would be no match for a high-level master, as that would mean facing a gap in ranks. Let us have another fireball technique. Enjoy yourselves. Yu Wuhan discreetly gestures once more. Thus, another hidden elemental master finds himself ablaze. It is not that they don't want to evade. The fireball's diameter is simply too great. They attempt to sidestep based on instinct, but the distance they manage to evade is insufficient to escape the flames. They are tragically caught in the blaze. The unfortunate water elemental master, upon being scorched, immediately douses himself with water, only to be caught off guard by the sudden emergence of two sharp earth spikes beneath his feet. Earth spikes. A basic earth elemental technique. The poor fellow is taken by surprise, receiving a painful jab in the foot. Retreat, we can't linger here. Their side has several formidable characters. Two elemental masters mistook the myriad elemental techniques executed by Yu Wuhan as the collective achievements of numerous practitioners, leading them to believe they had stumbled into a gathering of elemental masters, which sent them into a state of panic, with only two elemental masters among them, and the rest being mere warrior attendants. How could they possibly contend with a group of elemental masters led by a formidable one? They had to flee at once. Did they think they could come and go as they pleased? Yu Wuhan chuckled inwardly, thinking, let them all stay. Fireball technique, multiple fireballs. As those lying in ambush began to retreat and reveal themselves, she unleashed several fireballs in quick succession, igniting them all. A cacophony of screams ensued. Young master, the maidens of Sikongyu hastily approached, accompanied by a contingent of merchant guards. They had come to protect their master. Upon noticing the flames and commotion, Sikongyu pointed at those ruffians, commanding, seize them. In the blink of an eye, the guards formed a surrounding circle. To her astonishment, each of these guards was an elemental master, recklessly casting their elemental techniques, swiftly toppling and capturing the enemies. Yu Wuhan could not help but click her tongue in admiration. The Fengyu Merchant Guild indeed possessed profound resources. And Chujing, even the highest-ranking noble, the Duke of Wei, could not afford to have only elemental masters as bodyguards when he ventured out, as one could maintain dozens of warriors for the price of a single elemental master. Yet, Sikongyu not only had impressive guards but even her beautiful and delicate maidens exhibited substantial fluctuations of elemental energy in their movements, clearly indicating their prowess, and they surpassed the guards in strength. Yu Wuhan could not even discern their specific levels. Thank you, Sikong Gongzi. Yu Wuhan expressed her gratitude with a cupped fist. Sikongyu replied with a smile. No need for such formality. You may handle the situation as you see fit. Yu Wuhan shrugged, saying, what else is there to do but to beat them and make them suffer? She delivered two resounding punches to the faces of the two elemental masters, knocking out their teeth as they whimpered in agony. Then she bound the unfortunate duo to the treetops, setting a fire beneath them to commence the roasting. The flames were meticulously controlled, neither burning them to death nor allowing them to be too comfortable. Did they think to extinguish the flames with water-based techniques? They were dreaming. Yu Wuhan fed each of them a pinch of Shifangsuan San, rendering them incapable of harnessing any elemental power. The pitiful pair resembled roasting pigs, slowly being tormented over the flames. You two can roast for now, achieving a perfect crispy exterior and tender interior. I'll return shortly to question you, Yu Wuhan said. Arms crossed with a smile. A verdant vine slowly slithered beneath her feet, gradually forming a trap under the cover of night. In the shadows of the dense forest, a pair of sinister eyes fixated on her retreating figure. Whoosh! The vine suddenly tightened. Yu Wuhan fell to the ground, her feet ensnared, and was dragged deep into the thicket. Miss Lingjiu! The maidens of Sikongyu gasped in alarm, rushing to her aid. A gale swept through the clearing, sending branches and leaves flying, creating a chaotic barrier that obscured everyone's vision. In the blink of an eye, Yu Wuhan's figure vanished into the pitch-black forest. Sikongyu's command, search! The maidens and guards scattered like arrows into the thicket. However, after the wind had passed, tranquility returned to the forest, and there were neither traces of Yu Wuhan nor any sign of enemies. While Sikongyu's people searched in every direction, Yu Wuhan had already found herself several miles away on another hill. Lingjiu, even with Sikongyu protecting you, you will eventually fall into my grasp. The cloaked figure revealed himself under the moonlight, grinning ominously. Yu Wuhan, still bound, managed to sit up from the ground, also smiling. Old crow. Let me tell you, this time you are truly at death's door. Chapter 64. How embarrassing. The cloaked figure did not believe Yu Wuhan's words at all. It was Yu Wuhan, in his view, who was at death's door. Hiding and revealing yourself. I have long known who you are. He unleashed a wind elemental technique specifically aimed at Yu Wuhan's face, intending to blow away her veil. Yet, Yu Wuhan remained unflustered, facing the raging wind without even attempting to shield herself. Simply gazing at him with a calm smile. In an instant, a shadowy figure appeared silently before her, perfectly blocking the fierce wind from the cloaked figure. Bang! The shadow merely raised a hand, and the cloaked figure was sent flying as if he were a rag doll. Crashing heavily against a sturdy ancient tree with a loud crack, his knees collided with the tree. Shattering upon impact, he fell to the ground, eyes wide with terror. The shadow turned away, coldly remarking trash without even glancing at him. The cloaked figure stifled his agony and formed an elemental gesture, secretly aiming for the shadow's back. If you refuse to behave, you shall suffer more. The indifferent tone resonated. For some inexplicable reason, the wind elemental technique vanished without a trace. While the cloaked figure's arms were met with a series of sickening cracks, both arms, from fingertips to shoulders, shattered into dust. The unfortunate cloaked figure could not even muster a scream. You are truly ruthless. My good sir. Yu Wuhan chuckled as she severed the vines binding her feet. Rising to her feet, that aligns perfectly with my taste. She gazed at the tall man in the black robe, finding him increasingly pleasing to the eye. By the way, how did you know I was in the mountains? She inquired, stepping closer. Mo Yenjo replied nonchalantly, I promise to keep you safe, regardless of where you are. I am aware. Oh, is that so impressive? Yu Wuhan asked playfully, what if I were in the restroom? Mo Yenjo fell silent, his dark eyes lowering slightly. The surrounding air pressure seemed to drop, and Yu Wuhan immediately felt a chilling sensation. Don't be angry, big brother, she said, raising her hands in surrender. She was in high spirits, having long overheard Mo Yenjo's voice in her mind, so she had deliberately allowed the cloaked figure to capture her, giving Mo Yenjo a chance to play the hero. The rescue process was truly delightful. She puffed out her chest, feeling like a princess, while Mo Yenjo was her knight rescuing her from the clutches of a dragon. How romantic, wouldn't you agree? What are you thinking about? Under the moonlight, Mo Yenjo noticed Yu Wuhan's eyes darting about. I was just pondering, in the dead of night on this desolate mountain, what brings you to find me? Mo Yenjo snorted coldly. What brings me? If I had not come, you might have lost your life in these mountains. Yu Wuhan shrugged. It's not that serious. Their casual banter left the cloaked figure nearby utterly frustrated. The excruciating pain from his severed limbs made him wish he were dead, but what infuriated him most was being completely ignored by the two, who chatted as if he were of no consequence. He was, after all, a peak elemental master. Pain and fury surged within him, causing his elemental power to erupt. Ugh! Yu Wuhan suddenly felt an immense pressure. It seems I need to administer some potent medicine, she thought, igniting her own elemental power and stepping forward against the cloaked figure's pressure. She poured half a bag of Shifangsuan sand directly into the cloaked figure's mouth. Moments later, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Mo Yenjo's brows furrowed slightly. He accurately sensed that Yu Wuhan had reached the level of a 6-star elemental master. Such rapid advancement. Ordinary 6-star elemental masters could not withstand the pressure from a peak elemental master. Yet, Yu Wuhan managed to endure and approach the cloaked figure, indicating her elemental strength was significantly greater than that of her peers. I look forward to your further progress, Mo Yenjo expressed with unabashed admiration in his gaze. Now tell me, why do you wish to kill me? What treasure do you covet? Yu Wuhan lifted the cloaked figure's hood, signaling Mo Yenjo to remove her bindings, preparing to interrogate him. Oh my, you are truly ugly. You nearly blinded me. She scrutinized him closely, realizing she did not recognize him, and thus resorted to a casual insult. The cloaked figure, seething with rage, retorted, how could this lord be ugly? Nonsense. His anger caused his internal elemental energy to become even more chaotic, resulting in him spitting more blood. Oh, do be careful not to bleed to death. I still have questions to ask. Yu Wuhan hastily rummaged through her ring for an antidote. The cloaked figure, enduring immense physical and mental torment, let out a gloomy cry. The third prince will not spare you. You shall surely die. He severed his own meridians and perished. Yu Wuhan blinked. Is that it? Just like that? Testing for his pulse, she confirmed that he was indeed over. What the hell? Yu Wuhan was quite irked and stomped a few times on the cloaked figure's corpse. She had not finished her interrogation. More importantly, this fellow had caused the deaths of many mercenaries. Letting him die so easily was far too lenient. Yu Wuhan conducted a simple search of his belongings and discovered a palace token, a letter, several packets of medicinal powders, and a pouch of coins. After collecting the money and medicine, Yu Wuhan ignited a fireball for illumination and quickly read the letter. Swiftly eradicate the wretched Yu Wuhan and obtain the sand beast Tianfeng Ding for a substantial reward. He Lianhao, was this a command from He Lianhao to the cloaked figure? That would mean this person was sent by He Lianhao, and the coveted treasure referred to the medicinal cauldron. Yu Wuhan grasped the palace token. Deep in thought. This token was indeed exclusive to He Lianhao's palace, yet, such a convoluted scheme for robbery was not at all in line with He Lianhao's style. Suddenly Mo Yanzhou let out a soft hum and approached. He enveloped the cloaked figure's corpse in a wave of elemental energy. What is it? Yu Wuhan asked, noticing his peculiar expression. After a moment, Mo Yanzhou withdrew his energy, sneering, I did not expect to encounter the soul-nourishing technique here. What is that? Yu Wuhan had never heard of it and Mo Yanzhou did not elaborate, simply stating, this person possesses a fragment of his soul nurturing elsewhere. His death here is not the end in the future. You will likely encounter him again. What? He has died but can still nourish his soul, and we might meet again. Yu Wuhan's cold smile lingered as she declared, very well, should we indeed meet again. If I do not torment him to the point where his own mother fails to recognize him, I shall no longer bear the surname Yu now. Hand over the medicinal materials you have prepared for me. I am not far from the 7 stars, and upon advancing, I shall concoct potions to detoxify you. Mo Yanzhou then took Yu Wuhan's hand, and the moment their fingertips brushed, the medicinal herbs from his spatial ring transferred to her own. I look forward to your ascension, he remarked, his expression softening to reveal a hint of a smile on this occasion. I have come bearing gifts. Yu Wuhan exclaimed, a flicker of excitement in her eyes. How embarrassing, she chuckled, her face alight with anticipation. Come forth, Mo Yanzhou commanded lightly. Instantly, a shadow manifested before Yu Wuhan. She gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 65. Feathers. As Mo Yanzhou beckoned, the air beside him shimmered subtly in the dim moonlight. Barely discernible. A strikingly beautiful young girl suddenly appeared at his side. Master. She greeted with a bow, her short black hair framed a delicately crafted face adorned with innocent, ethereal features, and her large, soulful eyes sparkled with a hint of mystery. Her attire was exceedingly simple, resembling a patchwork of cloth carelessly stitched together, revealing her arms and long legs, barefooted, with a crude grass rope tied around her waist, an outfit that spoke of a primitive elegance. She inclined her head slightly, her thick lashes fluttering like butterfly wings before she lifted her gaze to meet Yu Wuhan's for a fleeting moment. Instantly, Yu Wuhan felt a surge of alertness. The intensity of that gaze was anything but harmless. The girl stood there quietly, her hands hanging in an unusual pose, which Yu Wuhan recognized as that of a top-tier assassin poised to strike. From now on, she shall be your guardian, Mo Yanzhou informed Yu Wuhan. Yu Wuhan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the gift would be a person. What is your name? She inquired of the girl. As if assessing whether Yu Wuhan was worthy of her protection. Feather, the girl replied, her voice as clear and delicate as that of a sprite. What a unique name, Yu Wuhan mused, feeling somewhat like livestock being appraised by a butcher. She remained composed as Feather scrutinized her. When their eyes finally met, Yu Wuhan's expression remained calm and unflappable. Feather lowered her gaze. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Mo Yanzhou's lips curled into a faint smile. Perhaps Yu Wuhan was unaware, but he could discern that Feather had acknowledged her as her new master. Feather, protect her as you would protect me, he instructed softly. Feather's body quivered slightly. Such a solemn command had never been issued to her before. Realizing the weight of her responsibility, she knelt before Yu Wuhan, bowing her head in promise. I vow to protect you with my life. Yu Wuhan did not refuse. She recognized her current limitations. Even with rapid advancement, she remained at the level of a Yuan master, vulnerable to formidable foes. Mo Yanzhou's offer came at just the right moment. I must take my leave for now. We shall meet again, he said, waving his sleeve as he, as before, departed without lingering. All right, thank you, big brother. Yu Wuhan waved goodbye. The air rippled and Mo Yanzhou vanished from sight. Feather, however, was taken aback by Yu Wuhan's casual address of Mo Yanzhou as big brother. Master, you allow this girl such liberties, she thought. Her respect for Yu Wuhan deepening. With night-stalking magical beasts and treacherous plants capable of claiming lives in an instant, Feather crouched low and succinctly commanded, climb onto my back. Huh? Yu Wuhan paused momentarily but quickly understood Feather's intention, leaping onto the girl's slender back. You are quite thin, she remarked, feeling the sharpness of Feather's ribs, before she could finish speaking. Feather darted forward with remarkable speed. Yu Wuhan felt the wind rush past her ears as the scenery blurred. Feather racing away with her on her back. This girl was truly extraordinary. Barefoot, she moved as if gliding on wheels. Her step so light that Yu Wuhan scarcely felt her touch the ground. Yu Wuhan marveled inwardly, finally grasping why she was called Feather. Her graceful movements resembled feathers dancing in the wind. In no time, Feather had covered a considerable distance along the way. She startled several agile magical beasts, but before they could react, she had already sprinted far beyond their reach. Soon, Yu Wuhan could hear voices in the distance. "Stay close to me," Feather said abruptly, stopping to set Yu Wuhan down with a single utterance. She vanished from sight. Yu Wuhan glanced around, unable to detect any trace of her. Yet, she knew Feather had not gone far. Like Mo Yanzhou, she seemed to prefer remaining unseen. Yu Wuhan donned her mask and soon encountered the searching maidservant, Si Kongyu. "Miss Lingjiu is here," the maid called out, quickly gathering everyone around Yu Wuhan. Si Kongyu rushed forward, his opulent purple robe already damp with dew. "Miss Lingjiu, are you well?" he asked, concern etched across his brow. "It's nothing," Yu Wuhan smiled, waving the captured palace token. "That scoundrel is dead. I just wonder what wicked trick he used to whisk me away so far." Si Kongyu was astonished. "That man is dead?" As someone well informed, he knew the cloaked figure wielding the palace token was formidable, and he could hardly believe that Yu Wuhan had managed to defeat him. Perhaps she did not do it herself. She might have employed some secret treasure or had assistance. Yet, it indicates she possesses sufficient cards to confront powerful foes, he thought, suppressing his inner astonishment. It is likely that he used an enchanted scroll, something capable of instant relocation. Enchantment involves inscribing magical patterns onto weaponry, while enchanted scrolls are crafted on special materials, activating various effects upon use. Such items are notoriously expensive, typically reserved for the nobility of the Chu kingdom. Which is why Yu Wuhan had never considered it before. An enchanted scroll. Yu Wuhan mused, weighing the palace token with a smirk. If the cloaked man truly utilized such a device, then he cannot possibly have been sent by Helian Hao. For Helian Hao is exceedingly stingy. No matter how angry he might be, he would never squander such an expensive scroll merely to eliminate me. Now this becomes interesting. Who then wishes to kill me while refusing to reveal their identity and instead attempts to frame Helian Hao? Si Kongyu chuckled in admiration. "Miss Lingjiu, your composure in the face of change is truly commendable. What is there to be surprised about? The only things that could astonish me are piles of gold. Red crystal cards or black crystal cards." Yu Wuhan laughed nonchalantly, taking on the demeanor of a money grubber. Si Kongyu watched her lively figure, his expression gradually softening. Setting aside business, he realized he had not encountered such an intriguing woman in a long time. In this vast world, amidst the tumult of commerce, her company brought him a sense of ease. Chapter 66. Unscientific. After a series of battles and advancements, she craved a quality sleep. As soon as she lay down, Feather appeared silently beside her bed like a specter. Her sudden presence could have startled anyone unaccustomed, but Yu Wuhan was well versed in such occurrences. "I shall keep watch," Feather whispered softly, settling at the foot of the bed, her lurking shadow resembling a still stone in the night. Yu Wuhan could not help but ask, "Can you, like Mo Yanzhou, become invisible? Is this skill easy to learn? Can I learn it?" Watching them move silently throughout the day, Yu Wuhan felt a pang of envy. The ability to become invisible was undoubtedly a crucial skill for both assassination and travel. Feather paused, needing a moment to process Yu Wuhan's direct reference to her master. "It is not a skill," she replied, enunciating each word carefully. "Not a skill. Then is it a talent?" "No." After a moment's thought, Feather stood up and approached Yu Wuhan, loosening the grass rope tied around her waist. As she did so, her ragged attire fell away like tattered cloth. Yu Wuhan. Though they were both women, Feather's sudden disrobing was startling. The pale moonlight filtered through the window, casting a soft glow that revealed Feather's lithe, unadorned form. Her physique was both elegant and powerful, reminiscent of a wild leopard poised to strike. "You have a fine figure," Yu Wuhan remarked, sitting up in the night. Feather's eyes sparkled like crystal. She gestured to the area between her chest and abdomen. Here, Yu Wuhan had previously hesitated to examine closely, appreciating her form from a distance. After all, they were both women, and she thought it unnecessary to be overly curious. However, upon Feather's prompting, Yu Wuhan squinted to inspect the area below her chest. To her surprise, she noticed faint, almost imperceptible lines on her skin. "This is the invisibility," Feather indicated, demonstrating as her form vanished before Yu Wuhan's eyes. In that instant, Yu Wuhan perceived the shimmering patterns on her skin. Enchanted patterns, she realized, connecting the dots. Patterns that can create an invisibility effect. But can enchanted patterns be inscribed on human skin? I have never heard of such a thing. Immediately, she relayed Feather's situation to the young man at the Feiyue castle in her consciousness. "Fool. Enchanted patterns are indeed meant to be inscribed on the human body. I meant to say back then that it is a waste to inscribe them on weapons in this era. How foolish." Ah, so the ancient enchanted patterns were specifically designed for the human body. Yu Wuhan mused, realizing that for centuries, the enchantment industry had focused solely on weapons and scrolls. This implied that the practice of body enchantment had been lost to time. Who painted the patterns on the feathers? Yu Wuhan inquired, yet the feather merely shook its head, a look of bewilderment gracing its countenance. I don't know. Then perhaps we should consult Mo Yanzhou next time. Yu Wuhan meticulously examined the intricate designs once more, committing them to memory. Feather picked up its garments, secured them with a grass rope, and quietly resumed its position at the foot of the bed. Suddenly, Yu Wuhan realized an intriguing dilemma. Feather's tattered clothing was indeed devoid of any substantial coverage. So when she darted through the air like a feather, would there be any exposure? Hey Feather, wouldn't you like to don some new attire? Like trousers, shoes. I can provide them. Uncomfortable, Feather firmly declined. Your garments would reveal too much. No matter. Sister is truly overly concerned about trifles. Yu Wuhan recognized that she had pried too far into matters that were not her concern. Regardless, Feather was simply pursuing a natural beauty. Was that not permissible? Shaking her head, Yu Wuhan reclined and succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening the next day, rejuvenated and invigorated, Yu Wuhan immediately settled into meditation, allowing her consciousness to descend into the Scarlet Moon Castle. Rather than venturing into the Bone Sea, she made a beeline for the library, scouring various tomes for literature on enchantments, found it, and quite a bit. Yu Wuhan discovered an entire row of shelves dedicated to enchantment-related texts. As she perused an illustrated volume, filled with an array of enchanting patterns and their descriptions, she grasped that enchantments could yield a plethora of effects. Enhanced strength, speed, stamina, and elemental control. Invisibility, poison, breath-holding. Furthermore, the potency of an enchantment varied with different materials and vessels. The vastness of enchantment knowledge rivaled that of alchemy. It seemed she must judiciously allocate her time. Yu Wuhan pondered privately, while advancing in her cultivation, she needed to delve into both alchemy and enchantments, requiring a significant investment of her time. Hey, why aren't you studying alchemy? A handsome youth floated into the library to oversee her. Yu Wuhan set aside the enchantment texts and wandered over to the alchemy section. At first, she feigned interest for the youth's sake, but soon found herself captivated by a volume titled Introduction to Alchemy. The simplest stamina pill, a first-grade concoction, recalling how Chang Tu had once performed alchemy. Yu Wuhan seamlessly combined the ingredients, igniting the fire and adding water in one fluid motion. Yet, her technique lacked the finesse of Chang Tu, opting for a more straightforward approach. A standard pill would require an hour to form. Yet she had the furnace ready in just half an hour. 09. We're here. Just as she opened the alchemical furnace, a booming voice from outside interrupted her. Feather, who had been quietly lingering in the corner, vanished in an instant. Yu Wuhan approached the door to find Zhu Dachui and Qier standing outside with their belongings. We settled our accounts with Zhan Bafang this morning, and now we've moved in to join your team. Our low-key mercenary squad is officially established. Yu Wuhan smiled. You can stay in the next room. I've already notified Sikong Yu. Great. The two hurried to settle into the adjacent rooms. Suddenly, Zhu Dachui sniffed the air. Is that the scent of herbs? Qier leaned in. 09. What are you concocting in there? Upon seeing the steaming alchemical furnace on the table, she froze for a moment. You have an alchemical furnace. You aren't actually making potions, are you? The two entered the room and while they did not recognize the precious ancient alchemical furnace, they immediately identified the stamina pills within. Did you really produce all of this in one batch? Qier exclaimed, astonished that it said that a single batch can yield up to 10 pills, yet you have nearly 20, and they seem larger too, Zhu Dachui shouted. Yu Wuhan stroked her chin. It was no wonder the two were astonished. She herself was equally surprised. She had merely been curious to experiment, never believing she would succeed, especially considering that only a 7-star elementalist could concoct potions, and she had just recently ascended to 6 stars. Yet, unexpectedly, she had achieved success and with such remarkable results. This defied all logic. Did this mean she had become an alchemist? Chapter 67. No mistake in potions. 09. Is this really the pill you crafted? Is it true, truly? Zhu Dachui and Qier incessantly questioned, their eyes sparkling with excitement. After Yu Wuhan affirmed their inquiries, they immediately leaped into the air. Good heavens. 09. You can enchant and concoct potions too? 09. You truly are. Qier stammered for a while before finally concluding, a prodigy. In this world, how many individuals possess the ability to both enchant and concoct potions? Throughout history, it seems only a select few esteemed figures have achieved such a feat. Yet, 09 at such a young age could do this. Was she not a prodigy beyond compare? The term genius hardly sufficed to encapsulate her abilities. Originally admiring Yu Wuhan, Cheer now regarded her with the same reverence as Zhu Dachui. Their gazes akin to that of beholding gold coins, their eyes aglow with admiration. Yu Wuhan sighed, feeling somewhat embarrassed by their exuberant reactions. Was alchemy truly so challenging? She did not perceive it as such. Her ability to visualize the elements allowed her to effortlessly monitor and control the flow of medicinal power during the alchemical process, thereby minimizing the waste of both elemental energy and time. Leading to her unknowing success to her. As long as one could accurately control the fusion of elements, alchemy and enchantment were fundamentally similar. 09. What level of alchemist are you? Zhu Dachui inquired. Yu Wuhan shook her head. I have just begun, so I suppose I am an alchemical apprentice. How could someone produce so many stamina pills in a single batch be merely an apprentice? Even a master alchemist might struggle to achieve that. Zhu Dachui argued. Cheer added, Master alchemists wouldn't even bother with stamina pills as they consider them too lowly. They disdain to engage with such trifles. Furthermore, these pills are primarily for restoring stamina, of little use to elementalists. Yet they are consumed in abundance by warriors. Esteemed alchemists would never squander their energy crafting them, leaving only apprentices, who hover at the threshold of alchemy, to produce such low-grade potions for survival or practice. Hence, apart from a few high-priced varieties sold by major merchants, the quality of affordable stamina pills on the market is inconsistent, and warriors can only rely on luck when purchasing them. Yet, the pills you crafted are evidently of superior quality, surpassing even the high-priced versions. May I give it a try? Zhu Dachui could no longer restrain himself and picked up one of the pills. After Yu Wuhan granted her approval, he dashed outside. Enthusiastically performing a series of punches after exerting himself, he promptly consumed one of the stamina pills. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his mouth agape as if he were about to devour someone. Hey, what's wrong? Yu Wuhan hurried over, concerned that something might be amiss with the pill. Zhu Dachui suddenly grasped her hand, exclaiming in excitement, 0909. Is this truly a stamina pill? I have never encountered anything like it. His stamina was restored instantaneously. Instantly, it turned out he was not mistaken. He was simply flabbergasted. Yu Wuhan was taken aback. Huh? How could it be instantaneous? The introduction to alchemy stated that the effectiveness of such pills varied based on the user's physique and stamina depletion, taking anywhere from 1 to 2 minutes to take effect. What she did not realize was that while others could not see the elements and relied solely on experience to gauge the potency of the medicinal power, thus inevitably introducing impurities, she consciously aggregated the elemental power during the alchemical process, which expelled all impurities and allowed them to evaporate with the steam, resulting in an unparalleled purity of the pills. Consequently, upon consumption, devoid of any impurities, the medicinal power acted swiftly, leading to such rapid effects. Zhu Dachui's exclamation soon attracted Sikongyu, who resided nearby and approached with a smile, accompanied by a maid. There something that requires assistance? Having gathered an overview of the situation, he contemplated how to broach the topic of potential collaboration regarding the stamina pills. As for Yu Wuhan's alchemical prowess, he was not overly surprised, considering the discussion surrounding the collaborative alchemy factory. To his astonishment, however, Yu Wuhan wasted no time in saying, I just completed a new batch of pills. You can take some for testing the potency and set a price. If all goes well, we can sell them exclusively through your merchant association. Sikongyu immediately instructed his maid to take several stamina pills for testing. Zhu Dachui leaned in. Captain. Once these pills hit the market, will our low-key team be able to purchase them at a discount? Having sampled Yu Wuhan's stamina pills, he no longer wished to resort to the inferior options available. He feared that such quality pills would be exorbitantly priced. Yu Wuhan smiled gently. Team members will receive a 50% discount. Zhu Dachui and Cheer erupted in cheers. Long live the captain. This discount was extraordinarily generous. For instance, at Zhan Bafang's shop, team members could only purchase items at a 10 or 20% discount. Yu Wuhan continued, in the future, if I have the time, I will personally concoct exclusive pills for you. Long live the captain, long live. The two became even more animated. Unbeknownst to them, they had begun referring to Yu Wuhan as captain rather than 09. Captain, when shall we recruit more team members? Zhu Dachui already began envisioning the future development of their mercenary team, eagerly anticipating embarking on missions with their revitalized magical weapons. We shall be selective in our recruitment. Quality over quantity, Yu Wuhan replied, unperturbed. The initial members would later become the backbone of the team, and she needed to identify suitable candidates. 09. Our captain requests your presence. Fanfan hurried over from the Zhan Bafang camp. Yu Wuhan nodded at Sikongyu. I must attend to some unfinished matters. She surmised it was likely regarding the cloaked man and the Four Seas mercenary group. Sikong Yu asked, "Do you require my company? Or should I send a maid to accompany you?" His offer was one of support. Yu Wuhan chuckled, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Should any issues arise, I will seek your assistance," with Sikong Yu having made a prior appearance at Zhan Bafang. Even the most foolish among the Warsong group would not dare to act inappropriately towards her as they made their way from the entrance of the camp to the main tent. Numerous individuals greeted Zhu Dazhuai and cast warm glances towards Yu Wuhan. "What are they always staring at me for?" Yu Wuhan mused, stroking her chin. Cheer remarked, "When we departed, we mentioned our intention to join your team. These fellows likely wish to accompany us. Who wouldn't want to wield an enchanted weapon?" Yu Wuhan chuckled softly, sensing that her role as the captain of the magic weapon team was indeed quite alluring. Even the temporary mercenaries from Zhan Bafang appeared to be harboring thoughts of joining. It seemed that recruiting team members would pose no challenge in the future. The more options there were, the greater the likelihood of selecting the elite before long. They arrived at the main tent. Upon entering, Captain Longqi approached and said, "09. The inspector from the Mercenary Guild has arrived as a first-hand witness to the incident. Could you kindly recount the events of that day to the inspector?" Yu Wuhan glanced over to see Deputy Commander Pinson quietly conversing with a woman whose expression was as cold as water. Her demeanor exceedingly respectful. Nearby, a man with a face full of rage sat with an air of arrogance. Upon seeing Yu Wuhan enter, he shot her a glare and shouted, "Is it you? You conspired with Zhu Dazhuai and others to kill our Captain Huang Xia of the Zhansi High Team?" "Humph! Regardless of who your friends are, the inspector from the guild is here today. Even if Longqi wishes to protect you, justice will prevail." The woman with the icy demeanor directed a cold gaze at Yu Wuhan. Chapter 68. Kill him. Yu Wuhan remained silent, pulling out a chair to sit down. Facing the woman across the long table, she was veiled, her expression calm, her gaze steady, seemingly unfazed by the man's rude remarks. However, the subtle aura she exuded was certainly not something a mere teenage girl could possess. The woman's frosty eyes lingered for a moment on Yu Wuhan, taken aback by the presence of such a young girl. Dressed modestly and seemingly unremarkable, yet radiating an undeniable charisma. Yet, the woman soon let out a cold chuckle. No matter how peculiar the girl was, she was still just a mercenary. Did she dare to act arrogantly before the guild's regulators? The previously boisterous man, upon noticing the woman's sneer, immediately pointed at Yu Wuhan and shouted, "Who gave you permission to sit down? What right do you have to sit before the inspector? Are you not aware that you are currently the prime suspect in an investigation?" Zhu Dazhuai, standing beside Yu Wuhan, slammed his fist on the table with a resounding thud. "Enough of your nonsense. Huang Yi, your brother Huang Xia, is dead, and you still dare to make a fuss. Do you believe I won't smash your head in with one blow? So, he is the brother of Captain Huang Xia from Zhansi High." Yu Wuhan recalled that on the day the cloaked man and the woman from the Zhang family were present, this very Huang Yi had always worn an angry expression. Upon hearing Zhu Dazhuai's words, Huang Yi instantly drew his sword, its gleaming tip aimed at Zhu Dazhuai. "You dare threaten me in front of the inspector? It seems you truly are responsible for my brother's death. Bold and reckless scoundrels, the inspector will surely deliver justice upon you." Cheer also drew her blades, her two weapons intimidatingly overshadowing his single sword. "Stop hiding behind the inspector's authority and barking nonsense. Although we did not kill your brother, if you dare to slander us again, I will personally end your life. Inspector, you witnessed it all. Our Zhansi High team has been persistently persecuted and hunted down by them. Now they even threaten to kill me before your very eyes. At this rate, they may even invade the guild." Huang Yi, somewhat intimidated by Cheer, dared not confront her directly and immediately turned to the woman in distress. Longqi interjected, "Huang Xia was not killed by them. I implore you to discern the truth." Deputy Commander Pinson intervened, "My lord, this is an internal matter for our Zhangge team. Please allow me to handle it." Longqi retorted angrily, "As an inspector, to show bias without investigating the facts is to collude with wrongdoers. What kind of deal have you made with them? Longqi, you slander the guild's management. Your crimes are compounded." The woman commanded Huang Yi, instructing him to bring in his men to arrest them. "Yes." Huang Yi, elated, immediately went outside to summon his subordinates. My Lord Pinson pleaded anxiously. The woman merely scoffed, her face radiating an air of superiority. Completely ignoring him. "Do you think I am non-existent?" Finally breaking her silence, Yu Wuhan spoke. Her calm gaze had gradually turned frigid, as she regarded Huang Yi with the detached demeanor of one observing a corpse. Her stillness akin to a volcano poised to erupt, brimming with an ominous force. "Stop right there," she commanded Huang Wyatt as he passed by her. Yu Wuhan nonchalantly declared, "Cheer, kill him." A glimmer of cold light erupted. Cheer made her move. Huang Yi was taken aback, never having anticipated that they would strike so swiftly, having relied on the power of his brother's position within Zhansi Hai. He had never faced true combat and was no match for Cheer. A seasoned warrior that in an instant, Cheer slashed down with both blades. He hastily raised his sword to block, but Cheer feigned a strike to his face, while the other blade cleaved into his abdomen. Huang Yi let out a wretched scream, having only managed to block the blow to his face, while Cheer's blade pierced through his gut. Seizing the moment as he weakened and fell to the ground, Cheer delivered a swift kick, snapping his neck. "You audacious fools!" The woman was stunned. Everything had transpired in the blink of an eye. She had no time to intervene. This is outrageous, utterly outrageous. She was, after all, an inspector of the guild. And they had dared to kill before her very eyes. "We are not the audacious ones," Yu Wuhan replied with a faint smile, "for we do not dare to distort the truth or slander the innocent. Nor do we dare to bully others and tarnish the reputation of the guild's management. We merely eliminate those vermin who threaten us, one by one, one by one." Her tone was casual, her pace slow. Yet, the gravity of her demeanor was far more chilling than any vehement declaration, especially those last 4 words, "eliminate them," which echoed with a disquieting ease. The woman's expression changed. "Whom do you insult?" "I insult whoever harms us. Not only will I insult, but I will also kill Inspector. Surely the mercenary guild does not intervene in personal vendettas." "It seems you wish to provoke the guild." The woman stood, hands firmly on the table, glaring intently at Yu Wuhan. Deputy Commander Pinson cast a glance at Yu Wuhan. "Miss 09, please remain calm. The inspector oversees all mercenary teams and possesses the authority to deliver justice on the spot in the event of wrongdoing. Moreover, this esteemed lady's niece holds a position in the palace." "Why do you mention my niece?" The woman coldly interrupted Pinson. Pinson immediately apologized to the woman. Yu Wuhan scoffed. "What a farce to claim not to rely on personal connections. If this is not leveraging power to intimidate, then what is it? What qualified inspector would dare to conduct an investigation like this? If this scoundrel had no background, would Pinson and Longqi have tolerated this until now? Very well, let us compare our influences. First, Huang Xia was killed by Zhang Zhongke of the Zhang family. If you seek justice for Zhansi Hai, go find the Zhang family. Second, Zhan Bafang has suffered significant losses due to Huang Xia's scheming. Will the mercenary guild address this matter?" The woman retorted. "Nonsense. Huang Xia was clearly killed by you. Get lost." Yu Wuhan smiled sweetly as she cursed. That day, the one brandishing the palace token even claimed that Huang Xia sacrificed himself heroically to save us. "You do not believe him, yet you come to trouble us. Scoundrels like you who slander without basis are not worth my time. I'd gladly kill 8 of you in a day." Yu Wuhan ordered her subordinates. "Cheer. Go find Sir Sikong from Fengyu and have him send reinforcements. Brother Zhu, guard the entrance. Not a single person shall pass through." "What are you planning?" The woman was taken aback. Yu Wuhan swiftly drew her single blade from her back. "Planning? Why, to leverage my power and kill you in a fit of rage." Chapter 69. "Cowards, stay away. All right, I shall go at once." Cheer responded eagerly, dashing out of the tent in search of Sikongyu. Zhu Dazwai brandished his massive hammer at the entrance, embodying the spirit of a lone warrior guarding the gate. Yu Wuhan's instructions thrilled them. It was a straightforward matter of retribution. Mercenaries lived for the thrill of vengeance. Who were these inspectors to distort the truth and bully others? After listening to this for so long, both were on the verge of exploding with rage. "Damn it, let's just do this. You dare? I am an inspector of the guild, and should a single hair be harmed here, the guild will not spare you. The Zhanggu mercenary team may very well be disbanded." The woman felt a chill run down her spine under Yu Wuhan's gaze. Instinctively taking a step back, Yu Wuhan's lips curled into a cold smile as she pulled out a clean handkerchief, slowly wiping her blade. "If I want to kill you, then I shall. No need for idle chatter." Her eyes glinted with a chilling light, akin to a predatory wolf stalking its prey. "Ha ha ha, kill me? Do you think you can?" The woman chuckled nervously, attempting to bolster her confidence. She sensed no fluctuation of elemental energy from Yu Wuhan. Yet the deliberate movements of Yu Wuhan instilled a primal fear within her. "I am an elementalist." At 8 stars, with a gentle push off her toes, Yu Wuhan floated effortlessly onto the table. Looking down upon the woman from above. 8 stars. Such meager strength dares to flaunt itself. How laughable. She tossed the handkerchief aside as it fluttered to the ground. She dashed forward in the blink of an eye, swiftly thrusting her blade, its tip trembling as it traced a circle upon the woman's forehead. Blood, crimson and vivid, began to seep forth in an instant. The woman was struck with terror, and as she attempted to evade, she knocked over the chair behind her, yet she failed to escape, tumbling to the ground along with the chair. Blood trickled down her nose, and only then did she realize she had sustained an injury. Wiping her forehead with her hand, she found her palm smeared with blood. She cried out, "Pinson Longqi, have you lost your minds? Why aren't you stopping her?" Pinson nodded submissively. "My lord, please calm your anger, I will persuade her at once. However, that she is merely a temporary member, not under our control, that I fear she might impulsively strike us as well." He hesitated, cautiously inching forward. Longqi spoke plainly, "Deputy Commander, there is no need for pretense since 09 has taken action. It is to stand up for us that we need not hide behind her to gain advantage. We shall confront her directly. Funfin, Captain, lock the camp gates, and apprehend the inspectors and the followers of Huangyi. Anyone who dares to resist shall be executed on the spot." "Yes," Funfin responded with great excitement, eager to carry out the orders. The captain had finally given the word. The past few days had been unbearably stifling. The inspector woman was instantly drenched in cold sweat, regretting not having a skilled protector by her side. She had never anticipated that Jean Bafang would dare to openly resist. "Longqi, are you defying the heavens? Do you understand the consequences of harming an inspector? And you still dare to boast?" Yu Wuhan severed a lock of hair from the woman's head with a swift strike. "You might want to consider what crime it is for a mere inspector of the mercenary guild to abuse her power and frame the friend of Sikongyu. Even if Sikong Gongzi were to protect you, reason must prevail. Can he truly interfere with guild matters? If this news reaches the palace, the royal family will surely scorn Sikongyu for associating with the reckless. How could he possibly continue his business in the Chu kingdom?" The woman felt a chill above her head, losing the ability to maintain her icy demeanor. Her mouth running incessantly. Yu Wuhan scoffed coldly. "I wondered why you dared to openly invert truth and falsehood. It turns out you are simply a fool. Even the likes of Sikongyu and the Hellion royal family cannot discern who fears whom. Yet you thought the palace's niece could suppress Sikongyu. One must say, ignorance does breed audacity." Longqi nodded, turning to Yu Wuhan and inquired, 09, "How do you propose we proceed?" He was fully prepared to heed Yu Wuhan's counsel regarding this matter. Relying solely on Jean Bafang's strength to confront an inspector with backing was fraught with uncertainty, and this was the reason for his enduring patience. Sikongyu had instructed them to resolve the mercenary team's disputes themselves. He had not intended to involve Yu Wuhan, but today he found it unavoidable. With Yu Wuhan willing to intercede, he felt no lingering concerns and was resolute in seeking vengeance for their fallen brothers. "Captain Longqi, we have suffered numerous casualties among our comrades. How can we let them off lightly?" Yu Wuhan silently praised Longqi's resolve. Since he had apprehended Huangyi's men, this matter could indeed be escalated. Merely killing this woman would be too merciful for them. "Do you intend to surrender quietly, or shall I give you a beating first?" Yu Wuhan pointed her blade at the woman. "That I shall administer justice on the spot." This sudden move startled everyone in the tent. With Yu Wuhan so close, there was nowhere to evade. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yu Wuhan did not retreat, standing motionless before the woman. The water arrow she unleashed was just about to touch Yu Wuhan's garment when it suddenly dissipated. Meanwhile, the woman coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning pale as she slumped to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Only Yu Wuhan's eyes flickered with delight. "Feather? Remarkable! This girl managed to severely injure the woman without revealing herself. Leave her to me." Just moments ago, when she communicated in secret, Yu Wuhan had doubted the girl's capabilities. Standing still against the water arrow had made Yu Wuhan sweat, but to her surprise, Feather had indeed succeeded. "Captain Longqi, take this inspector away. Let all the brothers see the fate of those who abuse their power." Understood. With a command from Longqi, the woman was swiftly bound and taken outside the main tent. While Huangyi's corpse was hung on the flagpole, their subordinates were all tied up and kneeling, their mouths gagged. The entire camp of mercenaries was stirred. Even many injured rushed over. "Why is that woman dressed in the guild's attire bound? Are we Jean Bafang staging a rebellion?" Confusion and anxiety swept through the crowd. "Brothers, listen to me." Longqi quelled the murmurs and swiftly recounted the events to everyone. The mercenaries erupted in outrage. "Damn it, Zhang Sihai is the murderer. We've lost so many brothers. Let us avenge our comrades. Kill them." "Silence. The guild's inspectors support Zhang Sihai. If we seek revenge, the guild will punish us. Is the guild not to act justly?" A cacophony of voices rose, filled with fervor and chaos. Many were eager for revenge, while others, more rational, dared not act rashly. Yu Wuhan leaped onto a large stone. Brandishing her blade slash, she inflicted a deep wound upon the inspector. "The murderer of Zhang Sihai deserves death. Those who cover up the truth and continue to persecute us deserve even more." 09. Strike the first blow. Whoever wishes to avenge our comrades, step forward. One blade each. Cowards need not apply. Killing the woman would be too simple. Yu Wuhan wanted to see how many passionate souls existed among the mercenaries. How many could be of use to her? Chapter 70. She truly is a loose woman. Yu Wuhan's strike astonished many. Even those who had just clamored for bloodshed had only intended to target the mercenaries of Zhang Sihai. No one had thought to lay a hand on the woman clad in the guild management's attire as mercenaries. They inherently held a certain trepidation towards the mercenary guild. Yet Yu Wuhan bypassed the members of Zhang Sihai and struck directly at the woman. This was tantamount to provoking the mercenary guild. 09. Pinsen, the deputy commander, wore a conflicted expression. Yu Wuhan smirked at this point. Do you still wish to remain uninvolved? Shall I be your scapegoat? Pinsen, we are all in this together. If the guild lays blame, none of us shall escape now. We shall see if you have the courage to stand firm. Suddenly, a shield soared from the crowd, crashing heavily into the inspector woman after being gravely injured by feather. Her breath weakened. She hadn't even cried out when Yu Wuhan struck her. Now with this blow, she spat out blood and fainted. Yu Wuhan fed her a pill to ensure she would not die. It turned out that it was she who had thrown the shield. Yu Wuhan found this young man rather bold. Though quiet, he was unyielding in action. Let me take a swing, me too, damn it. I want to avenge my comrades. With someone starting the charge, the crowd quickly stirred, with people rushing in to take action. Those brave enough struck at the woman, while the timid directed their blows at Zhang Sihai's men. Moments later, a group of captives emerged, all battered and bloodied, a pitiful sight. Yu Wuhan observed the mercenaries' actions, quietly noting those who could be of use. Sikong-Yu's men had arrived, a squad of 20 guards. Their armor dazzling and imposing. They took their positions behind Yu Wuhan, instantly heightening the crowd's wariness of her. 09. What shall we do next? Longqi stepped forward to ask. Yu Wuhan retorted, what do you wish to do? Very well, then let us take down Zhang Sihai's stronghold. As for the guild. Yu Wuhan's gaze turned icy. Let us toss the criminals' corpses at the guild's doorstep. A blatant show of defiance. Longqi's expression grew grave, fully aware of the gravity of such an action. However, after a moment of silent contemplation, he clenched his fist and declared, let it be. The consequences were unpredictable. Perhaps Zhang Bafang would face severe retribution from the guild. But so what? If Zhang Bafang were to suffer this loss and merely survive without taking action, what dignity would remain? Mercenaries devoid of dignity were no true mercenaries. Longqi immediately began to organize the team, acting without delay as they headed towards Zhang Sihai's camp. Meanwhile, Yu Wuhan interrogated the captives, executing all who refused to confess or surrender. Those who admitted their guilt had their statements recorded. Forming a substantial stack, she had done what needed to be done. The rest would be left for Longqi to wrap up. When the mercenary guild received the criminals' corpses, it would surely spark a fierce confrontation. She would step in when necessary. Captain 09? Please wait. I wish to join your team. Someone rushed over with a request. Me too. Count me in. A dozen individuals surrounded her. Many others were watching from a distance. Eager and curious, Yu Wuhan noticed a slender figure at the edge of the crowd, quietly standing, the very young man who had first hurled the shield at the inspector. Do you wish to join? Yu Wuhan inquired. The young man blinked slowly, pondering for a moment before asking, what are the conditions? What benefits? Oh, you're quite composed. Seeing her so striking, yet he remained unyielding, still questioning conditions and benefits? Very well, I have high hopes for you. Yu Wuhan instructed Zhu Dachui to take him aside and persuade him to join. Zhu Dachui chuckled, approached, and without hesitation tossed the young man over his shoulder. Carrying him away like a prize, the young man frowned, struggling momentarily, but Zhu Dachui held him firmly, forcibly taking him away. Chi'er called to the remaining individuals, those who wish to join, come to me to register. Our low-key mercenary team is not open to just anyone. All must await approval. In the palace of the Chu Kingdom, the third Prince Helian Hao reprimanded his subordinates with a face full of fury. Why have you not yet captured Yu Wuhan? Are you all just eating your fill? Your Highness. She has been in the company of the members of the Battle Song Mercenary Corps, and later was taken away by Sikong-Yu. Thus never alone and unable to find an opportunity to escape. Moreover, it seems that Zhang Zhongke from the Zhang family has also met her. What? Helian Hao's expression shifted from anger to jealousy. Why, just a few days after the annulment of their engagement, Yu Wuhan has already acquainted herself with so many young nobles. Indeed, she is a promiscuous woman, unfaithful to him. Humph, despicable. What does it matter if she is not alone? Whoever she associates with, I shall have them killed. In any case, bring her before this prince swiftly, do you understand? Hellion How commanded in a dark tone. His subordinates hurried to carry out the orders. The personal maid, Ingsa, cautiously stepped forward and gently advised. Your Highness, do not let that wretched woman cause you harm. It is not worth your anger. Once we capture her, we shall make her wish for life and death, begging at your feet. You are a disciple of the Xuanji Holy Monarch, the future emperor of Dechu, and would not be concerned with a mere waste like Yu Wuhan, would you? Is that not so? Humph, when have I ever cared for her? Hellion Hao's expression softened slightly, instructing Ingsa to pour tea. The moment Ingsa turned, a fierce look flashed across her face. The incident where Yu Wuhan struck her during the martial arts banquet had been a lingering grievance, and she vowed to make Yu Wuhan pay dearly. Once outside the palace gates, she summoned a young palace maid and whispered her instructions. Yes, rest assured, Sister Ingsa, dealing with a mere mercenary is hardly worth your concern. The young maid flattered before taking her leave. Ingsa's lips curled in satisfaction. Once the third prince enters the Xuanji sacred grounds, she will transform from a palace maid into a sacred grounds attendant. There shall be no one in the entire Dechu who can rival her status. That little waste, Yu Wuhan, shall surely regret her past. Long Qi led his men into the battle Sihai camp, catching the enemy off guard and causing chaos. By the time all was said and done, it was already the following morning. Long Qi sought out Yu Wuhan to bid farewell, to which Yu Wuhan replied, I shall accompany you. Chapter 71. Do you miss me? In the life and death struggle, to kill or be killed is the norm for cultivators. She understood that many crises and challenges lay ahead, but there was no need to fear. Facing them head-on was the way. Captain Long Qi, you all go ahead. I have matters to attend to. Sitting in the carriage of the battle Bafang, Yu Wuhan suddenly spotted a familiar figure walking down the street outside the window. With a sudden impulse, she jumped from the carriage. She left alone, even leaving Zhu Dazue and Cheer behind. The streets were bustling with people, and her slender figure quickly vanished into the crowd. The accompanying deputy Captain Pingsen furrowed his brow, laden with doubts. Captain Long Qi, you should not have let her go. Long Qi did not comprehend. Upon hearing Pingsen's heavy words, Zhu Dazue, who was also in the carriage, erupted in anger. What do you mean? Are you insinuating that our low-profile captain is fleeing in the face of danger? Absurd. She has left, but we are still here. If she truly wanted to run, would she not take us with her? Pingsen replied, you have been independent mercenaries, knowing her for only a few days. How can you be certain she is not merely giving you a team member title while leaving you to take the fall for her? What? Are you suggesting she is a fraud? Zhu Dazue tightened his grip on his hammer, warning, if you insult our captain again, I will teach you a lesson. You may not be able to defeat me. Instead of shouting in confusion, save your strength to consider how you will face the mercenary guild's wrath should 09 abandon you. You fear the guild, but our captain does not. She is a friend of Sikongyu. Humph, it is true she has connections, but whether she is willing to entangle herself with the guild for your sake is another matter. To this, Cheer also became furious, leaping from the carriage and brandishing her dual blades at the interior. Pingsen, get down here. You have been undermining our captain since yesterday at the camp. I have found you intolerable for a long time. Come down and fight me. I cannot stand those who only know how to talk big. Long Qi pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Pingsen's words seemed to be for the benefit of Battle Bafang, yet each sentence isolated them, as if this matter had nothing to do with the Battle Song Corps and was solely the doing of Battle Bafang. Did he, as the deputy captain, expect to absolve himself of responsibility simply by being present during the incident? Long Qi felt a sense of shame for having such a deputy captain in the Battle Song Corps. Suddenly, someone blocked the convoy ahead. Long Qi dismounted to see a group of guild enforcers in uniforms, their expressions unfriendly as they waved weapons in their direction. The team that transported the corpses had likely already reported back to the mercenary guild, and now the guild had sent people to demand accountability. Long Qi mounted a horse and led the way in front of the convoy. Zhu Dazue and Cheer followed closely behind, along with the members of Battle Bafang. As they marched in unison toward the mercenary guild, that if the guild's higher-ups were unreasonable, a fierce battle awaited. But since the deed was done, they were not afraid. They would see it through to the end. At this moment, Yu Wuhan had already changed into a different outfit and entered a lavish weapon shop. She was not there to purchase weapons, but rather to greet an old acquaintance, clad in simple clothing. Although her appearance was striking and her demeanor refined, she did not attract the attention of the shop staff in this upscale weapon store catering to nobility. In fact, the moment she stepped through the door, she was met with scornful glances from the attendants. Where did this poor girl come from? Wandering into the wrong place. She should consider whether she can afford to be here. Once she sees the prices on the merchandise, she will surely leave in embarrassment. Some attendants whispered among themselves. Eager to witness Yu Wuhan's humiliation with her current perception, she could clearly hear their whispered remarks. However, she couldn't be bothered to respond. After all, the world was rife with materialistic people, and she had no time to engage with each of them. Scanning the shop, she did not see the person she was looking for, so she turned her attention to the staircase leading to the second floor. Yet, before she could reach the staircase, an attendant came forward to block her path. The upstairs area is reserved for VIPs. Commoners must stop here. The attendant's haughty demeanor was quite unpleasant. What defines a VIP? Of course, it refers to guests of status and standing, but how is that status and standing determined? How is it determined? The attendant disdainfully swept her gaze over Yu Wuhan, dismissing her calm attitude as a facade. Assuming she was a powerless person trying to act important at the very least, one must be able to afford items from the first floor to qualify for access to the second floor, where only premium goods are found. A dog's eyes cannot see the beauty in others. Yu Wuhan replied coolly, "What did you say?" The attendant raised her voice. Yu Wuhan said nothing but took out her black crystal diamond card from her spatial ring. Waving it casually, the most expensive items on the first floor were merely worth a few thousand gold coins, equivalent to just a few black crystals. She had tens of thousands of black crystals in her card. "What nonsense are you waving in front of me?" The attendant, having no knowledge of the black crystal diamond card, directly called for the shop's guards to expel her, demanding she not disrupt their business. Yu Wuhan felt a wave of annoyance. They do not recognize a diamond card? What sort of business acumen is this? They claim to serve those of status and standing. If someone truly of status and standing were to arrive, they likely would not even recognize them. As several guards, looking fierce, approached to seize her, she shouted, "Stop!" A furious voice rang out as a middle-aged man in a golden robe descended from the second floor. He had been fixated on the card in Yu Wuhan's hand, his eyes wide, and without a word, he kicked out several guards that lunged at her. "How dare you offend a distinguished guest? Do you not know to step aside?" The middle-aged man reprimanded the attendants and guards, his goat-like beard trembling and angered. He eagerly led the way, inviting Yu Wuhan to the second floor. So it seems this shopkeeper recognizes the black crystal diamond card. Yu Wuhan tucked the card away and ascended the stairs, leaving the attendants and guards dumbfounded. Why should the shopkeeper bow and scrape before a poor girl? They did not understand their own ignorance. And each one foolishly cursed the shopkeeper for being foolish. "Welcome, esteemed guest. What may I assist you with today?" The shopkeeper was eager to sell everything on the second floor to Yu Wuhan. A black crystal diamond card signifies a major patron. However, Yu Wuhan merely smiled lightly. "I am not here to buy anything." The shopkeeper was taken aback, just as he was about to inquire further when a furious voice interrupted. "Hey, you shopkeeper! Why are you neglecting my lady and running over to curry favor with someone else? Who could possibly be more distinguished than my lady?" Suddenly she halted, recognizing Yu Wuhan and shrinking back in fright, no longer daring to utter a word. Yu Wuhan walked over with a smile, greeting her warmly. "What a coincidence! I can't believe we run into each other while casually shopping. Cousin, do you miss me?" Chapter 72. Deserving of a beating. The woman before her wore a silk gown of emerald green, adorned with a sparkling gemstone at her waist, the sound of her jewelry tinkling as she moved, presenting an overall appearance of opulence. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that the jewels she adorned were of inferior quality, merely dazzling in appearance but lacking true value. Coupled with her heavily made-up face, she exuded an air of vulgarity. Upon seeing Yu Wuhan, Wei Xinxin instinctively felt fear and turned to flee. "Hey, where are you running off to? Have you forgotten me?" Yu Wuhan glided forward, swiftly blocking her path. "Cousin, what brings you here?" Wei Xinxin could no longer pretend not to see her and forced a smile that was more pitiful than a cry at "No trace of you, sister. What a coincidence indeed. It is quite fortuitous." Yu Wuhan mused that had she not spotted you on the road, she might not have ventured in here for this serendipitous encounter. Wei Xinxin cast a furtive glance deeper into the shop, stating, "I am merely accompanying the young lady to procure some items." "Oh, Wei Mingyu is also here, is she?" Yes, indeed. I shall summon her at once." Wei Xinxin thought to herself, "Sister, do divert your attention quickly. Do not fixate solely on me." However, Yu Wuhan halted her from calling out, chuckling lightly, "Let us proceed together to find her." With that, she smiled and walked further inside, leaving Wei Xinxin to reluctantly follow. Her neck pulled in like a quail. In the depths of the store, Wei Mingyu, clad in an opulent gown of golden silk and jade, with a precious magical steel whip dangling at her waist, was intently listening to the clerk as he introduced several swords, oblivious to the commotion nearby. Suddenly she called out, "Wei Xinxin, where have you wandered off to? Come help me choose." Without even glancing in their direction, She continued to shout. Yu Wuhan remarked with a smile, Cousin Xin, see how she treats you as though you were her maid. What benefit is there in trailing after her? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Wei Xinxin's face. As the illegitimate sister of Wei Mingyu, she dared not address her as sister, instead referring to her as young lady like the servants of the estate, constantly trying to curry favor and feeling acutely aware of her own lowly status. Yu Wuhan continued, it would be better to stick with me. At least I do not belittle you. Wei Xinxin forced a smile, sister. You indeed do not belittle me, but you do hit me, Wei Xinxin. Why are you not coming over? Quickly help me decide if this sword is splendid enough. The third prince will surely be pleased with it, one teehee. Wei Mingyu held up a gem-encrusted sword. Examining it with a face full of longing, as if envisioning the moment Helian Hao would receive the sword and thank her for it. What might he say? Thank you, your judgment is indeed commendable. This sword is perfectly suited for me. To which she would respond, Your Highness, do not be so formal as you head to the sacred grounds for cultivation. Let this sword keep you company in my stead. As Wei Mingyu daydreamed, a blissful smile crept onto her lips, her face flushed with shyness. Perhaps, if the third prince were pleased enough, he might even take her along to the sacred grounds. Suddenly, an unexpected voice interrupted her reverie. What are you doing with that lovesick look on your face? Wei Mingyu, incensed, turned to snap, Who dares to provoke me? Upon recognizing Yu Wuhan's face, her expression shifted to one of sheer terror. As if she had seen a ghost. How did you come to be here? Weren't you in the mountains tending to magical beasts? A cold glint flashed in Yu Wuhan's eyes. Tending to magical beasts? Indeed, you seem to know much. It appeared that Si Kongyu's words were not without merit. Feng Chuanqiu was aware that she was 09, which explained why Wei Mingyu was cognizant of her whereabouts in the mountains. Wei Xinxin, summon help! Wei Mingyu cried anxiously. The guards they had brought were resting in the adjacent shop. Wei Xinxin dared not move, inciting Wei Mingyu to scold her, Hurry, go fetch someone to deal with this little waste. Also send a message to my grandfather to come quickly. Yu Wuhan's previously cheerful demeanor darkened upon hearing the term little waste. Let me show you the true meaning of a little waste. She swiftly advanced, her fist crashing down like a mountain onto Wei Mingyu's face. A sharp crack echoed as her nasal bone shattered. It hurts. It hurts. In that instant, as Yu Wuhan struck, Wei Xinxin instinctively fell to her knees. Trembling, she was not surprised by Yu Wuhan's aggression. Rather, it was her restraint that astonished her. Somewhere along the line, the once meek little waste had transformed into a figure that instilled genuine fear within her. All present in the shop were left in shock. The eldest young lady of the Wei family had been assaulted. The illegitimate daughter had collapsed to her knees. What should they do? Quick, stop her. A clerk frantically shouted for the guards. Attempting to intervene, Yu Wuhan raised her head, her icy gaze sweeping across the room. This is an internal dispute of the Wei family. Those who wish to meddle should first consider their own standing. Her frigid glare sent shivers down the spines of those present. The shopkeeper discreetly gestured for everyone to refrain from rash actions. Stop your wailing, stand up and follow me. Yu Wuhan seized Wei Mingyu by the collar. Wei Mingyu, in excruciating pain, desperately activated her elemental force to wield her magical weapon, the whip suddenly glowing with a sinister green light, slicing through the air toward Yu Wuhan. Yu Wuhan narrowed her eyes, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. How amusing, you couldn't even hit me when you were at 3 stars. Now that I am at 6 stars, do you think you stand a chance? With swift strikes, Yu Wuhan delivered a series of slaps to Wei Mingyu's face. Your mother's poison wind palm harms others, yet you wield a poisonous whip without practicing the technique. They are all equally vile. Deserving of a good slap. Wei Mingyu's cheeks quickly swelled, transforming her visage into that of a pig. Earlier, she had been afflicted by the Fusho Jihuan powder, scratching her face to bleed, and after being treated by the Feng family's alchemical master, she had yet to fully recover. Today, she had applied a thick layer of fragrant powder to mask her condition. Alas, now she was a mess, with snot, tears, and blood mingling with the powder, creating a filthy paste on her swollen face. What a sight! Truly more vivid than a dye house. You also use poison. You are a venomous person. Wei Mingyu, despite her battered state, managed to retort. Yu Wuhan delivered another series of slaps, shaking her hand at my hand hurts from all this slapping. With her mouth askew from the blows, Wei Mingyu could no longer articulate her thoughts, her swollen face only able to glare at Yu Wuhan with a mix of fear and hatred. Yu Wuhan, however, paid no heed to her emotions, dragging her away by the collar. This pampered young lady, who could only intimidate others with her magical whip, possessed combat abilities so feeble that she was even weaker than the illegitimate daughter Wei Xinxin. Yu Wuhan felt a profound disdain. You were merely slapped a few times. It's not like I broke any bones, And yet you do not resist. Is this what it means to be a cultivator? You too, come with me. As she passed by Wei Xinxin, Yu Wuhan coldly commanded. Wei Xinxin quickly scrambled to her feet and followed, not daring to utter a word in protest. Yu Wuhan escorted Wei Mingyu out through the back door of the weapon shop. Not alerting the guards of the Wei family next door, quickly informed the Wei family that the eldest young lady has been taken. The shopkeeper, once Yu Wuhan had vanished, cleverly called for someone to notify the family. Then ran downstairs wailing, deliberately tripping a couple of times to feign concern that he understood well that he would not offend the owner of the black crystal card for the sake of a Wei young lady. Wei Mingyu, come, eat something. Yu Wuhan bagged Wei Mingyu in a sack and, hiring a carriage, took her to a secluded area to begin her interrogation. She forcefully fed Wei Mingyu a few vitality-enhancing pills to ensure her captive had the strength to speak. Woo, Wei Mingyu writhed in agony, rolling on the ground. Stop rolling. Tell me, did your grandfather send someone to deal with me in the mountains? Yu Wuhan pressed a foot down on Wei Mingyu. Knowing that she was 09, she had Helian Hao and Feng Chuanqiu to contend with. If the cloaked figure wasn't sent by the miserly Helian Hao, Yu Wuhan surmised it could be Feng Chuanqiu's doing. As she pulled out a packet of powder, feigning to sprinkle it on Wei Mingyu's face, Wei Mingyu screamed in terror, I'll talk. Just don't ruin my looks. What? You're surrendering just like that? Yu Wuhan was taken aback. What is this? You yield so easily. I haven't even had the chance to employ my full repertoire of torturous techniques. Truly you are utterly spineless. Yu Wuhan, feeling disinterested, pressed her for information until she extracted most of what Wei Mingyu knew. The entire process took no more than 15 minutes. Wei Xinxin, do you have anything to add? Yu Wuhan called over Wei Xinxin, who had been standing by nervously. Wei Xinxin glanced at Wei Mingyu. Hesitating, Yu Wuhan, tired of waiting, stomped down hard on Wei Mingyu, rendering her unconscious, prompting Wei Xinxin to immediately spill everything she knew. The affairs of the Wei family and General Feng's household were as follows. But beyond that, she knew little, being merely an illegitimate daughter. They revealed nothing to her, however. She had secretly overheard that the lady of the Wei family was currying favor with someone in the palace. Seemingly a maid by the name of Sakura. Yes, that's the name. Wei Xinxin eagerly confirmed. They have been moving in secret. The lady sent many jewels to the maid Sakura, instructing her to speak well of Wei Mingyu to the third prince, and Sakura even asked the lady to help her take revenge. Revenge for what? Sakura said you struck her, so she wanted the lady to assist in dealing with you. The lady and Sakura seemed to be looking for an opportunity to conspire against you. Yu Wuhan stroked her chin. Tisich, a palace servant holding a grudge. She is also someone who deserves a good slap. I'll make sure to deal with her next time. After questioning Wei Xinxin a bit more and finding no new information, Yu Wuhan waved her hand and departed. The scenery here is quite pleasant. You two rest well until we meet again. Wei Xinxin, drenched in cold sweat, collapsed onto the ground. Yu Wuhan had spared her. It felt like a stroke of immense luck. And she nearly burst into tears. However, it was not long before the guards of the Wei family found them, and soon Feng Yunrong arrived. Upon hearing the news, seeing her daughter's comatose, pig-like visage, Feng Yunrong slapped Wei Xinxin, sending her flying. Damn you, servant! Why is my precious Yuer in such a pitiful state while you remain unscathed? Have you conspired with that little waste? Wei Xinxin then realized that the fact that Yu Wuhan did not strike her was far from a stroke of luck. The fury of Feng Yunrong was even more terrifying. A group of fools. Feng Chuanqiu sat grimly for a while, his expression darkening, and he slowly rose to his feet. It seemed he needed to summon a master. Under the devil-fighting mountain, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. What the Feng family could not accomplish could surely be achieved by someone else for the right price. Yu Wuhan must be obtained. Whether alive or dead. At noon, the sun blazed high in the sky. The scorching rays beat down upon the earth, causing one to sweat profusely within moments of standing in the sunlight. However, the area before the Chu Jing Mercenary Guild was shrouded in an ominous atmosphere. Dozens of corpses lay strewn across the street, most in a tragically gruesome state, with some missing limbs, or merely severed arms and heads left behind. Passers-by watched from a distance, aware that something terrible had occurred. The guild's enforcement team was fully mobilized, weapons glinting menacingly, arrayed on either side of the entrance, exuding an aura of bloodlust. In the distance, several vehicles approached slowly surround them. These criminals! A command echoed from somewhere. And the enforcement team surged forward, encircling the convoy. To the front of the procession, riding a horse, was Long Cheesy, the leader of the Battle 8 Directions team. What strategy to employ? Long Cheesy tore a scrap of paper with a sneer. Were they once again going to shift the blame onto the 09 and the low-key mercenary team? Such a despicable act of betraying comrades was beneath the honor of Battle 8 Directions. Who is in charge here? Upon reaching the guild's entrance, Long Cheesy boldly inquired. Aside from the enforcement team at the door and on the street, no member of the guild's management had yet made an appearance. If no one is in charge, then I shall speak for myself. Long Cheesy urged his horse forward, with the assistance of Zhu Dazue and others, pushing through the enforcement team to stand before the onlooking crowd. Chapter 74. Life and Death Together. More than half of these corpses are members of our Battle 8 Directions who have perished, including temporary recruits. We will spare no effort to provide for their families. And we shall avenge them. If the guild refuses to uphold justice and colludes with the wicked, then I, Long Cheesy, will seek justice myself. Captain Long Cheesy's words struck the ground like thunder, stirring a commotion among the crowd. What? So many members of Battle 8 Directions have died. This mission must have been perilous. Thankfully, I was not chosen. It seems the danger lies not in the mission itself, but in the implication that someone is secretly harming them. Moreover, there are suspicions of bias within the guild. Indeed, otherwise, why would Captain Long Cheesy display the bodies at the entrance? It appears that Battle 8 Directions is set to clash with the guild. Alas, the odds are nearly zero. Not only could a single team like Battle 8 Directions not withstand the guild's might, but even the entire Battle Song Regiment could not compete with the guild's power. Given that the Chu Jing Guild oversees hundreds of mercenary teams of all sizes, many gazed at Long Cheesy with sympathetic eyes, deeming him tragically heroic to confront the guild. It may be a perilous endeavor. Just as Long Cheesy was revealing the truth to everyone, a stern voice suddenly resonated from within the guild's gates. Long Cheesy, do you know your crimes? The voice was loud, echoing clearly from the building. Reaching every ear in the crowd. What a powerful presence! Someone gasped quietly. Only one with profound energy could achieve such resonance. That voice seems to belong to Vice President Lin of the guild. It seems so. Vice President Lin is a Yuan Zun expert. Years ago, he defeated a high-level magical beast in the mountains with a single strike. As the crowd recognized the voice, they increasingly felt that Long Cheesy's fate would end in tragedy. Yet, Long Cheesy merely smiled confidently, turning his horse to face the guild's interior, boldly proclaiming, I, Long Cheesy, am guilty, but my only crime is reporting after the fact. If you wish to question my guilt, should you not first punish the truly heinous criminals? Long Cheesy, do you dare to quibble? This is not quibbling. It is the truth. Seize him. With a command from Vice President Lin, the enforcement team immediately advanced. The members of Battle 8 Directions protected Long Cheesy, clashing physically with the enforcement team. Long Cheesy, do you intend to resist the guild? I, Long Cheesy, do not target the guild. I only seek justice against those who have inverted right and wrong, causing my brothers to die in vain. Brothers, bring forth the sinner. The members of Battle 8 Directions dragged the severely injured female officer from the vehicle. She was covered in wounds, her blood congealed, and she lay unconscious with faint breaths. Vice President Lin was furious, stepping out from the guild's entrance, his face dark as storm clouds. Long Cheesy, it seems you wish for me to take action personally. Long Cheesy brandished his weapon, dismounting to confront the Yuan Zun expert amidst the protective circle of his teammates. He did not speak further. His stance spoke volumes. No one could obstruct his pursuit of justice. Bearing the lives of dozens of comrades on his shoulders, he pressed on unwaveringly. The guild favors the wicked and oppresses the good. We will not submit, Zhu Dazue bellowed. All the members of Battle 8 Directions shouted alongside him. We will not submit. Some of the onlookers were moved, and those with mercenary identities joined in the chant, we will not submit. We will not submit. The sound was thunderous. Engage. Vice President Lin issued the order. The guild's enforcement team began to take real action. Vice President Lin also unleashed his Yuan power, the overwhelming pressure of a Yuan Zun expert descending upon the crowd. Long Cheesy, as the primary target, changed color, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. They truly mean to strike. Zhu Dazue lifted his magical hammer, shouting loudly as he joined the fray. Chier fought alongside him. Our low-key mercenary team vows to fight alongside Battle 8 Directions to the bitter end. The young man with the shield, who had been forcefully dragged along by Zhu Dazue, though he had never agreed to join Yu Wuhan's team, did not hold back his strength, silently defending Zhu Dazue and Chi Er. Forming a small battle unit, the area before the guild descended into chaos in an instant. The battle erupted, blood splattered everywhere. The fury of Battle 8 Directions blazed fiercely, although their strength had diminished due to the previous battle in the mountains. No one faltered. Even Fan Fan's crossbow shot directly at Yuan Zun expert Vice President Lin. With a casual flick, Vice President Lin deflected the deadly arrow with his immense energy, then unleashed a fire-based Yuan technique near Fan Fan, engulfing the area in flames. Fan Fan was caught in the blaze, her hair igniting, but fortunately, a water element Yuan master in the team saved her just in time, preventing her from being disfigured. Brothers, life and death together. Long Cheesy shouted, life and death together. The members of Battle 8 Directions echoed, their voices shaking the long street. The enemy possesses a Yuan Zun expert. The battle has rapidly turned in their favor. And soon Battle 8 Directions suffers heavy losses. Everyone sustained minor injuries, and the number of severely wounded was rising. Long Cheesy, do you not quickly confess your sins? Vice President Lin gathered his Yuan technique in hand, ready to strike. The Yuan technique of a Yuan Zun is not something Long Cheesy can withstand. Gritting his teeth, Long Cheesy looked around, not seeing the figure of 09. Is she not coming? The admonition from Ping Sen echoed in his ears once more. Confess? Shift the blame onto the low-key mercenary team? No. Long Cheesy glanced at his comrades, who were struggling valiantly, and resolved to fight to the bitter end. If it were merely to survive, these brothers would not have followed him to the mercenary guild. They had long entrusted their honor and hope to his hands. Battle 8 Directions demands justice. Long Cheesy roared, charging toward Vice President Lin. Justice. The shouts of the team became the backdrop to Long Cheesy's desperate charge, resonant and tragic. Then I shall grant you justice. Vice President Lin unleashed his Yuan technique with a thunderous crash. A fireball, infused with the power of a master, exploded above Long Cheesy's head. Captain, the members of Battle 8 Directions' eyes turned red. The captain is finished. Long Cheesy's towering figure slowly toppled. Yu Wuhan stood among the onlookers not far away. Her face veiled, revealing only a pair of eyes ablaze with fury. Thank you, Lord Su Qi. She turned to the elder beside her, expressing her sincere gratitude. The inconspicuous elderly man, dressed in plain clothing, waved his hand lightly. There is no need for thanks. This is all at the young master's behest. Who is it? Over there, Vice President Lin shouted in anger. Someone interfered with his Yuan technique. Originally, Long Cheesy would have been reduced to ashes with a single strike. Yet he was not. He merely collapsed from the collision of two energies. Su Qi emerged from the crowd, his Yuan power instinctively pushing everyone around him away, gradually making his way to the center of the battlefield. With each step he took, he released immense energy, rendering all who crossed his path incapable of continuing the fight, their limbs rendered stiff. The chaotic melee began to freeze in the wake of his presence. Yu Wuhan walked behind Su Qi, steadying each injured member of Battle 8 Directions. Captain, you have arrived. Zhu Dezue and Chi'er cheered with excitement. The captain is here. All will be well now. Let the enemy pay the price. Chapter 75. Who is she? Yes, I have arrived. Yu Wuhan concealed the fury in her eyes, regaining her composure. Her graceful figure moved with strength and poise. As she passed by the severely wounded, she would administer life-saving elixirs to them. This calm demeanor quickly captured the attention of many. Su Qi's appearance evoked awe and reverence. Then Yu Wuhan walking alongside him sparked curiosity and envy. Who is she, so young, yet able to stand beside Lord Su Qi? I wondered who it was. It turns out to be Brother Su Qi. The moment Vice President Lin recognized Su Qi, his expression turned grim. Just moments ago, the Yuan technique he directed at Long Cheesy had been thwarted, and even the opposing energy had faintly rebounded toward him, making him aware that the other party was stronger than he. To his surprise, it was Su Qi of the Wind Whisper Trading Company. Humph, that old fellow, who rarely shows himself and seldom involves himself in Wind Whisper's affairs. Why has he suddenly taken an interest in the matters of the Mercenary Guild? Vice President Lin was decidedly displeased. Lin Ranji, it has been quite some time since we last met, yet your prowess seems stagnant. At Su Qi, without a hint of courtesy, brazenly pointed out the Vice President Lin's capabilities in front of numerous onlookers. Vice President Lin snorted coldly, asserting, my strength suffices to manage the internal affairs of the guild. As long as I refrain from meddling in others' territories and private matters, I can act as I please. The implication was a derisive jab at Su Qi's interference in the Mercenary Guild. Su Qi smiled faintly, retorting, my strength is not confined to my own territory. In certain domains, I can also act freely. Vice President Lin's expression darkened. Are you truly intent on provoking me, Su Qi? Below, a circular pit, no larger than a palm, descended into unfathomable depths. A silent threat. A shiver ran through Vice President Lin. He distinctly remembered that Su Qi was merely 2-star levels above him. Why did he now seem so vastly superior? The pit created that he hadn't even had time to unleash his elemental energy to counter it. Unable to fight back, he resolved to avoid conflict. What do you intend to do? Vice President Lin asked, suppressing his fury. Su Qi shook his head, stepping aside. I wish to do nothing, simply accompanying this young lady for a stroll. Yu Wuhan had just finished administering medicine to a nearby injured party when she turned to Vice President Lin and waved, "I am the captain of the low-key mercenary team. 09. And you are?" The fire within Vice President Lin surged, barely contained. Although he could not see Yu Wuhan's face beneath her veil, it was evident she was a young girl, and with no aura of elemental energy surrounding her. She certainly was not a master. How could such a girl dare to disregard the vice president's authority and merely wave? Humph, so ignorant of her own limitations. "I, Lin Ranji, am the vice president of the Mercenary Guild. I have never heard of your team. What sort of captain are you?" Yu Wuhan replied with a smile, "It is not surprising you haven't heard of us. I just established this team. Every mercenary team must register with the guild. Subject to its governance, any team formed independently is not recognized by the Mercenary Guild. What is the rush? I simply have yet to register." Yu Wuhan nonchalantly strolled around Vice President Lin, hands behind her back, displaying not an ounce of reverence, inciting Vice President Lin's desire to strike. As Vice President, with his formidable power, he had long basked in admiration and had never faced such blatant disregard. Yet, with Su Qi standing beside Yu Wuhan, he had no choice but to endure. At that moment, Long Qi had been helped to his feet, recovering his composure, having sustained internal injuries from the elemental shock. He approached Yu Wuhan gratefully. "You have arrived." Yu Wuhan glared at Vice President Lin. "I am late. Had I known the guild's management was so shameless as to act recklessly without discerning right from wrong, I would have remained with my team. I cannot allow this rabble to bully you." "Mind your words." Vice President Lin nearly exploded. "Fine." Long Qi immediately signaled his team to take action. One member inquired, "What shall we do with our brother's remains?" The bodies lay before the guild, a silent accusation, a demonstration for the deceased, revealing to the world the crimes committed by the guilty. Once the matter is concluded, they must be buried. As for the bodies of our enemies from the Battle of the Four Seas, let the guild handle them. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. One of the guild's enforcement team had been injured. This individual had attempted to prevent the Battle of the Eight Directions team from retrieving the bodies and was swiftly knocked down by Zhu Dazhong. "You dare refuse a toast and instead drink punishment wine?" Vice President Lin gathered elemental energy in his palm. What was so special about Su Qi? He resolved to fight back. Above all, he could not allow the guild's management to lose face. He couldn't win alone, but there were plenty of colleagues. Su Qi was surely at a disadvantage standing alone. "Humph, Lin Ranji, should you choose to strike, I shall not hold back." Su Qi's robe billowed without wind, his formidable energy coiling in preparation. Su Qi, how do you intend to be unyielding? Another figure emerged from within the guild's president Bai Xing. A formidable master in his own right. Two masters facing Su Qi. Though neither matched Su Qi's star level, the odds were significantly in their favor. "Quickly retreat, swiftly." Onlookers nearby hastily stepped back, sensing a confrontation brewing. The battles between masters were notoriously fierce, and none wished to bear the brunt of stray elemental energy. Yu Wuhan narrowed her eyes, a smirk gracing her lips. As the guild's true leader made an appearance, she felt an immense pressure. President Bai Xing had targeted her the moment he appeared. "Humph," Yu Wuhan scoffed lightly, her energy swirling violently as she silently braced herself against him. The enemy was formidable, yet she would never concede. Su Qi waved a hand, thwarting Bai Xing's pressure on Yu Wuhan. "Bai Xing, at your age, you take pleasure in bullying the young?" Vice President Lin immediately took action, unleashing a high-tier fire elemental technique aimed directly at Su Qi's heart. With the president distracting Su Qi, he seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Su Qi dodged, unleashing elemental energy to confront both foes. Yu Wuhan drew her saber. "You Bai and you Lin, how shameless to conspire against the outnumbered. You two old dogs are truly without shame." She feigned an attack on Bai Xing, while her other hand discreetly released the 10 directions locking elemental powder. However, before the poison could reach Bai Xing, he abruptly halted, bellowing, "Lin Ranji, cease at once." Vice President Lin was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Why should we stop? Bai Xing's gaze fixed on Yu Wuhan's finger, his heartbeat quickening. That ring it seemed to belong to that exalted individual. This mercenary 09 could never contend for that ring. It must have been bestowed upon her. To receive such a favor. So who exactly is she? Chapter 76. Impressive skills. President Y. Vice President Lin, noticing Bai Xing's peculiar expression, found himself struggling against Su Qi alone. "In any case, you must cease," Bai Xing adamantly reiterated. Addressing Su Qi with a bow, "Brother Su, on the count of 3 shall we all cease hostilities?" Su Qi replied, "Agreed." Bai Xing promptly counted 1, 2, 3. Yet, the two combatants engaged in elemental conflict made no move to relent. Su Qi coldly remarked, I have no intention of bringing you to ruin. Why resort to such despicable tactics to deceive me into halting? Bai Xing quickly clarified, as a guild president, I would never act so unscrupulously. Lin Ranji, cease immediately. Vice President Lin fumed. Have him stop first. Do you dare defy the guild president? Bai Xing, incensed, struck out, directing a wave of elemental energy toward Vice President Lin. What are you doing? Vice President Lin was taken aback. Hastily evading, causing his confrontation with Su Qi to falter to Su Qi, not wishing to exploit the situation, also ceased his advance. Vice President Lin found himself publicly humiliated, his dignity in tatters, nearly charging at Bai Xing in anger. Never anticipating that his ally would turn against him. Leaving Vice President Lin behind, Bai Xing approached Yu Wuhan. I have suddenly recalled a crucial point. Perhaps the Battle of the Eight Directions is not guilty after all. This matter requires thorough investigation. Should anyone commit crimes or act corruptly, our guild shall not turn a blind eye. We will ensure justice for the Battle of the Eight Directions mercenary team. What's this change of heart? Yu Wuhan mused, stroking her chin. This old fellow had just exerted pressure on her. Yet now he seemed like an entirely different person, eager to provide justice for the Battle of the Eight Directions. Had he taken leave of his senses? Noticing Bai Xing's repeated glances at her hand, Yu Wuhan began to understand. Aside from her spatial ring, she possessed nothing of value, while such an item was precious. Bai Xing, as the president, would not covet it. The only possibility was that Bai Xing recognized its origin. Oh, brother Mo Yen, how I appreciate your protection. Simply due to a single ring, the guild president had yielded. This was even more effective than Lord Su Qi himself. A precarious situation, rife with injured parties, was defused by a mere ring. President Bai truly upheld the principles of justice. 09 is in awe. In the midst of the tumultuous discussions, Yu Wuhan received an earnest invitation from President Bai Xing to discuss the handling of the situation within the guild. All right, let us proceed. With her head held high, Yu Wuhan strode confidently through the guild's entrance. A guild member approached quietly, asking, President, the inspector is gravely injured and requires treatment. Should we carry her to the infirmary now? Yu Wuhan tilted her head slightly, and Bai Xing immediately raised his voice to reprimand the individual. Of course, take her. Hurry and tend to her wounds. I still have questions for her. If she truly has acted unjustly, the guild cannot afford to be lenient. Having said that, Bai Xing quickly followed behind Yu Wuhan, Su Qi, and Long Qi. His attitude astonished everyone within the guild. After all, that inspector was the aunt of a palace maid, who served the third prince. What could possibly warrant the president's disregard for someone close to the prince? Captain Ling Jiu has been waiting for a long time. This matter has already been thoroughly investigated. Look at this. The speed is simply astonishing. Yu Wuhan, perplexed, took the report and flipped through it casually, discovering that it was identical to the statement provided by Long Qi at the guild entrance. President Bai, are you truly intent on delivering justice? Yu Wuhan inquired as she turned to the last page, where she found Bai Xing's personal signed handling opinion. The Battle of the Four Seas mercenary team had harmed their comrades and was to be disbanded immediately. With assets and personnel merged into the Battle of the Eight Directions, the inspector had deliberately distorted the facts and was to be dismissed and imprisoned in the guild's dungeon for 1 year. Vice President Lin's mismanagement had resulted in significant injuries among the mercenaries, incurring a fine of 50,000 gold coins to be paid to the Battle of the Eight Directions mercenary team as compensation for their losses. What a handling opinion. Yu Wuhan almost thought she was seeing things and gave a thumbs up. President Bai, you are truly righteous. Bai Xing smiled. This is the responsibility of the president. Long Qi took the investigation report from Yu Wuhan. And the more he read, the more astonished he became. Captain Ling Jiu is no small figure. He actually compelled the guild president to bow his head. Yet, Bai Xing asked, Captain Ling Jiu, may I inquire what that esteemed person advised you before your travels to Chujing? It has been decades since I last saw that esteemed individual. I truly miss him. What? Who is that esteemed person? Yu Wuhan was confused. Besides, she was not here for sightseeing. Bai Xing's expression became stern. I spoke out of turn as night fell and Bai Xing politely escorted her out of the mercenary guild. Yu Wuhan was still left with a multitude of questions. Why Yu Mao? How old is your master? After bidding farewell to Su Qi and Long Qi, she walked alone down the street, softly inquiring. There was no one beside her, but she knew Yu Mao had been watching over her from the shadows. Now the master is Yu Mao's ethereal voice echoed from various directions, making it impossible to pinpoint her location. Yu Wuhan continued speaking to the air. I am asking about your original master, Mo Yanzhou. The esteemed individual that Bai Xing mentioned, it surely could not be him. He looked so young, barely in his 20s, Yu Wuhan pondered, but unexpectedly, Yu Mao suddenly said, He is over there. Where? Yu Wuhan exclaimed, looking around in surprise. Chapter 77. A true tycoon in the night where flickering lights intertwined with darkness. A faint sweet fragrance lingered in the air. A pair of deep, cold eyes, like a tranquil pool, suddenly locked onto Yu Wuhan's gaze. Causing her heart to flutter lightly, his figure was shrouded in shadows, indistinct from afar, but just the sight of those eyes was enough to identify their owner, Mo Yenjo, across the street and amidst the bustling crowd. Their eyes met, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yu Wuhan walked towards him, her star-like bright eyes unconsciously brightening with a smile. Thus, the chill in Mo Yenjo's gaze softened, revealing a warmth akin to early spring. What brings you here? Yu Wuhan approached and removed the scarf that concealed her face. Mo Yenjo was clad in a long black robe, his oversized sleeves hiding his hands, leaving not a trace of skin exposed. A deep black hood obscured his face, clearly indicating that even in an unnoticed corner of the street, he preferred to remain concealed. I have no business, merely taking a stroll, he replied, his voice as always lightly magnetic and pleasant to the ear. What a coincidence. Yu Wuhan smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. May I ask your age? After a brief pause he replied, the person Bai Xing mentioned is meek. He truly knows everything. Yu Wuhan thought, astonished that he was aware of her conversation with Bai Xing within the guild. She was taken aback that he claimed to be the esteemed individual Bai Xing referenced. Bai Xing said he hadn't seen him in decades. Brother, are you really that old? You look far too young. Mo Yenjo remained silent. Gazing at the young girl before him, he instinctively hesitated to reveal his true age. Those who have cultivated to high levels often live for hundreds or even thousands of years, yet their appearances remain akin to those of youthful individuals. No matter how beautiful a visage, it is merely a shell. He had witnessed countless blossoms and moons, experiencing many years. Is the furnace still serving you well? He gently shifted the topic. Yu Wuhan immediately brightened. Oh brother, I forgot to tell you. I can now refine medicine. Mo Yenjo's lips curled slightly. However, his smile was concealed by the hood, so Yu Wuhan assumed he had not reacted. Brother, why aren't you excited? Soon I will be able to assist you. I can now refine first-grade elixirs and I am not far from third grade. Hey, how is it that I can refine medicine at just 6 stars? Clearly, one can only do so after reaching 7 stars. Isn't it amazing? Am I not impressive? Very impressive. The sight of the joyful girl made Mo Yenjo's smile deepen. This was merely a step closer to solving the poison. What mattered more was his admiration for Yu Wuhan's progress. Her extraordinary advancement speed and her uniquely outstanding qualities captivated him deeply. In the vast expanse of time, his memories were numerous and distant, and there were hardly any individuals worthy of his attention. She was one, and it extended beyond mere attention. Just like now, influenced by the girl's radiant smile, Mo Yenjo instinctively reached out, gently patting her head. Keep up the good work, he said. Of course I will keep striving. I am a woman destined to reach the pinnacle of power on the continent. Yu Wuhan proudly shook her head. She did not perceive Mo Yenjo's closeness, but Yu Mao, hidden in the shadows, was taken aback. The master actually reached out to touch a woman. Moreover, his tone was so gentle. This was something that had never occurred before. What significance does this new master hold in the eyes of the master? Come with me, Mo Yenjo said, gently turning, and in the blink of an eye, he was several paces away. He stepped into the bustling crowd of the street, his black robe silhouette rendering everything else around him dull. Yu Wuhan quickly caught up to him. Where are we going? Nowhere in particular. Mo Yenjo slowed his pace, strolling leisurely through the street, casually picking up a wooden mask from a vendor selling various weapons and armor. It was an ordinary piece of wood, carved into the fierce head of some magical beast. After donning it, only his pair of eyes were visible. Those eyes, like a cold pool, added an air of intimidation to the mask. How unique, how handsome! Yu Wuhan gushed at Mo Yen. The wild and rugged beauty of the magical beast mask fascinated her. Suddenly, a mask was placed on her face by Mo Yenjo. She hurriedly removed it to inspect it. It was a mask carved in the shape of a mountain eagle's head, with a sharp beak protruding from the nose area. Quite amusing. She donned the mask and smiled at Mo Yenjo. Mo Yenjo's gaze softened further, and without inquiring about the price, he casually tossed a red crystal onto the vendor's stall, leaving the vendor stunned. Hey, what is this? Pay up, don't just leave, the vendor exclaimed. Both masks are excellent armor. Please pay 20 gold coins. The vendor ran after them, demanding payment. I don't want this. What is this? It clearly isn't worth anything. Do you think you can exchange it for 2 precious masks? At that moment, a knowledgeable passerby quickly grabbed the vendor. Hey, this is a red crystal. Don't shout. 1 red crystal is worth 100 gold coins. What? The vendor was dumbfounded. Red crystal. Is this really red crystal? The currency that only top-tier experts use? Is it real? I've never seen it in Chujing's night market. The price of 20 gold coins that he quoted was inflated. The 2 masks were only worth about 5 gold coins. If this truly was a red crystal, he would make a fortune. Yes, this is red crystal. Last time when the holy monarch Xuanji passed through here, his attendants used red crystals in the market. I have seen it. Indeed, it is red crystal. Those who used red crystals were all formidable individuals. Be careful not to provoke them, or you might be crushed with a single finger. Many passers-by surrounded the vendor to verify the red crystal. Casting reverent glances at the departing Mo Yanzhou and Yu Wuhan, the vendor immediately pocketed the red crystal, abandoning his stall, grinning from ear to ear as he joyfully sought a place to drink. He had encountered a big customer, enough to cover several months of expenses. Oh, a red crystal. Just traded for 2 worthless masks. That truly stings. Brother, if you have so much money you can't spend it all. Give it to me. Why throw it away? She mumbled. Unexpectedly, a money pouch instantly appeared in her embrace. She quickly held onto it and looked down into the pouch. A pouch full of red crystals. It is for you, Mo Yanzhou said nonchalantly. His tone suggested he regarded the entire pouch of red crystals with indifference. Yu Wuhan gasped, wow. What a true tycoon. Chapter 78. The Prince of the Eastern Town. At this moment, Yu Wuhan clutched a pouch of coins in one hand, while the other hand had been grasped by Mo Yanzhou since earlier. She hurriedly attempted to free herself, eager to caress the alluring red crystal. However, despite her efforts, she found herself unsuccessful. Her wrist remained firmly held by Mo Yanzhou. The warmth radiating from his palm was both soothing and firm, neither painful nor too loose, rendering her unable to escape his grasp. It was a powerful male confinement. Brother, let go. I want to touch it. Yu Wuhan exclaimed, her impatience growing. The sight of the translucent red crystal just out of reach was utterly maddening, although she had accrued a significant sum of gold coins from a previous potion recipe. They were merely figures in her account, intangible and invisible, in stark contrast to the tangible pouch of crystals before her. She simply adored the solid feel of it. Yet Mo Yanzhou showed no intention of releasing her. Striding forward after a moment, his hand slid slightly downwards, transitioning from holding her wrist through the fabric to directly clasping her hand. The instant their palms met, Yu Wuhan's frenzied desire for wealth came to an abrupt halt. As if a bucket of cold water had been splashed over her head, bringing her back to lucidity. How did this happen? Her heart began to race uncontrollably, each beat growing more frantic, her breath becoming uneven. Akin to having just emerged from a fierce battle. It was not her fault. The situation had unfolded far too unexpectedly. The dashing, powerful and wealthy gentleman was holding her hand. Was tonight a stroke of romantic fortune for her? Looking up, she noticed the bright stars in the night sky winking at her. With one hand clutching the pouch of red crystals and the other held by the handsome man, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. May this day be celebrated year after year, and may every dawn be as delightful as this. Brother, are you shopping? She asked cheerfully. Perhaps, he replied, his tone non-committal. Are we or aren't we? I wish to walk around. Very well, if you wish to stroll, I shall accompany you. If another pouch of black crystals were to come my way, I would accompany you to the ends of the earth. Yu Wuhan began to hum a tune joyfully. Strolling with me down the streets of Chujing, until all the lights have extinguished, and we shall not pause. You will hold onto my sleeve, while I tuck my hands into my pockets. After humming several verses, Mo Yanzhou suddenly inquired, what are you singing? A folk song. Is it pleasant? Mo Yanzhou, of course, had no understanding of what a folk song entailed, yet he found it quite delightful. The young woman's sweet voice was akin to dew-kissed flora in the mountains at dawn. Pure and beautiful. He turned his head, lifting one side of his mask and gently kissing the exposed portion of Yu Wuhan's forehead. Afterward, he smiled and continued to lead her onward. Yu Wuhan was left utterly stunned. What was he doing? Had this gentleman taken leave of his senses? Why was holding hands not enough? Why this kiss as well? Why was she rendered so flustered by merely a kiss on the forehead? Her cheeks flushed, her heart raced, and she felt dazed as she was led away by Mo Yanzhou, only regaining her composure after traversing several streets. Beneath her mask, she was drenched in sweat. Brother, my feet hurt. She complained that as a cultivator, walking a short distance shouldn't cause her discomfort. She simply wished to cease this pace. Mo Yanzhou undoubtedly sensed her irregular heartbeat. How embarrassing. This was the end of her illustrious reputation. Feet hurt? Then let us rest. Mo Yanzhou guided her into an upscale tavern nearby, where several luxury carriages were parked at the entrance. Yu Wuhan was led upstairs to a private room, where she stored the pouch of coins into her spatial ring, freeing her hands to remove her mask and wipe the beads of sweat from her face. Just as they reached the top of the staircase, an exclamation rang out. Is that you? Little waist, Yu Wuhan? Yu Wuhan furrowed her brow, glancing upward. Who dared to provoke her, almost calling her a little waist? At the turn of the stairs leading from the first to the second floor stood a striking young woman in splendid attire. Glaring at Yu Wuhan and Mo Yenjo's interlocked hands, her eyes filled with indignation. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter you here. The young woman stamped her foot, seething. It seems the rumors are true. You are indeed a woman of loose morals, casually flirting with men in public, and no wonder His Majesty ordered the annulment of your engagement. You are unworthy of the third prince, she continued. You may not have the chance to harm the third prince anymore. But do not wreak havoc upon others. I warn you once more. Keep your distance from my sword brother, or I shall not spare you. What a nuisance. Yu Wuhan regretted having removed her mask. It was not fear of her opponent, but rather sheer annoyance. This woman was none other than Su Qingxi, the princess of the prince of the eastern town, the very individual she had clashed with at the alchemist guild. Yu Wuhan could not fathom how this woman had the audacity to confront her. Had she forgotten the image of her magical pet being slain? Yu Wuhan, are you deaf? I am speaking to you. Su Qingxi shouted. Yu Wuhan shrugged, disinterested in engaging in a quarrel with a fool. Beside her, Mo Yenjo completely disregarded Su Qingxi, not even casting a sideways glance, as he simply continued to lead Yu Wuhan upstairs. Su Qingxi felt utterly humiliated. Her loud voice had attracted the attention of numerous patrons both upstairs and downstairs, and now everyone was witnessing her being completely ignored as a dignified princess. How could she swallow this insult? Grandfather! Grandfather! Someone is bullying me! She shouted toward the upper floors. Dear sister, do you think you are a gourd child, calling for grandfather at every turn? Who dares to bully my precious granddaughter? A booming voice resonated throughout the tavern, startling many patrons. An elderly man, with a ruddy complexion and flowing white beard, strode out from a private room. The prince of the eastern town, the only male royal of Dechu, a formidable Yuanzun expert. The aura emanating from the Yuanzun was terrifying. Patrons upstairs and downstairs gasped in shock. The fluctuating power of the prince of the eastern town left many breathless, with some collapsing to the ground. Without a certain level of strength, it was challenging to remain composed within the aura of a Yuanzun. Yu Wuhan rolled her eyes, and no wonder Su Qingxi dared to provoke her again after suffering a major setback last time. It turned out her grandfather was present to back her up. Grandfather, it is her. Yu Wuhan, the woman of loose morals who was rejected by the third prince. She is the one bullying me. Su Qingxi pointed an accusatory finger at Yu Wuhan. The prince of the eastern town, Su Shou, immediately fixed his gaze upon Yu Wuhan. It is you? Yu Wuhan, you killed my granddaughter's magical pet. I have yet to settle accounts with you. Chapter 79. The old man, your granddaughter attempted to have that leopard bite me. Could I simply stand by without defending myself? She lost the fight, and thus she must face the consequences. Surely, at your age, you understand this principle? How dare you come to me for retribution? Yu Wuhan retorted, unaffected by Su Shou's overwhelming aura, as she stood beside Mo Yenjo, who shielded her from harm. Losing a fight is a natural outcome. It is expected to accept the defeat, and I, of the prince of the eastern town's household, would not harass you. However. Oh, you have miscalculated. I live joyfully, without a care in the world. Moreover, the key point is that I triumphed over your precious granddaughter fair and square. If you wish to cause trouble, then confront me directly instead of falsely accusing me of using sinister methods. Bah! Prince Su Shou strode forward. Wretch! You a powerless waste, how could you ever defeat my granddaughter or slay the magical leopard? Today you shall admit your faults and compensate. Otherwise you shall not leave this tavern. You are the real waste. Yu Wuhan's gaze turned cold. At such an advanced age, to speak so disrespectfully, he was unworthy of courtesy. Mo Yenjo had remained silent, clad in his mask and hood, standing still like a wooden post. However, just as Yu Wuhan exhibited a hint of anger, his aura suddenly erupted outward as Yu Shou staggered backward several steps, barely managing to steady himself against the wall, his face a mask of astonishment, shocked that he had been repelled by another's aura. His attention shifted to Mo Yenjo, his surprise evident as he scrutinized him. Yet apart from recognizing that Mo Yenjo was a tall man, he discerned nothing else. His face obscured, his attire lacking any distinctive markings. Who was this formidable figure? He was a seasoned veteran, a high-ranked Yuanzun. Yet he had been so unceremoniously pushed back that he inquired, "Who are you?" His tone dripped with condescension from a superior to an inferior. Yu Shou's brow furrowed deeply. If you choose not to reveal yourself, that is your prerogative. However, The enmity between Yu Wuhan and my prince of the eastern town shall be pursued relentlessly, regardless of your strength, that I am unafraid of you." The tavern's patrons gasped at his proclamation. It was unprecedented for the prince of the eastern town to acknowledge another's strength. Just how powerful was this masked man? Could he be stronger than a Yuan Zun? Mo Yanzhou maintained his composure under the scrutiny of the crowd. Clearly accustomed to being regarded with awe, with a light, cold laugh, he addressed Su Shou. "Your lack of fear is commendable, however. The sensation of dying in fear is far from pleasant. This matter required his intervention." His intention to enjoy a drink and appreciate the night sky had been disrupted, leaving him decidedly displeased. "What? You wish to kill me?" Prince Su Shou, in a fit of rage, burst into laughter, leaping out of the window to stand upon the rooftop of a building across the street. "Come forth and fight. I wish to see just how formidable you truly are." Mo Yanzhou made no move. Why would he need to personally engage with an old Yuan Zun? Any random shadow guard nearby could accomplish this task. The only distinction lies in which shadow guard one chooses to dispatch for the task of ending this old man's life. Broad-shouldered, with bushy eyebrows, slightly shorter in stature but lean, his face adorned with a smile that squinted his eyes into mere slits. After he emerged, he casually waved toward the window, disregarding Su Shou, and swiftly approached Yu Wuhan's side. "Child, do you miss your second granduncle?" Yu Wuhan was taken aback. "Second granduncle? Aren't you supposed to be in seclusion? It should be another 6 months before you emerge." She never anticipated encountering him here. Yu Wuhan had long grown weary of the Wei Guogong residence, and her reason for lingering was solely to await the return of this venerable elder. Her second granduncle, Wei Liuhua, was the uncle of Wei Peng, the current Duke of Wei, and the younger brother of the previous duke. The Wei Peng branch was of the legitimate main line, while Wei Liuhua belonged to the legitimate second branch. In terms of seniority, he ranked higher than Wei Peng, and in terms of power, he was the mightiest within the duke's household. A 7-star Yuanzun. Wei Liuhua was the last remaining Yuanzun of the Wei family. He had entered seclusion last month, intending to spend 6 or 7 months striving for an 8-star rank, yet here he was, emerging so soon. Yu Wuhan's heart raced with excitement. "Second granduncle, you didn't achieve your advancement in just a month, did you?" Wei Liuhua chuckled and nodded. "Child, you guessed correctly. I am now an 8-star. That's wonderful," Yu Wuhan exclaimed, genuinely delighted. Although the original body's family and her mother had always been looked down upon by the main line, Wei Liuhua from the second branch had consistently cared for the mother and daughter. Whenever the Wei Peng family acted excessively, he would step up to speak on their behalf. In everyday matters, from necessities to essential items for cultivation, he would provide for them whenever the main line skimped on their provisions. "Old man, do not interfere with my fight. You from the main line and the second branch have always been at odds. Why are you being so friendly with this girl from the main line?" "Humph, old man, her mother is like my own daughter, and she is like my own granddaughter. How dare you bully my granddaughter?" "Old man, she was the one who bullied my granddaughter first." "Pa. Old man, I heard it all from inside. Your granddaughter simply lost the fight. What's that got to do with bullying?" "Old man, that girl killed my house pet." "Haha, old man, that only proves my granddaughter is formidable. She did well. You old rogue. Old rogue, quickly present my granddaughter with a gift. This child seldom goes out, and you've never even met her." Yu Wuhan fell silent. It turned out that her second granduncle was good friends with Su Shou, the king of Zhandong, addressing each other as old man while bickering like children. Well then, it seemed that the fight tonight could not proceed. Yu Wuhan tugged at Mo Yanzhou's arm to calm him down. Mo Yanzhou refrained from issuing orders to the shadow guards. Her grandfather not only did not confront Yu Wuhan but was also chatting animatedly with her second granduncle, which vexed her greatly. Su Shou waved his hand at him. "Why, dear granddaughter, let it go, since your Wei Liuhua granduncle has accepted her as a granddaughter. You two are like sisters now. You should get along well." "Grandfather, I won't consider her a sister. She killed my pet." Chapter 80. Granddaughter-in-law Su Qingxi was nearly driven to faint with rage. This was too much. Her grandfather not only refused to seek revenge for her but also wanted her to be friendly with Yu Wuhan. The precious golden money demon leopard that had been slain was a significant loss, and her heart ached for it. But grandfather— "Come, child, come and receive your gift." Su Shou dismissed Su Qingxi and handed Yu Wuhan a protective bracelet from his wrist as a meeting gift. Wei Liuhua laughed heartily. "Good, old man, you are generous. Wuhan, accept it. Your Su grandfather possesses nothing of little worth. Everything is of quality." "Haha, this bracelet is a magical weapon." Yu Wuhan stroked her chin, secretly amused. How delightful. She adored receiving gifts. Su Qingxi shouted, "Grandfather, have you forgotten? She used dark arts to harm me. Those who use dark arts should be reviled by all. You despise such shameless scoundrels the most, don't you?" Yet Su Shou replied, Your Liuhua granduncle's cherished granddaughter cannot possibly be a shameless scoundrel. Even if she employed dark arts, it was merely clever and resourceful. Tsu Qingxi. Yu Wuhan. Wei Liuhua, ha 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 ha. Don't be so hypocritical. Yu Wuhan mused, finding Su Shou immensely entertaining. Just moments ago, he treated her as an enemy with harsh words, but now that he recognized her as one of their own, clever? Resourceful? Old man, I thank you. Wei Liuhua urged Yu Wuhan to quickly accept the magical weapon bracelet, and she graciously took it from Su Shou's hand. Thank you, Su grandfather. With a cheerful expression, she donned the bracelet on her wrist. Furious, Su Qingxi stomped her foot. Grandfather! That bracelet is meant for Yuan masters. She lacks the Yuan power to wield it. Is it not a waste to give her such a precious item? Moreover, that bracelet is a divine prize you won at the Divine Hall's Yuan martial tournament. It symbolizes glory. This bracelet not only boasted exceptional attributes but crucially had no star-level restrictions. Both Yuan Zun and ordinary Yuan masters could utilize it. If a low-star Yuan master of limited strength acquired it, their attack power could soar to that of a high-ranking Yuan master. If sold on the market, it would fetch tens of millions of gold coins. Furthermore, being a product of the Divine Hall, its value could multiply. As a beloved granddaughter, Su Qingxi had long coveted the bracelet, having pestered her grandfather for it multiple times without success. Now, he gifted it to Yu Wuhan upon their first meeting, which was infuriating. Humph, this Yu Wuhan, a little waste, not only snatched her sword brother but was also competing for her grandfather's affection. She was truly detestable. Su Shou scolded his granddaughter, stop this nonsense. This item is a prize from the Yuan martial tournament a decade ago, back when I had just advanced to Yuan Zun, making it suitable for me. Now that I have advanced considerably, its attributes are too low for me. It's just right for you youngsters. He continued. Speaking of which, the Yuan martial tournament occurs once every decade, and this year there happens to be one. Liuhua, are you going? Wei Liuhua replied, of course I shall attend. I want to see what remarkable talents have emerged in the West State over the past decade. The Yuan martial tournament is a periodic contest held by the Sacred Feather Divine Hall, taking place once every 10 years, open to both Yuan masters and martial artists, hence the name Yuan martial tournament. The East State, Central State, and West State of the Tiansu continent each have several nations. The Sacred Feather Divine Hall has the most followers in the West State, making its Yuan martial tournament a gathering of most powerful figures in that region. At that time, not only would elites from Chu Nation attend, but also those from neighboring countries, making it a grand event. Many illustrious figures in the West State first gained recognition at the Yuan martial tournament held once every 10 years. Second granduncle, I shall go as well, Yu Wuhan said with a smile. Such a rare spectacle with strong individuals gathering, she certainly wanted to witness it. Are you going? She quietly asked Emo Yenzhou. Yu Shou, considering Yu Wuhan as one of his own, ceased his quarrel with Emo Yenzhou and inquired, since you are with Liuhua's granddaughter, does that make you her grandson-in-law? Wei Liuhua glanced at the hands of Yu Wuhan and Emo Yenzhou, narrowing his eyes at Emo Yenzhou. Who are you? No matter how powerful you are, you shall not bully my granddaughter. Wei Liuhua sensed that Emo Yenzhou's strength was unfathomable. As an 8-star Yuan Zun, Emo Yenzhou was undoubtedly of a higher caliber. If a fight broke out, he might need to join forces with Su Shou to contend with Emo Yenzhou. Yu Wuhan hurriedly explained, he is merely my friend. You two elders mustn't overthink it. There's no question of grandson-in-law. However, the two old men regarded their intertwined hands with skepticism. As Yu Wuhan attempted to withdraw her hand, she found Emo Yenzhou unwilling to relinquish it, pulling her past the two elders and directly into a private room. Stop! Wei Liuhua was furious. How dare he take his precious granddaughter away in front of him? Second granduncle, please calm down. I will talk to him about personal matters. You and Su grandfather can enjoy your drinks for now. Yu Wuhan nodded and smiled, finally pacifying Wei Liuhua. Once dragged into a private room by Emo Yenzhou, her cheerful demeanor faded. Big brother, are you still not letting go? She detested being forced into actions. Had she not feared the two old men intervening, she would have kicked Emo Yenzhou hard just now. Who gave him the right to pull her away? Suddenly, she found herself pulled into a warm embrace. When Yu Wuhan regained her senses, she realized she was ensnared in Emo Yenzhou's hold. He is unworthy to call me grandson-in-law. However, in this instance I could begin to consider it. His deep voice resonated. What? Yu Wuhan was taken aback. After a few seconds she comprehended his implication. I can start considering a relationship with you. But your grandfather is not worthy to be my elder. Is that what you mean? Damn it, Yu Wuhan was furious. Truly furious. You need not consider. I will never be with you. Don't forget, our relationship is transactional. I detoxify, you compensate. Big brother, you are handsome, strong, wealthy and presumably hold a high status, but your condescending tone is infuriating. I might admire you a little, but together? Forget it. Yu Wuhan harnessed her yuan power to break free, and this time Mo Yanzhou released her without force. He removed his mask and hood, revealing a look of perplexity on his face. Do you despise me? No, then do you like me? Not really. He frowned. The heart of Yu Wuhan, devoid of traces, wrinkled slightly in response to the sight of a handsome man furrowing his brow, causing her immense pain. Had she spoken too harshly? Dear brother, she yearned to clarify. Just as she uttered a few words, suddenly, her forehead felt warmed. Mo Yanzhou's warm lips lightly brushed against her brow, sending a tingling sensation through her. Yu Wuhan's face flushed crimson. Chapter 81. Bloodsucking, she lifted her head from his embrace, her gaze meeting his sharply defined features and the depths of his eyes, as profound as a cold pool. A fleeting crimson light flickered in the depths of his dark eyes, vanishing in an instant. A faint, pleasant fragrance lingered at her nose, intertwining with his warm masculine scent, causing Yu Wuhan to feel slightly dizzy. Her throat tightened, her voice resembling a faint mosquito's hum. Yet this time, before she could finish her words, Mo Yanzhou's handsome visage loomed larger before her once more. His lips enveloped hers that he kissed down from her forehead, lightly brushing her nose and upper lip, finally resting softly upon her own. The two lips met gently, neither retreating nor delving deeper. What on earth are you doing, big brother? Yu Wuhan's heart raced within her chest. Her face burning with heat, beads of sweat forming at her temples, she dared not utter a word, for even speaking would mean their breaths mingling, an unbearable embarrassment. She couldn't even dare to breathe. Her senses filled solely with his scent, bitter yet warm with a faint aroma. She attempted to retreat, only to find herself ensnared tightly by him, with no escape. Turning her head to the side, his powerful aura enveloped her, rendering her immobile. A heaven! She felt violated. Yu Wuhan wanted to weep without tears. She had traversed 2 lifetimes without anyone kissing her, always the one teasing others, never the one to be bullied. Humph. Yu Wuhan's heart raced. And the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and bit down hard on Mo Yanzhou's lips. He trembled slightly, clearly startled, instinctively pulling away from where she bit. But Yu Wuhan refused to let go, biting fiercely. Humph, how dare you take advantage of me? Who do you think I am? I won't let you get away with it. While biting, she mumbled incoherently, you're so unreasonable. How long have we even known each other? A mere handshake would suffice, yet you dare to play such games. How excessive! The taste of blood lingered between their lips, confirming that she had indeed broken the skin. Yu Wuhan felt a sense of relief and continued to bite down. Rest assured, I won't bite off your flesh. I won't consume your meat, just a little blood will suffice. Mo Yanzhou's deep, dark pupils flashed with a bloodthirsty gleam. The crimson hue deepened considerably, and his expression shifted. The pain was secondary. The stirring of his bloodline deep within ignited a wild desire that slowly rose, filling his veins and challenging his willpower. The breath mingling with hers, the unique fragrance of a young maiden enveloped him, drawing his attention deeper. Mo Yanzhou's gaze darkened, their teeth grazed, and he gently bit down, causing Yu Wuhan's lips to split slightly. What a delectable scent of blood! The bloodline within Mo Yanzhou surged with excitement, as if the surface of the sea had suddenly been stirred into a tempest, unleashing a force capable of destruction. It hurts. Yu Wuhan shivered. Goodness, this fellow Mo Yanzhou is actually drinking her blood. Is he turning into a vampire? Instinctively, she loosened her grip and attempted to withdraw. Yet Mo Yanzhou, undeterred, forcefully captured her lips once more. What kind of bloodline is she? Why does it possess such an allure? In his long existence, he had never encountered anyone like her. Moreover, the fragrance was remarkably concealed. Had it not been for their unintentional close contact today, even he would not have discerned it. Don't hide, he urged, his voice deepening. His powerful arms tightened around her, holding the young maiden even closer. Yu Wuhan felt breathless, her body growing increasingly weak. He continued to draw her blood, not in great quantities. But the sensation of being drained was exceedingly uncomfortable. When their wounds made contact, his blood seeped into her veins. Boom! It felt as though an explosion occurred within her meridians, his blood acting as an invading enemy, provoking a fierce rebellion from her own bloodline. The pain was unbearable. It felt as if 2 armies were clashing within her, and Yu Wuhan's complexion turned pale, her body entirely drained of strength. UV caused me great harm. She drifted into unconsciousness. Yet Mo Yanzhou found himself losing control further. The power of his bloodline erupted completely, a primal desire overwhelming him, preventing him from parting from the maiden's lips. He simply wished to drink a little more. Just a little more upon entering his body, her sweet blood brought an indescribable sense of ease. Even the toxins that had tormented him seemed to find their match. Retreating obediently and leaving him feeling remarkably light. Him, Yu Wuhan was akin to a healing elixir, capable of alleviating his deepest pains. Dear guest, may I take your order? A voice called from outside the door. The inn's attendant inquiring. Restraint. Mo Yenjo struggled mightily, forcing himself to awaken from his primal wild cravings. It was immensely challenging. Finally, he forcibly redirected his energy, using the overwhelming pain as a stimulus to awaken fully and slowly pull away from Yu Wuhan's lips. No need, angered, he dismissed the attendant and held Yu Wuhan more tightly, gazing at her blood-stained lips, yet he dared not lean down to drink again. He feared she could not bear it. He gently laid her upon a chair to rest peacefully, while he seated himself upon the ground, forcing his breathing to stabilize, desperately striving for his bloodline's power to return to tranquility. Time passed until the latter half of the night, when Yu Wuhan slowly opened her eyes. Her cascading hair framed her face, accentuating her snow-like complexion, while the bloodstains at her lips resembled red plums blooming against the snow. She exuded an innate elegance and captivating charm without needing to pose or preen, more enchanting than a fairy. He feared that the primal instincts within him might awaken again. I have acted inappropriately, he murmured. Yu Wuhan blinked slowly, gradually recalling the events prior to her fainting. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she propped herself up, staring at Mo Yenjo for a moment before letting out a cold snort. You drank my blood, and now your toxins have been suppressed. With her spiritual energy coursing through her eyes, she could clearly see the toxins flowing through his meridians. No longer as rampant as before, akin to tumultuous waves calming to a gentle stream. At this rate, he had only 10 years left to live, yet he could extend that by at least 3 years. Mo Yenjo replied, your blood is unlike any other, harboring a powerful bloodline. To my knowledge, only the exceedingly rare ancient divine blood can compare with yours. Is it truly so remarkable? Yu Wuhan quickly focused her thoughts, connecting with the beautiful youth from the Scarlet Moon Castle. Esteemed mentor, great guide, please tell me, did the castle enhance my bloodline? Chapter 82. Sister goes to reconnect with you. Is that the case? Yu Wuhan was momentarily stunned. Is it my inherent bloodline that is strong, or was the original misused bloodline powerful? The beautiful youth replied, of course, it's misused bloodline that is strong. The Scarlet Moon Castle is not something just anyone can obtain. It took a long time to find someone as exceptional as Miss Yu, and thus it resides within her. Oh, I see that I owe it all to Miss Yu. The beautiful youth continued, however, even if her bloodline is powerful, without you the castle would not have awakened. She lacks your level of perception and mental strength, making it impossible for her to sustain the castle's operation. Moreover, after your integration, your soul has caused a mutation in this body's original bloodline. Oh, am I really that impressive? Ha ha ha. Yu Wuhan was delighted. Then mentor, what was the original misused bloodline, and what is it now after the mutation? This young man never lied. If he said he didn't, he know. He genuinely didn't. It so is it ancient divine blood? Yu Wuhan inquired. How would I know? This young master isn't acquainted with ancient divine blood. Then you are not of ancient origin. The beautiful youth realized he had let something slip. He paused, then angrily declared, this is indeed the castle of the ancient medicine god. After which, he fell silent, even severing Yu Wuhan's connection with the castle. Yu Wuhan pondered, her eyes narrowing slightly, the castle of the ancient medicine god. Yet the young man was not of ancient origin. Who could he be? Once I have the means, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. You hide your identity and name, but rest assured, I will uncover the truth and have you face the consequences. What are you thinking? Mo Yenjo was speaking to Yu Wuhan when he noticed she had fallen silent, and upon looking up, he found her stroking her chin. This little gesture was all too familiar. She always did this when she felt smug or was plotting against someone. Was she scheming against him? Bloodlines can only be inherited. The original body's parents, her mother Wei Shilua, belonged to the Wei Duke's manor, which possessed no strong bloodline, being merely ordinary folk. Thus, the power of the bloodline could only come from her father. However, the original body had no knowledge of her biological father's identity, as her mother had never mentioned it. Even the entire Wei Duke's manor was oblivious. Mo Yenjo remarked, your father's identity must be significant. Yu Wuhan smirked, it certainly must be. There must be a reason why Wei Shilua concealed her husband's true identity. Otherwise, even if that man were incapable of cultivation, it wouldn't warrant such secrecy for so many years. But is there any mark or token? I could send someone to help you find your father. Mo Yenjo, wishing to make amends for his earlier indiscretion, offered help. Yu Wuhan shrugged. Alas, I have no tokens. That it's a pity I have such an impressive father, yet I cannot find him, only to be labeled a wild child for over a decade. The enigmatic father likely possesses the blood of ancient deities, a lineage so noble that it eclipses everyone in the state of Chu. How delightful it will be when I finally locate him. I shall undoubtedly flaunt my lineage with great pride, but for now I shall remain silent, a solitary orphan reliant solely on my own strength. Allow me to caution you, dear brother. While my blood may provide temporary relief from poison, it is but a fleeting solution. Should you drain me to the point of death, there will be no salvation for you. So refrain from tormenting me and patiently await my potion making, if you please. Yu Wuhan must first confront the imminent threat to her life. She genuinely fears that Mo Yanzhou might become addicted to her blood and seize her, draining her to the point of desiccation. Mo Yanzhou paused, taken aback by her thoughts. How could she possibly perceive him in such a light? Surely he would not continue to draw her blood. The earlier incident had merely been a momentary lapse of control. Overwhelmed by her potent bloodline, his self-control was indeed formidable, yet her bloodline was simply too powerful. Rest assured, I shall not repeat such an act, he declared, gazing intently into her eyes. Is that truly the case? I speak only truth, he affirmed. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, for she felt reassured at last. I am quite famished. Let us order food and drink, brother. You must treat me to a meal to compensate for my blood loss. I intend to indulge heartily. Yu Wuhan spat into her palm and, using the moisture, wiped her mouth. The blood at her lips had nearly dried, and only with saliva could she clean it properly. Once satisfied, she settled at the table, eagerly awaiting her meal. Mo Yanzhou's brow furrowed slightly. He had never encountered a girl quite like her, so nonchalant even after such an intimate encounter. However, her method of cleansing herself was rather unsightly. Unable to bear the sight, Mo Yanzhou employed a purification spell, gently allowing his ethereal energy to caress her face and hands, rendering her completely clean. Very well, I shall treat you to wine, he called to a waiter outside. Without even glancing at the menu, commanding, bring forth your finest dishes and 2 jars of your best wine. As the waiter departed, he turned to Yu Wuhan, saying, this is but a humble street establishment. Indulge in whatever you wish. A humble establishment. Yu Wuhan shrugged, for this was one of the most renowned taverns in Chu capital, a favored spot of the eastern town prince. Could it truly be considered a mere eatery? Yet, given that you adorn even a street vendor's mask with crimson jewels, it is unsurprising you would look down upon this tavern. When the food arrived, Yu Wuhan dove into her meal with gusto. Since her arrival in this realm, she had yet to truly savor a feast, and now she relished it to the fullest. Immersed in the delightful flavors and aromas, the awkwardness of their earlier encounter faded from her mind. It matters not. I am generous of heart and shall not hold a grudge, especially since my brother is rather handsome. There is no loss on my part. Delicious indeed. Once satiated, Yu Wuhan emerged from the tavern, her round belly in tow, and immediately spotted Wei Liuhua waiting nearby. Child, are you unharmed? The private room had been shielded by Mo Yanzhou, preventing Wei Liuhua from entering to assess the situation, and he had been anxiously waiting outside. Unable to even drink. I am perfectly fine, second uncle. Before leaving, Yu Wuhan had employed a healing ointment on her lips, rendering her appearance unscathed. Humph! A group of wretches, I shall make you regret your actions. Yu Wuhan chuckled, reveling in the support of her family. Since second uncle is taking action, Wei Peng and his family should brace themselves. I shall soon seek you out to reminisce. Chapter 83. Terrifying instruments of torture with no further business. Mo Yanzhou took his leave from the tavern. Once outside, under the cover of night and unnoticed, he vanished in an instant. Moments later, he found himself at the Wei Duke's residence, concealing himself in the shadows. His deep-set eyes gleamed with a cold light. Should Wei Liuhua prove incapable of managing the situation, he would become Yu Wuhan's protector this night. The more he encountered her, the more he yearned for her presence. Subconsciously desiring to draw closer, the lingering fragrance of her blood still haunted his lips, an intoxicating allure that beckoned him to approach her ever more intimately. At the Wei Duke's residence, in the main courtyard, Wei Mingyu lay in bed, her face swathed in thick bandages, resembling a mummy with only one uninjured eye exposed. She sobbed pitifully, crying out, Mother, we must kill that little waste, eliminate her at once. Please, Mother, avenge me. Once a proud young lady of the Wei Duke's residence, coddled and indulged, she had been humiliated by Yu Wuhan multiple times in less than a month, all while facing the constant threat of disfigurement. How could she not harbor hatred? Within the room, not only was the Wei Duke's wife, Feng Yunrong, present to comfort her daughter, but also a maid named Ingsa, who had come from the palace having heard of the mercenary guild's affairs. She had taken leave to assist. She had hoped that her aunt, a supervisor in the guild, could help deal with the little waste, but to her surprise, her aunt had been grievously injured by that very waste. How outrageous! Especially given the guild's handling of the situation, which was excessively biased in favor of the little waste. Inx's expression darkened as she declared, "The little waste is deeply sinful, having committed numerous misdeeds. Simply killing her would be far too lenient." She beckoned to two young palace maids who approached to unveil a collection of grotesque and macabre instruments of torture. Feng Yunrong's eyes lit up. These are palace tools. Do not be deceived by their rust. They are quite effective, that I have brought them from the palace so that the little waste may truly suffer. Feng Yunrong was elated. Perfect. I shall utilize these. Her hatred for Yu Wuhan far surpassed that of Ingsa. She had long known that the Chu Palace housed instruments specifically designed for tormenting criminals, varied and unimaginable, capable of inflicting suffering beyond what many high-ranking cultivators could endure, leading them to an untimely demise. The Wei Duke's residents possessed instruments as well, yet those from the palace were of superior quality, ensuring a more exquisite suffering for Yu Wuhan. Which of these will cause disfigurement? She inquired of Ingsa. Ingsa smirked. Madam, any of these instruments could disfigure someone. However, if you desire a more refined approach, I recommend this one. She pointed to a curved iron frame, layered with 3 tiers of fine iron mesh, each adorned with numerous small holes and countless barbs. How does one employ this? Feng Yunrong examined the instrument closely. Ingsa gestured to a young maid, who stepped forward to explain. Madam, observe closely. You place this against the person's face and gently pull down. You see, these barbs will tear the skin to shreds. Oh, how splendid! Feng Yunrong envisioned the scene of disfiguring Yu Wuhan, her smile growing increasingly sinister. Madam, if you infuse your energy into it, not only will it flay the flesh, but it will also sever the facial meridians, resulting in complete disfigurement. Should she wish to restore her appearance afterward, it would be an insurmountable challenge. Very well, excellent, truly excellent. Feng Yunrong clutched the instrument tightly, declaring to Ingsa, I shall personally wield this instrument. I must avenge my Yuer. Ingsa nodded disdainfully. Very well. Just hope the Fengyu Merchant Association does not follow you. Ingsa had heard that Fengyu had dispatched Su Qi to take action, which she found quite troublesome. Then it falls upon the madam to devise a solution. Humph, Yu Wuhan, await your fate. Previously, you flaunted your superiority before me, but now I shall relish in your torment, ensuring you suffer a fate worse than death. Perhaps, should the prince be pleased, he may even grant you the title of concubine. Wei Liuhua preferred to walk unaccompanied, so as they strolled through the streets, they appeared no different from ordinary folk. Their noble status concealed very well. I shall heed second uncle's arrangements. The residence of the second branch, where Wei Liuhua resided, was situated within the same vicinity as the Wei Duke's residence in earlier years. The two had shared an expansive estate, which had later been divided into separate dwellings. As they approached the entrance of the second branch, Yu Wuhan noticed a group of individuals approaching from across the street. Possessing keen eyesight, she recognized them as Feng Yunrong's servants even in the dim light. At such an hour. Indeed, it was nearly dawn. What could they possibly be doing out and about? Second uncle, let us observe. Yu Wuhan tugged at Wei Liuhua, urging him to remain silent as they concealed themselves behind a large tree. The group soon drew near, and Yu Wuhan overheard their conversation. What a late hour to be searching for that little waste. Let us first check the mercenary guild. Did not the madam say she would be there today? And if she is not at the guild, then we shall inquire with the guild members about the whereabouts of mercenary 09. A cold snicker escaped Yu Wuhan's lips. Even the servants of the Wei Duke's residence were aware of her connection to 09, indicating the involvement of Feng Yunrong and the Feng family in the tragedy within the mountains. She subtly tugged at Wei Liuhua's sleeve, signaling for him to remain silent, and then stepped out from behind the tree. What is it that you seek from me? Her voice rang clear and frosty in the inky darkness of the night. Chapter 84. Punishment for complicity in evil. The group was instantly paralyzed with fear. Who is it? A figure emerging unexpectedly in the dead of night is quite terrifying. Indeed, as one of them held up a lantern. They squinted to discern the identity of the newcomer. It is the little waste. One of them recognized her. Before the words little waste could fully escape his lips, another swiftly covered his mouth. Miss, it is you. We have not seen you in many days. You appear even more beautiful now. Miss Biao, has your strength also grown stronger? How delightful and commendable. Miss Biao, we were just looking for you. Do you know? Just yesterday, our second elder in the second branch has emerged from seclusion, and the entire household is filled with joy. Several people exchanged flattering words, each adorned with expressions of seemingly sincere smiles. If one were unaware of the internal grudges, they would certainly find Wei Peng to be magnanimous. Yu Wuhan secretly rolled her eyes. What a bunch of fools. Do they take her for a simpleton? They already harbor deep-seated animosities, yet they resort to such tricks, even dragging out the matter of the second elder's emergence as an excuse. How utterly disgusting. Yu Wuhan glanced behind the tree and noticed Wei Liuhua's face flushed with anger. His fists clenched tightly. She quickly turned to block the view of those few individuals, gesturing to Wei Liuhua behind her to endure for the time being. I in the blink of an eye. He vanished from sight. Yu Wuhan stroked her chin, a beaming smile upon her face. There's no need to go through such trouble. No need for a welcome. Oh, you have truly exerted yourselves. It is merely the duty of the servants. A few servants, while showering her with compliments and smiles, inwardly cursed Yu Wuhan for her foolishness, easily falling into their trap with just a few words. Once she enters the estate, she will understand the true meaning of a welcome. The old master, however, did not make a scene, merely suppressing his fury. She secretly smiled at the old master, imploring him not to reveal himself too soon. She was truly curious to see what kind of spectacle Feng Yunrong would concoct tonight. After all, with long-standing grievances, it was high time for resolution. As a junior, she could not confront her elders without adequate preparation, lest she be burdened with blame. But with the second elder present, the Wei family should just wait and see. Miss Biao, please wait a moment. Your Chui Feng courtyard has yet to be properly arranged. Kindly follow the servants to another place to rest. Upon entering the estate and reaching the inner courtyard, several servants did not lead her to her residence but instead used excuses to guide her elsewhere. Yu Wuhan sensed something amiss and feigned ignorance, replying with a smile. Very well, I appreciate your efforts. Not at all, serving Miss Biao is our honor, they replied with exaggerated politeness, leading Yu Wuhan through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a quaint yet secluded courtyard. Miss Biao, this is the place. There are people inside to attend to you. Our status is humble and we cannot enter this courtyard. Yu Wuhan pushed the door open, pretending not to know, and stepped inside the small courtyard. How foolish, given how the Duke and his wife had treated her in the past. She still believed they could reconcile. It was so easy for them to deceive her into coming here. She would likely suffer greatly. Today, the lady was particularly furious and would not let her off lightly. Rumor had it that people from the palace had also arrived. It would be a miracle if she could walk out of that courtyard. Let her be. The sooner the fool meets her end, the better. They cursed and left, unaware that Yu Wuhan had silently used a powder on them. In a few hours, the effects would manifest, their vital energy wildly dissipating, and their cultivation levels would drop by 2 stars. This was Yu Wuhan's punishment for their collusion. When the effects took hold, and they were writhing in agony, that would be a matter for later. At this moment, Yu Wuhan had already stepped into the small courtyard. The courtyard was devoid of people, empty and lacking decoration, save for some trees in the corners of the 4 walls. Yu Wuhan stood alone for a moment, with no one emerging from the house to greet her. The interior remained dark, with no light visible, giving the impression of being uninhabited. However, she could sense the presence of several individuals moving within. I wonder what grand gift you have prepared for me, dear sister, she thought with a cold smile. This small courtyard was situated on the outskirts of the Wei Duke's residence, nearly at the boundary of the estate. The original owner's memories did not include this courtyard, indicating that she had been oblivious to its existence for over a decade. Nevertheless, though it appeared desolate, the house was quite grand, and the courtyard walls were exquisitely constructed. Thus, Yu Wuhan stood in the night, admiring it for a while. She could contain her amusement, but the people inside could not. Yu Wuhan's cold smile deepened. She almost blurted out "little waste," indicating that they were not kind-hearted individuals. A rustling sound emerged from within, and finally, the door swung open. Please, Miss Biao, step inside. Refreshments and tea have been prepared for you. Take a moment to rest. The voice belonged to the same woman who had spoken earlier. Chapter 85 Rebound. Yu Wuhan had exceptional eyesight and could discern the girl's face even in the dim light. She appeared to be a girl just over 10 years old, somewhat familiar. Have I seen you somewhere before? She casually inquired as she walked into the room. The young girl quickly lowered her head and forced a smile, saying, Perhaps I have always served in the estate. You may have seen me before. Miss Biao, seen you in the estate or in the palace? Yu Wuhan halted at the door, stepping onto the threshold and smiling at her. The girl, particularly nervous, replied, Miss Biao, you jest. I have never had the fortune to enter the palace. Please, you should come in quickly. Dawn is approaching, and you ought to drink some tea to warm yourself before resting. Oh, very well. Yu Wuhan turned and stepped inside. Do they think I cannot recall? I have seen this little palace maid before when I went to find Helian Hao in the palace. Since she wishes to feign ignorance, Yu Wuhan smiled and played along. The young girl visibly relaxed, hurriedly following her inside. Swiftly closing and locking the door behind them. After locking the door, she dashed to the inner room, urging Miss Biao, come quickly, the tea and snacks are here. Do you smell the fragrance? It's too dark for me to see the way that, oh dear, even after I have entered you still haven't lit the lamps. Your skills in luring people into this room are truly lacking. Even an imbecile could see there's something wrong. Do you possess enough intelligence? This servant will light the candles right away. With a rustling sound, the inner room was suddenly illuminated by a faint glow. Yu Wuhan chuckled, stepping further inside. I don't smell anything fragrant, but the scent of blood is quite strong. Are you all inside committing murder? She observed that the furnishings in the outer room were exceedingly simple, with walls and floors riddled with pits, the windows tightly shut and reinforced with iron plates, making it completely airtight. Lifting the curtain, she found the inner room to be much the same, though facing her was a large table adorned with a shabby oil lamp, its flame barely flickering. In the dim light, an assortment of bizarre objects lay on the table. The stench of blood emanated from these items, intensifying as she drew closer, making her feel nauseous. Evidently, this set of tools had frequent contact with blood, leading to such a strong odor over time. What are these things? They look quite interesting. She approached the table for a closer inspection. Is this the grand feast prepared to welcome me? It appears rather lacking in sophistication. How entertaining can it be? Dong, the deep, resonant chime of a bell echoed. Da-da, the sound of drums followed. It was the nighttime curfew announcing the hour. Soon dawn would break. However, this moment marked the darkest and coldest part of the day. Just before dawn, the room was shrouded in an eerie gloom. Yu Wuhan, little waist. Suddenly, from the shadowy corner where the flickering candlelight could not reach, a voice filled with hatred sounded. Yu Wuhan did not even lift her head. Oh, Ingse, it's you. I had heard you and Feng Yunrong were in cahoots. It appears to be true. Humph, little waist, daring to speak insolently even as death approaches. I see you do not know how to write the word for death. Rebound. Ingse was momentarily taken aback. What does rebound mean? You? Originally sitting, Ingse was accompanied by 2 young palace maids and a few skilled guards borrowed from the palace. At this moment, she could no longer maintain her composure and sprang to her feet. How infuriating! Little waist, why don't you look up at me? Because you are not worth looking at. You are less appealing than this assortment of twisted objects. Yu Wuhan remained focused on the items on the table. Ingse sneered. Very well, haha, Yu Wuhan, little waist, if you like these instruments of torture, I specially brought them from the palace for your enjoyment. Tonight you will surely be comfortable and will not be disappointed. Well, let us hope so. Yu Wuhan brushed off non-existent dust from her hands and finally shifted her gaze away from the instruments of torture. Clad in a refreshing, neatly tailored blue garment, she stood tall and unafraid. Exuding an innate noble aura, she surveyed the surroundings, noting the lack of even a single extra chair. Where are the fragrant tea and snacks? Is this how you welcome me? It's far too lacking in consideration. You still want snacks? Wishful thinking. Ingse replied darkly, clapping her hands. Madam, please come out. It's time to begin. With several rough scraping sounds, a very narrow door at the corner of the room creaked open, and a woman stepped out. It was none other than Feng Yunrong, the wife of the Wei Duke. This execution room was a secluded spot she had personally selected within the estate. Her eyes glinted with resentment, and under the dim candlelight, tiny shards of venomous light flickered, resembling a viper poised to pounce on its prey. Little waist, today marks your demise. Feng Yunrong had long since plotted that, with Ingse present, she would later shift all blame onto her. Thus, she did not boldly traverse the main path to arrive here, but instead chose the hidden passage, entering through a small door with a scapegoat in hand. She could unleash her full fury upon Yu Wuhan. After all, she was a grand master. Eliminating Yu Wuhan would be effortlessly within her grasp. In the face of her venomous gaze, Yu Wuhan maintained a serene smile upon her countenance. The girl's bright eyes glanced sideways at the Duchess of Wei, her lips curving into an alluring arc. Dear aunt, after our brief separation, how fares the wound upon your neck? Is it healing well? Does it still ache? Does it itch? You seek death. Feng Yunrong's ire flared at the recollection. The poison powder from that night had wreaked havoc upon her, and had it not been for the alchemical master from the Feng family stepping in, her family would have been utterly helpless. You worthless wretch, I wonder what poison you have left to scatter today. I am no longer afraid of you. Feng Yunrong had brought several antidotes from the Feng family's master. All on her person, bring them here, she shouted from the small door she had exited. One by one, the guards of the Duke of Wei streamed forth, standing resolutely behind Feng Yunrong. That moment, Yu Wuhan stood alone, facing nearly 20 adversaries. The Duke's guards, the palace guards, and the formidable Grand Master Feng Yunrong formed an intimidating circle around her. Yet, Yu Wuhan remained unperturbed, shrugging her shoulders and raising her hands. And are you truly intent on dealing with me? Of course, this night I shall kill you, avenging you. Are you not afraid that those behind me will trouble you? Ha ha, by the time your reinforcements arrive, you will have long since departed this world. The venom in Feng Yunrong's gaze deepened, while the young woman beside her, Ing Se, wore a face full of malice. Both were eager to consume Yu Wuhan whole. Ing Se raised her hand, commanding the palace guards to advance. Go ahead. Yu Wuhan, you little waste, you wretched creature, this time next year will mark your death anniversary. The guards, fierce as wolves, surged forward, drawing their blades and encircling Yu Wuhan. Chapter 86. The power of demonic martial arts. Oh dear. Why are you in such a hurry? Is it not better to live? Yu Wuhan shrugged, lamenting the fates of these individuals with her strength alone. She could easily topple these guards of mediocre caliber, especially with her second uncle, Wei Liuhua, lurking behind, still able to sense the elder's presence outside with just a signal. He would rush to her aid. Among all those present, who could withstand the wrath of a grand master? Yet, her adversaries remained oblivious to her support. Ing Se taunted, little waste, though you possess poison, tonight you cannot stir up trouble. You can only submit to your demise. Her words dripped with arrogance. One of the palace guards, before making a move, asked Ing Se, once we subdue her, may we delay our implements of torture and indulge ourselves first at a His eyes gleamed with unabashed wickedness. Casting a lewd gaze upon Yu Wuhan, particularly fixating on her feminine form, eliciting disgust, the other palace guards joined in the raucous laughter. Yes, we've had a sleepless night. Let us reward ourselves. These men were not virtuous souls. And good people would never undertake such a tormenting task. Upon hearing the lady's acquiescence, they were elated. Little waste, we shall ensure you enjoy yourself thoroughly. Your ecstasy and death. Haha, we will take good care of you. Truth be told, you are quite lovely. I have had my eye on you for a long time. A chorus of laughter erupted from the men. The atmosphere in the room turned exceedingly lascivious. Yu Wuhan found herself encircled, blades pointed at her, resembling a lamb ensnared by a pack of wolves, her form slender and fragile, poised to be torn apart at the slightest misstep. Her eyes were icy. Yet the corners of her mouth retained a defiant upward curve. You rabble! If you intend to strike, then do so. Why waste breath? Should they delay any longer, she would seize the initiative. Haha, look, she can hardly wait. Brothers, charge! A palace guard lunged first. Thus, all rushed forward, fearing that Yu Wuhan might fall to another. A blade thrust towards her chest. With a swift maneuver, Yu Wuhan evaded the strike. A moment of hesitation from the guards led to a barrage of attacks. And Yu Wuhan found herself besieged from all sides, perilously outnumbered. Yet, she refrained from signaling Wei Liuhua, opting to confront this band alone. Dodge! Her agile form moved like a fish slipping through nets, eluding their grasp. After several failed attempts, the guards grew impatient. Why is this little waste so elusive? She's right within our grasp. Why can't we catch her? At this moment, believing victory was assured, Ing Se sauntered to the table. Picking up a curved iron rod and examining it closely, she turned to Feng Yunrong with a smile. Madam, do you know what this is? Feng Yunrong shook her head, puzzled. Ing Se chuckled softly. This is a special implement of the palace, designed to punish those who misbehave. Upon hearing this, Feng Yunrong recalled something from the shape of the rod. Could it be? She glanced at Yu Wuhan's legs. Just then, Yu Wuhan executed a high kick, momentarily exposing her legs precisely. Madam, your guess is astute. That is indeed its purpose. This implement was infamous in the palace, not used for striking but for penetrating from below, causing excruciating pain and extreme humiliation. Feng Yunrong remarked, let us save that for last. Otherwise she might perish before we have our fun. The two conspired with delight, as if Yu Wuhan had already resigned herself to her fate, ready to be toyed with. However, as they spoke, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The guards, once fierce as wolves, found themselves injured within moments. They appeared disheveled, while Yu Wuhan remained unscathed. Brothers, unleash your elemental techniques. This little waste is quite troublesome. The elemental guards began to employ their skills, various attacks directed at Yu Wuhan. Calmly ensconced amidst them, Yu Wuhan unleashed a surge of elemental energy, engulfing her surroundings. Thud! Thud! A multitude of elemental masters fell, struck down by her power. Everyone was taken aback. Yu Wuhan herself was astonished. The wrist guard bestowed by King Zhendong is astonishingly effective. It truly was a divine weapon of demonic martial arts, amplifying her attack power significantly, elevating her pure elemental strikes to a much higher tier. The energy she unleashed was of grandmaster caliber. How could these guards withstand it? With this wrist guard, This battle shall end swiftly. You all are so weak. Utterly pathetic. Yu Wuhan cast scornful remarks from her position. The few remaining guards, slightly stronger but not directly felled, were shaken and withdrew their techniques. What's wrong? No longer fighting. Yu Wuhan began to gather elemental energy in her palm. If you 1T strike, then I shall sea of flames. A roaring inferno erupted among the guards, enveloping them in a sea of fire. Quick, extinguish the flames! Someone shouted. Water elemental masters scrambled to douse the flames, but Yu Wuhan unleashed 2 more waves of fire, throwing the water masters into disarray. Ingse, taken aback, hid behind Feng Yunrong. Feng Yunrong. A grandmaster erected an elemental barrier holding the flames at bay. You little waste, you can actually wield fire elemental techniques. Her astonishment was palpable. Yet, upon focusing, she could detect no elemental fluctuations from Yu Wuhan. Yu Wuhan chuckled. Of course I can. Did the Feng family's envoy sent to the mountains not report back? I've been using elemental techniques to kill in the mountains. Chapter 87. Hellion how is worthless. Feng Yunrong's ire surged. Mastering elemental techniques was futile. Today was destined to be your demise. Her expression twisted in a menacing snarl as she gathered her energy, preparing to unleash her most formidable move. Bone-eroding pestilence. This was the very technique that had disfigured the maid Kai He at the Fengyu auction house. Feng Yunrong, do you truly intend to kill me? Yu Wuhan inquired loudly. Feng Yunrong's cold laughter echoed. Indeed, you must die tonight. Why? What deep-seated enmity do we share? Who allowed you to harm my Yuer? But you have always harmed me first. It was Wei Mingyu who sent someone to hunt me down initially. That was your fate. Who told you to occupy the position of the 3rd princess consort, obstructing others' paths? Oh, so that's how it is. Yu Wuhan feigned a look of sudden enlightenment. This led Feng Yunrong to believe that she was deliberately prolonging the conversation. The worthless wretch, her time of reckoning had arrived, and any further delay would be futile. I shall take your life now. In retribution for Yuer. A poisonous wind surged forth as Zhao Yuan struck with a fierce blow. Second grandfather, help me! Yuan cried out loudly. She was not intentionally stalling. Rather, she aimed to compel Feng Yunrong to confess to her persecution, ensuring that second grandfather would overhear. Who dares to harm my beloved granddaughter? A thunderous shout erupted, accompanied by a formidable surge of energy that shattered the window and thwarted Feng Yunrong's malevolent attack. The miasma that gnawed at the bones. Immediately, a short, wiry old man sprang into the room, bristling with indignation. I have been listening outside for quite some time. You are truly overstepping your bounds. All of you deserve to perish. Yuan smiled sweetly. Second grandfather, you've arrived. Thank you for saving me. Wei Liuhua responded. Child, why didn't you let me out sooner? I was nearly suffocating. Without further ado, he began to kick all the surrounding guards, using martial techniques or energy to retaliate. That wouldn't suffice. He intended to strike them down with his fists, delivering blows that were as solid as the earth. The overwhelming power of a Yuan Zun left the unfortunate guards grievously injured. Collapsing one by one to the ground, unable to rise, Wei Liuhua then advanced towards Feng Yunrong and the others. The legitimate daughter of the Feng family, the wife of the Duke of Wei. You truly are a despicable and shameless woman. With a series of slaps, Wei Liuhua struck Feng Yunrong across the face. She did not dare to evade, let alone retaliate as merely a grand master. She was no match for a Yuan Zun, and she was well aware of Wei Liuhua's violent temper. If she attempted to dodge, he would retaliate thrice as fiercely in the blink of an eye. Her face swelled to an alarming size. Yuan watched and laughed heartily. Now you and Wei Mingyu are like mother and daughter. Both of you great oafs. I struck Wei Mingyu, and grandfather struck her mother. We make a splendid team. Wei Liuhua was both amused and exasperated. This child, having suffered such indignities, still managed to smile, which tugged at the heartstrings. Ingsa, sensing trouble, shrank towards the corner. You mustn't act recklessly. I am a palace attendant. A personal maid to the 3rd prince. She trembled as she revealed her identity, warning that if the 3rd prince discovered she had been harmed, he would not let it go lightly. I care not a whit for his leniency. That little wretch Hellion how dared to break off the engagement with my precious granddaughter. I was just about to settle the score with him. Wei Liuhua roared, and then he kicked Ingsa as well. Ingsa coughed up blood and fell unconscious. Her low rank made her incapable of withstanding a Yuan Zun's might. Wei Liuhua showed no fear of Hellion Hao's reputation, even if it implicated the sacred land of Xuanji. He did not regard him as a threat. Grandfather, there's no need. I was the one who took the initiative to break off the engagement. They did not discard me. That coward Hellion Hao. I would never marry him. Good, how spirited. My dear granddaughter should be so domineering. Hellion how is nothing. We shall have no part of him. Wei Liuhua proceeded to kick over everyone who had not yet fallen. In the room, aside from Feng Yunrong, everyone else was gravely injured. Wei Liuhua seized Feng Yunrong by the collar, as if dragging a hunted beast, and leaped out the window. Wuhan, come with grandfather. This Duke of Wei's wife conspired against you. And grandfather will demand an explanation in front of everyone. All right, I'm coming, grandfather. Yuan followed Wei Liuhua with great enthusiasm. The feeling of having support was exhilarating. Second grandfather was different from Mo Yanzhou, Xikongyu and even Xuezongjian. He was family, and the care and protection from kin filled her heart with warmth. She adored the feeling of being cherished by family. Outside, dawn had arrived imperceptibly. The eastern sky revealed a pearly hue, with faint rays of light visible. Yuan leaped and sprinted after Wei Liuhua, rushing toward the residence of the Wei family's second branch. Bathed in the morning light, Feng Yunrong was dragged like a lifeless dog. Already unconscious from a strike of Wei Liuhua's energy. Child, you should rest for now. Once everything is prepared, grandfather will take you to the Duke's council hall. Wei Liuhua instructed someone to prepare a resting room for Yuan before taking Feng Yunrong to handle matters. After a refreshing hot bath, Yuan enjoyed a short nap. It was only when the sun was high in the sky that she was awakened. Miss Wuhan, the second old master requests your presence in the main residence. Once ready, Yuan changed into fresh clothes and stepped out, feeling invigorated. She wondered how second grandfather would handle the situation. It promised to be quite thrilling. Oh, second grandfather, where is Feng Yunrong? Upon meeting, Yuan noticed that second grandfather was not holding Feng Yunrong. I sent someone specifically to escort her. We can go alone. Wei Liuhua led Yuan boldly into the main residence of the Duke of Wei. His plan was to convene all prominent figures from both the main and second branches in the council hall, to publicly address the bullying of Yuan by Wei Peng's family, and to mete out judgment and punishment. However, as they stepped into the courtyard of the council hall, before even entering the building, they overheard Wei Peng's voice inside. Your son is quite decent. Marrying a cousin is commendable. Over the years, you have diligently served the Duke. This is a reward from him. Thank you, Duke. The old servant expressed his gratitude fervently. It appeared that Wei Chengfu, the steward of the Duke's residence, was speaking, followed by the sounds of deep bows. Chapter 88. Transforming her into a servant. Upon hearing this, Yuan immediately tugged at Wei Liuhua and ducked behind a cluster of bamboo. The people in the hall had yet to notice their arrival and continued their conversation. That useless wretch, despite her shortcomings, is still a master. Marrying her means your son becomes the Duke's cousin-in-law. If you find her unsatisfactory, just let her fall ill after marrying her, and you can take another wife. I see. Thank you, Duke. Wei Chengfu rejoiced that if the Duke did not care about Yuan's well-being, then marrying her off and allowing her to vanish from existence would be ideal. At that point, his son could marry another outstanding girl, perhaps even a lady from a noble family. If he earned the Duke's favor, there was a great chance for his son to shed his servant status and rise to prominence. Wei Chengfu kept bowing to Wei Peng, expressing his gratitude for the generous reward. Thank you, Duke. Hearing this, Yuan felt a cold smile creep across her face. This Uncle Wei Peng truly cared for her. Even planning her marriage? The last time he tried to marry her off to some talented young man ended in failure, and now he was directly proposing she wed a servant. According to the laws of Chu, marrying a servant meant the woman would automatically enter servitude and become a servant herself, unable to rise above her station for generations, unless she encountered a particularly benevolent master. This Wei Peng intended to thoroughly demean her. Bring forth the rewards. Wei Peng's voice echoed in the room once more. At that moment, two young servants entered the courtyard, carrying a tray, completely oblivious to Yuan and Wei Liuhua hidden behind the bamboo. Chengfu, this is for your wedding preparations. Thank you, Duke. I am truly grateful and have no way to repay you. Wei Chengfu knelt to accept the tray, which was brimming with silver coins, enough for a simple wedding for a servant. Silence! Wei Liuhua could no longer contain his fury. His face flushed with rage as he stormed into the council hall, sweeping the tray of silver coins from Wei Chengfu's hands. Coins scattered everywhere, some even bouncing off Wei Peng's face. Wei Peng, do you not have any shame to propose your own niece marry a family servant? What kind of man are you? If your niece becomes a servant, do you think your status as her uncle would shine? If you wish to demean yourself, do not drag the entire Wei family down with you. Wei Chengfu was terrified, kneeling as he hastily pleaded for mercy. Second old master, please do not be angry, it is not as it seems. You dog servant, do you have the right to speak here? Get out! 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 Wei Liuhua seized Wei Chengfu by the collar and flung him out of the council hall. Bang! Wei Chengfu crashed heavily onto the ground. The two young servants carrying the trays were terrified, falling to their knees. Second uncle, what are you doing? Wei Peng exploded with rage, slamming his hand on the table. He had been scheming against Yuan, relishing in his plans, only to be interrupted by a furious uncle, leaving him utterly humiliated. What business do the people of the second branch have meddling in the affairs of the main branch? Father, you are the Duke of Wei. Even if he is an elder, he should hold you in high regard. Wei Mingyu interjected. It turned out she was also present in the hall, having remained silent until now. Thus unheard from outside, wrapped in bandages, she was still brought to witness her father's arrangements for Yuan's engagement, eager to see her wed to a servant. After Wei Liuhua's entrance, a glimmer of malice flashed in Wei Mingyu's eyes. Silently cursing the old man, Wei Mingyu, you will be silent. Otherwise I shall strike you down right now, despite your youth. Wei Liuhua glared, causing Wei Mingyu to shrink back, silenced by fear. Outside in the courtyard, Wei Chengfu, dazed and disoriented from being thrown, struggled to rise, his face flushed with humiliation. Though he was a servant, he managed affairs for the Duke's residence and held a semblance of dignity. Being tossed aside like a rag doll was utterly degrading. Second old master, no matter how esteemed you are, you cannot treat the Duke and the young lady with such disrespect. Ha! Who do you think you are? You dare to speak after being thrown out? Are you seeking death? As the moonlight waned, Yu Wuhan emerged languidly from behind the bamboo, lazily questioning and taking up Wei Chengfu's conversation. The tall and slender young woman, draped in the myriad hues of dawn, slowly approached the hall. The resplendent golden-red morning light painted a magnificent picture behind her, obscuring her expression from view. Yet, with each step she took forward, an air of subtle oppression enveloped the atmosphere, not from a forceful display of power, but from an innate aura of superiority. As she passed by Wei Chengfu, she lightly extended her foot, causing him to tumble once more to the ground. Wait, how come? Wei Mingyu stammered in confusion. You wonder how I survived? Yu Wuhan replied, crossing her arms and shrugging, then flashing a radiant smile at Wei Mingyu, because last night, both your mother and Sakura failed miserably. Each one of them mere dregs, unable to match my prowess. Nonsense. Impossible. Wei Mingyu retorted, unconvinced. Humph. Just a useless waste like you, who could you possibly defeat? In her attempt to belittle Yu Wuhan, she inadvertently insulted herself. Yu Wuhan laughed heartily. Indeed, as a waste, the only one I can defeat is you. An even greater waste. Wei Mingyu struggled to articulate her frustration, her irritation palpable. Suddenly, Yu Wuhan donned a puzzled expression and asked, I forgot to inquire yesterday, but I genuinely have a question for you. What? Wei Mingyu was taken aback. Yu Wuhan continued with a teasing smile, you bought a sword to curry favor with Helian Hao, intending to replace me as his bride, correct? I am not replacing you. Compared to you, I am far more deserving of His Highness the Third Prince. Wei Mingyu pointed at Yu Wuhan, indignantly questioning, how dare you ask this when you've already been rejected? Yu Wuhan sighed deeply. That is precisely the issue at hand. What issue? Wei Mingyu was perplexed, waiting for Yu Wuhan's explanation, while the bandaged round face of the piglet beside her looked utterly comical. Chapter 89. Such a unique request. Yu Wuhan smiled sweetly, admiring her own beauty, and patiently elaborated, you see, years ago, the Helian royal family sought me out for marriage, yet we parted ways in discontent. Meanwhile, you have been desperately trying to flatter them, only to find yourself overlooked. Your mother has even befriended Helian Hao's maidservant. Is it not shameful for a lady of the Duke's family to associate with a palace maid? You are not as beautiful as I. Your strength pales in comparison, and your aptitude for cultivation is leagues behind mine. How could Helian Hao ever choose you? This is nothing but deluded fantasy. Yu Wuhan. Wei Mingyu shrieked, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. This was indeed infuriating. She could not abide being overshadowed by Yu Wuhan. All her life, she had been the esteemed young lady of the Wei family, so why was it that this wild child of unknown parentage surpassed her in cultivation and now in matters of marriage? After eagerly anticipating Yu Wuhan's engagement termination, her hope of marrying Helian Hao still seemed exceedingly bleak. Ha ha. Have I struck a nerve? Yu Wuhan continued her mockery, raising her hands in a gesture of innocence. Do not be upset, I am merely speaking the truth. Wei Mingyu glared. The little waste was deliberately provoking her. She longed to strike Yu Wuhan down herself. Infuriated beyond measure, she found herself at a loss for words. Only managing to stammer indignantly, be quiet. What talent do you possess? You are clearly a waste. Though she had been beaten several times, she understood that Yu Wuhan was far from a waste now. Her combat skills were formidable. Nearby, Wei Peng, overhearing the quarrel between his daughter and Yu Wuhan, couldn't resist casting a detection spell on Yu Wuhan. To his surprise, She swiftly evaded the spell. Stunned, he prepared to strike again. Only to have Wei Liuhua erupt in anger. Wei Peng, you little wretch, do you dare to act against Wu Hen in my presence? Without a moment's hesitation, the elder struck with a palm. Wei Peng, startled, leaped into the air. Executing several somersaults to barely evade the blow. Shocked and enraged, he exclaimed, how dare you call me a little wretch in public, uncle? I respect you as my elder, but do not forget that I am the Duke's heir and the head of the Wei family. You are violating family LWTO hell with your family law. Wei Liuhua retorted with another strike. Wei Peng, now pale with fear, was forced to flee, crashing through the roof as he escaped the room. Wei Liuhua scoffed at his cowardice. Look at him with such little resolve, fleeing faster than a demon rabbit. Truly pathetic. The elder seized Wei Mingyu, restraining her with his power, then commanded, Wu Hen, come, it is time for revenge. She once sent people to hunt you down, now you shall strike her. Wow. Wu Hen raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the elder's straightforwardness. Yet, she found herself quite fond of such simplicity. Rolling up her sleeves, she prepared to unleash her fury. Father, save me! Wei Mingyu cried in panic. Meanwhile, Wei Peng hesitated at the entrance, fearful of the repercussions from the elder's power. Without holding back, Wu Hen struck, landing a punch on Wei Mingyu's shoulder. Swiftly followed by a kick to her chest. Wei Mingyu screamed, infuriated. Though she had trained and possessed a relatively strong physique, Wu Hen's blows were not lethal, but they stung painfully. What was worse, it was utterly humiliating. By now, a crowd had gathered in the courtyard, drawn by the commotion. The second branch had arrived at Wei Liuhua's behest to lend support, while members of the first branch came to witness the spectacle. With all eyes upon her, Wei Mingyu found herself unable to bear the embarrassment of being struck. Could you please be quiet? Wu Hen exclaimed, her hands moving with lightning speed as she delivered another punch to Wei Mingyu's throat. This time she was unprepared to muster her power in defense, and she felt a sharp pain in her throat, rendering her voiceless. Such a ruthless strike! Gasps filled the air as onlookers absorbed the scene. The throat was a vital area. Observing Wu Hen's cheerful demeanor as she pummeled her cousin, an eerie chill coursed through the crowd. The young lady of the first branch was becoming increasingly ferocious. You dare harm my daughter? Try hitting her again. Wei Peng roared. Try me, Wu Hen replied, promptly delivering another blow. Wei Mingyu let out a muffled scream, her throat injured, her face contorted beneath the bandages. Dear cousin, this was at your father's request, so do not blame me that I too find it curious that someone would make such a unique request. Wu Hen shrugged, feigning innocence. Wei Mingyu was on the verge of madness. Unable to contain his anger, Wei Peng launched himself into the air, like a vicious eagle swooping down to attack Wu Hen. At that moment, his sole thought was to eliminate this waste that had brought him such disgrace. Supporting him were 3 peak grandmasters from the first branch, rushing to his aid. Come if you dare. Wei Liuhua unleashed a powerful technique, the high-level martial art of a yuanzun, fire dance in the whirling sands. Instantly, the discussion hall was engulfed in flames. Wei Peng and the 3 peak grandmasters retaliated with their own fire-based techniques, illuminating the sky. The clash of energies reverberated through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of retreating footsteps echoed as Wei Peng and his companions were forced back. Their flames consumed by Wei Liuhua's inferno. Despite the seemingly small difference in rank, the disparity in power was immense. Wei Liuhua effortlessly dominated the battlefield. The second elder has returned from seclusion with significant gains. His prowess has grown even more formidable. Even 10 Grand Masters combined could not match a single yuanzun unless they wielded supreme magical weapons. The courtyard buzzed with chatter, astonished at the display of strength. Who dares to defy me in avenging Wu Hen? Come forth and face me. Wei Liuhua bellowed, positioning himself protectively beside Wu Hen. Wu Hen shrugged, grinning. All right, with second grandpa providing cover, let us enjoy this moment of reprisal. She glanced around and approached a second branch disciple wearing a steel whip. I shall borrow this weapon. Chapter 90. Too ruthless, an eye for an eye. Wu Hen meticulously recalled the debts owed to her by Wei Mingyu. The first was the various bullying she had endured in the past. The second was the pursuit in the mountains that forced her to the brink of a cliff. The third was the intrusion into Zhuangfeng courtyard to steal things and assault Qi. The fourth was the attempt to strike her down with a magical steel whip. Other grievances were hardly worth mentioning, as her counterattacks since her arrival had consistently left Wei Mingyu at a disadvantage. Now it was time to repay that debt with the steel whip. The second branch disciple, captivated by Wu Hen's enchanting gaze, felt as though her clear eyes possessed a kind of magic, compelling him to hand over the weapon. Wu Hen weighed the steel whip in her hands, quite heavy. This should hurt. Although it was merely an ordinary weapon, It was still sufficient for a tit-for-tat exchange. Yu Wuhan had no intention of killing Wei Mingyu in one blow. Revenge was best savored slowly, cousin. Since you once used a steel whip to strike me down, it is only fair that I reciprocate. The moonless night bore witness to a relentless flailing of a steel whip. A cacophony of strikes raining down upon Wei Mingyu. Hiss! The onlookers gasped in astonishment, shocked by the audacity of publicly whipping the eldest daughter of the Long family. In mere moments, the noble stature of Wei Mingyu was reduced to tatters. Her body and face marred by crimson lines. Wei Mingyu cried out in a series of hoarse, pitiful shrieks, the agony exacerbating her already wounded throat. Yet, her cries were few, as the pain soon rendered her unconscious. Were it not for the binding force of Wei Liuhua's energy, she would have crumpled to the ground. However, it appeared that Yu Wuhan was oblivious to her plight, continuing to wield the whip with a beaming smile. Each strike more ferocious than the last, showing no mercy whatsoever. The spectators shuddered in horror. Ruthless, truly ruthless, excessively so. Not far away, Wei Peng, intimidated by Wei Liuhua's formidable presence, dared not intervene, his heart racing with anxiety. Anger surged within him, causing his blood to boil. The lingering effects of the Shifang Suan San poison he had previously suffered from flared up once more. Bring the magic weapon of the Duke. Hurry, hurry, he urged, spitting blood. He too possessed a magic weapon, a fine one at that. Without it, he was merely a target for Wei Liuhua's blows. Yet, Wei Liuhua offered him no opportunity to wield his weapon, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that rendered him unconscious. Yu Wuhan, cease this at once. Coughed, how could you be so vicious? Finally, Feng Yunrong was escorted onto the scene. To say she was assisted would be more accurate than to say she was merely escorted. Two masters from the second house flanked her, forcibly bringing her into the fray. Her face resembling that of a pig, having been stripped of her energy by Wei Liuhua in advance, she was effectively rendered powerless. Unable to recover for at least 10 days upon seeing her daughter being mercilessly whipped, Feng Yunrong was nearly driven mad with rage, yet all she could do was cough violently while screaming in agony. You little waste, how cruel, how utterly cruel. Stop this at once. You will kill your cruel. Yu Wuhan raised her brow high. Sister, is this what you call cruelty? This is merely retribution, do you not understand? Wei Mingyu, the one who kills, is not cruel, yet I seek justice for myself as the victim, and that is deemed cruel. Such reasoning is nonsensical. Amidst the murmurs Yu Wuhan elaborated, she dispatched a group to take my life, forcing me to leap off a cliff to end my days. Fortunately, I encountered a savior and survived. Upon realizing I did not perish, she brazenly wielded a whip against me within the estate, relentlessly seeking my demise. So, what is wrong with me retaliating against her? Feng Yunrong, see that you have already harmed her. Is that not enough? She suffers terribly because of you, and you wish to continue exacting revenge. Even in her suffering, she still lives. Let her savor it slowly. As Yu Wuhan spoke, her hand did not cease its motion, delivering several more resounding strikes in swift succession. Each lash was cathartic. Feng Yunrong was consumed by a mix of urgency and fury. Her insides ablaze, unable to intervene directly, she could only watch helplessly as her daughter was mercilessly whipped, her heart aching with despair, leading her to unleash a torrent of curses. Vile words flowed forth like a dam bursting. The onlookers from the Wei family were left in shock. They exchanged glances, hardly able to believe their ears. The Duchess, known for her grace and virtue, could resort to such base language? Had her daughter's beating driven her to madness? Or was her heart inherently wicked? The crowd began to re-evaluate the image of the Duchess. Silence her at once. Wei Liuhua, seething with rage, unleashed a surge of energy that struck Feng Yunrong's throat. Rendering her speechless, Yu Wuhan halted her whipping, stepping forward to address the gathering with a commanding voice. As her words fell, a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. The Wei family, numerous in their ranks, were not all mere sycophants of Feng Yunrong and her husband. Many were hearing of these grievances for the first time. Left utterly astounded, second uncle, have you brought the evidence from last night? Indeed, at Wei Liuhua's command, the members of the second house brought forth the torturous implements and the grievously injured culprits from the previous night. Yu Wuhan recounted the events that transpired, leading to a renewed wave of astonished chatter among the onlookers. The usually virtuous Duchess of Wei had indeed committed such despicable acts. The injured Sakura, dazed and sprawled on the ground, weakly protested, "No, it is not true. The little waste is slandering us. We have done no wrong." Wei Xinxin, step forward. Yu Wuhan called out, summoning her trembling half-cousin from the crowd. State publicly what you told me before. Yu Wuhan's icy gaze sent shivers down Wei Xinxin's spine. Understanding the unspoken threat, she realized that one falsehood could lead to her demise that very day. Yet, revealing the truth would likely lead to her death at the hands of Feng Yunrong and Wei Mingyu afterward. Caught between a rock and a hard place, she resolved to buy herself a little more time. With a steely determination, Wei Xinxin began to recount the collusion between Feng Yunrong and Sakura in vivid detail, including the times, places and individuals involved, even more thoroughly than when she had spoken to Yu Wuhan. How astute, Yu Wuhan mused inwardly. What? Is this truly the case? The Wei family was left in stunned disbelief. If others had accused Feng Yunrong, some might have remained skeptical, but Wei Xinxin, who had always been a sycophant to her legitimate mother, suddenly turning against her revealed secrets, was likely to be truthful. The Duchess is truly shameless. Many began to despise Feng Yunrong, their perceptions of her plummeting further as they recalled the treacherous wind-based elemental techniques of the Feng family. However, there were still sycophants in Feng Yunrong's camp, attempting to incite the crowd. Without concrete evidence, how can you expect us to believe your one-sided claims? It appears you from the second house are merely seeking to usurp the Duke's title, colluding with that despicable little waste to frame the eldest house. Indeed, the Duke and Duchess are known for their kindness, and the eldest daughter is a paragon of virtue. How could they possibly commit the acts you accuse them of? Yu Wuhan snorted coldly, offering no further words. Instead, she summoned a young member of the second house, instructing him to go to the mercenary guild to find the alchemist Chang Tuesday, the estate's physician. Chang Da and his daughter Chang Shaocan currently resided near Chang Tuesday. Before long, Chang Da arrived hastily with his daughter. The Duke slaughtered numerous maids and servants that day, their bodies discarded in the western cemetery. I can lead you there. Chang Da recounted the events of that night, omitting any mention of Yu Wuhan's poisoning but stating that it was merely a dispute in which Yu Wuhan retaliated successfully. With tears in her eyes, Chang Shaocan said, I have always served in the ladies' courtyard, diligent and loyal, yet to avoid embarrassment, the Duke and Duchess sought to eliminate all of us servants. What kind of masters are they? Who dares to claim they are benevolent? I will fight anyone who says so. Fortunately, Miss Wuhan did not hold a grudge against me for my past rudeness and kindly saved my life. She is the true good person. Chang Xiaocan's testimony, along with Chang Da's, who had a relatively good reputation within the estate, deepened the conviction of the crowd regarding the misdeeds of Wei Peng's family. Knowing that Wei Xinxin and Chang Shaocan had previously clashed with Yu Wuhan, their willingness to speak out against the Duke's family left no room for doubt. Yu Wuhan declared, if you wish to uncover irrefutable evidence, that is easily achievable. Whatever you seek can be found. Those who engage in wicked deeds ultimately reap the consequences of their actions. The seeds of malice sown by Wei Peng and Feng Yunrong will eventually bear fruit. Do any of you have further words to say? They had not anticipated the sharpness of Yu Wuhan's gaze. Hidden among the crowd, they were all swiftly identified, and they fell silent. Wei Liuhua raised his voice. This child has suffered under the Long family since her youth. Had it not been for her extraordinary talent, she might have perished at the hands of that vile Wei Peng long ago. From today onward, I, Wei Liuhua, declare her a member of our second house. She shall henceforth be my beloved granddaughter. Anyone who dares to bully her will answer to me. Thank you, second uncle. Yu Wuhan bowed respectfully before Wei Liuhua. Deeply grateful for his profound kindness, she had come to regard him as family in her heart. In his capacity as an elder, Wei Liuhua commanded that Wei Peng and his wife receive a sound thrashing as punishment. As they pushed open the door to the room, they were met with the sight of a figure seated within, clad in a jet-black robe, his face resembling cold jade, strikingly handsome, none other than Mo Yanzhou. What brings you here? Do you seek me for something? Having seen him just the previous night, Yu Wuhan was reminded of their ambiguous encounter at the inn. How embarrassing! Yet she heard Mo Yanzhou say, those who have wronged you have been dealt with. I have ordered their incapacitation. Who? Those who sought to bully you. Since they chose not to perform good deeds, there is no need to spare their manhood. Yu Wuhan understood. This elder brother had castrated that group of guards? Did Feather inform you? Last night, Yu Wuhan had not allowed Feather to intervene. My own eyes are sufficient. Mo Yanzhou's tone was cold, his expression displeased. A hint of anger simmering beneath the surface. The very thought that anyone would employ such vile instruments against Yu Wuhan infuriated him. Had it not been for the sheer incompetence of Sakura and her ilk, whom he regarded as mere trash, he would have intervened long ago to dispense punishment, never allowing them to approach Yu Wuhan. Moreover, he had afforded her the opportunity to exact her own revenge. Yet, he was now filled with pent-up fury, seeking an outlet for his wrath. The moonless night flickered as it blinked. So you were here all along last night. Were you worried about my safety? Protecting me? Mo Yanzhou remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her words. A warm feeling enveloped Yu Wuhan's heart. She had not anticipated that he would quietly watch over her in such a manner. Brother, are you tired? Perhaps you should take a nap. I can make you some tea, she thought to herself. He likely hadn't slept a wink throughout the night, and a bit of rest would do him good. Ah, sister is indeed considerate, she mused. Yu Wuhan had always been independent, rarely caring for others. Finding herself being gentle for once made her admire her own tenderness. Upon hearing her words, Mo Yanzhou slightly furrowed his brow. Momentarily setting aside his previous irritation, very well, I shall rest. He brushed the dust off the bed and lay down on Yu Wuhan's small bed, his tall figure occupying the entire space and the gentle glow of the room. His handsome features appeared softer than usual, devoid of their typical coldness. He closed his eyes, revealing his beautifully long dark lashes. Yu Wuhan gently covered him with a blanket, being cautious, yet Mo Yanzhou seized her hand in response. I feel a bit uncomfortable. Could you assist me in examining my condition? At his request, Yu Wuhan quickly concentrated her vision, observing the flow of his meridians and the state of the toxins within. Had the toxins spread? This man had drained her blood last night. Surely there would be no aftereffects, would there? After a thorough examination, she found nothing unusual. The state of the toxins remained largely the same. Do you feel pain, or is it something else? She was not a physician, merely able to observe elemental flows. Fearing that Mo Yanzhou might be experiencing health issues, Mo Yanzhou tightened his grip on her hand, drawing her closer to his chest. Here, it hurts a bit. Yu Wuhan found herself awkwardly positioned against his chest, overwhelmed by his unique, faintly bitter masculine scent. Chapter 92. Reporting the incident unintentionally, Yu Wuhan recalled the events of the previous night. The two of them biting each other, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly admonished herself to remain calm. Really, what was there to be shy about? After all, she was a formidable person. Where does it hurt? She steadied herself, lifting her head to continue her observation. Mo Yanzhou guided her hand to his chest. Here, Yu Wuhan focused on the condition of his chest's meridians. Within the texture, there was a healthy flow of blood elements alongside the faint presence of toxins. Much like before. There were no significant changes. Why would there be pain all of a sudden? It hurts here too. Mo Yanzhou let her hand to his shoulder next, then to his arm, neck, abdomen and head. Essentially, everywhere seemed to be in pain. Yu Wuhan felt a sense of urgency. Perhaps we should summon Changde to take a look. After all, he is a qualified physician and far more capable than I am at merely relying on sight. What if my blood truly caused him discomfort? No need, Mo Yanzhou immediately refused. There are exceptional healers by my side. External assistance is unnecessary. It is nothing serious. Let me rest quietly for a while. He closed his eyes and ceased speaking, soon breathing evenly as if he had fallen asleep. Yu Wuhan remained tethered to him, lying against his chest. Her position felt somewhat stiff, yet she dared not move for fear of disturbing his slumber. He appeared rather fatigued. Had he not rested well last night? After all, he had been guarding her in secret. Yu Wuhan contemplated getting up, as remaining in such a position was tiring. However, as she made the slightest movement, Mo Yanzhou's brow furrowed slightly in his sleep, letting out a faint sigh, revealing his weariness. Quickly, Yu Wuhan froze in place. Sigh, never mind, sister shall stay still. Brother, please do have a good sleep. She decided to shift her lower body onto the bed, finding a small space by the edge, and lay down carefully, finally achieving a more comfortable position. Mo Yanzhou's breathing grew deeper and more rhythmic, gradually lulling Yu Wuhan into drowsiness as well, unbeknownst to her. She drifted off to sleep when she breathed deeply. The sleeping Mo Yanzhou suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze clear, revealing that he had never truly rested, lowering his gaze to see Yu Wuhan's peaceful sleeping face. A faint smile crept onto his lips. That I am not in pain anywhere. I merely wish to rest for a while. Holding you. He gently turned over, pulling Yu Wuhan closer, wrapping her in his embrace, and then drew the blanket over them. The faint fragrance of the girl enveloped him, bringing him a sense of serenity. It felt as though merely inhaling her essence could alleviate the rampant toxins within him. What exactly was the relationship between the master and the new master? Feather, do not look. Mo Yanzhou transmitted his thoughts silently. His tone stern. Feather promptly averted her gaze, focusing solely on her duty of vigilance. Her mind was simple. She would not waste mental energy on other matters, choosing to disregard the affairs of the two masters. The shadows in the room shifted quietly, time remained tranquil, and the years stretched on. This moment of peace seemed as though it could last into eternity, serene and everlasting. In the palace of Chu, within Hellion House chambers, chaos reigned. Castration had turned him into a eunuch. In the Tianzi continent, some nations held the position of eunuchs, while others did not. The Chu kingdom was among those that did not. when the ancestors of the Hellion clan ascended the throne, they decreed that no male could be castrated and enter the palace. Demonstrating their compassion, Wei Liuhua, this old scoundrel, dared to openly oppose this palace. Hellion Hao was furious. Although these unfortunate guards were not from his palace, but from another, it only added to the trouble. It meant that others would know he had been humiliated by Yu Wuhan. And he could not even contain the news. His dignity was in tatters. Hellion Hao would not let this insult slide. Come, assemble the troops. We shall visit the Wei family mansion. He intended to confront them directly. Upon hearing the news, Yun Guifei, hastily dressed, intercepted Hellion Hao's entourage. Hauer, please heed your mother's advice. You must not go now. Why must I not go? Am I, a prince of the realm, a disciple of the sacred lord? To fear that old scoundrel Wei Liuhua. Perhaps he is merely attempting to provoke you, having laid out a trap for you to fall into. You are powerful, of course you need not fear their schemes. But if you go, others may assume you have been ensnared, which would tarnish your reputation. Indeed, I must not fall into their trap. He absolutely would not admit to feeling guilty. Yun Guifei continued. I have already dispatched someone to inform your father. Wei Liuhua, as a master of the Yuanzun level, disdains the royal family, and it is only right that the court punishes him. I implore your father to send a Yuanzun to hold him accountable. However, you are soon to set off for the sacred land. Do not let trivial matters trouble your mind. Hearing this, Hellion Hao nodded. Mother's words are wise. I cannot take matters into my own hands. It is best to let the court handle it. For now I shall endure. Let the masters of Yuanzun deal with Wei Liuhua. Sending a few more should suffice to capture him. Hellion Hao resolved to bide his time behind the Yuanzun masters. However, Yu Wuhan would not be spared. Hellion Hao's expression darkened at the mere mention of her name. His teeth gritted. Of course. Yun Guifei summoned Ingse, inquiring about Yu Wuhan's situation. Your Highness, that little waste has taken refuge in the Wei family's second branch. She boldly claims that with Wei Liuhua present, not even the third prince or his majesty can do anything to her. She even said that the third prince is searching for her everywhere. Yet like a fool, he cannot even catch a glimpse of her shadow. Thankfully, she did not marry the third prince. Otherwise she would have been driven to foolishness. Ingse's complexion was pale, her body weak. Yet she appeared particularly spirited when reporting the grievances. She embellished her tale, concluding that little waste intends to marry several men as her husbands, then have the third prince serve her as a concubine. Washing her feet and holding her chamber pot. Chapter 93. Not to be provoked enough, Hellion Hao bellowed furiously. He fixed his gaze on Ingse, his chest heaving with anger, nearly losing control and striking someone before his mother. This maid was becoming increasingly foolish. With so many people in the palace, how could she dare to utter such insulting words, risking them being spread and making others laugh at him? Hellion Hao. For being belittled by Yu Wuhan? Your Highness, I merely repeated her words. There were many more offensive things said, but I dare not speak them. Ingse was aware she had touched a sore spot. Yet she feared that Hellion Hao would not act against Yu Wuhan, thus leaving her unable to exact her revenge. Silence. Go and rest. Hellion Hao worried that Ingse might also reveal the matter of his lost medicinal cauldron. After all, many had witnessed him triumphantly purchasing the cauldron at the Fengyu auction house. He could not bear the thought of it being known that he had lost it, for that would be a disgrace he could not endure. Had Ingse mentioned the cauldron directly, rather than referring to it as a precious item, he might have lost his temper and killed her on the spot. Yun Guifei gently advised her son. Having noticed that since he had become a disciple of the sacred lord, his temper had grown increasingly volatile. However, that little waste will meet her end sooner or later. Why must you be angry over her? Come, let your mother show you the luggage I have prepared for you. I have added a few valuable and exquisite pieces of jewelry for you to take to the sacred land, which you can casually gift to the attendants there, earning yourself some goodwill. She led Hellion Hao to inspect the luggage, instructing others to take care of Ingse. As for the unfortunate guards who had been castrated, they could only be sent to the palace physician for treatment. In a short time, the news spread throughout the palace, creating quite a stir, with many curious onlookers flocking to the physician to see if the guards were alive or dead. By the afternoon, the palace was rife with sarcastic remarks, and the rumors reached Hellion Hao's ears, causing him to become restless. He retrieved the treasures bestowed upon him by the emperor. The emperor had already given orders to two esteemed Yuanzun masters in the capital, requesting their assistance in holding Wei Liuhua accountable. However, it was not easy to summon Yuanzun masters, as they would not act immediately. With the meeting scheduled for the following day, Hellion Hao wished to present gifts to the two masters in advance, urging them to ensure that Wei Liuhua faced justice without leniency. After carefully selecting several extraordinarily precious crystal weapons and some gold and silver from the treasures, he discreetly sent them to the residences of the two esteemed masters. One of the Yuanzun masters was Ouyang Pingzhen from the Ouyang Duke's residence, one of the three great noble houses of Chujing, who had only inherited his title last year. He was notorious in the capital for being someone who recognized only money. Upon receiving the emperor's command, the Ouyang Duke was initially reluctant to get involved but agreed out of regard for appearances. However, upon receiving Helianhao's gifts in the afternoon, he became more than willing. Helianhao's generosity in gift-giving pleased the Ouyang Duke greatly, prompting him to indulge in a leisurely evening out. As the sun set, he visited a well-known gambling den frequented by the nobility and later decided to enjoy some drinks at a renowned tavern. Inside the tavern there was a stage where beautiful women sang, surrounded by tables filled with patrons. Most of the drinkers were engaged in lively discussions about the day's sensational news, how the Wei family had castrated a palace guard. Each person spoke with enthusiasm, as if they had witnessed the event firsthand. The second elder of the Wei family was particularly formidable. The palace guards were no match for him, and with a mere flick of his fingers, their body parts would come tumbling down. Some mistakenly attributed the credit for incapacitating the guards to Wei Liuhua. After all, how could a Yuanzhu not be powerful? Defeating a guard was secondary. He did not even regard the palace as worthy of his attention. Some admired Wei Liuhua's might, speculating whether the second elder of the Wei family had already reached the pinnacle of Yuanzun status and was on the verge of breaking into Yuanzong. Perhaps he would be the first in our Chu country, given that we currently have no Yuanzong. As Ouyang Pingzhen sat there drinking, he couldn't help but let out a cold sneer upon hearing these nonsensical discussions. Since his youth, he had looked down upon Wei Liuhua's crudeness, yet Wei Liuhua always seemed to advance ahead of him, which left him feeling quite disgruntled, unable to restrain himself from the praises being heaped upon Wei Liuhua. He retorted, "What pinnacle master are you speaking of? He is merely an 8-star. 8 stars are not far from the 9-star pinnacle," Ouyang Pingzhen stated. "He is far from Yuanzong." A patron chimed in. "How do you know he is far off? Are you stronger than him?" Having indulged in some drinks and feeling a bit tipsy, Ouyang Pingzhen blurted out, "Of course I am stronger than him." Laughter erupted among the patrons. In a fit of anger, Ouyang Pingzhen released Yuanzun-level energy, causing a wave of people to topple over. "I am indeed powerful. 100 times more formidable than that old Liuhua. He can only submit before me." In a moment of bravado, Ouyang Pingzhen leaped onto the table, challenging everyone present. The patrons were taken aback, realizing he was indeed the Ouyang Duke. "Oh, it truly is him. Everyone run. Don't provoke him." Those who had fallen scrambled to their feet. Bruised but silent, retreating like a tide, Ouyang Pingzhen laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph, and downed another jug of wine, becoming even more intoxicated. "Perhaps the second elder of the Wei family is stronger in some aspects. But when it comes to bullying those of lower status, he pales in comparison to me." Amidst the chaos, a clear, cold voice pierced through the surrounding noise, laden with sarcasm, startling the patrons. "Who dares to openly mock the Ouyang Duke?" They wondered, "Doesn't she know that besides his love for money, he enjoys flaunting his power over the weak?" Turning towards the source of the voice, they beheld a young girl cloaked in a blue scarf, standing in a corner, gazing coldly at Ouyang Pingzhen. Her bright eyes gleamed with a sharpness that sent shivers down spines, and her elegantly arched brows resembled a poised sword, with a slight bow of her head. She carried a slender blade on her back, her tall and lean stature exuding an aura that clearly signaled she was not to be trifled with. Indeed, who would dare challenge a Yuanzun in public? Such audacity was rare. The patrons whispered amongst themselves, anxious for the girl. "Who are you to speak so insolently? Are you seeking death?" Ouyang Pingzhen demanded, flanked by his disciple Yang Rong, a 2-star master who often accompanied his mentor to intimidate others. Upon seeing a young girl speaking out, Yang Rong felt a surge of disdain and questioned her rudely. The girl in the blue scarf was none other than Yu Wuhan. After a day spent tending to the slumber of Mo Yanzhou, she felt quite invigorated and decided to meet her teammates after sending him away. Zhu Dazhong and the others were nearby, but she had not instructed them to rise. Ignoring Yang Rong's inquiry, Yu Wuhan merely cast a fleeting glance at him with her dark eyes. She detested those who abused their power to bully others. Had it been Ouyang Pingzhen questioning her, she might have engaged in conversation. "Who are you to disrespect my master?" Yang Rong, feeling overlooked, grew furious and repeated his question loudly. As Yu Wuhan approached their table, the crowd instinctively parted ways, sensing the potential danger of a Yuanzun's wrath. The patrons thought, "This girl is no ordinary person." Yang Rong, feeling insulted by her indifference, activated his Yuan power, unleashing a torrent of energy toward Yu Wuhan's slender form, believing her to be an easy target. However, beneath the blue scarf, Yu Wuhan's lips curled into a cold smile. Harnessing the power of her magical wrist guard, she summoned a barrier of yuan energy around herself, transforming the six-star master's power to that of a great master. Effortlessly blocking Yang Rong's attack. A soft sound echoed in the air as their energies clashed, and the surrounding patrons could see that they had exchanged blows. Q? Yang Rong exclaimed in shock that he had underestimated Yu Wuhan, believing her to be just an ordinary fighter, only to discover she could contend with him in yuan energy. Determined not to be outdone, he prepared to unleash his most potent technique, a series of deadly ice shards aimed at her vital points, while simultaneously conjuring a freezing spell to immobilize her. You fool seeking death! Yu Wuhan's anger flared after a mere spat of words. He dared to attack her repeatedly. What venomous intent! Such a malicious individual would ultimately meet their demise. Her eyes narrowed, glinting with cold light swiftly. She summoned a cocoon-like barrier around herself, while simultaneously conjuring a ring of flames that encircled her as Yang Rong's ice-based attack approached. It was instantly incinerated by her fiery barrier. In mere moments, the patrons were left bewildered, some even mistaking her actions for mere play with fire. Remarkable. She controlled the flames to avoid collateral damage. Observant patrons noted her restraint. Ouyang Pingjin, initially engrossed in his display of bravado, was finally drawn to the scene. In Chujing, few dared to confront his disciple openly, let alone succeed. Fixing his gaze on Yu Wuhan, he recognized the magical wrist guard she wore. Isn't that the magical artifact of the Eastern King? Su Shou. Yu Wuhan, having dismissed Yang Rong, turned to Ouyang Pingjin. What did you say? That the second elder of the Wei family is inferior to you? What audacity! Where do you find the gall to speak such shameless words? Who are you to speak to me like that? Ouyang Pingjin's anger flared. The young rascal insults you. Yang Rong interjects loudly, eager to join in cursing at the master. However, to his surprise, he inadvertently ends up berating the master instead. Ouyang Guogong, fuming, retorts, "Get lost. You're the real rascal." This was not intended as an insult to the master. Yang Rong was seething with anger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In a brief moment, Yu Wuhan had humiliated him 6 times. She ignored him thrice, clashed with his energy once, neutralized his technique once, and turned his insults back on the master. A deep-seated grudge. Master, allow me to avenge you. Today, I shall bring this rascal down and make her kneel before you in disgrace. Yang Rong solemnly bowed to the master, seeking permission to fight. The previous 2 mishaps were mere accidents. This time, he vowed to crush Yu Wuhan with sheer power. A cunning glint flashed in Yu Wuhan's eyes. I was waiting for you to say that. Before Ouyang Guogong could respond, she scoffed. You wish to challenge me? Ouyang, the old fool, has no skill of his own, relying solely on bullying the weak to make a name for himself. As his disciple, you can only be weaker, so kindly spare us the embarrassment. This statement not only ignited Yang Rong's fury but also provoked Ouyang Guogong. Disciple, go and show her your might. Chapter 95, How Shameless. Yang Rong immediately declared, Master, rest assured, I shall not allow this little rascal to be so arrogant. As he spoke, the wary patrons of the tavern hastily cleared a significant space around them, preparing for the impending clash. Yet, Yu Wuhan surveyed the chaotic scene filled with overturned cups and plates, smirking mockingly. Are we to fight here? There's hardly room to maneuver. What if you trip over a table? Would you say I struck you or not? At your age, I cannot take advantage of your clumsiness. Yang Rong was incensed beyond measure. He was barely over 40, often priding himself on his handsome demeanor and charm, frequently mingling with female cultivators. And yet here he was publicly belittled by Yu Wuhan for being old. How absurd! You will pay for this. He unleashed a powerful gust of energy, charging toward Yu Wuhan. She deftly sidestepped his onslaught, choosing not to engage directly. Although she was weaker than Yang Rong, the enchanted gauntlets amplified her energy significantly, allowing her to execute a swift maneuver that propelled her aside, effortlessly evading his full force strike. You at your age should have some shame. If you wish to compete, draw a line. Flailing about like a madman is hardly the mark of a hero. Bullying a young girl. Yu Wuhan leaped onto a nearby table, her voice ringing out. In truth, Yang Rong was furious, desperate to eliminate Yu Wuhan in one blow. But her taunt forced him to halt. He still wished to maintain his reputation among the beauties of Chujing. How could he afford to be labeled as a bully? Then tell me, how shall we compete? He sneered, fixing his gaze on Yu Wuhan. I, Yang Rong, am always fair. You may set the terms. That he believed that no matter how the competition unfolded, he would emerge victorious against a mere girl. Yu Wuhan leisurely suggested, shall we compare weapons? Yang Rong promptly drew his gem-encrusted sword from his waist. Very well, let us duel with swords. No, no, no. I haven't finished speaking that I meant to ask, shall we compare weapons? Martial skills or something else? Why are you so hasty to draw your sword? I do not wish to compete in swordsmanship. I concede in that regard. Yang Rong chuckled. My swordsmanship is unparalleled in the capital. You are wise to recognize your inferiority. You might as well admit defeat and kneel to apologize, and perhaps I will consider sparing you. Nen, your swordplay may be unique, but what else do you excel in? Let us compete and see. Humph, then what shall we compare? I still yield to you. Yang Rong thought Yu Wuhan was conceding his superiority in swordsmanship and felt his anger dissipate somewhat, allowing him to adopt a more gallant demeanor while inviting her to choose the contest. Little did he know the surrounding patrons were snickering, casting him strange glances. Yang Rong, oblivious, glared around. What are you all laughing at? The patrons struggled to contain their amusement, and his earnest demeanor only made them chuckle harder. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, haha, swordsmanship indeed. So shameless. You little rascal dared to insult me. He could no longer restrain himself and lunged at Yu Wuhan. However, she had already lightly hopped onto the center stage. The singing maidens had long since retreated, leaving the stage empty. What's the rush? Come over here to fight, Yu Wuhan beckoned from the stage. Yang Rong leaped forward, ready for combat. Yu Wuhan smiled. Since this is a competition, we must establish a wager for the outcome. Are you willing to participate? What is there to fear? If you lose to me, you must shout 3 times that my master is a useless fool, weaker than the second elder of the Wei family. Do you dare? Yang Rong was incensed. He hadn't expected Yu Wuhan to forego a request for wealth, instead demanding such a humiliating admission. Humph, do not harbor illusions. You cannot defeat me. Winning is one thing, but do you dare accept this wager? Yu Wuhan inquired with a smile. Or are you feeling insecure, convinced of your inevitable defeat? I will certainly not lose. But Yang Rong hesitated to wager his master's reputation. Ouyang Guogong could no longer tolerate his foolish disciple being so easily manipulated. That girl, what is your connection to the second elder of the Wei family? Why do you defend him? He demanded of Yu Wuhan. Regardless of whether I am defending him, do you accept this wager? Yu Wuhan pressed. Ouyang Guogong scoffed. What is there to fear? You are merely relying on Su Lauer's enchanted gauntlets. Lacking genuine strength, Yu Wuhan promptly removed the gauntlets and tucked them away. That I shall defeat your disciple without them. With the stakes laid bare, if Ouyang and his disciple continued to dither, their cowardice would soon become the talk of Chujing. Ouyang Guogong bellowed, disciple, accept her terms. That girl may wear enchanted gear, but watch how my disciple handles her. No need, no need. If your disciple is so weak, it would be unfair for me to wear enchanted gear against him. Yang Rong, seething with rage, retorted, rascal, should you lose, you must kneel and bow 100 times, then march into the street to shout, the second elder of the Wei family is a rascal. For 3 hours. No problem, Yu Wuhan replied, making an okay gesture. She gracefully leaped to one side of the stage, striking a pose. Shall we compare martial skills? Excellent. Yang Rong grinned maliciously. Without her enchanted gear, even without comparing energy techniques, competing in martial skills would be futile. As a grandmaster, he could hardly lose to a girl devoid of energy fluctuations. He assumed her lack of visible power indicated she was a low-level practitioner, just stepping into the ranks of 1-star or 2-star masters. He would show her how to defeat her in a single move. Poised for action, he bent low, ready to pounce. Wait! Yu Wuhan called out. Yang Rong stumbled, nearly pulling a muscle. Infuriated, he shouted, what now, you little rascal? What are you waiting for? Are we fighting or not? Yu Wuhan frowned. You're too hasty. What's the rush? Our wager is set, but the stakes for the audience are not yet determined. She raised her voice to the crowd. Esteemed patrons, travelers from the south and north, tearful souls upon my pillow, when watching a duel, who does not place a bet? Come, come, let us wager. Will I win or will he? Chapter 96. Can you show some respect? The surrounding patrons were taken aback. What was happening? In this tense atmosphere of impending violence, how could this girl be so relaxed, inviting everyone to place bets? Surely, she was not local, unaware of the formidable reputation of Ouyang and his disciple? Yet, if she were not local, how could she know to call him Yang the old fool? And how did she possess Su Shou's enchanted gauntlets? Everything felt so peculiar. The entire tavern filled with patrons exchanged glances, none daring to step forward to place a wager. In such a situation, they feared that making a bet would invoke the wrath of Ouyang and his disciple, a risk not worth taking. So, none of you wish to show respect? Is it because you all believe I will win, and thus don't dare to participate, fearing Ouyang the old fool may retaliate against you if he loses too badly? Yu Wuhan waved her hands energetically, patiently encouraging the crowd, don't think that way. In truth, owing the old fool's discipless into that useless, there is still a chance he might win. Why not symbolically place a bet on his victory to give him some face? Oh dear! The patrons were left bewildered. Was this girl truly naive? Who would confidently bet on her victory? If anyone were to wager, it would surely be against her. Her self-assurance seemed excessively misplaced. Below, the mercenaries Zhu Dazue and Cher were captivated by the spectacle of Yu Wuhan taunting his enemies, their expressions animated with excitement. Beside them stood the stern director Bingling, along with the shield-bearing youth who had been coerced into joining Yu Wuhan's team. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Dazue and Cher exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, "We place a bet. 100 silver coins." Yu Wuhan with a smile inquired, "Whom do you wager will win?" "Of course we bet on you." They replied, "Oh, come now, show some decorum. Each of you should bet on a different contender." "If you please," Zhu Dazue and Cher displayed expressions of great reluctance. "You should bet on that Lilin," Zhu Dazue insisted. "Not a chance, you place your bet." The two continued to bicker, much to the annoyance of Yang Rong, who addressed the crowd. "Is there anyone else unwilling to bet on my victory? Step forward." He then approached the edge of the stage and tossed a full pouch of coins beneath it, joining the wager by betting on himself to win. This prompted all the patrons to participate, with some wagering on Yang Rong's victory and others on Yu Wuhan's. The tavern keeper dispatched staff to maintain order, recording amounts and distributing bets. After a considerable commotion, they finally accounted for all participants. Ultimately, it was revealed that the majority had bet on Yang Rong, approximately 4/5, while only a handful had wagered on Yu Wuhan. Once positioned again on the contest stage, Yang Rong's demeanor appeared significantly more favorable, exuding a sense of pride. It seemed that the spectators were well aware of their strengths. A cruel smile crept onto his face as he thought, "Little brat, I will grant you one last chance to withdraw. Should you insist on facing me, do not lament if you find yourself injured." Yu Wuhan stood on the opposite side of the stage, smiling, his face obscured by a blue scarf, his eyes sparkling with mirth, entirely unperturbed. "Come now, let us begin. Enough with the idle chatter." Yang Rong, infuriated, exclaimed, "Who is it that is stalling? Is it not you, little brat? Make your move." He could no longer contain himself. Yu Wuhan suggested, "Let us count to 3 together and strike simultaneously. Is that fair?" "All right." The two began to shout in unison. 1, 2, 3. As the crowd held their breath, Yu Wuhan and Yang Rong leapt into action simultaneously. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yang Rong charged towards Yu Wuhan, while Yu Wuhan astonishingly leaped off the stage as if fleeing from Yang Rong's attack. This left the onlookers bewildered. Was this really how a duel was conducted? Why flee at the first encounter? Those who had bet on Yu Wuhan's victory had hoped for an upset, but upon witnessing the unfolding events, they stomped their feet in dismay. Alas, our money was wasted. A complete loss. Yet, just as the spectators believed the duel to be devoid of suspense, Yang Rong suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream mid-air and crashed to the ground. Thud! The impact was severe, causing the audience's hearts to tighten in alarm. Good heavens, he hasn't died, has he? They peered closer, only to see that the once furious Yang Rong was now unrecognizable, sprawled out on the ground with his face pressed down. Judging by the degree of contact between his face and the ground, it seemed his nose might have been broken. What transpired? Did I doze off? Why did I see nothing? I didn't see either. I only noticed Yang Rong leap and then suddenly fall. Was it that girl who struck him? It appears not. She fled from the start and never engaged him. The audience was deeply perplexed, and they searched forward to discern the truth, according to the rules of the competition. The first to leave the stage was declared the loser. What is this? I haven't even made my move, yet you've done this to yourself? A bystander remarked, leaning down to inspect Yang Rong with a look of confusion. As Yang Rong lay on the ground, unable to rise, he overheard Yu Wuhan's concerned inquiry, which only fueled his rage. "Little brat, what sorcery did you employ to make my blood surge, causing me to collapse from the air?" At that moment, his blood felt stagnant, cold and stiff, rendering him utterly miserable. He struggled to circulate his energy to adjust his blood flow but found a chilling force obstructing his efforts, with a piercing pain in his dantian. Ugh! He could scarcely utter a word, only managing a few strained sounds. "What's wrong with you?" Ouyang Guogong leapt forward, his voice laced with anger directed at his disciple. "This is utterly disgraceful. Why can't you conduct a proper duel? Why did you fall without even striking?" Yu Wuhan, feigning concern, asked, "Ouyang, old man, can your disciple still fight? Look, I haven't even moved, and he is already cowering on the ground. Truly pitiful." "Enough! My disciple must have suddenly fallen ill." It is not due to fear of you. Ouyang Guogong retorted angrily. Very well, if he is not afraid, how shall we reckon this duel's outcome? He has fallen in such a splendid manner. Let us just declare him the victor. Yu Wuhan replied, exasperating Ouyang Guogong further. Are you seeking death? He exclaimed, furious. Yu Wuhan leaped down from the stage. Do not be angry, old man. Let this duel count as my loss, just do not resort to silencing me. Little brat, who intends to silence you? Ouyang Guogong snapped, his anger awakening him fully. The mention of silencing drew a chorus of hisses from the patrons, directed at Ouyang Guogong. Chapter 97. The offering elder. The crowd perceived the outcome as Yang Rong simply collapsing. Thus he had indeed lost the duel. Had he fallen ill suddenly? It had never been mentioned before that Yang Rong was unwell. Could this be an excuse? Was Ouyang Guogong enraged and threatening to eliminate the girl who had won the duel? Such tyranny! In a duel, one must either win or lose, right? As the hisses grew louder, Ouyang Guogong shouted, what are you all clamoring about? Do you think this duke would cheat you out of a fair outcome? If you would not cheat, then why not admit your disciple lost? Zhu Dazue led the charge, shouting. Indeed, he was clearly outmatched, having been knocked to the ground from the onset, and yet you claim he fell ill. By that logic, anyone who loses a duel could just claim illness as an excuse, right? Ha ha! Cher chimed in mockingly, with Zhu Dazue and Cher setting the tone. Other patrons joined in the chorus of laughter and shouts. Even those who had wagered on Yang Rong's victory were unwilling to back down. I fear not losing money. We bet on fairness. What sort of skill is it to lose and then make excuses? Yu Wuhan sighed amidst the crowd, lamenting, had I known it would come to this, I might have let him fall more slowly, allowing everyone to witness clearly and avoid this dispute. What is there to dispute? He fell, you stood. Naturally you are the victor, someone proclaimed. Thus, amid the clamoring of the crowd, everyone acknowledged the result. Yu Wuhan emerged victorious. Meanwhile, Yang Rong remained on the ground, blood surging chaotically within him, unable to explain the situation. Even if he could explain, what would he say? That Yu Wuhan had used sorcery to harm him? That would only imply Yu Wuhan was more capable than he. Otherwise, why was it not Yu Wuhan who was injured? In short, he lay motionless, utterly humiliated. Humph! A bunch of obstinate fools. Ouyang Guogong scoffed, lifting his disciple as his yuan force radiated outward, pushing away a large swath of the raucous onlookers. Yu Wuhan stood tall amidst the fallen crowd. Barely managing to withstand the onslaught with the aid of her bracers, she smirked derisively. What's the matter, Ouyang old man? Can't you handle a loss? Remember the wager we agreed upon. If your disciple loses, he must shout thrice, my master is a useless fool, and that he is inferior to the second elder of the Wei family. Have you forgotten? Are you really going to whisk your disciple away? Ouyang Guogong retorted angrily, who are you to speak on behalf of Wei Liuhua? What does it matter whom I represent? Does this concern your incompetence? Yu Wuhan replied with a tone that was far from polite, causing the surrounding spectators to worry for her safety. After all, Ouyang Guogong held his pride dearly, and what might happen if he were to lash out in anger? Yet, Yu Wuhan was hardly concerned. Just moments ago, she had spotted two maidservants beside Si Kongyu in the crowd. Clearly, they had hurried over upon hearing the commotion in the tavern. With their presence, Yu Wuhan felt emboldened to speak more freely. Indeed, just as Ouyang Guogong was about to erupt in rage, the two maidservants from Si Kongyu, their skirts billowing, gracefully navigated through the throng and swiftly approached Yu Wuhan. Ouyang Guogong, we are the maidservants of young Master Si Kong. Here to extend our greetings on his behalf. We heard that our master's friend was engaged in a duel with your disciple. We were curious about the outcome. The maidservants smiled charmingly, their presence captivating, and before they had even finished speaking, several men in the tavern felt weak in the knees. The fame of Si Kongyu's maidservants was indeed well-deserved. Ouyang Guogong, taken aback, scrutinized Yu Wuhan again. This girl was connected to Su Shou and Wei Liuhua, and now representatives from the Fengyu merchants were here? Who exactly was she? Are you here to back her? Ouyang Guogong's expression darkened. The maidservants replied with a smile. Not at all, we merely came to check on our friend's well-being. Should anything arise, our master will follow shortly. Their words, neither soft nor harsh, diffused the tension with an underlying threat. Should you dare to bully our own, our master will not take it lightly. Ouyang Guogong huffed, your friend is unharmed. It is my disciple who has fallen ill. Is it an illness? A maid promptly approached the entrance of the tavern, inviting an individual inside. This gentleman happened to be an esteemed elder from the Alchemist Guild, who was passing through the area. It was suggested that he take a moment to examine Mr. Yang Rong's condition. An elderly man, unremarkable in appearance and modestly dressed, stepped forward with a casual gesture. He seized Yang Rong from the hands of Duke Ouyang, and with a swift motion, he assessed Yang Rong's condition. There was no illness. Rather, it was merely a blockage in the flow of vital energy, and a disarray of internal power. He recommended that Yang Rong sit in meditation for an hour to rectify the situation. A chorus of jeers erupted around them. No illness. It was indeed a convenient excuse. If one experienced a blockage in vital energy and a chaotic internal force during a competition, did it not imply a flaw in their martial arts? Clearly, he had lost, leaving no room for rebuttal. Duke Ouyang, filled with rage, exclaimed, "How can you declare my disciple to be unwell with just a touch?" The elder, however, lowered his gaze and remained silent, resembling a meditative monk. A maidservant of Sikongyu chuckled. Perhaps the Duke misheard. This esteemed elder is a sponsored elder of the Alchemist Guild. A sponsored elder. Such an individual was not merely a common member of any guild. The Alchemist Guild had branches spread across the entire continent, with the branch in Chujing being the largest in the state of Chu. However, only ordinary elders were present there, lacking the prestige to establish the position of a sponsored elder. Clearly, this elder hailed from a higher echelon of the guild. Sponsored elders were renowned for their formidable prowess and illustrious reputations. Would they utter nonsense for the sake of a trivial competition? Would they show bias? Impossible. The elder had declared there was no illness. What further argument could be made? Quickly concede. The patrons began to jeer, with the maidservant of Sikongyu and the sponsored elder stepping forward. Duke Ouyang was no longer the most formidable figure present, and the crowd relished the spectacle of his and his disciples' embarrassment. Duke Ouyang's face flushed with humiliation, teetering on the brink of fury. "Duke, a mere 3 shouts of protest will suffice. In that case, you shall ensure that you do not visit the Wei Duke's residence tomorrow." Moon Wuhan interjected at an opportune moment to diffuse the tension. She had no desire to provoke the Duke's household without cause. Having already heard of the Emperor's edict from Sikongyu, she seized the chance to ensnare Duke Ouyang and alleviate the troubles anticipated for the following day. Duke Ouyang scoffed loudly. "This Duke is not one to shy away from defeat. I was merely deceived by my disciple. Who could blame him for feigning illness to avoid admitting defeat? Very well. If my disciple is indeed inferior in skill today, I promise that I shall not visit the Wei family tomorrow." He shifted the blame entirely onto his disciple and in a huff, leapt from the tavern with Yang Rong in tow. The 2 maidservants giggled and curtsied. "You are too kind." They then gracefully escorted the sponsored elder out of the tavern. Step by step, like blooming lotus flowers, throughout the encounter, the elder had never lifted his gaze to meet the crowd's eyes. And the maidservants made no effort to introduce him to Moon Wuhan. As for how he had fortuitously arrived at that location, it remained a mystery. However, it was enough to leave the tavern's patrons in a state of astonishment. The maidservant of Sikongyu, she bowed to that girl. Chapter 98. A subtle scheme. Hey, do not just stand there. It's time to settle the bets. Moon Wuhan beckoned everyone to calculate their wagers. The crowd erupted in a flurry of shouts. "Quick, settle the accounts. Let us see how much I have won. Alas, I have lost miserably. I never expected Yang Rong to be so incompetent. Who is the girl that won?" Amidst the chaos, the tavern staff struggled to keep up with the counting, as most patrons, regardless of winning or losing, wished to continue their revelries within the tavern, fervently discussing the day's competition. In the midst of the uproar, Moon Wuhan quietly maneuvered through the crowd and exited the tavern. Before long, Zhu Dazhu and the others followed her. "Captain, that was exhilarating. We won several hundred silver coins." Moon Wuhan produced 20 gold coins from her pocket and distributed them as pocket money. Zhu Dazhu grinned widely as he accepted them. "Captain, shall we find a place to drink some more?" "Not now. I have matters to attend to." "But, Captain, we are curious about how Yang Rong fell to share." Moon Wuhan chuckled softly. "Oh, that? I merely employed a subtle strategy." The others exchanged glances. As expected, it was the captain's doing. "Captain, do tell us how you executed this scheme." "Well, while he was distracted, I guided the ice element into his meridians, causing a reversal in his vital energy. How easy you make it sound." The group pondered, realizing the complexity of such an operation. Yang Rong was a grand master. It was no simple feat to ambush him amidst the crowd. Just how had the captain managed to introduce the ice element into his meridians? Moon Wuhan smiled enigmatically, choosing not to divulge her secret. This was her unique skill. After all, she was a multi-element master. The competition platform was wooden. She had employed a suitable wood-based elemental technique to redirect the ice element beneath Yang Rong's feet, quietly integrating it into his foot's acupoints while he was in a fit of rage. Being an ice element master himself, Yang Rong was naturally attuned to ice elements and felt no peculiarity. Little did he know that the ice element Moon Wuhan had conjured was unlike any other. fiercely repelling the internal forces within him upon entry, ultimately resulting in such an outcome. Even if she were to share this secret with others, they would be unable to replicate it. After bidding farewell to her companions, they stood on the street corner, watching her silhouette vanish amidst the throng before they turned to depart. Following today's events, their admiration for the captain had multiplied exponentially. The captain is so impressive. So incredibly impressive. Lady Bingling, we invite you once more to join our ranks. Zhu Dazhu laughed heartily. Lady Bingling maintained her icy demeanor. I declined. She did not wish to be bound by the constraints of a team. Nor did she desire to serve as a member under Moon Wuhan. Yet, inexplicably, ever since the battle at Demon Yanzhou, she found herself irresistibly drawn to the company of Moon Wuhan and her companions. The young man wielding the shield quietly trailed behind the group, as unassuming as a piece of wood. However, the glimmer of curiosity and hope in his eyes revealed that his resistance to joining this team was swiftly diminishing. Second grandfather, may I borrow your training room? Wei Liuhua was taken aback. What is the matter, child? Why do you appear so anxious? It's nothing. I believe I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Then hurry, follow me. Wei Liuhua hastily led Moon Wuhan into his training chamber. Without waiting for her second grandfather to securely close the door, she jumped onto the soft couch, entering a meditative state. Just a quarter of an hour ago, a surge of vital energy had erupted within her, akin to a mighty river cascading over a precipice, crashing down with tremendous force. That strength was nearly overwhelming. Boom! Her consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse from the overwhelming vital energy. Boom! Moon Wuhan's seated form swayed unsteadily. Boom! She gritted her teeth, her face flushed, her veins feeling as if they would burst. Child, what on earth is wrong with you? Wei Liuhua was deeply concerned. Fearing that Moon Wuhan might face complications during her breakthrough, he quickly placed his fingers on her pulse to assess her condition. However, the moment his fingers made contact with her skin, a tremendous force of repulsion surged from within Moon Wuhan, nearly piercing his fingers with 2 holes. He swiftly withdrew his hand, taken aback. Just how powerful was the force brewing inside her that even he, an 8-star elemental sovereign, could not withstand it? Wuhan, child, stay conscious. Regulate your breathing, do not panic, stay alert. Wei Liuhua intoned solemnly beside her, offering incessant reminders. Moon Wuhan appeared on the verge of fainting, yet this was a critical moment. She could not afford to be disturbed, leaving Wei Liuhua in a state of anxious helplessness. Hold on. You cannot give up. In her mind, the urgent voice of the handsome youth from the Scarlet Moon Castle echoed. He was alarmed by the tempest of Moon Wuhan's vital energy. Was she capable of withstanding such a ferocious tide? Meanwhile, the elemental forces of the surrounding world began to wildly converge towards Moon Wuhan. Draw in, regulate, adjust the vital energy. She exerted herself repeatedly, struggling at the precipice of unconsciousness. I've remembered. She finally pinpointed the root of her recent anomaly, the blood-sucking of the demon Yanzhou and the fact that she had absorbed his blood. Although it was only a minuscule trace, the situation had been perilous at the time. It must have been the blood of demon Yanzhou that posed a problem. Sister will not die. Sister will successfully break through and become strong. Moon Wuhan gritted her teeth, forcing herself to battle against the wild surge of vital energy. A quarter hour passed. Then half an hour. Then 3/4 of an hour. Time ticked by, her complexion shifting from red to white. From white to green until beads of dark sweat began to ooze from her skin, soaking her garments. Accompanying the dark sweat was a viscous, gelatinous substance. Wei Liuhua watched in astonishment, his eyes wide. Child, are you undergoing marrow cleansing? Masters who had reached a certain level would undergo a marrow cleansing process before advancing, completely transforming their physique before ascending to a higher tier. Yet Moon Wuhan was merely a novice elemental master. Why was she experiencing a marrow cleansing? This was illogical. Second grandfather, I do not know. 2 full hours elapsed before Moon Wuhan finally opened her eyes. Weakly, she shook her head, indicating her total ignorance of the situation. For the past half day, she had merely been grappling with danger. Who could fathom what marrow cleansing entailed? Exhausted to her limit, she turned onto her side and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 99. The Night of Terror. In the depths of slumber, her hazy consciousness drifted and fell into the Scarlet Moon Castle. This time, she did not behold the resplendent hall, nor did she encounter the beautiful youth with lake green, blue eyes. Even the ocean of bones outside the hall was absent. Neither the lifeless gray-white ground, the azure sky, nor the verdant grassland appeared. All was devoid of presence. What she beheld was a realm of darkness, a precursor to the Scarlet Moon Castle. 10 automatic thoughts sprang forth within her mind. akin to the way people dream of unfamiliar places they have never visited. In dreams, one traverses to such locales, and the dream itself divulges their essence. Moon Woohan gazed into the abyssal darkness, where her hands could not discern their own form, yet instinctively she understood that this was the visage of the Scarlet Moon Castle before it took on its current form. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, frigid and eerie, with a faint, bone-chilling wind whispering past her neck, leaving a sensation of icy dread that sent shivers down her spine. Moon Woohan was a person of extraordinary bravery. In her previous life, she had slept amidst the corpses on the battlefield for days without a hint of fear. In this life, killing and being pursued had gradually become her daily routine. She feared neither life nor death, nor the realms of yin and yang. Yet, within this unfamiliar darkness, she found herself gripped by fear. Has anyone there? Who, if anyone, resides here? She staggered forward, opening her mouth only to have the cold wind invade her throat, chilling her chest and abdomen, creating an unbearable discomfort. The sound she emitted was so faint that she could scarcely hear it herself, as if someone were constricting her throat to silence her. Panic surged within her, her hair standing on end. Is there anyone? With all her might, she let out a weak roar. Suddenly, something seemed to glide past her side. A cold sweat broke out over Moon Woohan. She could not see what it was, yet she felt its presence keenly. A chill ran down her spine as she took a few steps back, attempting to evade whatever it was, only to feel a sudden coldness at her back, as if something had pressed against her. Moon Woohan was near the brink of terror. In both this life and the last, it was her first encounter with such a profound fear. It was utterly horrifying. Who will save me? Who will rescue me? Frozen in place, unable to move or call out, she faced the encroaching darkness with an overwhelming sense of despair, the chilling sensation of terror seeming to stretch on until the end of time, torturing her like a maggot clinging to her bones. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated her vision. She screamed, flipping over to sit upright. Upon focusing her gaze, she found herself confronted by the anxious face of her second grandfather, Wei Liuhua. She was still in the meditation chamber. Was everything that had transpired merely a dream? It felt so vivid, so terrifying. Moon Woohan had never realized that she could be so frightened. Bright rays of light streamed in through the window, and her second grandfather's urgent calls echoed in her ears. On the table beside her lay several dishes exuding enticing aromas, a testament to the vibrant essence of life. Yet, Moon Woohan still felt fear. Child, how do you feel? Are you hungry? Wei Liuhua inquired with concern. Moon Woohan opened her mouth, struggling to produce sound, her voice raspy after much effort. I'm sorry, second grandfather, I accidentally fell asleep. I'm not hungry. This simple sentence cost her tremendous effort, as all her strength had been drained in the realm of dreams. Was she still herself, the vigorous individual who wouldn't flinch even with a knife pressed to her throat? She doubted it. Sitting in silence for a considerable time, she gradually regained a modicum of spirit. Second grandfather, I doubt. She managed a bitter smile. I seem to have failed my advancement, and no worries. No worries. As long as you're physically well. Take your time with your cultivation. Wei Liuhua quickly reassured her. The elderly man summoned the maidservants to replace the cold dishes on the table, encouraging Moon Woohan. Child, you've been asleep for 5 days and nights. Even if you're not hungry, you should at least drink some water. Otherwise your body won't hold up. What? I've been asleep for 5 days and nights. Moon Woohan was utterly taken aback. It felt as though she had only walked through the darkness of her dream for half an hour or perhaps even less. How could 5 days have passed? Grandfather, has any Yuanzun come to our residence to seek justice? She was keenly interested in the events prior to her slumber. Wei Liuhua shook his head. The Duke of Ouyang declared he would not come, and so he truly has not. This is largely thanks to you. He did not come, and another Yuanzun also called in sick, so this matter has been temporarily postponed. The palace has yet to issue a new edict. What Wei Liuhua did not know was that it was not that the Emperor of Chu had failed to issue a new edict. Rather, it was because the 2 Yuanzun from Ouyang had not come, and when the Emperor sought other Yuanzun to attend, they were understandably hesitant to wade into such murky waters. Thus, the Emperor had set the matter aside for the time being. It was merely a few maidservants and guards who had sustained injuries. The Emperor did not wish to offend too many formidable Yuanzun. As for the third prince, Helian Hao, feeling humiliated, that was his own affair. Before Helian truly established himself in the Xuanji sacred land, the Emperor was more concerned with the stability of his rule than with his son's feelings. Upon hearing Wei Liuhua's words, Moon Woohan nodded. It is best to let this matter pass. That if Helian Hao stirs up any trouble, we shall face it head on. We need not fear him. Child, you have just awoken. Do not tire yourself. Come, let us dine. Fresh dishes had already been served, and Wei Liuhua personally attended to Moon Woohan's meal. She felt deeply touched. Wei Liuhua was merely her grandfather from a different household. Yet his kindness and compassion were remarkable. Although she struggled to eat, she managed to drink a bit of soup. Finally, her body began to regain some strength, and she stood to stretch her limbs. Only to suddenly freeze. Second grandfather, I doubt she hesitated to believe her own senses. What is it, child? Moon Wuhan with disbelief looked toward her. Dantian.it seems.my internal yuan power is flowing away. What? Wei Liuhua exclaimed in shock. For cultivators, regardless of which star level they had reached, the internal yuan power and the yuan power of the heavens and earth would achieve a balance that would not easily dissipate unless one were gravely ill or severely injured. Moon Wuhan appeared to be in good health. Why would her yuan power be fading? Child, can you sense your current star level? Moon Wuhan strained to feel it, yet whether in her dantian or in her consciousness, she could not accurately perceive the boundary of her star level. I cannot. Chapter 100. Money spent, no food to eat. Moon Wuhan found herself utterly perplexed. Just before her unconsciousness, the yuan power of heaven and earth had surged into her body as if it were free of charge, nearly overwhelming her and leaving her on the brink of explosion. However, after awakening, her internal yuan power was now slowly flowing outward. Unstoppable, the equilibrium within her body had been completely shattered. She felt as though she was a reservoir releasing water. Moreover, she could not sense her star level. At this rate, would she plummet from a 6-star yuan master all the way back to a 1-star? Then would she revert to being a useless being? Oh heavens, are you toying with me? This sudden realization caused Moon Wuhan to forget much of the terrifying dream, her fear somewhat dissipating. Child, do not worry. It must be nothing serious. Second grandfather will take you to see the best physician and alchemist. If that does not suffice, we shall go to the temple and ask the priests for assistance. Seeing Moon Wuhan's pale countenance, Wei Liuhua quickly offered comfort. One of her virtues was her resilience. She could always find a way to look on the bright side. Besides, what could be more significant than life and death? She had already died once. What was there to fear? Taking her place at the table, she forced herself to consume a bit of easily digestible food. Preparing her body for recovery, Wei Liuhua ordered a soft sedan chair to be brought, carefully transporting the still weak Moon Wuhan out of the meditation chamber and into the small courtyard prepared for her in the second house. This new courtyard was attended by 2 maidservants, making it far more convenient than having just a chi in the main house. The dwelling was exquisitely crafted, furnished with all the necessities, and Moon Wuhan felt quite satisfied with her new abode. Upon entering her bedroom, she lay down on the bed and soon fell asleep again. When she next opened her eyes, the room was engulfed in darkness. Uncertain of how long she had slept, she called out for someone. Is anyone there? What time is it? After a couple of attempts, no one responded. However, despite her weakness, Moon Wuhan's senses remained sharp, and she could distinctly feel the presence of 2 individuals in a nearby room. They must be the assigned maidservants. Why were they ignoring her? Moon Wuhan, feeling her way in the dark, climbed out of bed. Her steps were unsteady, and she nearly stumbled over the bed's edge, grasping the bed frame to steady herself. When did I become so weak? Was it 5 or 8 years ago when I contracted that illness in Africa? As her eyes gradually adjusted to the surrounding darkness, she made her way outside her bedroom. Is anyone there? Where is the candlelight? Please light it for me. Also, I'm a bit hungry, she shouted a few times yet still received no response. What is going on? She resolved to directly approach the room where she sensed the presence of others. Upon pushing the door open, she discovered the 2 maidservants lounging on their beds, engaged in conversation. Neither acknowledged her presence. When they had been in front of Wei Liuhua, they had been so obedient, assuring him they would take good care of Miss Wuhan. Yet now they acted this way behind his back. If Moon Wuhan encountered this situation at any other time, she would have turned to leave. She was not accustomed to being waited upon. If they ignored her, she would simply take matters into her own hands. However, she is currently frail and weak. If she were to fend for herself, it would not be a matter of abundance, but rather a struggle against starvation and thirst. She retrieved a gold coin from her pocket and requested, "Please fetch me a pot of hot water and prepare a table of warm dishes. I shall reward you with 1 gold coin." The 2 maids immediately sat up from the bed. One swiftly lit the candle on the small table by the bedside, illuminating the room. They cast a disapproving glance at the disheveled Yu Wuhan, their faces reflecting disdain. 1 gold coin? That is insufficient. Yu Wuhan remained unfazed. Money was money and negotiation was welcome. What amount would suffice? Name your price. 1 maid boldly declared, "At least 5 gold coins." The other chimed in, 10 coins, 5 for each of us. Yu Wuhan produced 9 more gold coins from her bosom. "Just hurry, or I shall perish from hunger, and you will have no place to earn gold in the future." The 2 maids accepted the coins willingly, each pocketing 5, and promptly set off to serve Yu Wuhan with water and food. Soon, She was enjoying a hot soup and dishes. Following that, she spent 50 gold coins on a hot bath. For the next 2 days she continued to revel in the high prices. Before long, her gold coins were expended, and the silver and copper coins had been entirely depleted by the 2 maids. On the 3rd day, Yu Wuhan found herself without breakfast. She approached the 2 maids directly. They exchanged glances, both aware that Yu Wuhan's gold had run dry. With her purse empty, they had little interest in serving her. Thus they both wore cold expressions and said, "Miss Wuhan, you are originally from the main house. Your needs were catered to there. We, however, are from the second house, earning our wages from the second house, so serving you is a favor. And it is not unreasonable if we choose not to. Please do not have excessive demands and recognize your own status, alright?" While such reasoning was indeed compelling, Yu Wuhan nodded repeatedly. "You make a valid point. You are under no obligation to serve me. Since that is the case, I can no longer afford to hire you. Please leave this courtyard today." "What? You are dismissing us?" The 2 maids raised their eyebrows in unison. Their expressions filled with indignation. Yu Wuhan was perplexed. If they were not going to serve her, why not leave? Having 2 active figures hovering before her was hardly pleasant. "We were sent by the second elder. Do you intend to defy her orders?" one maid retorted. Yu Wuhan was baffled at if they were following the second elder's commands. Why were they not performing their duties properly, receiving their monthly wages while also profiting from her gold? To her surprise, the maid replied, "You must understand, the courtyard you reside in was bestowed upon you by the second house. You are merely a temporary guest here. Do you not consider yourself the master?" "Alright." This was decidedly unacceptable. Yu Wuhan was too impatient to argue with them. She had just regained some strength and energy and could not afford to waste it. She decided to take a stroll. After tidying herself up, she exited the small courtyard. The 2 maids snickered at her retreating figure, clearly believing she had deluded herself into thinking she was the mistress of the second house. Were it not for the second elder's mercy, she would have long since perished in the main house. Yet here she was, attempting to assert dominance over them. How tiresome! As she walked through the territory of the second house, Yu Wuhan's complexion was pale, her steps somewhat unsteady, revealing her frail condition. Thus, everyone she encountered, whether masters or servants, acquaintances or strangers, regarded her with varying degrees of scrutiny, some with kindness, others with disdain. Yu Wuhan remained undisturbed by their gazes. She was slender, her back straight, and her slow pace exuded a certain grace, like bamboo swaying in the wind from a distance, or the bright autumn moon upon closer inspection. Pure and dignified. Naturally, there were those from the second house who regarded her with admiration. Upon reaching a secluded path when no one was around, a voice whispered in her mind, "Master, they show you disrespect. I can punish them." For these past few days Yu Mao had been accompanying Yu Wuhan, hidden from view so well that even the 2 maids living with her were unaware of her presence. Yu Wuhan declined, "Thank you, but there is no need. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut?" Yu Mao was a dedicated protector. Involving her in such trivial matters would only sully her hands from today onward. "I shall assist you in finding food and water." Yu Mao offered again. She had previously suggested substituting for the 2 maids, but Yu Wuhan had refused. Now that the maids had thrown in the towel, she could help her master seek sustenance. However, Yu Wuhan declined once more. "I will manage myself." Why? Yu Mao fell silent for a moment. After a while she sent another thought, "Master, you do not like me da." Yu Wuhan wiped her forehead. "Sister, it's not that I dislike you. Rather, I simply do not wish to depend on you." Why? Yu Mao remained silent for a moment, then replied with a non-committal and said nothing further. Yet, that was filled with confusion, clearly indicating her lack of understanding of Yu Wuhan's intentions. Nonetheless, she was good in that she believed whatever her master said and executed her orders unconditionally. In truth, Yu Wuhan regarded her solely as a life-saving guardian, treating everything else as if Yu Mao did not exist. Not wishing to involve her. It was essential for Yu Wuhan to maintain her own sharpness. She did not wish to lose her acuity in the cutthroat world of the Tiansua continent, which would mean facing life-threatening dangers at any moment. Upon reaching a small garden, Yu Wuhan sat on a stone bench beneath the shade of a tree to rest. The scenery here was delightful, quite suitable for her recuperation. The surroundings were tranquil, and after sitting for a while, she slowly closed her eyes, beginning to sense the state of her inner elemental energy. Alas, it remained in the same dismal state. Yu Wuhan discovered that her energy was still leaking outward, and she could not perceive her own star rank. She decided to disregard it and sank into a meditative state, which made her body feel somewhat more comfortable. What is that? During her meditation, her senses sharpened, allowing her to easily detect a flickering point of emerald green light beneath a nearby tree. It was not the green of a plant, but rather the hue of wood elemental energy. Moreover, judging by the depth of the color, The concentration of wood elemental energy was exceedingly high. Yu Wuhan opened her eyes and focused intently on the area near the tree roots. This was an ordinary willow tree. One would expect its roots to emit no elemental glow. Yet, at this moment, a brilliant green light filled Yu Wuhan's field of vision, leaving her utterly astonished. What could it be that possessed such a high wood elemental attribute? Seeing that the area was deserted, she took out her magical dagger and began to dig into the ground as if it were a spade. What a waste! She muttered as she dug. If anyone were to discover that she was using a precious fourth-grade magical weapon as a shovel, they would surely berate her. But truth be told, the magical dagger was exceptionally useful, sharp as could be. And in just a few strokes, she had unearthed a small pieta in Yu Wuhan's eyes. The glow of the wood elemental energy grew even stronger. What treasure could this possibly be? Come to me quickly. Yu Wuhan, feeling weak, soon broke into a sweat after digging for a while, rendering her quite ineffectual however. She paused only briefly before continuing to dig, fearing that someone might discover her unusual behavior. Finally, she struck gold. At a depth of 3 feet, she finally unearthed the source of the wood elemental glow. She snapped the tendrils and pulled the vine free, after filling in the hole, just as she was about to rise. She heard footsteps approaching. Yu Wuhan had no choice but to remain crouched beneath the tree. Standing up would mean being discovered, and they would see the freshly filled hole. Where did that little waste go? Didn't her maid say she was headed this way? Let us keep searching. We've nearly combed the area. We must be close. Hush, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear. The two whispered softly to one another as they slowly approached Yu Wuhan's hiding spot. Glancing around, Yu Wuhan crouched beneath the tree, using the bushes as cover, and managed to catch a glimpse of the two individuals through the gaps in the foliage. She did not recognize them, one man and one woman. Appearing to be in their 20s or 30s, and their attire did not suggest they were prominent figures in the estate, calling her a little waste and inquiring about her whereabouts from the maids. They had been searching for quite some time. Yu Wuhan chuckled to herself, knowing these two were likely up to no good. She held her breath and remained quietly crouched. This area is clear. This one is too. The man and woman appeared somewhat disheartened as they stood nearby, beginning to discuss in hushed tones. What should we do? Change direction? Yes, let us search elsewhere. Today is a rare opportunity for her to be out alone. Who knows when we'll get another chance? The longer we wait, the less money we'll have. We can't afford to delay any longer. All right, let us check over there. If there's nothing, we'll switch directions. The two moved closer to Yu Wuhan's hiding place. Soon they would catch sight of her. With Yu Mao providing covert protection, Yu Wuhan felt no fear of the two. She was merely curious about who had sent them. Aha, found you. Right here. The woman was the first to pass by the bushes where Yu Wuhan was hidden. Spotting her immediately, she let out a low exclamation of excitement and drew a short sword from her waist. The man rushed forward as well, brandishing a dagger. The two approached Yu Wuhan from either side, without a word, launching themselves at her with the glint of their weapons aimed to kill her instantly. What the hell? Could we at least have a chat before you attack? Shouldn't you let me know what your intentions are? Yu Wuhan looked down upon these merciless assassins with disdain. Crouched low and rolled to the side, flinging a handful of dirt into the air. Having narrowly evaded the woman's dagger, the man found himself splattered with mud from head to toe. This little waste of space, despite being gravely injured, somehow managed to escape. How troublesome indeed, senior brother, be careful. The woman's face darkened with murderous intent as she swung her sword once more. Chapter 102. Breaking a leg. Yu Wuhan was currently in a rather weakened state. Although she possessed immense willpower and could fight despite her injuries, it was unnecessary. Yu Mao was already poised to strike. Conserving her strength to recover her body was of utmost importance. Come at me. Yu Wuhan rolled away several times to distance herself. In the blink of an eye, Yu Mao, hidden in the shadows, made her move. The woman thrust her sword forward, thinking she would certainly pierce the little waste of space through the heart. However, to her surprise, before her technique was fully executed, she felt a sudden warmth at the back of her neck, as if some liquid were seeping out. A chill of realization gripped her heart. She was bleeding. In a moment of panic, her strike veered off course, missing the now distant Yu Wuhan and nearly hitting her companion instead. The man, his vision obscured by dust, could scarcely see as a flash of steel whizzed past. He instinctively gasped and hastily dodged. Amid their flustered movements, Yu Wuhan had already steadied herself at a distance. Little waste, you cannot escape our grasp. Today your life is forfeit, the woman shouted, determined to advance with her sword. Ignoring the pain from her bleeding neck to her astonishment, she felt another chill at her chest. A warm liquid was seeping out once more. She glanced down in shock, only to be frozen in place. A deep wound marred her chest, blood pouring forth. Clang! The sword slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Am I going to die? Senior brother, sister, what's wrong? The man's face drained of color as he rushed to support his sister. Only to feel his legs suddenly give way. His knees betraying him under the weight of his body, he collapsed to the ground. Looking down, he discovered a deep gash in his knee. The injuries had come so swiftly that neither of them felt the pain immediately. Only after falling did the agony set in. Senior brother, help me, sister! They cried in unison, both collapsing, drenched in sweat, each suffering more than the other. The woman bled profusely from her chest, her complexion paling instantly. Yu Wuhan, observing from the sidelines, could not help but admire Yu Mao's prowess. In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, she had changed positions multiple times to injure the enemy, her speed astonishing. Moreover, she had remained completely concealed throughout. Such invisible harm was truly terrifying for their foes. Speak honestly, who sent you? Yu Wuhan approached the weary pair. They lay on the ground, their faces growing increasingly pale, half from injury and half from fear. They only knew that they had attempted to attack Yu Wuhan, only to be inexplicably injured. Could it be that the little waste possessed some dark sorcery? Or perhaps that was their master secretly protecting her? As Yu Wuhan drew closer, dread pooled in their hearts. Speak if you dare, Yu Wuhan smiled, then you may experience the taste of injury once more. The moment she finished speaking, both of them suffered another deep wound. The man struck his lower abdomen, the woman's her ear. Each wound targeted areas that instilled the greatest fear within them. The woman could not contain a cry of anguish. That if you remain silent, the next wound may very well pierce your heart. Yu Wuhan threatened, pointing at the woman's chest. The previous injury had not reached her heart, hence she still lived. But the next one might not be so forgiving. Yu Wuhan showed no mercy to her adversaries. In a life or death struggle, it was either their demise or hers. Empathy had no place here. A murderous glint flickered in Yu Wuhan's eyes, her demeanor cold as ice, though her countenance appeared weary and sickly. The aura she exuded was undeniably chilling. The pair gasped in shock, as if they perceived death itself gazing upon them. Did I say? The man stammered, breaking the silence. Senior brother, no. The woman cried out with a mere glance from Yu Wuhan. Yu Mao swiftly rendered the woman unconscious. Sister. The man shouted in desperation. Your sister is merely unconscious. Should you utter a single lie or fail to provide a satisfactory account, she shall perish in her slumber. Yu Wuhan's cold threat left the man looking utterly dismayed. It was all my idea. My sister had no part in it. Please do not harm her. I accepted the bounty from Miss Wei Xan to eliminate you. And upon completion she promised me a greater reward. He confessed. Wei Xan? Yes, the Miss Wei from the first house. You lie. Yu Wuhan narrowed her eyes, a mocking smile playing on her lips. The man's eyes betrayed him as he flinched at the mention of Wei Xan. His expression was a blatant indicator of deception. Having interrogated prisoners before, Yu Wuhan had studied micro-expressions adeptly to discern the truth behind her foe's words. I am not lying. It truly is Wei Xan. Look, the bounty she promised is right here. The man hastily produced a heavy embroidered purse from his clothing. Yu Wuhan did not take it but merely scoffed. Wei Xan's situation in the first house is scarcely better than mine. Feng Yunrong is harsh. She punished Wei Xan for hoarding a handful of silver coins, forcing her to kneel for 3 hours. Would she possess the funds to hire you for murder? Furthermore, she harbors no deep-seated grudge against me. Perhaps she wishes more to eliminate Wei Mingyu instead. Yu Wuhan ceased her discussion, commanding Yu Mao in the shadows, break that woman's leg. With a sharp crack, the woman's knee was severed while she lay unconscious. I shall grant you a quarter of an hour. If I do not hear the truth by then, your sister will meet her end. The man's forehead beaded with perspiration. Yu Wuhan settled onto a nearby stone bench, choosing to ignore him and instead closed her eyes to recuperate. With Yu Mao present, no danger loomed. Her calm demeanor only intensified the man's pressure. The more relaxed Yu Wuhan appeared, the more he sweated. Time ticked away, and the unconscious woman began to convulse, clearly in distress. Her blood-soaked clothing had long since dampened, her complexion shifting from pale to a ghastly gray, as if teetering on the brink of death. If this continued, even if Yu Wuhan refrained from action, the woman would bleed out. The man gritted his teeth. I will speak. Yu Wuhan did not even lift her gaze. You may choose to tell the truth to protect your sister. Or you may lie to protect your family. The decision rests with you. The death of either is of no concern to me. When you chose to accept the bounty to pursue my sister,